The Rebirth of the Malicious Empress of Military Lineage Chapter 103 to Chapter 238. What is Yue afraid of? Shenwan caressed Xinyu's head. It was clearly a loving expression, but the words that came out were gloomy, just a little girl who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Sooner or later she will pay the price. Shen Miao really entered the Shen family's ancestral hall as old Shen Foran had arranged. The Shen family was a military family, and the ancestral hall was dedicated to their ancestors. These ancestors had laid down such a prosperous family business for the Shen family on horseback. Unfortunately, in this generation, the Shen family was also united in appearance, but divided in heart, and was not far from decline. Old General Shen's branch was initially very prosperous. Unfortunately, in a war, the few brothers of the Shen family were all killed in battle, and only old General Shen managed to escape alive. Old General Shen gave birth to 3 sons, but only one of them took the path of a military general. Now on the surface the Shen residence still inherited its original glory, but other than that formidable great General Xianxia, it was an out-and-out scholarly family, which was quite ironic. Is young lady numb from kneeling? Guyu asked. Xianxia and Guyu also followed into the ancestral hall. Shen Miao was worried that Ren Wanyin would do something behind her back. Previously in Wulong Temple, she had deliberately sent Xianxia and Guyu away so that both of them could escape the fate of being silenced. But in the huge Shen residence, everyone had their own ulterior motives, so it was better to leave it by one side. Ren Wanyan's hands were too long and would not dare to make a move in front of her. Even if it is not numb, the humidity in this place is heavy. Xianxia looked at the little window grumpily. Now it is raining and the ground is wet. Kneeling like this will cause the root of the illness. Moreover, they are simply being unreasonable. What does this matter have to do with young lady? The guilty ones are the first to complain. When master returns, see if they still dare to speak less. Guyu reprimanded. If it is discovered by others, the one to suffer would be young lady. Shen Miao smiled and did not care. Xianxia thought about it and asked again, but today was considered unexpected. So many of them went to Rong Jingtang, but there was not a single person by young lady's side and came out unscathed. Even though kneeling in the ancestral hall is terrible, it is much better than what this servant thought. Before entering Rong Jingtang to denounce, Shen Miao did not bring her maids in. Thus Shen Miao's maids did not know what was happening inside. Young lady must have convinced the entire house of people, Guyu said with admiration, not afraid even when facing so many people. Young lady is now more and more like master's demeanor. So many people? Shen Miao could not help but laugh in her heart. It was just a small Shen residence and just a bunch of clowns that could not be seen in public. At the beginning, when Fu Xiaoyi wanted to change the crown prince, all the officials stood on the side of Mei Foran and Fu Xing. Her Fu Ming was almost under house arrest at that time, and she wore the Empress court dress and faced the officials in the throne room, arguing with them, and every word she said was filled with tears of blood. How weak was the power of one person? She was the noblest woman in the world, and she had married the noblest man in the world, but she couldn't even protect what her son deserved. No one stood beside her, and she could not retreat, because there were people to protect. It was precisely because she had failed to protect the precious person that she was using even more violent methods this time. Cruel? Heartless? Hypocrisy? Cunning? It did not matter. As long as the tip of the blade was aimed at the enemy, as long as the enemy was the one who fell, even if the process was more cruel, she alone would block the sin. So what? She closed her eyes, and the ancestral tablets were in front of her. Shen Miao softly said, "The ancestors on horseback, if your spirits are still alive, please bestow me the sharpest arrows and the fastest horses. Please bless me to kill my enemies with my own hands." When she finished reading, she opened her eyes and saw Xianxia looking at her with blinking eyes. She took out a packet of snacks from her bosom and smiled. Young lady has been hungry for so long, it is not good to not eat something. This servant still has some snacks that young lady can fill your stomach with. Shen Miao would not really fast just because of old Shen Foran's orders. She took the paper bag and opened it to take a look and could not help but be surprised. This is what this servant found in young lady's room in Wulong Temple. Xianxia scratched her head and said embarrassedly, "At that time young lady bestowed the snacks to this servant, and after this servant tasted one piece, this servant had never eaten such delicious snacks before and could not bear to finish it. After returning to the residence and young lady went to the ancestral hall, one did not have time to take food from outside and only these were left. Shen Miao looked at the exquisite snacks that were left behind when Xianxia talked with her at night. Thinking of this, it was as if she could see that youth's handsome face in the rain and that mysterious identity. Xianxia. Shen Miao muttered to herself, what kind of person was he? In Kaiyun Yuan. The physician had just left and Shen Qing, who had drunk the tranquilizer, had already fallen asleep. Even after seeing it several times, Ren Wanyan could not help but feel as if a knife was twisting in her heart every time she saw the scars on Shen Qing's body. That physician was one of their own, so naturally he would not say it out, and he also clearly told Ren Wanyan that Shen Qing's injuries were too serious and her mind was not clear, so one would need to recuperate for a few days. As for why she was not conscious, naturally it was because she was scared to this state. Ren Wanyan dared not think about what kind of torture Shen Qing had suffered that night. That night she stayed next to Shen Qing and even heard Shen Qing's cry for help, but she thought that it was Shen Miao and did not move forward. In the end, her daughter was defiled. Just thinking of these, Ren Wanyan's heart and intestines would move. Shen Gui glanced at Shen Qing, who was lying on the bed and seemed to feel a headache before turning to leave. Stop. Ren Wanyan called out to him, Qing'er has now become like this. Do you still want to go to those vixens' courtyard? Shen Gui was lustful and had several concubines in the room, each of them were beautiful and gentle. Ren Wanyan was powerful and managed to tame these concubines. Even though Shen Gui was lustful, he knew that only Ren Wanyan could make his official path smoother and things would not happen, so Ren Wanyan was too lazy to care about him. Men were all the same. A concubine was just a plaything, so why should she bother with a plaything? But today, she was behaving strangely. Can you not be so unreasonable? Shen Gui was somewhat irritated. Today he was rendered speechless by his own niece, and he did not know what would happen on Prince Yu's side in the future. Would he vent his anger on him? Thinking of these, Shen Gui was extremely vexed, and at this time when he saw Shen Qing, it added fuel to the fire. His tone was a little impatient. It's useless for me to stay here. Why don't you let me have some peace and think about what to do next? Think. Ren Wanyan changed from her usual character of looking at the big picture and screamed, you only know how to think. What is Qing'er in your eyes? She has now become like this, but you as a father are indifferent and do not care about anything. In your heart, one fear that there is no Qing'er this daughter. How can there be such a vicious father like you in this world? When the words were spoken, Ren Wanyan's two personal maids, Xiang Lan and Kai Ju, were stunned. Normally Ren Wanyan was able to remain calm and composed. Even if something happened to Shen Qing in Wulong Temple, she would still be able to hold on and focus on the big picture. As for Shen Gui, she had never said any harsh words. For such a rational and slick person like Ren Wanyan to quarrel with Shen Gui like a shrew, it was really unbelievable. Ren Wanyan also did not know why she was like this. Seeing Shen Gui's appearance, the words that Shen Miao said in Rong Jingtang previously echoed in her ears. When Shen Gui knew that something happened to Shen Qing, the first thing that he thought of was not to check on Shen Qing's injuries but to discipline Shen Miao. This was not what a real father would do. Shen Gui did not care about this daughter's life or death. Perhaps to Shen Gui, Shen Qing was just a valuable object. In the past, because of its value, he was willing to raise it, but now that there was no value, he was not even willing to take a look at it. Shen Miao's provocation had little effect in Rong Jingtang, but after accumulating till now, it exploded. You vixen! Shen Gui was now often flattered in the officialdom, and when would there be a time where he was pointed at and scolded? Even though he was angry in his heart, he knew that he could not completely fall out with Ren Wanyan, so he sneered, you say that I am not a good father, but have you ever been a good mother? It was you who brought Qing'er to Wulong Temple and should be taken care of by you. You were right by her side, but you let something happen to her right under your nose. Did you not sleep next to her that night? If you really love her, how could you not discover that Qing'er was the one who had an accident at such a short distance? When the words were said, Ren Wanyan was immediately stunned. What she regretted the most and hated the most was that night in the northern pavilion. She obviously heard the cries for help and had the chance to save her daughter, but by a freak combination of factors, Shen Qing had an accident. Now Xingui was stabbing a knife into her heart and sprinkling salt on the wound, causing her to stand rooted to the ground. When Xingui saw that she did not speak, he coldly snorted and flicked his sleeves and left, not knowing which concubine's courtyard he went to. Ren Wanyan stood there blankly for a moment before her legs softened and she collapsed to the ground. She covered her face and cried softly. Xianglan and Kaiju were afraid and shocked as they had never seen their mistress like this. The current Ren Wanyan was as if all her support had collapsed in one night and she was utterly defeated. There was no longer any trace of the previous flush of success. The two maids could only go forward to comfort her. One did not know how long she cried before Ren Wanyan wiped her eyes and stood up again. She said, "Bring a brush and paper. I want to write a letter to you, honor." Xin Yuan was the eldest son of the second household, Ren Wanyan's eldest son. Currently he was in the Lu province and once his term was up, he would return to the capital to be an official in the Ding capital. If one were to say that in the third household, Xin Yu was the proudest, then in the second household, Xin Yuanbo was young and Xin Qing's aptitude was not good, but this Xin Yuan was blessed by the heavens. At such a young age, he was able to obtain scholarly honors and did things well. Xingui would be a good job. Father is unreliable but there is always Xin. Ren Wan. Yun glanced at Xin Qing who was sleeping on the bed and gritted her teeth. "Yuan'er loves you the most, this younger sister." Xin meowed, "That little slut, this time I will make you regret your actions for the rest of your life." Not said. Xianlan quickly ran and ran Qing to Ju. Wan Yin Xian Xin Qing, Xin Yuan was, Xin Qing Qing, Huan Mama, Qing, Xin Qing Mu, Xin, Gui, Qing, Wan Chang emotion of Wan Yin Xin Yuan, Gui, Xin, Wan Fu is Xin Yuan, Xin. These maids were naturally the ones who had witnessed Xin Qing's mishap at that time. There were Xin Qing's maids Yan Mei and Shui Bai, Xin Yu's maids Qing Wan and Huang Ying, and there was also Gui Momo. Xin Yu's maid was fed with mute medicine and returned to Qiu Shui Yuan. Chen Roqiu can decide how to deal with it. Qing'er's two maids. Ren Wanyan said fiercely, "Sell them to a 9th rank brothel. If they die like this, wouldn't it be letting the two of them off for nothing? Not being able to protect your master is an unforgivable crime." Kaiju could not help but shudder. The brothel and the brothel were not the same. The ladies in the brothel could choose to sell their skills or their bodies, but the ladies in the brothel were all in the flesh business. The 9th class brothels were the lowest class among all the brothels. The people who worked there received the most rude and inferior people. Because they worked as laborers, those people naturally couldn't be said to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Some of them were even extremely rough. And the ladies could not stop receiving guests all day long. From morning to night, the money that they received would not belong to them and would be directly handed over to their mother. If one day they got venereal disease, they would not even be able to take medicine. They would find a mat and throw it out. It was very common for them to freeze to death, starve to death or be bitten to death by dogs. So generally, the people who were sold to the 9th ranked brothel were either servants who had committed heinous crimes or had enmity with the master. But Yan Mei and Shui Bai had been by Xin Qing's side since they were young and had worked hard for so many years. Who knew that they would end up like this? This servant will save it. Then Guimomo? Kaiju asked tentatively. Guimomo had long pledged her loyalty to them, so she could be considered as Kaiyun Yuan's people. Guimomo. Ren Wanyan lowered her head and sneered, "I do not know what happened that night. Now that I think about it, I have to meet Guimomo. After all, she is the one who knows the ins and outs of the matter." In the abandoned woodshed, there was a smell of decay everywhere. Because it had been raining for a few days, there was even green moss growing on the ground. If it was a normal day, it would appear quiet, but in the darkness here, it seemed somewhat strange. This woodshed had locked up countless people. Those people were all people who had committed mistakes in the Shin residence. There were masters and servants. These people did not have a good ending, and the common point was that after being locked up here for a while, they would quietly disappear from the Shin residence, as if they had never appeared in this world. At this moment in the woodshed, there were some strange sounds. It seemed that someone was struggling and kicked something, and there were also suppressed cries. The lantern was casually placed to the side, illuminating the woodshed. Under the dim yellow light, the woodshed seemed even more eerie. Two tall old maids were grabbing the necks of two maids and pouring the contents of the bottles into the mouths of the maids. The two maids kept struggling, but their thin bodies were like chicks in the hands of the old maid, and their chins were blocked so that they could not spit out the things in their mouths. After a long time, the two maids finally stopped struggling and covered their necks with painful expressions. "Drag them out," the old maid ordered the manservant behind her. Two manservants came in and dragged the two girls out. "These two," the old maid pointed at the other two maids, "drag them out too. But Madame has specially told us to take good care of them. They will be sold to that place anyway. If you want, you can do whatever you want." When the two servants heard this, they revealed looks of desire. When they looked at the two maids again, there was only despair left on their faces. Seeing that they were almost done, the two old maids got up and were about to go out. "Madam, did Madam say what I should do?" A figure suddenly jumped out from the dark corner and hugged the leg of one of the old maids. What should this old servant do? That person was none other than Gue Momo. "Momo, do not be anxious." That old maid pulled Gue Momo's hand away from her leg and said in a strange tone, "Since Madame values Momo so much, she must have made plans for Momo. Just wait and see." After that, he left without looking back. The room was suddenly plunged into darkness again. Gue Momo shrank in the corner with an expression of extreme fear. No one was willing to die and she wanted to live. In the gloomy woodshed, there were occasional sounds of mice crawling in the darkness, as if they were gnawing on the firewood. Coupled with the movements in the night, it made one's heart feel cold. Gue Momo was alone in the corner. Even though she was only a Momo for so many years, but because she had face in front of Xianxia, the second and third household were willing to give her some face, so she was considered to be doing well in the Xin residence. Sometimes Gue Momo's life was more comfortable than those commoners and wealthy families. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. She was not used to hard days, not to mention being locked up in the woodshed like those lowly maids. Her thin clothes were unable to withstand the cold of the night, but what was colder than her body was her heart. Gue Momo's heart was very fearful of the four maids that were locked up together. Xinyu's maids were given mute drugs, and one did not know if they could survive. Xinqing's maids were directly sold to a 9th-rank brothel. Ren Wanyan's methods were so ruthless that she could not help but worry about her own fate. Gue Momo did not think that Ren Wanyan would let her off easily. Because she not only witnessed Xinqing's scandal, but also played an important role in this matter. The one who should have been harmed was Xin Miao, but in the end it was Xinqing who was defiled. How would Ren Wanyan let her off so easily? Da. Just as she was thinking, there was a sudden sound of footsteps coming from outside, and it was especially clear in the night. Gue Momo's body stiffened, and in the darkness, she looked fearfully at the direction of the door. It seemed to be hope and also despair. What was behind the door? Was it the person that Ren Wanyan sent to silence her? Or perhaps she still had a trace of life. The footsteps were not fast nor slow, but it was like a death warrant that struck Gue Momo's heart. Her plump body had long turned into a pile of mud, and her forehead was sweating profusely, and her body seemed to be swaying. "Jia," the door was pushed open. The person who came was carrying a green lantern. The color of the lantern was somewhat strange, and in this place, it was like a demon demanding for one's life. Gue Momo tremblingly raised her head and saw a person in a white cloak standing at the door. She walked in and slowly closed the door. There was only the green lantern in the room, emitting a ghostly light. The person who came finally loosened her cloak, revealing a delicate and fair face. It was Xin Miao. The young girl's figure was slender, and her round and gentle facial features were illuminated by the green light, making her look even more strange. It was precisely because of the carefree expression on his face that made him seem even more like a soul-reaping emissary who had walked out of hell, causing people to actually not dare to look directly at him. Gue Momo was stunned for a moment before suddenly calling out in surprise, "Young lady." Xin Miao placed the lantern on the ground and walked unhurriedly to Gue Momo before squatting down and smiled gently, "Is Momo all right?" "Miss, you're here." This old servant knew that Miss would definitely come to save this old servant. Miss has always been kind-hearted and will definitely not sit idly by and ignore this old servant. It was as if Gue Momo had grabbed onto a life-saving straw as she desperately grabbed onto the corner of Shin Miao's skirt. Tears flowed down her aged face as if she had suffered 120 grievances and Shin Miao was her most trusted relative. Shin Miao swept a glance at Gue Momo's hand that was tightly grabbing onto the corner of her skirt and smiled gently. It seems that Gue Momo had suffered a lot of hardships here. Gue Momo was startled for a moment before carefully looking at Shin Miao's expression. Shin Miao's smile was gentle and her appearance was considered calm, but there was no ripple at all in the face of Gue Momo's words. Gue Momo was shocked to discover that this young lady whom she had accompanied for so many years, could not see what Shin Miao was thinking at all. She said, "This old servant has served young lady all my life and is loyal to young lady." On that day in Wulong Temple, this old servant accidentally saw it. "Young lady, this old servant is innocent. It seems that Gue Momo really see me as a hope." Shin Miao said worriedly, "But how can I save you? In this residence, will anyone listen to my words? What ability do I have to reject the Eastern Courtyard's orders? No, young lady will definitely have a way." Gue Momo became anxious when she heard it. Even though she knew that what Shin Miao said was reasonable, in the entire Shin residence, the second and third household only had a good relationship with the first household on the surface. Xianxia and wife were not in the Ding capital all year round, so it was impossible for Shin Miao to be of any use by herself. But everyone had a desire to live and Gue Momo could only grab hold of Shin Miao, so she was not willing to give up. She said, "Young lady can go and beg old foreign. If it is really not possible, young lady can write a letter to master and let master reply to the residents. They will not disobey master's words." Seemingly feeling that she had found an excellent way, Gue Momo's eyes lit up and looked at Shin Miao with hope. But she saw Shin Miao chuckling softly and shaking her head. Looking at her, she slowly said, "Father's words can indeed save you, but on what basis?" Gue Momo was stunned. "On what basis do I have to spend so much effort running around here and there for a servant?" Her voice seemed to contain a touch of ridicule and under the sparkling lights, it was as if she did not put the person in front of her in her eyes at all. Gue Momo suddenly panicked. She did not expect that Shin Miao would actually say such words. She watched Shin Miao grow up and the reason why she was cold to her in the past few days was because of a child's temper. Gue Momo knew that Shin Miao was soft-hearted and that day in Wulong Temple, she even had a heart-to-heart talk with her. It was obvious that she wanted to put her in an important position again. Why did she change her face now? Could it be that someone said something in front of Shin Miao? Gue Momo's heart moved. It must be those two maids, Gu Yu and Xianxia, who said it. They had always liked to go against her and now that she was in prison, those two maids would definitely hit her when she was down and say something in front of Shin Miao. She panicked and said, "Miss, I've been with you for so long. I've watched you grow up since you were born. It's been so many years, but master and madam are often not around. It's only me and you who depend on each other." Speaking up to this point, she even choked a little as if she was extremely sad. "Miss, you also said that you had a fever at night, but the doctor didn't come for a long time. I braved the rain to find a doctor for you, and because of that, I fell ill." His every word was recounting the friendship of the past. As Gue Momo spoke, her eyes glanced at Shin Miao. The people of the first household of the Shin family, no matter if it was Xianxia and wife or the Shin siblings, they were all extremely grateful. Perhaps this was the inheritance of a military family, to know how to repay kindness. Now Gue Momo was also using kindness to seek repayment, hoping that it would move Shin Miao. However, in the light, the girl lowered her head and smiled faintly. She did not look moved at all, as if she was listening to an interesting story. She softly said, "Gue Momo originally treated me well. Then how do I, the first household of the Shin family, treat Gue Momo?" Gue Momo hesitated for a moment but still said, "Foreign and master treated this old servant very well and young lady also treated this old servant very well. Both inside and outside gave this old servant enough face and the monthly allowance was also very generous. Towards this old servant was not scolded at all. Not only that." Shin Miao continued her words, "Your son, your grandson. Whatever that can be helped, I have helped. In the entire Western Courtyard, you are the biggest. I did not treat you as my own Momo but treated you as a relative. I trust you, get close to you and think of you in everything. Do you not agree? Yes. Guamomo said. Indeed, because Shin Miao was young and easy to coax, she was able to coax Shin Miao until she was obedient. Whatever she said, Shin Miao would believe it. In the western courtyard, she could almost be considered as half a master. Then why did you betray me when I treated you so well? A light sentence almost made Guamomo, who was immersed in her memories, to be scared out of her wits. She looked up at Shin Miao and said in shock, "What?" Momo need not show such a shocked expression. Shin Miao smiled. At the beginning, when I knew that Momo had the heart to betray one's mistress, I was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more surprised than Momo. Young lady, there must be someone instigating. This old servant had never betrayed young lady before. How could this old servant betray young lady? Young lady must believe this old servant. Guamomo's reaction was very fast, and after a short moment of panic, she put on an extremely wronged look and shouted the injustice louder than the heavens, trying to prove her loyalty. Enough. Shin Miao waved her hands and there was a little impatience on her face. In the Long Temple, there is aphrodisiac incense in the vegetarian food. Second, Shin's methods have always been brilliant. To invite Momo to do things, she really treated Momo as her confidant. She said it word by word, and when she reached the last word, Guamomo, who wanted to defend herself from the start, was unable to say a single word. She looked at Shin Miao blankly with an inexplicable horror in her eyes. Momo most likely is illiterate and do not know that there is a phrase called "the mantis stalks the cicada," unaware of the oriole behind. Momo is also a person who had served 2 masters before. I also want to hear, in Momo's eyes, is second Shin's methods more brilliant or am I better? You, could it be that you? Guamomo spat out a few words with difficulty. Not bad. It is me. Shin Miao's voice was very low, so low that only Guamomo could hear it. She said, the person who should be defiled was me. Why did it become eldest sister at the end? Naturally, it was not a coincidence. It was all done by me. Guessing it was one thing and hearing it with one's own ears was another. Guamomo looked at the young female in front of her in fear. She was half squatting on the ground and looking at herself with a smile. That clear eyes were like the eyes of a wild beast under the jade-green light. It was extraordinarily bright in the dark and also extraordinarily frightening. It was clearly a well-behaved and tender appearance, so how could it be so scary? Regarding Shin Miao and Shin Qing's change in person, Guamomo had been thinking about this after being thrown into the woodshed. She also guessed that it could be Shin Miao's actions, but she quickly dispelled this absurd thought. She had watched Shin Miao grow up and Guamomo was very familiar with her capabilities. She was originally and soft-hearted and she would not be able to do it. Now Shin Miao had personally admitted it in front of her and did not even try to cover it up. If it was someone else, Guamomo would feel that this person was too arrogant and stupid, but now she no longer dared to look at Shin Miao with an ordinary gaze. Miss. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Shin. She did not know what. Momo of Ren Gue. Gue Shin. And Shin of and was Shin of Mo of Shin was that she was Shin of Guamomo was fearful of Ren Wanyun's methods and Shin Miao's words ignited the hope in her heart. She knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Shin Miao. Young lady, say this old servant this time. This old servant did not mean to harm young lady. Second foreign used this old servant's grandchildren to threaten this old servant and this old servant was forced. Young lady, look at master and foreign sake, and this old servant had served young lady for more than 10 years. Please save this old servant. She knocked her head on the ground. If it was in the past, with Shin Miao's respect for her, she would not let Guamomo bend her back like this. But now, she was the Empress Shin of Mingqi and all the civil and military officials had knelt before her. She could really afford to be a servant who betrayed her master. Actually, the reason why I came here tonight is to repay Guamomo's kindness for so many years. Shin Miao suddenly said. When Guamomo heard it, she was overjoyed and said loudly, this old servant knew that young lady is a kind person and is so sentimental and righteous. In the future Bodhisattva will bless young lady with a smooth life and those who want to harm young lady will all die a horrible death. Shin Miao could not help but laugh in her heart. Guamomo's fence-sitter was really amazing. She also raised her voice, actually it is not only to repay these. That day in Wulong Temple, didn't Guimomo open her heart to me? From then on, I knew that in this world, Guimomo would really treat me well. Guimomo was somewhat at a loss as she did not know what Shin Miao meant by saying all these. Just now she obviously hated her so much, but why was she comforting in a turn of the head? No matter what, Guimomo felt that she was full of hope and immediately replied to Shin Miao's words, yes, this old servant is standing on young lady's side from the beginning to the end. Only young lady is this old servant's master, and this old servant will definitely be loyal to young lady for a lifetime. Suddenly a strange sound was heard from outside the window as if something had been hit. Guimomo jumped in shock and immediately looked outside, but how could she see anything in the dark room? She could not see anything and turned her head to look at Shin Miao with a miserable expression. Can young lady get this old servant out now? It is too dark and humid here. This old servant's arms and legs will not be able to support for long. Do not be afraid. You do not need to support for long. Anyway, you are going to die soon. What? Guimomo suddenly raised her head and looked at Shin Miao in a daze. This old servant does not understand young lady's meaning. Just now the people outside were sent by Second Shin, and it seems that they have already discovered that I am here to visit Guimomo. Shin Miao smiled. As such, what path does Guimomo have to live? This old servant does not understand. Guimomo subconsciously straightened her body. She felt a faint uneasiness in her heart but did not know what Shin Miao meant. Do not understand? Shin Miao tilted her head and pondered for a moment. Do you still remember what Momo said loudly just now? When Guimomo heard it, she really thought about it and her expression changed and instantly turned pale. She had just said loudly, from the beginning to the end, I stood on Shin Miao's side and only Shin Miao was her master. Admittedly, these words were said to deceive Shin Miao and to express her loyalty, hoping that Shin Miao would be able to save her. But if Ren Wanyan's people heard this, what would they think? That day when Shin Qing inexplicably changed positions with Shin Miao, she already suspected that Shin Miao had done something to it. The reason why she did not dare to believe it was because she did not know how Shin Miao could predict the future. But what if Guimomo told this matter to Shin Miao and conspired with Shin Miao to scheme against Shin Qing? Everything made sense. This was not the truth, but in Ren Wanyan's ears, this was the truth. Before there was time to be afraid, Shin Miao had already opened her mouth again and said softly, I want to repay Momo with this big gift. Does Momo feel that it is good? Guimomo stared at Shin Miao. She only discovered at this time that she was led by the nose by Shin Miao from the beginning to the end. Whatever Shin Miao said, she would believe it, and the relationship between her and Shin Miao had already changed. But Shin Miao was more unpredictable than her and would turn hostile anytime, and she could not guess what was Shin Miao's motive at all. I only have one purpose, and that is to send Momo on your way. Seeming to have guessed the doubts in Guimomo's heart, Shin Miao said with a smile. Guimomo's body trembled. She wanted to cry and scream, but she could not make any sound at all. She did not know when that infant in swaddling clothes had become a real young female, and no one had ever discovered the other side of this young female, and even she did not understand it. She wanted to resist fiercely and wanted to curse, but when she met that pair of beast-like eyes, she could not help but tremble. My Shin family does not raise treacherous people. Even if Momo reaches the Yellow Springs Road and turns into a malicious spirit to seek revenge on me, I will not be afraid and perhaps fight with Momo again. Her words were colder than her smile. It is not that I have betrayed Momo, but Momo betrayed me. It is a pity for Momo's grandson and son. Second Shen has always been ruthless, and perhaps Momo will be reunited with them soon. No. Momo's body trembled and her tears and snot had already flowed together as she cried pitifully, I beg you, save them. I have already said that a servant who betrays their master is not worthy of my concern. Shin Miao's words were cruel and cold. Watching from the sidelines is my greatest kindness. She slowly leaned forward as if she was whispering to Guimomo when she was young, and lightly said, because of the 10 over years of master and servant relationship, I came to see Guimomo for the last time. Guimomo, have a safe journey. A moving smile bloomed on her bright and clean little face. It was originally a cute and delicate little face, but it was so cruel that it made one's heart palpitate. Guimomo still wanted to say something, but she saw Shin Miao standing up and putting on her cloak. Again. The corner of the cloak drew a pale white light in the darkness, as if the white paper money was fluttering on the coffin. That jade lantern was carried out of the room, and the moment the door was closed, everything fell back into darkness and despair flooded in from all directions. Outside, when Bai Lu and Shuangjiang saw Shen Miao coming out, they then sighed in relief and supported Shen Miao to leave. After they left, a female figure appeared in the flowering shrubs and looked at Shen Miao's back view before looking at the tightly closed door of the woodshed, revealing a look of resentment. After a few rounds of autumn rain, the sky finally cleared up. Everything in the general residence seemed to have returned to its usual calmness, but the medicinal fragrance that came out from the eastern courtyard from time to time reminded the Shen residents of the turmoil that happened in the past few days. Shen Qing's consciousness seemed to be gradually recovering and at least was not as crazy as before when she saw people. It was just that Ren Wanyan was afraid that she would be stimulated again, so these days she had been locked up in Kaiyun Yuan and did not allow her to come out. She was even more afraid that Shen Qing would commit suicide, so she was always guarding her. As such, all the matters in the residence were handed over to Chen Roqiu to manage. Ren Wanyan rarely left the courtyard, and it gave Shen Miao a rare few days of peace. However, this did not mean that nothing had happened. A few days later, Gue Momo was finally executed by someone. He was charged with colluding with criminals and plotting to murder Shen Qing. Now in the Shen residence, there was no one who brought up Shen Qing's matter in front of Shen Miao. It was not because the matter had been settled, but because of Shen Miao's words in Rongjing Tang that day. It made these people refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases, and did not dare to easily take action. He did not dare to touch Shen Miao, but he still dared to touch Gue Momo, the wet nurse by Shen Miao's side. According to the residence's laws, Gue Momo would be beaten to death with a rod. Generally speaking, servants who committed crimes would be executed. The bigger ones would be beaten to death with a rod, and the more ordinary ones would be downed with a bottle of medicine. In short, the slave contract was in the hands of the master, and no one cared whether he lived or died. But Gue Momo's death was really miserable, as her 4 limbs seemed to be broken by someone. There was not an inch of good bones in her entire body, and her 7 orifices were bleeding, looking extremely horrifying. Even the manservant who carried the corpse did not dare to look at the corpse's appearance, but Ren Wanyan still called Shen Miao to collect the corpse. Ren Wanyan's maid, Xianxia, came over and said that even though Gue Momo committed a mistake and was executed, but she was after all 5th young lady's servant. So 5th young lady would still need to arrange for the matter of collecting the corpse, thus Gue Momo's corpse was placed in the western courtyard. 5th young lady, quickly go and take a look. Most likely everyone wanted to see Shen Miao's panicked look. After all, the servants in the Shen residence knew that Gue Momo was Shen Miao's trusted aide. Now that she ended up with a tragic death, one feared that Shen Miao would be heartbroken. Most likely Ren Wanyan also thought so, thinking that Shen Miao would blame herself for Gue Momo's death. Who knew that on that day, in front of everyone in the western courtyard, Shen Miao walked to Gue Momo's corpse and lifted the white cloth. Her expression did not change as she looked at the miserable corpse without even wrinkling her brows. Xianxia was surprised at Shen Miao's calmness but saw Shen Miao coldly scolding. Gue Momo was tyrannical in the western courtyard in the past, deceiving the superiors and the subordinates, a big servant bullying the master, arrogant and despotic. This kind of servant, even if she did not commit any mistakes, the western courtyard would not accept her. Today all of you will see clearly for me that in the future those who learn from Gue Momo's actions will all end up like this. Most of the western courtyard were planted by the 2nd and 3rd household spies, and in the past they saw Gue Momo dominating the place. Now that Gue Momo had died tragically and Shen Miao was actually so cold, fear involuntarily rose in their hearts. When Xianxia saw this scene, she knew that it was not good. She originally wanted to scare Shen Miao, but who knew that Shen Miao used Gue Momo's death to establish her prestige. She immediately returned to Kaiyun Yuan to report the matter to Ren Wanyan. Bad. Fallen into a trap. When Ren Wanyan heard the matter, her hands loosened and the teacup fell onto the ground, breaking into pieces. Foreign. Kaiju was somewhat puzzled. Ren Wanyan gritted her teeth. Gue Momo was originally a raft. One think that little slut had long wanted to get rid of Gue Momo but borrowed our hands. Now she even established her prestige in the western courtyard. Little slut, her calculations are really shrewd. Ren Wanyan was not stupid, but on Shen Qing's matter, as a mother, she inevitably lost her usual calmness. That night, the people who went to look for Guimomo saw Shin Miao going to look for Guimomo and heard some words. Guimomo seemed to be loyal to Shin Miao. When they returned and told Ren Wanyin about it, Ren Wanyin was certain that Shin Qing's accident was because Guimomo and Shin Miao conspired to change the person. With such thoughts in his heart, the hatred towards Shin Miao and Guimomo was like a torrential flood. Shin Miao temporarily could not be moved, but Guimomo, a servant, could be moved. Thus she used the cruelest method to torture Guimomo to death. She originally thought that Shin Miao would definitely be sad when she saw Guimomo die. But after hearing Xiong Lan's words, Ren Wanyin knew that she was being played by Shin Miao. Everything was set up by Shin Miao. Using a borrowed knife to kill, Shin Miao played it better than anyone else. Ren Wanyin's teeth itched with hatred. She had had a smooth sailing life in the inner residence for so many years, and all of Shin Gui's concubines were all subdued by her, but now they were repeatedly defeated in the hands of a silly little girl. Ren Wanyin's heart was filled with rage. "Did you bring the letter for Prince Yu?" Ren Wanyin asked. "Yes, but madam, if master knew about it, he would definitely be angry," Kaiju carefully replied. Now with Shin Qing's matter, Shin Gui tried every possible way to hide it from Prince Yu for a while, hoping that Prince Yu would not discover it. But Ren Wanyin could not wait for Prince Yu to discover it immediately, because with Prince Yu's temperament, if someone dared to play tricks under his eyelids, that person would definitely die a horrible death. Even if she quarreled with Shin Gui, she would take revenge for Shin Qing. Since Shin Miao dared to threaten the entire Shin family, then did she dare to threaten Prince Yu? "I want her to die without a burial ground." Ren Wanyin gritted her teeth. "Young lady is playing chess again." Bai Lu shook her head and was somewhat puzzled. What is the meaning of playing chess alone? What else can one do other than play chess? Shuangjiang looked at the person at the table and said angrily, "Being grounded all day and not even able to leave the courtyard. If this goes on, one would not be able to do anything in the day." "Shoo," Bai Lu said softly, "do not say any more. Young lady is not happy being grounded, so do not mention it and make her angry." Shuangjiang mumbled, "Our young lady has a good temperament and would not get angry." Speaking of which, it had been a long time since one saw Shin Miao angry. Not to mention anger, there was no obvious emotion at all. Even though the previous Shin Miao was an idiot, her emotions were clear. If she was happy, and if she was sad, she was sad. But now, the few personal maids could not understand her. If one said that one's growth was slow, then Shin Miao's change seemed to be completed overnight. No one knew how she changed from a simple and cowardly person to a plain and emotionless person. Bai Lu. Just as she was speaking, she heard Shin Miao calling her name, and Bai Lu quickly went forward to answer. "Find a time to pawn the gold jewelry in the silver jewelry box in the cabinet," she said without turning her head back. "Yes." Bai Lu quickly replied and was surprised, "But young lady, yesterday one box of jewelry was pawned and this is the last box." "No harm." Shin Miao put down the chess piece. "After all, there is no use for it. After pawning it, pass the banknotes to Xianxia and call Guyu in." Bai Lu complied and went out, but there were some doubts in her heart. Shin Miao was anxious to pawn jewelry, but it seemed that she was anxious to use the money. One did not know what the money was used for. Kuaihualu was the biggest restaurant in the Ding capital, and it was located in the heart of the bustling area. Opposite Kuaihualu was a brothel. After the high officials and noble people had banquets at Kuaihualu, most of them would go to the opposite brothel to seek pleasure. And the brothel was divided into a few grades. The more brilliant it was, the higher it was on the upper floors. The people at the top floor were those courtesans who only sold their skills but not their bodies. Below that were some famous young ladies, and the lowest were the 9th grade brothels. This kind of brothels did not have the qualifications to be called lu or courtyard and could only be called ban or lower quarters. Sanfu Ban was opposite Kuaihualu and was the lowest grade brothel. Most of the people who came in and out were lowly laborers, and there were often people who threw sick and dying girls into the streets. The street beggars would carry these girls back, perhaps to vent their anger, or perhaps because their clothes could be sold for a copper coin. As compared to the exquisiteness of Kuaihualu, the opposite Sanfu Ban was simply hell on earth. At the window of Kuaihualu, the young male's white sleeves were spotless as he frowned as he looked at the Sanfu Ban opposite. He saw that someone had thrown the new maids in and the maids were struggling and crying non-stop. Most likely it was some master who had sent the servants over. Some young maids were beautiful and jealous matriarchs would sell them to Sanfu Ban to prevent them from climbing onto the bed. How cruel. The white-robed young master shook his head. Although his tone was one of pity, he had no intention of going down to help. And the young gentleman opposite him was dressed in purple with a threatening noble air. He only poured the wine and lightly said, the person had already entered Prince Yu residence. It is still unknown whether one can find him or not. What if one cannot find him? The white-robed young master turned his head to look at him. Continue to search. The purple-clad youth's lips hooked up into a smile. That evil smile was exceptionally handsome, making the courtesan who was playing the instrument at the side absent-minded and played a wrong note. When the white-robed young master saw this, he smiled mischievously. Third Xia, your charm is getting bigger. Even beautiful women favor you. How do you want me to live? He made a long sigh. In fact, this white-robed young master was also very handsome, but compared to the purple-clad youth, he lacked that lazy noble air. That youth's expression was lazy, but his pair of eyes were very sharp, like the scorching sun in the sky, naturally dazzling and eye-catching. Standing beside him, the light was naturally covered up. Gao Yang, if you like, later I will bestow you a room? Xie Jingxing glanced at him. Never mind. The white-robed young master quickly waved his hands and smiled bitterly. Beauties can be seen from afar and not played with. I do not have that much energy. But you, he drank a mouthful of wine, it is the time when youths are unrestrained and unrestrained. How can one not have a female confidant by one's side? If you want to win Ming Qi, there will be a large group of people advancing wave after wave. Female confidant. Xie Jingxing smiled, how would one know that it is not a pink skeleton? Don't make it so scary. Gao Yang pointed to the brothel opposite, look at how cute the young ladies upstairs are. What skeletons? Boring. Xie Jingxing followed his gaze and suddenly paused. His black eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Why is it him? Many young ladies would be sent in to Sanfu Ban every day. Some of these young ladies were still very young and some were already old, but as long as they were sent in, it meant that there was no way out for the rest of their lives, and what awaited them was deep despair and a bleak ending. It was the same today. Two lively little maids were thrown in, and among the group of haggard and withered females, they were like two tender spring onions, giving off a sense of being out of place. From what I see, there is no need to be fixed. The fierce-looking mother looked at the two of them critically, good-looking and tender skin. One just do not know how long they can last. Never mind, bring them into the tea room. The two little maids were already trembling in fear. These two were not others but Yan Mei and Shui Bai, who were ordered by Ren Wanyan to be sold to the 9th-ranked brothel. Yan Mei and Shui Bai had served Xinqing since young and were considered as the most reputable among the maids and had never suffered any hardships before. Now that they had seen the scene of purgatory on earth, they were so scared that their tears would not fall. And that mother's words had shattered their only hope. She said, watch them carefully and do not let them seek death. If they could not seek death, then they could only be like those lowly prostitutes and receive customers every day. Thinking of this, Yan Mei and Shui Bai could not help but feel that the world was spinning. Outside of Sanfu Ban, a young male was walking in at this moment. This male's appearance looked rather young and his bearing did not seem like a laborer. The young lady at the door said, did this young brother walk the wrong way? This is Sanfu Ban and above are the lofts and pavilions. The implication was that with this young man's identity, he would not come to this place even if he wanted to seek pleasure. This was a place where only the poorest people would come to. What is the meaning of those? The young man lowered his voice, do you have any new young ladies here? The female at the door was surprised for a moment before understanding in her heart. Most likely this person had never come to such a lowly class before and wanted to find something fresh. This was nothing new. Wealthy families would always have a variety of ways to play, and to play in Sanfu Ban, the price was not expensive and anyone could afford to play. She smiled and said, this little brother has come to the right place. Today, there are two new maidservants. They are the maidservants of an official who committed a mistake. They used to follow the young miss of an official's family. They are beautiful, but their price is slightly higher. Show me, said the man. The woman leading the way brought the young man into the tea room. The reason why Sanfu Ban was the lowest brothel was not because it was a place where laborers came to, but because the young ladies here were very cheap. It only took the effort of a cup of tea. If the girl's culinary skills were better and her tone was gentler, being able to make the customer pay for another plate of pastries was also a skill. But generally speaking, the customers who came here would only order a pot of tea. Firstly, the ladies were not willing to spend the effort. No matter how much money they had, they would not be given a single cent. Secondly, most of the guests were stingy and were not willing to spend an extra copper coin. But today this young man had ordered a pot of tea and a plate of pastries. To Sanfu Ban, this was already considered as a very generous customer. The woman leading the way quickly called for the two young maids to be brought in. Yan Mei and Shui Bai were forced to change into thin muslin clothes and came to the tea room full of humiliation. In the autumn, both of them were shivering together. Their clothes could not block the cold and their hearts were very afraid. When the woman leading the way saw that the people were brought in, she said to the young man in a flattering manner, "Little brother, please slowly enjoy the tea. This servant will withdraw first." When she passed by Yan Mei and Shui Bai, she said in a threatening tone, "Serve this sir well." After the female left, Yan Mei hesitated for a moment and seeing that the young man did not move, she softly said, "This lord." When the words came out, she felt deeply humiliated. In the past when they were in the Shen residence, they were the personal maids of the second household's young lady. Not to mention Kai Yun Yuan, even in the entire Shen residence, the maids would be respectful to both of them. But now they had to be ridden by thousands of people and even be humiliated by a strange male. And all of this was given by Ren Wanyun. It was Ren Wanyun who threw them to this lowly brothel. More than 10 years of master and servant relationship was wiped out in a day and they were worse than enemies. "Do you want to leave this place?" that young man suddenly asked. Yan Mei and Shui Bai were surprised for a moment before recovering to their senses. Shui Bai still had some doubts but Yan Mei excitedly knelt down and said, "If this lord can bring us out, this servant is willing to serve this lord for all eternity and repay this lord." For Yan Mei, staying here was worse than death and it would be better to follow a man. At least it would be better to live in this miserable life where one would never be able to get out. Shui Bai was reminded by Yan Mei's words and also knelt down, begging this lord to save this servant's life. This lord will order these servants to do anything." When the young man heard this, he almost choked on the tea in his mouth and turned his head away uncomfortably. This person was not someone else but the outer courtyard guard of the Shen residence, Mo Qing. Today he came to Sanfu Ban under Shen Miao's orders. Even though he did not understand how an unmarried young female like Shen Miao would have such understanding of the brothels in the capital, but today he still had an important matter and even though it was somewhat awkward, he still did as she said. "I can buy your slave contracts and you do not need to follow me and be free," he said. When Yan Mei and Shui Bai heard it, they stared at Mo Qing in disbelief. They did not understand how there would be such a person as the males that came here were naturally looking for pleasure. The young man in front of them did not look like he was a coolie. Yan Mei was naturally more alert as she asked, "What does this lord want these two servants to do?" "Simple." Mo Qing said, "One heard that both of you were the personal maids of the D young lady of the Genmo residence's second household. How did you end up in such a situation?" Shui Bai bit her lips and said hatefully, "Because we committed a mistake and were expelled from the Shen residence, but the two of us did not commit any mistake and are only slaves and maids. Whatever master says, we will do." Up until now, Shui Bai had not revealed the key to the matter. It could be assumed that she still had some affection for the second branch. Mo Qing said, "Then you all are hateful?" The two of them were silent. Hate? Naturally, he hated them. It would have been fine if he had given them a cup of poisoned wine to end everything. However, he had to use such a method to make them live a life worse than death, existing in this world like a walking corpse. But what did they do wrong? No one knew what had happened that night. Shen Qing's inexplicable disappearance was the fault of these servants. Although he was heartbroken that something had happened to his young mistress, only a saint would be able to push all the blame onto the two of them. Thinking about it, you also hate. Yan Mei, I heard that you have a younger sister who is a second-rank maid in the Shin family's second household's courtyard. Shui Bai, you have a lot of face in the Shin residence and there are many sisters around. Yan Mei and Shui Bai were startled in their hearts. This person had actually told them everything about their origins. Yes, when Yan Mei and Shui Bai were brought into the Shin residence, they initially said that they were orphans, but that was deliberately concealed in order to select them. Yan Mei's biological younger sister was a second-rank maid in Ren Wanyan's courtyard. Because Shui Bai had a lively temperament, there were many good sisters in Kaiyun Yuan. There is no free trade in this world. I will bring you all away and you all think of a way to tell me about the second household of the Shin residents. The two of them immediately raised their heads. Yan Mei cried out involuntarily, "You want to deal with Madam?" This person had already investigated the two of them thoroughly. However, what he wanted was information about the second branch. In other words, he wanted to plant a spy in the second branch. It was naturally impossible for Yan Mei and Shui Bai to return to the second household, but their sisters were still in Kaiyun Yuan in the Shin residence, so it was naturally possible to pass some news in private. "What do you want?" Shui Bai asked. "What does this have to do with you?" Mo Qing said, "Second foreign of the Shin family sold you to a ninth-rank brothel and want you. Living a life worse than death, it's not too much to treat your enemies. Could it be that you still care about the relationship between master and servant? If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. It's fine if you want to be loyal servants. I don't have much time to talk nonsense with you. If this deal doesn't work out, then forget it." He stood up and made to leave. "Sir, please wait." Yan Mei suddenly interjected, "This servant is willing to make this deal with Lord. As long as Lord can bring us out of here, this servant is willing to do anything." Yan Mei. Shui Bai was still in a dilemma. "Shui Bai, think about how you treat Madam, and how Madam treats you. This man is right. Every man for himself. Are you going to stay here for the rest of your life? Just like those women outside who still have to receive customers even when they're sick." Yan Mei spoke quickly and anxiously, seemingly with a trace of ruthlessness. Thinking of those sickly women outside, Shui Bai couldn't help but shiver and quickly said, "This servant is also willing to follow this lord. Then this transaction is considered to be completed." Mo Qing smiled in satisfaction, but his heart was somewhat surprised as the situation was not different from what Shin Miao had expected. Before leaving, Shin Miao said that the second household's Ren Wanyan was powerful and her methods were brilliant. She was good at winning over people's hearts and the servants in Kaiyun Yuan were all very loyal. Even if they were thrown into such a place, it would be difficult for Yan Mei and Shui Bai to immediately surrender. But there was no need to worry too much. They only needed to use the tragic state of the Sanfu Ban females to remind them that these two maids already had some complaints about Ren Wanyan's way of doing things, and adding on their own fear of this place, they would still agree to Mo Qing's conditions. "When can we leave this place?" Yan Mei asked anxiously. "Today is fine. I will arrange for you to meet with your sisters. You need them to inform me of the news of the second branch the next day. Don't try to play any tricks. Even if you try to tell the second branch about this, they won't believe you." Mo Qing even threatened at the end, "Since I can let you come out from this place, naturally I can also let you return to this place and no one can save you." Yan Mei and Shui Bai could see the murderous intent in Mo Qing's eyes and their hearts could not help but waver. Finally the last bit of luck was gone. All of them knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Mo Qing, "This servant does not dare and will do as you say." Mo Qing put down the teapot and walked out of the tea room by himself. When the mama outside saw him coming out so quickly, she thought that Yan Mei and Shui Bai did not serve well and quickly said, "This little older brother must be feeling unhappy. Those two little hussies are new today and do not know the rules. It would be fine after a few days of training. If you like, we have other girls here." "No need." Mo Qing said, "Just the two of them. I will buy them." The mama was surprised for a moment. The young ladies of Sanfu Ban had never been bought by anyone before. This was against the rules as most of them were criminals and the purpose of sending them here was to torture the other party. She said with difficulty, "This little older brother, according to the rules here, the young ladies will not sell themselves." 100 liang. Mo Qing took out a banknote from his sleeves and waved it in front of the mama, two girls. The mother's eyes lit up and suddenly snatched the banknotes from Mo Qing's hands. Fearing that he would regret, she smiled like a blossoming flower. Since little older brother likes it, it is the fortune of these two girls. This servant will go and bring their slave contracts over. But little older brother must remember not to let others recognize these two girls, otherwise if San Fu Ban would be in trouble, little older brother would also invite trouble. 100 taels of silver. Even in those better brothels, the young ladies who were sought after would not be able to sell for such a price. Even if Yan Mei and Shui Bai did not eat or drink until they died of old age, one feared that they would not be able to earn back even half of the money. The mothers here were all doing business, so how could there be a reason to not want the money? But she was also worried that if it was known by others, especially the master who sold the two girls, she would be in trouble. Now she could only pretend that the two girls were dead. When the mother happily went to bring Yan Mei and Shui Bai out, Mo Qing was somewhat regretful. 100 taels of silver was not a small sum of money, and it was exchanged from Xianxia pawning an entire box of jewelry from Shen Miao. Now it was to redeem the two maids, and it was just to plant an informant. Shen Miao's style was a little too big. Mo Qing thought about it but gently shook his head as his heart did not dare to agree. At the opposite Kuai-Hua Lu, the black-clad person appeared in front of the window and said, "Master, it has been investigated clearly. That person is an outer courtyard guard of the Shen residence, and the two girls that were bought were once the personal maids of the daughter of the Shen residence's second household. It seems that someone wanted to plant an informant in the second household and the person behind it is unknown." To be able to clearly hear the conversation between Mo Qing, Yan Mei, and Shui Bai, it was obvious that this person's skills were extremely high, else even Mo Qing would not be aware that he was being eavesdropped. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes. It seems that the Shen residence is not too peaceful. The person behind it did not even let off the maids. TSK, it is too pervasive. Master, do you want to investigate that person? The black-clad person asked the purple-clad youth. No need. I know who he is. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. You know? Gao Yang looked at him. Who is he? Who was he? Xie Jingxing smiled and his eyes were somewhat deep. Shen Miao found a highly skilled guard. Even though it could not be compared to his subordinates, it was enough to deal with those people in the Shen residence. As for now, he did not even let off the little lass from San Fu Ban. It seemed that he intended to make a move. However, none of this had anything to do with him. Shan Lang. Xie Jingxing said, send a message to Yu Shu to quickly return to the capital. You. Gao Yang's expression turned solemn. It's not that they didn't find anything. Why did you call them back? He who strikes first has the advantage, the young man said calmly. As time passed, the general's mansion seemed to have regained its former tranquility. Shen Miao had been grounded for a long time and these days she did not go to Guangwentang. Guyu and Jingzhe were afraid that she would fall behind in her studies but she did not care about it. What was the use of learning those useless poems in Guangwentang? It would be better to stay in the residence and cause less trouble. If there was anything worth being happy about, it would be that Yan Mei and Shui Bai that Mo Qing had bribed finally met with their sisters. Shui Bai was still alright but Yan Mei's younger sister, Chun Tao, had always wanted to take revenge for her elder sister ever since she knew that Yan Mei was sold to a brothel. Unfortunately her status was low and she had the heart but not the strength. Now that she had met with Yan Mei and knew that her elder sister was fine, she promised Mo Qing without a second word that she would pass the message for Mo Qing. Coincidentally, after Yan Mei and Shui Bai left, the two personal maids by Shen Qing's side were empty. Ren Wanyan saw that Chen Tao was clever in doing things, so she gave Chen Tao to Shen Qing to be her personal maid. This way, it would be easier to grasp the movements of the second household. Now that Shen Qing's body was getting better, it was just that her temperament had not completely recovered. Even though it was much better than before, she would occasionally be absent-minded and would tremble in fear when certain words were mentioned. Most likely she still needed to recuperate her body. This day, Ren Wanyan threw a tantrum in the room and the floor was filled with broken teacups. Now Ren Wanyan's temper was getting worse. In the past, because everything went smoothly, there would be times when she was unhappy but now she would punish people every 3 to 5 days. Kai Yunyuan was gloomy the entire day. That heartless person. Ren Wanyan said angrily, only know how to run to the vixen's courtyard. Qing'er became like this and only came to visit a few times. So heartless. She was scolding Xingui and the servants in the room did not dare to breathe loudly. Ren Wanyan was angry at Xingui but it was not so. It was the letter that she wrote to Prince Yu, indicating that Xin Miao and Xin Qing had exchanged identities that night and was stopped by Xingui. Moreover, one did not know what method Xingui used that Prince Yu did not seem to know about the matter until now. She originally wanted to use Prince Yu to punish Xin Miao but it was spoiled by Xingui. Ren Wanyan was not reconciled and could only vent all her anger on Xin Miao. Just as she was thinking, she heard a cry of alarm coming from the inner room. Ren Wanyan's expression changed and quickly went in to take a look. She saw Chen Tao holding a small bowl of porridge to feed Xin Qing but she did not know how the porridge was spilled and Xin Qing was half lying on her stomach vomiting. What happened? Ren Wanyan snapped and glared at Chen Tao, let you take care of young lady and you are so lazy. This servant deserves to die. Chen Tao quickly knelt down and said, it is just that young lady these few days often vomited and just now when she was eating the porridge, she vomited again. This servant will be bold to say that foreign should not call a physician for young lady, could it be that she ate something bad? These days, the physician that took care of Xin Qing did not come often. Because Xin Qing's external injuries were almost healed and she needed to recuperate, Ren Wanyan accompanied her all day long, allowing Xin Qing to gradually regain some consciousness. Now hearing Chen Tao say that, her heart was anxious. Just as she was about to call Kai Ju to bring an invitation to invite a physician over, she was suddenly surprised as if she realized something. Looking at Chen Tao, she slowly asked, you said that Qing'er often vomited these few days? Yes, Chen Tao was a bit confused, but the food is all specially prepared from the kitchen. Sometimes, Miss feels dizzy. Ren Wanyan clutched her chest and a wave of shock rose in her heart. Chen Tao was still young and did not know about this matter, but she was someone who had experienced it. Looking at Xin Qing's appearance, could it be that she was pregnant? Her vision turned black and she almost fainted. Xiang Lan who was beside her quickly supported her, Madam. Take my invitation and invite physician Chen over. Ren Wanyan paused for a moment before she patted her chest and said while looking at Xin Qing with a horrified gaze. At the side, Chen Tao lowered her head, but no one could see the smile in her eyes. As Xin Qing's personal maid, it was naturally not the first time she had discovered that Xin Qing was suffering from nausea. Most likely it had been some time but the first person she told was not Ren Wanyan, but Mo Qing who passed the news to her. Mo Qing also told her that if Ren Wanyan did not discover it, then temporarily hide the matter and talk about it after a period of time. It was also that Chen Tao's luck was not bad. After such a long time, Ren Wanyan did not discover any problems with Xin Qing. Until today. Physician Chen, who was outside, quickly rushed over under Xiang Lan's urging. Previously Xin Qing's external injuries were also treated by him. This was the physician that Ren Wanyan's maiden family gave to Ren Wanyan when she married. Sometimes when Ren Wanyan wanted to deal with any concubines or do some inconvenient things, Physician Chen would help. Physician Chen was Ren Wanyan's confidant, so naturally there was no need to avoid anything. Ren Wanyan anxiously looked at Dr. Chen as he took Xin Qing's pulse. Xin Qing was still somewhat afraid and shrunk into Ren Wanyan's embrace. Dr. Chen put down his hand and Xin Qing was somewhat dignified. He looked at Xin Qing before shaking his head at Ren Wanyan. All of you, leave. Ren Wanyan said to the servants in the room. Xiang Lan, Kai Ju, and Chen Tao hurriedly retreated. After the servants left, Physician Chen then sighed and said to Ren Wanyan, eldest young lady's pulse is as smooth as beads, it is a joyous pulse. Even though she had already guessed it, Ren Wanyan still felt dizzy when she heard the doctor say it. She looked at Physician Chen and her voice unconsciously trembled but she still said firmly, Physician is able to let Qing'er abort this child. Qing'er is still young, she cannot be discovered by others. If it was only her body that was tainted, as long as she hid it well, she might have a way out in the future. But if she had a child, she would be considered an adulterous child, and the child in Xinqing's belly would be drowned. Eldest Miss's body is delicate and she is still young. Dr. Chen said, if the fetus is miscarried, I'm afraid it will hurt the foundation of her body. If she is not careful, I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to have another child in the future. One blow after another landed on Ren Wanyan's head. If Xianxia lost the ability to be a child's mother, even if she were to find another family in the future, Ren Wanyan knew better than anyone else what kind of ending a woman who could not bear children would end up with. A woman without a child in the inner courtyard was like a soldier without a weapon on the battlefield. In the end, she would suffer a crushing defeat. Moreover, eldest Miss has not fully recovered. If she aborts the fetus, it will be very dangerous, Dr. Chen said. No, you can't lose it. Ren Wanyan was dumbstruck like a wooden chicken, and after a moment, she looked at Xianxia, who was in her embrace, and could not help but feel sorrowful, my Qing'er with a bitter fate. If the child was miscarried, it might cause Xianxia to lose her life. Even if she managed to keep her life, she might not be able to give birth to another child in the future. No matter what, I can't abort the fetus. But if I don't abort the fetus, then, what will happen to Xianxia in the future? There seemed to be no way out no matter what. Ren Wanyan's heart was only filled with deep despair. Outside the door, Chun Tao looked inside and said softly, Sister Xianglan, eldest miss. Is eldest miss, Shu, Xianglan warned, speak less, if foreign knows about it, you will not have a good time. AI, Kaiju said worriedly, what should we do now? She and Xianglan had naturally guessed what was going on. If Xianxia was pregnant, what would Kai Yunyuan do in the future? He would probably have to consider every step carefully. Chun Tao curled her lips, but her eyes flashed with pride. Physician Chen came out from Kai Yunyuan and left the Shen residence before returning to his own residence in the northern part of the city. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw his wife and child running out. He couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Today, before he went out to see the patient, he received a letter from an unknown person, telling him that when he was going to treat Xianxia, he must say that Xianxia could not abort the fetus and think of a way to let Ren Wanyan protect the fetus, otherwise he would kill his entire family. That letter also included his wife's hairpin. Physician Chen was afraid in his heart, and when he was treating Xianxia, he could only do as that person said. He was originally Ren Wanyan's maiden family who spent a lot of money to help Ren Wanyan, but now he had betrayed his mistress, thus his heart was naturally shocked and afraid, and secretly thought about leaving the capital. Even so, Physician Chen's heart still had some doubts. According to what Ren Wanyan said, even Ren Wanyan herself only found out that Xianxia had morning sickness today. How did the person who threatened him know about this matter? In the western courtyard, Fu walked in and whispered a few words to Shen Miao, who was playing chess in front of the table. After a moment, Shen Miao then smiled, well done. Have you sent the money to Physician Chen? Mo Qing had already sent it over. Fu said, why did young lady give him such a generous amount of money? Since he had already threatened with his life, there is no need for money. That is not the same. Shen Miao put down the chess piece in her hands and smiled gently, people will change. Physician Chen would sooner or later escape the capital with his entire family, and it would be difficult to handle in the future. But if one were to give a large sum of money, what do you think he will do? This servant does not. No. Fu shook her head. He would think that since he had already betrayed, he might as well betray to the end and take more money to be worthy of his betraying mistress. He would continue until his mistress found out that he had been betrayed and maintain the entire lie to not be exposed. Fu was slightly surprised for a moment and could not say what kind of feeling she had in her heart. Since when did her own young lady know what a capable person was thinking in their heart? But Fu said in puzzlement, what is the purpose of maintaining this lie? For what? Shen Miao smiled, let Mo Qing speak to Chun Tao and let her help eldest sister to take care of the fetus. The better the pregnancy, naturally it would be the most beneficial for us. The days were getting colder and colder. Late autumn had passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was winter. This year's general residence was exceptionally bleak. Shen Miao was grounded in the Shen residence and Xianxia was bedridden. Every day only Xinyu went up and down Guangwen Tang, and even at the mid-autumn banquet, only Chen Roqiu brought Xinyu along. Naturally it was Xinyu who was in the limelight, but these matters had nothing to do with Shen Miao. However, as time went on, Xianxia's matter couldn't be delayed any longer. Ren Wanyan asked Physician Chen to prescribe some pills to alleviate Xianxia's morning sickness. Others would not be able to see any problems, but if it continued, the paper would not be able to wrap the fire. This cannot go on. Ren Wanyan frowned as she pressed her forehead. One must think of a way to let Qing'er go out to avoid it. Moreover, he would bring Shenqing back after she gave birth to the child. In order to avoid other people's eyes and ears, he would say that Shenqing was suffering from a malignant disease. Perhaps the world would be at peace once the storm had passed. But with your current body, if you give it away, you will inevitably suffer. Xianglong was a little worried. Moreover, this trip will definitely take some time. Young lady's youth will also be delayed. Ren Wanyan's brows frowned. It was correct that Shenqing's nominal age was 16 and after one more year, she would be 17. In this Ding capital, it was just right for females to marry at 16 or 17 years of age, but Shenqing was an official's daughter and naturally the in-laws that she would choose would be of high status. If he waited another year, he was afraid that all the good noble children would have already been picked by others. Yuan'er can only rush back at the end of the year, but Qing'er's body cannot be delayed. A trace of hostility flashed across Ren Wanyan's brows. Foreign, Kaiju, who had not spoken all along, spoke. Newbie heard that the assistant minister of the secretariat Wei family Foreign had recently discussed with third Foreign, and seemed to want to come to our residence to propose for the Wei family D eldest son, and to ask for fifth young lady. Shen Miao. Ren Wanyan gritted her teeth. She is really lucky. The assistant minister of the secretariat was a rank 4 official. For a rank 1 military general like Xianxia, coming to propose was overestimating himself. But the eldest D son of the Wei family, Wei Qian, was a youth with superior talent and looks. To marry an idiot female in the Ding capital, at least in terms of talent, he was definitely worthy of Shen Miao. Moreover, Wei Qian had already entered officialdom at such a young age, and one feared that in the future he would be successful in his youth, thus it was Shen Miao's great luck to come to propose. Heard that it is the Wei family that has the intention to climb up to the residence. Kaiju said, so they reluctantly used their son to exchange for a chance to be on good terms with the Shen residents. The meaning in Kaiju's words was that Shen Miao was a very despicable person and was not worthy of that young master Wei. She was lucky. Ren Wanyan's expression was somewhat sinister. For so many years, even though Xianxia's official prestige was great, there was almost no one who came to the Shen residence to propose marriage for Shen Miao. It was not because of anything else but because Shen Miao was too weak and stupid. With Xianxia's official rank, the husband that Shen Miao was looking for would definitely be from a noble family, but among the noble families, they were unable to accept such a matriarch who was almost the laughingstock of Mingqi. So even with Xianxia's official rank, no one was interested in Shen Miao. Now that the Wei family suddenly came to propose marriage, even though Kaiju said that she wanted to climb up, but upon careful thinking, most likely it was because of Shen Miao's performance at the academy examinations that made everyone feel refreshed and the original stupid look had changed, thus the Wei family could not help but take action. Even if it was in the past, Ren Wanyan would not tolerate such a good marriage to land on Shen Miao. Moreover, now that Shenqing was like this, she could not see Shen Miao, the initiator of all this, living well. Foreign need not worry. Xianglong said, old Foreign will definitely not agree to this marriage. In the general residence, old Shen Foreign bore the brunt of the hatred towards the first household. Unable to deal with Xianxia, old Shen Foreign was able to secretly grasp Shen Miao's marriage in the palm of her hands. In the past, with Ren Wanyan's help, Shen Miao's name as an idiot was spread all over Mingqi, but now that Shen Miao had gotten rid of the stupid title, with old Shen Foreign scheming, she would definitely think of ways to dispel their thoughts. With such a cheap life, how could she enjoy such luck? One feared that before she could marry over, she would die in the room. Ren Wanyan's words were also vicious. She looked at the tightly shut door of the inner room and saw that Shenqing rested in the room every day, unwilling to see anyone. A trace of resentment and indignation flashed past her heart, but master actually wishes to marry Qing'er to that kind of person. Shengui did not know that Shenqing was pregnant and Ren Wanyan did not intend to tell him. Shengui was such a cold-hearted person. Now that Shenqing had only lost her chastity, he could still tolerate it. However, if he knew that Shenqing was pregnant, he would definitely disregard Shenqing's body and forcefully abort the child. But even so, Shengui was afraid that the matter would be exposed and actually urged Ren Wanyan to find a marriage for Shenqing. As long as Xianxia was married off early, it would be good if the other party was from a noble family. Thus, after picking and choosing, he finally picked the youngest son of the Imperial Academy supervisor, Huang Dexing, speaking of which, the Huang family's status was actually a level higher than the Wei family's. Naturally, they also had countless glory and splendor. However, compared to the Wei family, the Huang family's master and madam were not easy to deal with. Moreover, Huang Dexing was a homosexual who liked men. Because of this, the Huang family didn't care much about picking a wife. As long as the wife was gentle and could turn a blind eye to Huang Dexing's debauchery, they didn't care about anything else. Shen Gui thought that since Xianxia's body had already been tainted, it would be better for her to marry into the Huang family. Since Huang Dexing had no interest in women and would not touch Xianxia, naturally this secret would not be discovered by others. Xianxia only wanted to sit on the empty title of the daughter-in-law of the Huang family and enjoy glory, splendor, wealth and rank. On the other hand, he could also use his relationship with the Huang family to further his career. Shen Gui naturally had a good idea, but Ren Wanyan did not agree. Even if Xianxia's body was tainted, in Ren Wanyan's heart, she must find another good marriage for Xianxia. Marrying Huang Dexing was equivalent to being a widow for the rest of her life. She would definitely not exchange her daughter for this marriage. Because of this matter, Shen Gui and Ren Wanyan had been arguing for a long time, and the already cold relationship between the husband and wife became even worse. Shen Gui almost did not come to Kai Yun Yuan and would rest in the concubine's room every day. It would be good if fifth young lady and eldest young lady married someone else, Kaiju said indignantly. When Ren Wanyan heard that, her brows jumped and she suddenly looked at Kaiju. What did you say? Kaiju jumped in fright and stammered. This servant said if fifth young lady and second young lady marry another person, it would be good. You're right. Ren Wanyan stood up all of a sudden and there was a look of ecstasy on her face. She said, correct, as long as Qing'er and that little slut's marriage is changed. She muttered, it should be my Qing'er. This time, let that little slut suffer the consequences of her own actions. As she spoke, she suddenly thought of something. Bring my cloak over and go to Rongjingtang. Why is foreign going to Rongjingtang? Kaiju and Xianlan were somewhat confused by Ren Wanyan's sudden action. But they saw Ren Wanyan smiling sinisterly. Naturally it is for old foreign to leave behind that good marriage with the Wei family. In the winter, the sunlight shone on the flowers and plants on the windowsill and it seemed to reflect a layer of pale green. However, that sunlight was very thin, as if one was not careful, it would be broken. Shen Miao was wearing an embroidered double butterfly skirt and a narrow purple and lotus green embroidered robe. The deep purple made her fair skin look almost transparent and her brows seemed to be drawn with ink. Even if she stood in front of the window without moving, there was a faint air of nobility lingering around her. Bai Lu and Shuangjiang were somewhat dazed as they looked at her. Even for them who had been serving Shen Miao since young and had seen Shen Miao's face for so many years, they did not know why, but every time they see Shen Miao, they would have a feeling of not recognizing her. That kind of faint elegance appeared on this originally childish young female, thus the lovable became dignified and the immature became austere. Young lady seems to like to wear lotus green clothes, Bai Lu said, even though it looks good to wear, but at this age, do not young ladies like pink or blue bright colors? Lotus green color was dignified, but for the young ladies in the boudoir, other than the princesses and Junju in the palace, they would rarely wear this color. Firstly, it was easy to look old, and secondly, it was difficult to suppress this color, and if one was not careful, one would look like a child who secretly wore an adult's clothes. But Shen Miao obviously had a tender little face, but this set of clothes had the bearing of an imperial concubine in the palace. The maids were puzzled. Even though Bai Lu and Shuangjiang lowered their voices, it was still heard by Shen Miao. She smiled gently. Why did she like to wear lotus green? Most likely it was because this color could constantly remind her to be calm, deep and never be soft-hearted. In her previous life in the palace, she would wear the Empress's court dress every day, and the golden color was able to deter those imperial concubines who had ulterior motives. Putting on the airs of an empress, it made others fear to shoot at the rat for fear of breaking the vases, but that color was actually not suitable for her. She married Fu Xiaoyi at a young age and experienced many things that others at her age could not experience. It was because of this that her naive and almost stupid temperament was finally honed into a pool of stagnant water. Afterwards she fought for favor with Mei Foran in the inner palace, and in order to protect Fu Xing and Wan Yu, she wanted to keep that bright yellow Empress's court dress, but at the end nothing was left. Evil Purple to seize the vermilion meant to rebel against one's superiors and to usurp the throne. To always wear purple meant that there would be a day when she would snatch the power that the imperial family of Ming Qi yearned for and step on those bandits and robbers. But Xin Miao suddenly thought of another handsome youth who was always dressed in purple. Evil Purple to seize the vermilion. One did not know if that mysterious eldest son of the Xia family also had the intention to usurp the throne. Miss, bad news. Just as she was muttering to herself, Xianxia hurriedly ran back from outside and said, "Young lady, Mo Qing had obtained news from Chen Tao that the assistant minister of the legislative affairs, the Wei family, came to propose marriage, and old Shen Foran had accepted the Wei family's gung invitation." Shuangjiang frowned and asked, "To be in such a hurry, who is the Wei family proposing marriage?" It's a girl." Xianxia stomped her feet anxiously. "That Wei family's situation is still unclear. How could old Foran not ask young lady's opinion before accepting the gung invitation? Master and madam don't even know. This is clearly a forced purchase." Xianxia had always looked down on old Shen Foran and naturally knew that old Shen Foran's actions would not let Shen Miao have a good time. If that Wei family was really a good family, how would old Shen Foran let Shen Miao off so easily? "Miss, what should we do?" "This time, we must quickly write a letter to master." Bai Lu also revealed an anxious expression. The maids in the room were all extremely busy, but Shen Miao remained silent. After a moment, she laughed softly under the surprised gaze of the maids and said, "This is really strange. Even though the assistant minister of the legislative affairs is a fourth-rank official, but the Wei family's family is rich. As for the Wei family's son, Wei Qian, he is also a talented person. For such a good thing to land on my head, it makes me feel flattered." "Young lady?" Bai Lu was startled. "Young lady said that the Wei family is not bad?" "Not only not bad," Shen Miao said lightly, "one fear that when father returns and knows of this marriage, there would be no reason to reject. Wei Qian to an official's young lady is indeed worthy to entrust a lifetime to." "How did young lady know?" Xianxia was puzzled. Shen Miao was in the residence all day, and even if she was outside, she would be in Guangwentang. As for the family circumstances of a certain official's family or the temperament of the son, there was no reason to know. But to say it like this, it seemed to be very familiar, which made Xianxia scratching her head. To Shen Miao, who was in the boudoir, she naturally did not know which young master was a good match. But as Empress Shen, she knew clearly which official's son was talented and virtuous. Wei Qian was indeed a good talent, and his temperament was considered proper. Thus when the Wei family came to propose marriage, Shen Miao would not believe that old Shen Foran would agree to this marriage. Just at this moment, one saw Guyu jogging in from outside with a bewildered expression. Young lady Xier of Rongjingtang came to pass old Foran's words, asking you to quickly make a trip to Rongjingtang. The action is really fast." Shen Miao's eyes congealed and she smiled. "Then let us go take a look." In Rongjingtang, Xin Yuanbo snuggled up to old Shen Foran's side. These days Ren Wanyan was busy taking care of Shen Qing and simply left Xin Yuanbo at Rongjingtang. Old Shen Foran doted on this grandson and naturally treasured him a lot. She even treated Ren Wanyan in a much more amiable manner. Chen Roqiu and Xin Yu were not around. Ever since Ren Wanyan took care of Shen Qing in the residence, Chen Roqiu temporarily took over as the head of the household. Naturally, the task of representing the Shen family to socialize with the various Furans fell onto her. Chen Roqiu naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity and would bring Xin Yu out to socialize daily. She also wanted to let Xin Yu show her face in front of the various noble Furans so that in the future, Xin Yu's marriage would be more advantageous. Ren Wanyan stood at the lower side of the hall and her eyes were deep, not knowing what she was thinking. Shen Miao was brought to Rongjingtang by old Shen Foran's maid, Xier, and greeted old Shen Foran. These days, she was grounded and had to copy Buddhist scriptures in the Shen family's ancestral hall and kneel before the memorial tablet. Most likely old Shen Foran did not like her and did not let her come over to pay her respects. Seeing old Shen Foran again was before she was grounded. "Fifth girl, recently copying scriptures in the ancestral hall, is your heart at peace?" Old Shen Foran asked. Upon hearing this old woman's genteel speech, Shen Miao almost laughed in her heart. If one were to say that the elders in the Shen residence were disrespectful, then old Shen Foreign would bear the brunt of it, but at this time she would still say such restless words. She smiled gently, as Zuzu wish. That is good. Old Shen Foreign pretentiously coughed lightly and Fuer quickly handed over the hot tea. She lifted the teacup cover and took a sip before looking at Shen Miao. Even though the matter in the past was not your fault, it was because of you. Moreover, your temperament is too stubborn, so I punished you to copy scriptures. Do you blame me in your heart? Shen Miao wouldn't dare. I know you're a sensible person. Old Shen Foreign looked at her with satisfaction. You are so sensible and also my Shen family's young lady, so naturally I will dote on you. Seeing that you have reached the age of marriage, today the assistant minister of the Legislative Bureau, the Wei family came over to propose marriage for the D son of the Wei family, and the one they seek is you. Do you think that it is not bad? If it was not that it was not the right time, Shen Miao would have laughed out loud. For a person like old Shen Foreign, most likely her lifetime of experience would be in that brothel. How would there be an elder in a family who would ask their granddaughter, do you think that it is not bad? One did not know what old Shen Foreign was thinking. Parents' orders and matchmakers' words. Shen Miao smiled. Naturally father and mother will worry about this granddaughter's marriage. You this girl. Old Shen Foreign saw that she had bumped into a soft rebuff and almost flew into a rage. When she heard Ren Wanyan's soft cough at the side to remind her, she slowly changed into a calm expression and said, you this girl is really too capricious. Originally you adore. Then forget it. Now seeing that you seem to have sobered up a lot these days, it seems that you know the propriety. This assistant minister of the Legislative Bureau's family is considered to be well matched with us. That young master of the Wei family, Wei Qian, is also a dignified person and is an outstanding talent in both literature and martial arts. Even if your father was here, he would not say anything bad about this marriage. You have been brought up to this age and this is the first time such a family came to propose marriage. If one do not grasp the opportunity well, that young master of the Wei family will turn around and become someone else's husband. Even though old Shen Foreign was not good as an elder, her matchmaking skills were not bad. Most likely it was because she was a songstress and knew that young females loved to be charming, thus she only said that Wei Qian was a good person in everyone's heart. Even though Shen Miao knew that old Shen Foreign did not lie and that Wei Qian was indeed a good person. Even so, Shen Miao was still unmoved and said lightly, young Master Wei is indeed not bad, but it is not what I wish for. Grandmother better forget it. My marriage will naturally be decided by my father and mother. You. After being contradicted time and time again, old Shen Foreign did not have any patience and finally said angrily, are you complaining that this grandmother is interfering in your marriage and extending my hand too far? This granddaughter did not say so. The implied meaning was that this was what you said yourself. Old Shen Foreign was so angry that she was about to go crazy. Now the unruly Shen Miao was covered with thorns all over her body and could not move at all, making one's heart ache from suffocating. Old Shen Foreign hated the first household but was also afraid of Xianxia. Thus for so many years, even though her heart was angry, she could only hold it in and not get close to Shen Miao and put on a serious but fair grandmother act. She could not hit Shen Miao as this would be discovered by Xianxia and at most he would reprimand her, thus she had been watching coldly as Ren Wanyan and Shen Roqiu raised Shen Miao to become a cripple. Even though it was said that one would die from flattery, but it was rarely discovered by others. In the end, no one knew what happened, but one day, Shen Miao, who had been raised to a cripple, suddenly became quick-witted. Not only was she quick-witted, her temperament also became impervious to everything. She said angrily, do you still have any respect for your superiors? Shen Miao felt bored. With old Shen Foreign's patience and determination, if she was thrown into the inner palace, she would not be able to survive for more than 2 days. She had seen too many powerful females in her past life and old Shen Foreign was such a short-sighted and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, she really did not want to put her in her eyes. I ask you again, old Shen Foreign still remembered the purpose of today and looked at Shen Miao as she asked, what is your intention in this marriage? I do not agree. Shen Miao answered. Good, good, good. After saying good 3 times in a row, Fuer and Shier quickly went forward to caress old Shen Foreign's chest lest she fainted from anger. Old Shen Foreign laughed in anger, since it is like this, it seems that you are not truly repentant. From today onwards, you will move out of your courtyard and live in the Shin family's ancestral hall. Recite scriptures every day and see if your unruly temperament can be ground down. To live in the ancestral hall, one would have to face the ancestors' memorial tablets every day. For a delicate young lady, one feared that she would be scared out of her wits. Moreover, the ancestral hall was located in a cold place, and after staying for a few days, one might get sick. Old Xianxia said those words in a fit of anger, and after finishing, there was a flash of pride in her eyes as she looked at Xin Miao, most likely waiting for Xin Miao to beg for mercy. But Xin Miao did not even frown and said, "Yes. This granddaughter will go back to pack up and immediately rush over." That light sentence almost choked old Xianxia to the point that she almost fainted. And after Xin Miao finished saying those words, she really said her goodbyes to old Xianxia and left. This evil girl. He has no respect for the law. Old Xianxia was flustered, and because of her lowly birth, she could not say any genteel words and actually scolded, "Little slut." As expected of that old bitch's blood. The old slut that she mentioned was naturally Xianxia's biological mother, Xin Miao's biological grandmother. Ren Wanyan raised her head and looked out of the door. Xin Miao's figure had long disappeared. "Did you not say that she would definitely agree to this matter?" Old Xianxia pointed the spearhead at Ren Wanyan. "How is it agreeing to her appearance? What should we do next?" Not only old Xin Foreign was puzzled, even Ren Wanyan felt it was strange in her heart. With Wei Qian's conditions, even Xin Qing would find it hard to not be swayed, but Xin Miao actually flatly refused without even thinking about it. She muttered, "It must be that she is still concerned about Prince Ding and pretended not to care on the surface but had not given up. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rejected such a family. She didn't even feel shy when a girl heard about her own marriage." Then what to do now? Old Xianxia said in a bad mood, if she does not relent on this side, how to write a letter to Xianxia. In their original plan, they only needed to coax Xin Miao and let Xin Miao reveal that she had a sweetheart in her letter to Xianxia. After that, before Xianxia returned to the capital, the marriage was arranged. The leopard cat changed the crown prince and the brides of the two households changed positions. Afterwards all the mistakes would be thrown onto Xin Miao alone. Once a female married, their temperament would be gone and Xin Miao would be afraid in her heart, so she would not carelessly speak about it. Xianxia would not know that Xin Miao and Xin Qing had exchanged marriage and thought that Xin Miao admired the young master of the Huang family. Huang Dexing liked men. Other than those close to the Huang family, no one else knew about this. From the outside, Huang Dexing seemed like a good man. But now Xin Miao had shown her dissatisfaction with the Wei family's marriage, not to mention writing a letter to Xianxia. If Xin Miao herself did not agree, then many of the plans would not be able to be played and there would be a lot of trouble. Since the soft approach won't work, I'll use the hard approach. Ren Wanyan said fiercely, "Didn't mother lock her up in the ancestral hall? Then we can say whatever we want about the matters outside. In short, we must settle this marriage as soon as possible and get married as soon as possible so that Qing can be replaced. Otherwise, even if the wedding night could be coaxed, Xin Qing's stomach would not be able to be coaxed." Since Xin Qing couldn't see anything, he had to finish it quickly. Old Xianxia looked at Ren Wanyan and did not speak. Although she also wanted the first household to be unlucky, if she really used force and was discovered by Xianxia, she would not be able to bear the consequences. With one look, Ren Wanyan knew what old Xianxia was thinking about. She gritted her teeth and said, "Mother, do not worry, I will make arrangements after this. Anyway, they won't be able to trace it back to mother." Since the words were said to this point, old Xianxia no longer put up a front and said, "Then do as you say." In the 100-flower tower, the music was lingering and there was a tall pavilion. A handsome youth was casually dressed in purple, as if there was a faint light from the 9 heavens. His eyelashes were extremely long and his pair of peach blossom eyes were extremely beautiful, but when he looked at people, there was a faintly discernible coldness and cruelty. "Coo!" A light cough broke the silence in the pavilion. The well-dressed gentleman placed his folding fan in front of his chest and made a gesture of asking for mercy. "Apologies for being late. You also know how to be late. Really fresh." The purple-clad youth glanced at him. Su Mingfeng touched his nose. This good friend hated not being punctual, and it was fortunate that he had a deep friendship with him. If it was other people, one feared that Xianxia would have brushed his sleeves and would not wait for an incense stick of time. It is really that Wei Qian is not his usual self today. Su Mingfeng smiled bitterly. You also know the young master of the assistant minister of the secretariat's family. He is also quite pitiful. He already had a young lady in his heart, but the family brought up another young lady's marriage because of him. The other party even accepted his birthday invitation, so one feared that this marriage would be settled soon. Wei Qian's heart was not in a good mood, so he pulled me to drink, but... Su Mingfeng pointed to himself. I am currently seriously ill and cannot drink, so I could only persuade for an hour. Boring. Xianxia said with a cold face. It was obvious that Su Mingfeng spent so much time to do such a boring thing and was late for a long time, which made him very unhappy. Su Mingfeng felt helpless in his heart. Xianxia looked cynical and always had a smile on his face, but in fact his heart was very vengeful and was especially picky. One did not know what was not going well these few days, as his expression was also so indifferent. As long as Xianxia looked at people calmly, Su Mingfeng would feel goosebumps all over his body. Actually, Wei Qian was really unlucky. The wife that the family picked for him was not good, but she was an idiot. Previously everyone in Mingqi knew that she chased after Empress Ding, so Wei Qian naturally had no choice but to marry her. He quickly tried to find a topic of conversation, hoping to arouse Xianxing's interest. You should know who she is, right? Xianxian's daughter, Shen Miao. To be able to marry Wei Qian, it should be considered as a great fortune. You say? Xianxing suddenly opened his mouth and slowly asked, Shen Miao? Shen Miao? Correct. Su Mingfeng was somewhat surprised by Xianxing's attitude and suddenly thought of something before smiling mischievously. Isn't that the young lady that you saved at the academy examinations? Speaking of which, she has some courage and is not too ugly. Wei Qian, this brat is obviously one who does not know how fortunate he is. He saw Xianxing in deep thoughts and could not help but be surprised. Hey, could it be that you really fancy that young lady? Xianxing sneered and swept a cold glance at Su Mingfeng. You are very idle? Of course I am idle. Su Mingfeng frowned. I am currently seriously ill and cannot attend court, so I spend all day in the residence playing with cats and dogs. You do not appear often recently and are very close to that physician Gao Yang. Are you hiding something from me? If one were to say that their friendship was not shallow when they were young, but as they grew up, Xianxing became more mysterious. Even though he was reminded about the matter of the Su family, sometimes Su Mingfeng felt that he knew nothing about Xianxing. Xianxing threw a fruit to him. Eat yours. It was obvious that he did not intend to continue this topic. Su Mingfeng's eyes flashed and his lips revealed a bitter smile, but he did not say anything. Not long after the Shen family received the Wei family's Gung invitation, Ren Wanyan also let Xiang Lan invite Shen Gui to Kaiyun Yuan. Ever since Shen Qing's matter, there was a rift between Shen Gui and Ren Wanyan, and both of them did not speak much. These days their relationship was as cold as ice. This time it was Ren Wanyan who took the initiative to admit defeat. Xiang Lan and Kaiju greeted Shen Gui, who came in, and Ren Wanyan sat in front of the table with some melancholy in her eyes. What is the matter with you again? Shen Gui's tone was still very stiff. In the beginning, because of Shen Qing, Ren Wanyan scolded him for being heartless, which made Shen Gui extremely unhappy. Even though he appreciated that Ren Wanyan was able to manage the internal and external matters well, but he was not a broad-minded person, not to mention that he was scolded by his own wife like a shrew. Master is here. Ren Wanyan lazily glanced at him and her face was very haggard. She had always been astute and high-spirited and never had such an appearance. Shen Gui's heart softened when he saw this scene. Knowing that Ren Wanyan doted on Shen Qing, these days she had put in a lot of effort because of Shen Qing. After all, she was his wife and face must be given. He then berated Xiang Lan and Kaiju. Why is foreign so haggard? How did you all take care of master? Ren Wanyan also heard the gentleness in Shen Gui's tone and her heart was delighted. She held her forehead and admitted defeat. It is not related to them. It is me who is worried about Qinger. These days, I haven't been able to eat well and I can't sleep well at night. My heart is very sad. Since Qinger's matter has already happened, it is useless to think more about it. It is better for you to recuperate your body as the residents still need you to manage the household. Xingui looked at Ren Wanyan. Previously it was Ren Wanyan who managed the household, so naturally there were many conveniences for him. He used the Zhonggong's money to give gifts, and Ren Wanyan was also able to handle the accounts so that no mistakes could be found. Now that Ren Wanyan had to take care of Shenqing, Chen Roqiu was temporarily taking over the management of the family. Naturally, it was not as convenient as before to handle matters. And those advantages were all taken by the third household, thus Xingui was not happy in his heart. Ren Wanyan clenched her teeth. Xingui was only thinking about his official career and did not care about Shenqing at all. She said, I also think so, but Qing'er's body cannot be separated from others and I am worried. So it is better to marry her to the Huang family. When Xingui mentioned the matter, his gentle tone became stiff again. A woman's view is that hair is long but knowledge is short. Qing'er's current situation, it is better to find a good family to marry. The Huang family has a big business and Qing'er would be the legal wife, but you do not agree. Ren Wanyan sneered in her heart. As a father, Xingui was really ruthless. Huang Dexing was such a person, and yet Xingui was able to say such words about a good family. Even though she already knew that the person beside her pillow was a cold person who prioritized benefits, but now thinking about it, Ren Wanyan still felt a chill. But at this moment was not the time for her to think about it. She wiped her eyes and said, Master is right. It was me who thought wrongly, and it was me who stayed in the inner courtyard all day and could not see such big matters. The family that Master picked is naturally the best. I was initially not willing for Qing'er to marry over, but now feel that this is not necessarily a bad thing for Qing'er. Xingui was first surprised for a moment before looking at her incredulously. You agree? Ren Wanyan valued Shenqing more than anything else, so how could she easily agree to this marriage? One had to know that Huang Dexing was interested in males. Yes. A sorrowful expression appeared on Ren Wanyan's face. With Qing'er's current appearance, which good family would want her in the future? I thought about it and only felt that the Huang family was not bad. At least after marrying over, Qing'er would not lack clothes and food. If she really does not live well, that is also her fate. Finishing, she pulled her sleeves and cried softly. Seeing Ren Wanyan like this, Xingui's heart was at ease and somewhat believed in Ren Wanyan's words. Now Shenqing was no longer a virgin and the Huang family only needed a daughter to sit on the position of young Huang foreign to deceive the eyes of the world. If Shenqing married to Huang Dexing, she would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life, and it was considered the best ending. Even though as a woman, she might not be able to achieve a perfect relationship in her entire life, but after that kind of thing happened, who would want her? Thinking of this, Xingui sighed and walked to Ren Wanyan's side before patting her back and comforting her. It is good that you have thought it through. Qing'er is after all my daughter and I will not harm her. Huang Darren and I have some friendship, so I will let him take care of Qing'er. If Qing'er marries over, she would definitely not suffer grievances. Ren Wanyan's heart was filled with disdain for Xingui's pompous speech, but on the surface there was a look of reliance. Then trouble Master to mention to Huang Darren, and let the Huang family send people over to exchange for the Gung invitation. So fast? Xingui was somewhat surprised. Now that Qing'er is in such a state, how can we delay? Ren Wanyan sighed. The longer it drags on, one fear that others will find some clues. After all, Qing'er had not gone out for a long time. Marrying into the Huang family would at least be able to cover up a little. Moreover, Ren Wanyan caressed her chest. A long night is fraught with dreams. Ever since Qing'er's accident, I am always afraid. Seeing her palpitating appearance, Xingui pondered for a moment before saying, What you said is reasonable. Qing'er's matter cannot be dragged on. As such, I will write a letter to Lord Huang to mention this matter. If the Gung card is exchanged, it is not impossible to discuss the date. Everything depends on Master. Ren Wanyan said meekly. Xingui said a few more words before leaving in satisfaction. Today Ren Wanyan was submissive, admitted her mistake and did what he said, which made his heart feel much better. The haze of the past few days was swept away and his steps seemed to be filled with success. After Xingui left Kaiyun Yuan, Xiang Lan closed the door outside before speaking in a panic. Foreign, is it really good to hide this matter from Master? Ren Wanyan let Shen Gui think that Shen Qing was really willing to marry Huang Dexing but did not tell her that Shen Qing and Shen Miao had the intention to change the marriage. As such, Shen Qing would be married to the genuine virtuous Wei Qian and Shen Miao would be married to the licentious Huang Dexing. Naturally, this matter could not be known by Shen Gui. No matter what the ending was, for a person like Shen Gui, as long as it could implicate his career, he would not take the risk. But Ren Wanyan could not let her daughter step into the fire pit. Naturally hide it from him. He is so heartless to want to use my Qing'er to exchange for his future and did not even ask if I am willing or not. Ren Wanyan sneered. Her husband's indifference and her daughter's accident had made her look old in this period of time. It was as if a few more wrinkles had appeared overnight and on the originally kind face, there was only a sinister look left. This matter must be foolproof. Even if he were to discover it in the future, it would be too late. But would this not be disadvantageous to second young lady? Kaiju asked, even if the marriage is successful, how would the Huang and Wei family be willing to know the truth? Do not worry. Ren Wanyan held the paperweight in her hands. The Huang family only want a name. It is the same no matter which one it is. As for the Wei family, if they dare to make a sound, I will accuse the Wei family of raping an innocent commoner. There will always be a way to make them unable to speak. Moreover, her face instantly became sinister. What is wrong with my Qing'er? Could it be that she cannot be compared to Shen Miao, that little slut? It is the Wei family's fortune to exchange for my Qing'er. Upon mentioning Shen Miao, Ren Wanyan's entire body trembled with hatred. Xiang Lan and Kaiju immediately lowered their heads and dared not speak anymore. After a while, Ren Wanyan's voice sounded, but at the moment, the most important thing is to quickly complete the two marriages. It must be done before eldest brother and eldest Sa return to the capital. Eldest master will only return to the capital at the end of the year. There are still a few more months. Xiang Lan took a step forward and reminded, it is that fifth young lady's character that is too rude. If she were to know that there is a private engagement, one fear that she would create a big fuss and perhaps escape from the Shen residence in the night. What can be done at that time? Escape? Ren Wanyan said fiercely, also need to see if she has this ability. Is she not locked up in the ancestral hall and grounded? From today onwards, lock up that ancestral hall for me. She actually wanted to lock up Shen Miao alive. Xiang Lan and Kaiju were shocked and both lowered their heads. Even though in the past the Shen residents suppressed Shen Miao, it was all done on the surface and one would not be able to see it at all. This was the first time that he had used such a thunderous method on Shen Miao. He had almost shed all pretense of cordiality without any scruples. That little slut has a lot of tricks up her sleeves. We can only lock her up. When the time comes, we'll send a cup of wine to the sedan chair. Heaven and earth won't respond. The Huang family isn't easy to deal with either. Look at her after a few days of training. Ren Wanyan did not conceal the viciousness in her words. If it is not possible, there is still His Highness Qinhuang. She said with a proud smile. The winter days were getting colder and reports of success came from the northwest desert. The army led by Xianxia was meritorious in repelling the enemy and fought bravely, causing the enemy to be terror-stricken. The people in the Ding capital naturally guessed that when they returned to the capital at the end of the year, Xianxia would definitely be rewarded with numerous merits. The glory of the Shen family really made others jealous, but it was all achieved through real swords and spears on the battlefield. Now that the Xiongnu had not retreated and there were neighboring countries eyeing them covetously, the imperial family of Ming-Chi naturally wanted to put the Shen family in an important position, but in the future, it was hard to say. Cooking the hound after the cunning hare was killed was something that the imperial family loved to do. After all, a new emperor would have a new generation of ministers. Especially with the current 9 princes of the Ming-Chi imperial family, no one dared to underestimate the undercurrents that were surging in private. If one were to say that there was any recent hot topic in the Ding capital, it would be the Shen family's intention to marry. But one did not know why this matter was spread so mysteriously. One only knew that there were 2 families that came to propose marriage. One was the assistant minister of the legislative bureau's Wei family and the other was the supervisor of the junior residence's Huang family. These 2 families were prestigious and the 2 young masters were considered young talents and could be said to be a match for the Shen family in terms of social status. Shen Yu still went to Guangwen Tang as usual, Thus everyone guessed that the ones who were going to marry would be the D daughter of the first household, Shin Miao, and the D daughter of the second household, Shin Qing. Forget about Shin Qing, but Shin Miao's identity was somewhat subtle. Among the current military officials, only the Marquis of Lineage could be compared to her. But the Marquis of Lineage seemed to be a smart person, and other than the Emperor's orders, he would usually defend the capital. Xianxia would be stationed at the border all year round. With a father like Xianxia who held great power, no matter who Shin Miao married, it would mean that the husband's family would be able to get help. The eyes of the imperial family of Mingqi were all watching, and it was fortunate that the two people who came to propose were civil officials and would not be able to get involved with military officials. Moreover, the Wei family and the Huang family's names were pleasant to hear, but they were on the path of moderation and temporarily did not get involved in the muddy waters of the fight for the heir apparent. So this marriage, as compared to others, especially the rumor of Shin Miao being in love with Prince Ding, was much smoother. In Guangwentang, Yi Peilan asked Xin Yu, "That older and younger sister of yours, are they really going to marry?" They actually did not even come to Guangwentang. Ever since Wulong Temple, Shin Miao and Shin Qing had not left the residence, much less come to Guangwentang. Shin Miao was grounded and Shin Qing needed to recuperate. Xin Yu smiled, "I also do not know. Mother is mysterious about it." "Most likely so. But speaking of which, your older and younger sister are rather lucky." Jiang Shaoxian thought about it, especially Shin Miao. This gentleman Wei and gentleman Huang, both of them are not bad. Why did it not fall on your head? Xin Yu pretended to be angry. "I still want to stay in the residence for a few more years. I have not thought about marriage." But there was a nod in her heart. Indeed, at their age, they would definitely start to care about their own marriage. But in the Shin residence, Shin Miao was younger than her by 2 years, and now that they were engaged, she was left behind. Forget about Shin Qing, as she was a person whose body was spoiled, but when she knew that Shin Miao might be able to find a good home, Xin Yu's heart was filled with unspeakable jealousy. Most likely she could not bear to see Shin Miao doing well, especially Shin Miao who was not as good as her in every aspect. Now that there was a family like the Wei family who took the initiative to propose marriage, it meant that Shin Miao herself was not bad. If it was not for Chen Roqiu persuading her, one feared that Xin Yu would continue to drill into this bull's horn and refuse to come out. You. Bai Wei tapped her forehead. "You are in the prime of your life. Of course, you have to plan for yourself. So," she pointed her chin to the other side, "what do you think of him?" She was talking about Kai Lin. Xin Yu followed Bai Wei's line of sight, and Kai Lin felt Xin Yu's gaze. He turned his head and froze for a moment, then awkwardly avoided it. Xin Yu's eyes suddenly turned red as she bit her lower lips tightly. The youth who was previously infatuated with her was now avoiding her like a snake or scorpion. For such an arrogant person like Xin Yu, she naturally felt a great humiliation. Kai Lin avoided Xin Yu's accusing gaze, and his heart was somewhat worried. Ever since he was taught a lesson by Shin Miao in the academy examinations, he would feel an unknown fear whenever he saw Shin Miao. It was as if it was a natural fear of danger that made him want to avoid Shin Miao. Moreover, that day Xie Jingxing seemed to have helped Shin Miao out of trouble. Kai Lin was considered an overlord in the Ding capital, but he could not overpower Xie Jingxing, so naturally he would not take the initiative to go against Xie Jingxing. No matter if Xie Jingxing's help that day was intentional or not, Kai Lin would not take the initiative to provoke Shin Miao. And on that day, Xin Yu did not even look at him once from beginning to end, which made this youth's blazing heart to completely cool down. Seeing Xin Yu's awkwardness, Yi Peilan pursed her lips and diverted the topic, "But in another half a month, it will be your family's old foreign's birthday. One think that I should go and pick some gifts. Old Shin foreign's birthday every year would be incomparably glorious. This kind of extravagance could even be compared to the imperial family." Old Shin foreign's eyesight was shallow and felt that the grander the birthday, the more radiance there would be. Every year many officials would be invited over, so Shin Gui and Shin Wan were naturally happy to see it happen. This way, they would have a better relationship with their colleagues. For this kind of birthday celebration, naturally a gift must be received. One think that Yi Peilan and the rest would be present at the birthday celebration next month. After all, at this time of the year, all the better officials in Mingqi would be invited. By the Shin family. Yes. Bai Wei seemed to remember, I almost forgot about this matter. Luckily Pei Lan reminded me. What gift did you prepare for old Shinforan? As a talented female in the capital, Shin Yu would naturally give old Shinforan face at the birthday banquet every year. If one were to say that what Shin Qing took out was expensive, then what Shin Yu took out was unique and exquisite. Only Shin Miao would always give something that made one laugh till their teeth fell off. It is only embroidered a portrait. Shin Yu said modestly. Now that you mention it, I start to be curious. Xianxia said nastily, then what would that fifth younger sister of yours give? Could it be that she was busy embroidering the wedding dress and completely forgot about old Foreign's birthday gift? When Feng Ning, who was lying on the table, heard it, she coldly snorted and got up to leave the table. Pei Lan and the rest's words also fell into the ears of Pei Lang, who was tidying up the things on the stage. These days, he naturally heard the news of Shin Miao's engagement but had a strange feeling. That young female's eyes were like a beast's. To let her hide in the inner courtyard so early, would she know? At the same time, the object of everyone's discussion, Shin Miao, was arranging the chess pieces in front of her in the ancestral hall. The wind in the ancestral hall was cold and the floor was made of greenish-gray stone slabs. When one kneeled down, one would be able to feel the chill in the seams of one's kneecap. Xianxia and Guyu had brought some soft cushions, but those cushions did not have any effect. It was Shin Miao who instructed them to boil some herbs and place them in the corners of the room. With a little smoke, it would be able to drive away the cold and prevent the body from getting sick. Xianxia and Guyu initially did not believe it, but after seeing that the herbal soup was really effective, they even asked Shin Miao where did she get this secret recipe from. Shin Miao only said that she heard it from others, but she herself knew that it was something that she learnt during her years as a hostage in the Qin country. The weather was too cold and there was not enough money, so one could only find the cheapest method to warm up and get rid of the moisture in one's body. Now the things in the ancestral hall were really nothing. Young ladies still care about playing chess. Xianxia stomped her feet. Shin Miao arranged the chess pieces in front of her in a straight line. On the chessboard, the originally well-arranged chess pieces were arranged so that the black was black and the white was white, and there was no order to it. Chen Tao had Mo Qing bring the message over. Xianxia saw that Shin Miao did not speak and continued, "Second foreign want to change the marriage between you and eldest young lady. That young master of the Huang family is a cut sleeve, so what can be done? How can young lady still have the mood to play chess?" One thought of it was a good marriage, but of Shin of rejected old and was in Shin's proposal and of Yao. But even if it was like this, Chen Tao still found out that the Shin family had already agreed to this marriage behind Shin Miao's back. It was just that the people in the western courtyard did not know about it, which meant that other than Shin Miao, everyone knew that Shin Miao was going to marry. If she married, it would be, Shi Qian would be. Shen. Married. Shen of. Shin of the Shin of. When the few maids heard this, they almost went crazy. Mo Qing also said that if Shin Miao was willing, he could bring Shin Miao to escape. Mo Qing was previously a person of the pugilistic world and naturally did not know that it was easy to escape. Once one escaped, it meant that the matters behind could be fabricated and no one would know the truth. Moreover, Shin Miao did not have any intention to escape from the start, thus she flatly rejected the words. If it is not possible, at least let Mo Qing help young lady to bring the message to master. This matter is also hidden from master. They want to take advantage of master not return to the capital to let young lady get married. Like this, the rice is cooked and nothing can be changed. Guyu also advised. She knew that Shin Miao had her own ideas, but since she did not say anything, the few of them maids could only worry for Shin Miao. What message? Shin Miao lightly said, currently the western courtyard is guarded by Ren Wanyun's people and even a fly would not be able to fly out. If I were to escape, what would happen to the rest of the people in the courtyard? Even though I am not a benevolent person, there are some people that father and mother specially left for me. Do you believe that once I leave, Ren Wanyun would immediately kill everyone in the courtyard to silence them? Xianxia and Guyu were startled. Moreover, do you think that it is that simple to pass a message? There are people guarding here all day and their intention is to lock me up. Do you think that they would leave a loophole for me to take advantage of? Then you all are looking down on this second Shin of mine. Ren Wanyan's mind was not something to be feared in Shen Miao's eyes, but in this world, a mother was strong. For Shen Qing's happiness, Ren Wanyan would naturally do her utmost to complete this matter. On this matter, Ren Wanyan's bet was not small. After all, the matter of exchanging the marriage was not discussed with Shen Gui, and it was her own idea. If it was successful, naturally everyone would be happy, but if it failed, one feared that Ren Wanyan would no longer have a place to stand in the second household. But young lady, are we just going to let it go like this? Xianxia anxiously said, this servant will risk my life and not let young lady marry that cut sleeve. Can you all see this chess game? Shen Miao did not speak and only pointed to the chessboard on the table. On the chessboard, the white and black pieces were arranged in 2 rows and were clearly separated. It was somewhat strange. This servant does not understand chess and also do not understand what kind of game this is. After a long while, Guyu carefully answered. What did you see? Shen Miao asked. Xianxia boldly answered, the white and black pieces are arranged together and it is very clear. Yes. A light flashed in Shen Miao's eyes. This game of chess is to place all the chips on the table. You know my chess pieces and I also know your chess pieces. The final winner would depend on one's own ability. Xianxia and Guyu looked at each other and did not understand Shen Miao's meaning. Ren Wanyan thought that she knew all my chess pieces, but in fact it is not so. She took out a black piece from behind and placed it beside the white piece. I still have one last move. Old Foreign's birthday is next month. She suddenly asked. Exactly. Xianxia answered, heard from Chen Tao that second Foreign's intention is to announce young lady's marriage during Old Foreign's birthday banquet. We have to do it before father returns to the capital. Shen Miao smiled. That's right, there are still a few months before the end of the year. One feared that it would be too late. Guyu was deeply worried. Really? Xianxia should have returned to the court at the end of the year. Unfortunately, in the 68th year of Ming Qi, because Xianxia defeated the enemy in the northwest region, the enemy fled and surrendered in advance. The Shen family's army brought the surrender letter and returned to the Ding capital a few months earlier. Speaking of which, it was a coincidence, or perhaps it was because Xianxia wanted to express his filial piety. Xianxia would not be in the capital for old Shen Foreign's birthday. After a few times, people would say that Xianxia was unfilial. Thus on old Shen Foreign's 70th birthday in the 68th year of Ming Qi, Xianxia returned to the capital in advance. On that day, Xianxia suddenly returned to the residence and old Shen Foreign was having a banquet with guests in the residence, but Shen Miao did not attend. Naturally it was because she was hiding in the residence of Prince Ding. Xianxia originally wanted to come back to enjoy the happiness of a family but knew that his daughter did not care about etiquette and went to the residence of Prince Ding to demand for her. But because of Fu Shouyi's hypocritical warmth, she turned a deaf ear to Xianxia's words and even used death to force her to marry Prince Ding. Now thinking about it, it was a sin. Xianxia rushed back and saw such an unfilial daughter who dragged the Shen family into the abyss with no path of return. This lifetime was not the previous lifetime. She did not escape the Shen family because of Prince Yu and also did not blindly fall in love with Fu Shouyi's appearance. If Xianxia came back and saw a different daughter, would she be able to redeem a little of the sins of the previous lifetime? Father had always respected old Foreign. Shen Miao said lightly. Yes. Xianxia answered. Old Shen Foreign was a songstress and was good at acting. In the beginning, she played the role of a loving mother flawlessly. When the old general was still alive, he could not pick out any mistakes at all. Generals valued relationships and Xianxia knew how to repay kindness. In his early years, he had received old Shen Foreign's kindness and he was unable to think that this old woman had a vicious heart under her skin. Second Shen, this time it was a bargain for me. Shen Miao said with a smile and her pair of bright eyes were astonishingly bright, just nice. Tear it all together for the world to see. On the 3rd day of the 11th month, it was a bright sunny day. It was rare to have such a good day in winter and coincided with old Shen Foreign's 70th birthday banquet. The general's mansion had been cleaned up inside and out, and the government had also taken out money to buy new things. The birthday banquet was naturally held in the East Courtyard. The environment of the East Courtyard was quiet and serene. The flowers were trimmed in a picturesque manner, and the maids were dressed in clean and tidy dresses. Their speech and mannerisms were unconventional, and they were all delicate and well-behaved. As soon as Lingren walked in, he felt that this was indeed the style of a wealthy family. Old Shenforen was sitting high up in the main hall of Rongjingtang, and there were already a number of Furens and young ladies coming to and fro to give their greetings. The Shen family was after all a first-class military aristocratic family in Mingqi, thus the high-ranking officials and noble people would come over to bribe them. Ren Wanyan was also busy greeting the guests. Even though Chen Roqiu was temporarily managing the family, but in the past old Shenforen's birthday banquets were all handed over to Ren Wanyan to manage. As for dealing with these noble Furens, Ren Wanyan could do it better than Chen Roqiu. Chen Roqiu at the end had the airs of a scholarly family, but Ren Wanyan was different. She responded appropriately, and in a moment Rongjingtang was filled with laughter. Xin Yuanbo snuggled up to old Shenforen as he ate the honey lactose, and the Furens below complimented him from time to time that he was so smart at such a young age and would definitely have great achievements in the future. Old Shenforen beamed with joy when she heard it, and even Ren Wanyan's heart that was clouded by Shenqing was swept away because of these compliments. It was Chen Roqiu who felt uncomfortable when she saw that everyone was praising Xin Yuanbo and Xin Yuan, who was on duty outside. The thing that the third household feared the most was talking about sons. Everyone knew that Chen Roqiu had been married to Xin Yuan for many years, and other than Xin Yu, she did not have any sons. But Xin Yuan did not have any interest in other females. Old Shenforen wanted to give Xin Yuan a few more concubines to spread out, but was rejected by Xin Yuan. Old Shenforen thus vented her anger on Chen Roqiu, and compared to Chen Roqiu, Ren Wanyan was obviously more favored by old Shenforen. But, why didn't I see Shen family's eldest young lady and fifth young lady today? Yi Foren said with a smile. Ren Wanyan was in charge of receiving these Furens, and Xin Yu naturally went to get close to those noble young ladies. He took them to tea and refreshments in the garden. But today he still did not see Shen Miao and Shen Qing. When Ren Wanyan and old Shenforen heard it, their expressions sank at the same time, and Chen Roqiu's lips curled up. Shen Qing's body had not recovered, and now she was able to see others rationally, but she kept saying that she must dismember Shen Miao's body into 10,000 pieces. However, these words could not be heard by outsiders. These days, Ren Wanyan had been comforting Chen Qing to prevent her from having the idea of committing suicide. As for how to comfort her, Chen Roqiu could think of it. It was nothing more than to promise Shen Miao what kind of miserable ending she would end up in. As for Shen Miao, she did not know from where she heard that old Shenforen had secretly accepted the Wei family's gun invitation, and from that day onwards, she changed her previous silence and resisted like crazy, even threatening to resist the marriage and even run away from it. When these words were heard by old Shenforen, it was not good. Ren Wanyan and old Shenforen were thinking that now the unruliness in Shen Miao's bones was gradually revealed. What she said about resisting the marriage and escaping was indeed something that could be done. But now that Shen Miao must not meet with any mishap, once something happened to her, the matter of changing the marriage with the Shen sisters would not be possible. Thus from the moment Shen Miao threatened to resist the marriage, old Shenforen and Ren Wanyan directly locked Shen Miao in the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was at the most southwest courtyard of the Shen residence, and generally no one could see it. The number of guards outside had increased by at least half, and all the maids in the western courtyard, including Shen Miao's 4 personal maids, were found out by old Shenforen and held tightly in her hands. The unspoken meaning was that if Shen Miao made a move, these few maids would not be able to protect her. Thus these days Shen Miao had been locked up in the Shen family's ancestral hall, chanting and praying daily. Ren Wanyan hoped to use this to grind down Shen Miao's unruly character and also to prevent any accidents. Today was old Shenforen's birthday, and if Shen Miao was released, one was afraid that she would say something shocking in public. Thus after discussing with old Shenforen, they simply did not allow Shen Miao to appear in front of everyone. Thinking of Shen Miao, Ren Wanyan had some headaches. She had been immersed in the mansion for so many years, but now she could not even tell what a young lady was thinking in her heart. To say that Shen Miao was an idiot, but she quietly schemed against everyone regarding Shen Qing's matter. To say that she was calm, but she did not conceal the fact that she was going to escape the marriage. She could only be locked up. After Chen Roqiu finished admiring Ren Wanyan's wonderful expression, she smiled and said, "Qing'er's health has not recovered and will not come out now." She will come out during old Foreign's birthday ceremony. However, Sister Miao has contracted an illness and cannot be exposed to the wind as there is a rash on her face. There are so many young ladies present and one was afraid that this young lady would be infected, so one let her stay in the room by herself. If it was said that Shen Miao had contracted an illness, it would be inevitable that someone would want to investigate and take a look, but if it was said that this illness could cause others to contract it, naturally no one would dare to ask about Shen Miao. Especially since the young ladies love to be beautiful, how would they take such a big risk to look at her? Xianxia Xian's mother, Jiang Foreign, also smiled and her words had a hint of probing. So it is like this. I thought that the two young ladies were busy embroidering the dowry and were not even willing to see us. Wan Yin must take good care of the young ladies so that in the future when they marry, there would not be any delay. Finishing speaking, it immediately attracted the echoes of the surrounding Furens. The marriage between the Wei and Huang family had spread like wildfire in the Ding capital, but unfortunately the Shen family had never confirmed it. This made one feel somewhat strange, and there were quite a number of people who came to sound it out. As for which young lady would be married to whom, it was still a complete mystery. As a result, Madame Jiang had decided to ask this question. She wanted to see if this rumor of a marriage could really be carried out. Ren Wanyan's eyes flashed and naturally knew Jiang Foreign's intention. She said with a smile, "What are you saying? Even if one is busy with embroidering the wedding dress, if it is old Foreign's birthday, one will naturally come out to show filial piety. If it was not that the two children are unluckily ill, why would one not come out to see all the Furens?" His words were full of ambiguity, as if he was admitting to this marriage. The Furens present were all experienced people in the residence and were able to understand Ren Wanyan's meaning. In a short moment, words of congratulations were heard. Old Shen Foreign caressed Shen Yuanbo's face with a loving smile, looking like the host and guest were enjoying themselves. In the garden of Qiushui Garden, there was a group of young girls. They were playing chess on a green stone table, eating snacks, and chatting. Speaking of which, Jiang Shaoxian said, "I haven't seen your elder and younger sister until now. Could it be that they are really sick?" "They are really sick." Shen Yu shook her head and there was a trace of worry in her eyes. Eldest sister's illness is getting better, but fifth younger sister's illness is somewhat serious. The rash on her face even infected the few maids beside her. She hung her head down. "When you all came today, one fear that you did not even see the maids beside them." No wonder. Bai Wei was suddenly enlightened. There are so many people guarding outside the western courtyard and one did not see anyone coming out. One think that those servants in the courtyard are afraid of coming out and getting infected. Did not Teacher Pei in the academy say that there were places with plague and in order to prevent the plague from wreaking havoc everywhere, those who got sick were isolated? It is precisely this logic. Shen Yu said. Yi Pei Lan touched her shoulders and shivered. It is really scary. It better not get infected on us. Do not worry. Shen Yu smiled. As long as one does not go to the western courtyard, naturally it will be safe. You see, am I not infected? You are really broad-minded to stay together with this kind of younger sister. Yi Pei Lan's lips twitched. Why is this Shen Miao like a jinx, always having such things happen? On the other side, Feng Ning's eyes flashed with anger, but she suppressed it and scolded softly. One do not know if this is to make Shen Miao hate others or to make others hate her. Really pretentious. She was naturally talking about Shen Yu. Qing Qing, who was at the front of Feng Ning, snorted coldly. Her face was still arrogant, but the gaze she used to look at Shen Yu was filled with contempt. Out of the two of them, Feng Ning's relationship with Shen Miao was not bad, so naturally she was excluded by Shen Yu. As for Qing Qing, she was born beautiful and had an arrogant temperament. In Guangwen Tang, she was considered as Shen Yu's opponent. Today it was Shen Yu who came to greet the various daughters, so Qing Qing was naturally ignored. Thus these two people were actually able to sit together due to a freak combination of factors. Who knows if she is sick or not? Qing Qing had always looked down on Shen Yu, and when these words were heard by Feng Ning, she immediately said, "So you also think so? Why not let us go and see Shen Miao? I do not have any friendship with her. If you want to go, go by yourself." Qing Qing rejected without hesitation and added, "But currently no one is allowed to enter the western courtyard of the Shen residence as one is afraid of getting a rash. One think that you will not be able to enter. How can there be such a thing?" Feng Ning was filled with righteous indignation. They are all granddaughters of the Shen residents, so why can't Shen Miao also participate in old Shen Foreign's birthday celebration? To lock one up in the western courtyard, is it not any different from being in jail? It is better for you not to bother about other people's matters. Qing Qing glanced at Feng Ning. After all, it has nothing to do with you and me. Feng Ning bit her lips unwillingly but was unable to say anything. She could only stare hatefully at Xinyu, who was surrounded by the crowd and chatting merrily. But no one saw that in the shade of the trees, a figure flashed and quickly disappeared into the flowers. The northwest corner of the Shen residence was a barren courtyard, and because the terrain was not good and there were many weeds growing there, it was directly abandoned. Other than the occasional birds that flew by and the wild cats that were resting, usually no one would come over. Today there were a few people standing under the wall. The person in the lead had his back facing the garden, and one did not know what he was thinking about. Someone behind said, "Master, this subordinate passed by the eastern courtyard of the Shen residence and heard that there are people guarding the western courtyard." Another person, however, said, "This subordinate had checked and there are only people guarding the western courtyard and the guards are not here. But outside the Shen residence's ancestral hall, there are many experts guarding. Could it be a diversion?" That person turned his head and revealed a handsome face. "The thing is in the Shen residence's ancestral hall." The eastern courtyard of the general's residence was naturally very lively. Guests came and went, those who wished for the birthday and those who sent gifts. Before the banquet had even started, there was already a joyous and harmonious look. Old Shen Foreign always had to pretend to be extravagant in front of outsiders. Whenever a young lady came forward to offer birthday congratulations, she would always give out some valuable first meeting gifts. Seeing this scene, the smiles on those Furin's faces became more genuine, but Ren Wanyan secretly gritted her teeth. Ren Wanyan was in charge of the public money and usually she had to manage the affairs of the third household. The more old Tai Tai squandered, the less she could fill her own pockets. Moreover, Shingue still had to make arrangements in the official circles, so one feared that in the following days, money would be stretched to make ends meet. This side was extraordinarily lively, but the other side was not. At the southwest corner of the Shen residence's ancestral hall, it was currently deserted, and outside the courtyard doors, there were some people dressed as guards. It was just an ancestral hall, so naturally there was no need for such a lineup. The reason for this was because these people were responsible for watching Shen Miao, so that she would not escape. The ancestral hall was located in a cold place and one would not be able to see the sun for many years. Now that it was winter, one would feel the bone-piercing cold wind upon walking in. There was a smell of incense ashes in the air, and the incense in front of the shrine was still curling up, making those cold memorial tablets feel like they were riding on the clouds. "Young lady." Guyu rubbed her hands. "Today is Old Foreign's birthday, but they deliberately locked young lady here. This is too much of a bully." Not to mention asking Shen Miao out, there was not even a word of greeting. It was simply treating Shen Miao as a servant who had made a mistake. "What is the hurry?" Shen Miao stood in front of the window, and outside the window were trees with withered leaves. In the winter, the bare branches looked exceptionally bleak. How can young lady not be anxious? Guyu had been holding it in for so many days and finally could not help but say, "They locked young lady here and it is clearly to force a marriage. When master and foreign return, young lady would have already married into the Huang family. Even if master and foreign protect young lady's life would be ruined." Xianxia kept fiddling with the charcoal brazier on the ground. In the cold ancestral hall, only this charcoal brazier could give out some warmth. A small bed was placed in the inner room. Shen Miao shook her head. "Take the few blankets in this room and dry them outside for 2 hours. Young lady." Guyu stomped her feet and was somewhat anxious at Shen Miao's nonchalant attitude. But after being swept by Shen Miao's gaze, he could no longer speak and could only suppress his anger as he carried the quilt out of the room and followed Shen Miao's instructions to dry the quilt outside. Today is a rare day. Shen Miao looked out the window. The sunlight could not reach the ancestral hall, only the courtyard. She couldn't leave the courtyard of the ancestral hall, but she didn't want to leave either. Young lady said so. Xianxia finally stopped fiddling with the charcoal in the basin. "Will master and foreign really rush back today?" Shen Miao told Xianxia that there was naturally no need to worry about anything because on the day of old Shen Foran's birthday, Xianxia and wife would return to the Ding capital. Even though these words were too ridiculous, there was no messenger to inform that Xianxia would return to the capital today and there was still some time before the end of the year. Shen Miao was locked up in the ancestral hall every day, so how would she get such news? But when Xianxia faced Shen Miao, she was unable to ask the questions in her heart. In her own young lady, she found a bearing that she did not have in the past. One point was that the words that she said would always make others believe without any conditions. Shen Miao said, in a while, think of ways to entangle those guards outside and make them stay further away from this courtyard. After all, they would not leave directly, but it is also good to stay further away. This servant understands, Xianxia said. Even though she did not know why Shen Miao would do this, but these days in the ancestral hall with Shen Miao, she found that Shen Miao was not flustered by the scene in front of her. There were two reasons why one would not panic in a bad situation. One was that one was stupid and did not know about it, and the other was that one already had a strategy to deal with it. As for Shen Miao, Xianxia did not think that she was stupid. So even if her heart was as worried as Gu Yu, Xianxia unconditionally believed that Shen Miao would be able to deal with the situation in front of her. Shen Miao noticed her gaze and sighed slightly in her heart. Among her 4 maids, Gu Yu was the most intelligent, Bai Lu the most calm, Shuangjiang the most loyal and Xianxia was the most daring. In the beginning, in order to help Fu Xiuyi win over the powerful minister, Xianxia used her beauty to become the concubine of that powerful minister. The powerful minister was lustful for beauty and Xianxia also had her methods. Even though she was beaten to death by the legitimate wife, but before she died, she gave out the weakness of that powerful minister, allowing Fu Xiuyi to win over the other party. As a maid, she actually had such courage. Xianxia was not an ordinary young lady. So in this matter, Gu Yu, Bai Lu, and Shuangjiang were not suitable and only Xianxia was slightly better. But after Xianxia knew what she wanted to do, Shen Miao did not know if she would continue to help. After all, what she was about to do was simply too shocking. Actually, Xianxia endured it but still said softly, if young lady wants, it is not impossible to let Mo Qing think of ways to bring young lady out. Mo Qing's skills were above the guards of the general residence. Even though 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands, it was not impossible to grab a gap and bring someone out. And then? Shen Miao asked back, the heavens and earth are so big. Would the world be at peace after escaping? The 4 of your slave contracts are in old foreign's hands. If I leave, what will happen to you? Xianxia knelt down on the ground and said, this servant knows that young lady is willing to stay here because of these servants' lives, but if young lady were to suffer misfortune because of these servants, this servant would not be able to absolve the blame even if I were to die 10,000 times. In the beginning, master and madam chose us to stay by young lady's side so that we could take care of young lady. How could we let master take care of us instead? A trace of emotion flashed in Shen Miao's eyes. Xianxia was indeed very good at picking people. These 4 maids, even in her most difficult times in her previous life, there was never a trace of betrayal. However, people were not goods. Things in this world were just that simple. Kindness must be repaid, and enmity must be repaid. In order to win over people's hearts, one couldn't just give up on the maids by one's side. Do not worry, Shen Miao said, nothing will happen to you and me. Today is Lao Foran's birthday. I heard that second sister made a guanine painting for grandmother. Since they have forgotten that I am here, I can't let it go. She smiled, I also have a big gift for old madam, but I don't know if she has the fortune to enjoy it. Dozens of li away from the Ding capital, there were horses drinking water by the frozen stream. The withered grassland looked somewhat yellow and withered, and the soldiers were taking a rest here. Sitting furthest away from the group of soldiers was a middle-aged man. His skin was bronze in color, most likely it was because of the sun and rain on the battlefield, but it was clear that he was strong. His figure was like a small mountain and his brows were awe-inspiring. With thick eyebrows and big eyes, he had a full beard and with one glance, he looked extremely forthright. The female sitting beside him was stroking the head of the horse that was gnawing on the grass roots. That female was also middle-aged and was wearing a green short jacket and a pair of golden embroidered breeches. Her hair was tied up in a simple bun and she had a pair of spirited eyes. She was also delicate and pretty, but what attracted people to her was her valiant and formidable-looking temperament. There was a pair of silver bracelets on her wrist, and when she stroked the horse, there was a tinkling sound. Foreign, there is approximately another 2 hours before reaching the Ding capital. The middle-aged man smiled. After staying in the northwestern region all day, the air is sweet when one returns to the capital. What is not good about the northwestern region? The woman's beautiful eyes stared and asked rather shrewdly, I grew up in the bitter cold of the northwestern region. If you like it sweet, why did you marry me? That man quickly begged for mercy with a bitter face. Foreign is right. This capital is sweet and not suitable for us rough men. It is still better in the northwestern region. When winter comes, one can still go hunting in the deep mountains. Silver foxes can run around and one can hunt and make robes for Foreign. When the woman heard it, her lips then raised and scolded with a smile, speaking official words when meeting an official. These two people were not others but the formidable great general Xianxia and his Foreign, Luo Shuiyan. Today they rushed back in a hurry to participate in old Shen Foreign's birthday celebration. Before this, they did not inform the Ding capital, and because they had obtained the enemy's surrender letter in advance, returning triumphantly this early was most likely to give everyone in the capital a surprise. We have never seen Mother's birthday celebration before. Luo Shuiyan said, in the past, one would return at the end of the year to hand over Mother's rewards from His Majesty as a birthday gift. Today one is in a rush to return. One do not know if that fire rat cloak would be able to enter old Tai Tai's eyes. Why can't it enter old Tai Tai's eyes? When Xianxia heard it, he immediately asked back, that is a good thing. Even on the battlefield, it is a treasure. With it, one would be invulnerable. In the beginning, in order to hunt that fire rat, I had to guard the mountain for 7 days and 7 nights. If it was not that you insisted on giving it to Mother, I would give it to you. Speaking till the end, Xianxia's voice gradually lowered. Obviously these words were somewhat disobedient, but a person's heart was not a scale and there would always be a biased part. Even though old Shen Foreign treated Xianxia very well, but after all she was not his biological mother and the blood relationship could not be faked, thus Xianxia naturally doted on his wife a little more. Moreover, Luo Shuiyan usually followed him to the battlefield, and this fire rat cloak was more useful to her than old Shen Foreign. If it was not that Luo Shuiyan insisted on giving it to old Shen Foreign, Xianxia would have made the cloak for Luo Shuiyan first. What do you know? Luo Shuiyan glared at him, you miss old Tai Tai's birthday every year. Even if you return at the end of the year and give the rewards from His Majesty to old Tai Tai, who would really know? The last time when we returned to the capital, I heard that you deliberately did not kiss old Tai Tai's birthday. How did you know that I heard? That you deliberately did not kiss. If you aren't worried about your reputation, Jiao Jiao can't have an unfilial father. When the words were said, Xianxia was silent for a long time. Indeed, even though the conditions in the Ding capital was not as harsh as the northwestern region and there were no traps of the enemy's swords and spears, but it was not really peaceful. Of them husband and wife were not in. Of the rumors. That was. The was. Were dong. Luo Shuiyan said again, you know that I do not understand the twists and turns of the residents. Our Luo family does not have so many rules. I can only use the simplest way. This fire rat cloak is precious, and if old Tai Tai's favor is obtained, old Tai Tai would be happy and everyone would see it. The rumors would naturally fall apart. After a long while, Xianxia then said, it is still Foreign who is thoughtful. I am not doing it for you. It is for Jiao Jiao. Luo Shuiyan snorted and her expression suddenly became melancholy. You and I, husband and wife, are not in the Ding capital all year round. Even though the northwest region is too dangerous and Jiao Jiao is still young and cannot be brought over. But for so many years, we have not personally taught and accompanied her. It is us who have let her down. When Xianxia heard it, he also sighed and hung his head down. A flash of pain appeared in his eyes. There were no cruel parents in the world and there were no parents who did not love their children. However, he and Luo Shuiyan were destined to fight on the battlefield and Shen Miao could not accompany them. When the two armies fought, the methods were dazzling and there were many cases of kidnapping each other's relatives and friends. They could only endure the pain and be separated from their daughter. At least in the Ding capital, there was no need to worry about Shen Miao's safety. Luo Shuiyan seemed to get sadder the more she thought about it and continued, I often think if it is really safe to place Jiao Jiao in the capital. Without parents by her side, is she really happy? Every year when we meet her at the end of the year, she would always treat us coldly, but it is all our fault. So no matter what she does, we cannot blame her. Shen Miao was not close to Xianxia and wife and even Shen Qiu because these so-called relatives did not accompany her since young. She was close to Ren Wanyun, Chen Roqiu and even old Shen Foran because these people were with her all the time and they were the relatives in her eyes. And Xianxia and wife were extremely obedient to their daughter, and no matter how famous Shen Miao's stupidity was in the capital, they never got angry at their daughter because it was all because of them. Xianxia patted Luo Shuiyan's shoulder. There will be a day when Jiao Jiao will understand our difficulties. Will she really understand? Luo Shuiyan smiled bitterly. Sometimes I would even think, who was the one that caused Jiao Jiao to be so mischievous now? Shen residence. She suddenly stopped and looked at Xianxia with some annoyance. Xianxia naturally understood the meaning behind her words and his expression changed slightly. After a moment, he sighed and held his beloved wife's hand. Foreign is thinking too much. Mother and younger sister-in-law will teach Jiao Jiao well, and if it is not right, Jiao Jiao would not be so close to them. Shen Miao's attitude towards the two aunts was so good that it made one jealous. As a result, some thoughts were out of place. It is me who is thinking too much. Luo Shuiyan said. She was the precious daughter of the Northwest Luo family and was also a military family. Even though she was a third-rank military official, everyone in the family were iron-blooded men. Luo Shuiyan was the youngest sister and had 3 older brothers above her, so since she was born, there were only her parents and older brothers in the family and there were not many dirty things. She had seen little of the dark side of the large families and did not know the dangers involved. If one knew about it, one would rather let Shen Miao take the risk and stay by her side than to leave Shen Miao alone in that terrible Shen residence. Just as she was speaking, she heard someone calling from behind, Father, Mother. Xianxian's face sank and said angrily, when there are people outside, call me, General Shen. The person who came quickly said. Ignore your father. Luo Shuiyan rolled her eyes at Xianxian, pretending. The newcomer was a young man in his 20s. He had a dignified appearance with wheat-colored skin and 2 dimples when he smiled, which added to his childishness. This youth looked similar to Luo Shuiyan and was Xianxian's son, Shen Qiu. Shen Qiu was 22 this year and was brought to the battlefield by Xianxian when he was 10 years old. It was said that a strict teacher produces an outstanding disciple. Shen Qiu was also brave and fierce. After so many years, he had earned a few meritorious deeds. Now, he was a rank 4 minor general. Dad, Mom, I've already given you your birthday gift. What should I give? Shen Qiu scratched his head, feeling a little lost. This little brat. What gift are you giving? Why are you asking us? As a man, if you can't even make a decision on such a small matter, then why are you going to the battlefield? Xianxian seized the opportunity to scold his son. I haven't been to Grandma's birthday party for a long time. Shen Qiu said awkwardly, I also don't know what to send. I can't possibly report how many enemies I killed. Birthday parties are inauspicious. Luo Shuiyan was amused by Shen Qiu's words, it is nothing. Previously did His Majesty not reward you with a bolt of heaven silk brocade? You can give that to old Foreign. I heard that there is a shortage of this heaven silk brocade in the Ding capital and even the ladyships in the palace do not have it. If old Foreign is able to get 1 bolt, naturally she would be happy. But that's for my younger sister. Shen Qiu hurriedly said. Forget it. Xianxian waved his hand, have you ever seen your sister like that kind of brocade? Even if Xianxian did not know about the vulgar things of females, he knew that this daughter of his did not like those elegant materials and only liked to wear gold and silver, the more vulgar the better. Even though he was helpless, he could only let Shen Miao be happy. Even though the Tianxi brocade was beautiful, it did not mean that Shen Miao would appreciate it. When Shen Qiu heard this, he felt that his father's words were reasonable. He lowered his head and squatted down before saying softly, this time I came back in a hurry and did not bring any gifts for younger sister. Thinking about it, I feel guilty. In fact, Xianxia and Xianmiao had a very good relationship in the past. The two siblings supported each other and lived happily. But afterwards Xianxia would follow Xianxia to war every year and would only see Xianmiao once a year. Afterwards Xianmiao's temperament worsened year by year and the siblings almost had nothing to say. No matter how Xianxia tried to get close to this younger sister, Xianmiao would always treat him lukewarmly. Xianxia did not know the reason but Xianmiao knew. Actually it was Xinyu and Xinqing, as well as Gue Momo who indirectly reminded Xianxia and wife that they only brought Xianxia by their side. It was obvious that they valued males more than females. Sons were able to carry on the family line so they valued them more and did not value their daughters as much. Xianmiao was still young and was easily affected by a few words. Looking at this older brother again, she naturally felt that he had snatched away all the love and care from her parents and was very hateful, so she was not willing to be close to him. Forget it. Xianxia patted the dust off his body and stood up. Tell those brothers to get up and continue on the journey. One must return to the Ding capital after an hour. As time passed, the Xin residence's birthday banquet was about to begin. All the Furins and young ladies were already seated and there were more than 10 tables. Old Xianforan's reputation was big enough that with this kind of extravagance, all the officials Furins in the Ding capital who had a little bit of rank were here. Of course, the reason why everyone came to this banquet was not because of old Xianforan's face but because of Xianxian's reputation. Even so, the birthday banquet was still lively, just like in previous years. Xinyu was wearing a 100-pleated Rui moon dress and the moon-white color made her look extremely gentle and quiet. She was originally delicate and pretty and after specially dressing up today, she naturally had the intention of having a daughter in her family who had just matured. Now that Xinqing and Xianmiao already had families, the Furins present all had their own thoughts when they saw Xinyu. Naturally they were planning to marry the second young lady of the third household into the residence and how much benefits they could reap. After the male guests had delivered their gifts, they were all on the other side, accompanied by the two brothers Xingue and Xinwan. Xingue and Xinwan naturally wouldn't give up on this chance to win over people's hearts. They chatted and laughed, making it very lively. Old Master Su held his wine cup and felt a headache in his heart. His family had a good relationship with the residents of the Marquis of Linan and the Xin family and Xia family had always been at odds, but the Xin family sent him an invitation. Master Su was a good person. Since they sent an invitation, he couldn't just reject it. He could only bite the bullet and participate. In his heart, however, he was somewhat envious of his eldest son who was bedridden. At least he didn't have to watch this group of old foxes with ulterior motives toasting each other and testing each other. Father. Su Minglang blinked his eyes. Today he was also dressed up by his mother but even so, he looked like a very well-dressed dumpling. He pulled Master Su's sleeves. I want to go out for a walk. Don't run around. Master Su warned. Even though the eldest son did not participate, the youngest son who had never been interested in these things was clamoring to participate and Master Su did not know why. But Su Minglang made a big fuss and Su Foran agreed so Master Su could only bring along this little burden. Su Minglang felt wronged as he put down his hands. He heard that this was old Xin Foran's birthday banquet, which was Xin Miao's grandmother's birthday banquet. Thinking that he had not seen Xin Miao and Guang Wentang for such a long time, he was very concerned. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to see Xin Miao but who knew that Xin Miao did not even show her face today. Hearing that Xin Miao had a rash and could not casually meet others, Su Minglang's heart was itching and wanted to see Xin Miao. He had very few friends and others despised him for his stupidity. Only Xin Miao treated him gently and in his heart, Xin Miao was already his only friend. Outside at the female side of the banquet, Jiang Foran laughed and jeered, speaking of which, Huang Foran and Wei Foran, shouldn't you all specially toast old Foran with a cup of wine? After all, in the future they would be in-laws. These words were not said out but all the Furins at the banquet were well aware of it. Huang Foran was a noble Foran with exquisite makeup and only smiled when she heard it. One could not tell what she was feeling. Most likely she was well aware that this marriage was just taking what one needed and was not considered a good marriage. If the Xin family really doted on their daughter, they would be so righteous and would not agree to this marriage. The so-called bright and noble was just an act on the surface. Thus there was some ridicule in their eyes. It was Wei Foran who was somewhat uncomfortable. The Shen family was indeed a good family, and climbing up to the Shen family was considered climbing up a high branch, but the previous Shen Miao was too stupid and could not be the matriarch of the household. Afterwards, after the academy examinations, she went around and heard that Shen Miao seemed to be enlightened and her temperament was much more calm. Then she went to propose for her son. But who knew that she did not see Shen Miao today and heard that Shen Miao had a rash. Wei Foran was somewhat worried that if Shen Miao contracted a nasty disease, it would ruin her son's life. Thinking of these, her face revealed an unwilling expression. When these expressions fell into Chen Roqiu's eyes, Chen Roqiu sneered a few times in her heart. She was not a fool and could see that Ren Wanyan had the idea of exchanging sisters' marriages. Old Shen Foran and Ren Wanyan could hide it from others, but they could not hide it from her, Chen Roqiu. However, this was a good thing for her. Ren Wanyan was in a mess from her worries and did not know how Xianxia would fly into a rage when he returned. At that time, the first and second branches will be fighting and each of them will be injured. Her Yu'er will be able to stand out from the crowd. Ren Wanyan smiled as she stood up. Since that is the case, then I should first toast both Furans with a cup. Everyone's laughter became louder and Feng Ning frowned as she looked somewhat unhappy. At the other end of the ancestral hall, after sending away all the maids, Shen Miao knelt in front of the memorial tablet in the ancestral hall and looked at the hourglass in her hands. The sand had almost leaked out and the time that she had arranged with her was almost up. She inserted the 3 sticks of incense into the niche and bowed gently. However, at this moment, he heard a slight noise. In her previous lifetime, in the Qing country for a few years, she had developed the habit of being extremely vigilant no matter what. Shen Miao suddenly stood up and said, "Who?" "Little girl, your senses are quite sharp." A familiar voice sounded. Shen Miao turned her head and saw that purple-clad youth leaning against the window, looking at her with a smile that was not a smile. Seeing that she was looking at him, he leaped into the ancestral hall. No matter how calm Shen Miao was, she could not help but be somewhat stunned. Xie Jingxing actually wandered around other people's residence in broad daylight. Naturally, he was not invited over as the Shen family and Xie family's relationship was like walking on thin ice, unless Shen Gui and Shen Wan were crazy. Now there were guards in the courtyard outside the ancestral hall, so how did he enter? Shen Miao accidentally asked out the doubts in her heart. The guards of the Shen residence are really useless. Xie Jingxing said, "I walked over." Shen Miao frowned, "What are you here for?" Xie Jingxing however smiled and did not bother with her. He seemed to be searching for something in the room, and in less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he had finished searching. But the result was obviously not satisfactory as he did not find anything. Shen Miao stared at his every move and suspicion grew in her heart. Xie Jingxing's appearance was like he came to the Shen residence to look for something. But what was the thing in the general residence that was worth him to be a gentleman on the beam and take such a big risk to personally search for it? Was there anything else that she did not know? "What are you looking for?" "Say it and I can help you find it." Shen Miao opened her mouth. Xie Jing's actions paused for a moment and turned his head to look at her inquisitively before speaking with interest. "Shen family's girl, I know that in the Shen family, you are the smartest, but it is better not to have any ideas on me. Then you came to my house to steal things in broad daylight. Is it considered as having ideas on the Shen family?" Shen Miao was unmoved. But her heart was somewhat annoyed with Xie Jingxing's watertight defense. She gave in because she wanted to know what it was. In the end, this person was so vigilant and did not give her any chance. "Steal?" Xie Jingxing seemed to have heard something funny and his beautiful peach blossom eyes revealed a dangerous glint. "That is originally this marquis's thing and can only be considered as taking." Shen Miao's heart moved and seemed to have caught something, but that thought disappeared too quickly that she was unable to capture it. "But..." Xie Jingxing glanced at the ancestral hall. "There are so many people guarding here and I thought that it was to protect something." "So it is to watch over you." He looked at Shen Miao and crossed his arms. "What mistake did you commit that there are so many people locking you up? The ancestral hall is not a place where an eldest young lady should stay. What does it have to do with you?" Shen Miao looked at the hourglass and the last bit of sand had flowed from the top to the bottom. The time was almost up. But Xie Jingxing had not left. Her patience had run out and she said, "Since little Marquis did not find your thing, then please leave. The ancestors of the Shen family are not willing to see a gentleman on the beam." The sarcasm in her words was that no one dared to speak to Xianxia like that ever since he was born, moreover it was a little girl. But he didn't get angry and only ridiculed. Indeed, the Chen family's ancestor isn't willing to see this Marquis, but is willing to see his descendant being forced into marriage. It can be considered lively. "You are not willing to marry Wei Qian?" he asked. "What do you want?" "So what if I am not willing?" Shen Miao retorted. "Wei Qian can be a good man, but you aren't a good wife. You picked him up. This is the first time I've seen someone who doesn't know what's good for them." He narrowed his eyes and the devilish smile on his lips was so handsome that it was dazzling. He said frivolously, "Could it be that you admire this Marquis so you are unwilling to marry Wei Qian?" Shen Miao was so angry that she almost laughed. She turned her head and stared at Xianxia. "If you think like this, there is nothing wrong with me. I only advise little Marquis to not get involved in some matters, otherwise when you regret it, it would be too late." Her complexion was somewhat pale, probably because she had not been eating and sleeping well in the ancestral hall these days. She had become thinner, but it made the outline of the young girl even more distinct. Her chin had become pointy, and her eyes were incomparably clear. But Xianxia could see a fire burning in them. "Young lady!" Xianxia ran in and jumped in shock when she saw Xianxia. She suddenly protected Shen Miao behind her and pointed at Xianxia. You. How did you come in?" Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and did not answer. "Just treat it as if he is not here." Shen Miao was too lazy to care about him and asked Xianxia, "How is your arrangement?" "I let Ginkgo in the courtyard to buy food and wine, saying that it was sent over from the birthday banquet. At this moment they are eating happily and slacking off a little. But it is impossible to leave." Xianxia was still somewhat afraid of Xianxia and was looking at Xianxia's expression as she spoke. "Good." Shen Miao looked at Xianxia. "Xianxia, can you make me trust you?" When Xianxia heard this, she did not even care about worrying about Xianxia and immediately lowered her head. "This servant is loyal to young lady and anything that young lady instruct, this servant will not refuse even 10,000 deaths." "Then you listen. No matter if it is you or Gu Yu or Bai Lu or Shuangjiang, later no matter what happens, do not come in. Do not look for me and also do not stop me." She stuffed the hourglass into Xianxia's hands. "When this lump of sand flows to here," she pointed to a small mark on the glass, "you go out and call people. You must take advantage of the chaos to rush out and directly rush to the Eastern Courtyard's birthday banquet and shout for people in front of all the guests. I think that you have an idea and are bold, so no matter if I instruct you or not, you will know what is the best thing to do." This. Xianxia was somewhat at a loss as she did not understand what Shen Miao meant by these words. But when she saw Shen Miao's expression, all the questions were swallowed down and she solemnly said to Shen Miao, "This servant will understand." "Good. Then you go out now." Shen Miao instructed with a dignified expression, "Remember, no matter what you see or what happens, you are not allowed to come in." Xianxia clenched her teeth and looked at Xianxia before looking at Shen Miao again before nodding her head and turning to leave the ancestral hall. After Xianxia left, Xianxia then looked at Shen Miao and lazily said, "So mysterious. What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" Shen Miao stared at him. Xianxia's posture was leisurely but that pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes were as sharp as a knife. When that pair of eyes looked at one, it was as if one's thoughts could not be hidden. "If little Marquis does not want to be implicated by me, then leave first," she said coldly. "There is no one in this world that can implicate me." His words were arrogant but it was as if he could really do what he said. "Since you want to be buried with me, I have nothing to say." Shen Miao turned around. Xianxia frowned and before he could understand the meaning of Shen Miao's words, he saw Shen Miao suddenly walking to the front of the incense niche and pausing in front of the Shen family ancestors' memorial tablets. In the next moment, even he was stunned at the same spot. Shen Miao suddenly picked up those neatly arranged tablets and threw them into the charcoal brazier on the ground without saying a word. Wood was easy to ignite. In an instant, the flame that had been burning a little soared into the sky. The tongue of fire swallowed the wooden memorial tablets, and the names on them were faintly discernible in the light of the fire. "Are you crazy?" Xie Jingxing looked at Shen Miao with surprise in his eyes. Destroying the ancestral tablets was an act of treason that could even lead to expulsion from the clan. After 100 years, his ancestors would not let him off even if he went to the Yellow Springs. And Shen Miao's sudden action made others puzzled. Was she venting her dissatisfaction from being locked up? But for her to do so, she would only receive a greater punishment in the future. Shen Miao's eyes coldly looked at the gradually charred tablets in the flame. It was not that she was disobedient, but the spirits of the ancestors could not be casually trampled. But the most important thing in the world was the present. Her future, Xianxia's future, and the future of the Shen residents were obviously more important. If the ancestors knew that her action could resolve the crisis of the Shen family, their spirits in heaven would be gratified. "Little Marquis, it is not too late to leave now." Shen Miao did not pay attention to Xie Jingxing's surprise and threw a bunch of tablets into the brazier with a hua sound. In an instant, the flame became more intense. But she did not seem to be satisfied. After thinking about it, she walked inside and took out the few quilts that Guyu had taken out to dry. The quilts were all cotton quilts and were just dried, so they were dry and soft. "Shen Miao!" Xie Jingxing bellowed, "Do you not want your life anymore?" Shen Miao spread all the quilts on the floor. Most of the ancestral hall's structure was made of wood and it was very easy to catch fire. She picked up a piece of spirit tablet that was half covered in flames and ignited a corner of the quilt. The flame soared to the sky and the ancestral hall gradually emitted thick smoke. Xianxia gritted her teeth as she stood outside and her eyes were mostly red. It was until the sand in her hands flowed to the place that Shen Miao arranged, until the guards in the courtyard outside were alarmed by the flames and all ran over to put out the fire that Xianxia then took the opportunity when no one was paying attention and ran out. She ran all the way to the eastern courtyard's birthday banquet in one breath. The entire courtyard was filled with guests who were enjoying themselves, and it seemed that no one had discovered this little girl who was in a sorry state. Xianxia's lips pulled out a vicious smile and suddenly shouted, "Not good, not good. The ancestral hall is on fire and fifth young lady is trapped in the fire." When the words were spoken, there was an uproar in the courtyard. Was Shen Miao not recuperating in her own courtyard? Why was she in the ancestral hall? Everything was fine, so why did the water suddenly catch fire? Ren Wanyan also jumped in shock. She suddenly stood up as she did not know how the ancestral hall caught fire. Just as she was about to order people to quickly put out the fire, she saw Xianxia's panting appearance. She did not know why, but her heart suddenly moved. If Shen Miao died in this fire, then she could justifiably let Shen Qing marry in place of her. As for the Huang family's side, she only needed to pay a visit and apologize. And Shen Miao's death could only be attributed to an accident. Who asked her to not recuperate properly and run to the ancestral hall and even cause the ancestral hall to catch fire? Thus Ren Wanyan stood up and pretended to say, "Everyone eat and drink first. Most likely the fire is not too big, most likely it was a child playing with fire and accidentally set the water on fire. I will go and take a look first. The few of you," she reprimanded Xian Lan, "quickly go and find the guards to extinguish the fire." The atmosphere of the entire birthday banquet suddenly fell into a strange atmosphere. Old Shen Foren was unhappy in her heart and hated Shen Miao for disappointing her mood even at this time. However, on the surface, she still had to put on a motherly appearance and anxiously instructed Ren Wanyan, "Quickly go and see what is fifth lady's situation." However, acting was different from being real. If one really loved Shen Miao, one would not be so calm when Shen Miao fell into such a situation. Shen Roqiu and Shen Yu did not even leave their seats, which showed Shen Miao's status in the Shen residence. The Furens and young ladies present were not fools and could see what kind of attitude the people of the Shen residence had towards Shen Miao, and their hearts had some sympathy for Shen Miao. But just at this moment, a loud and clear laughter was heard from outside. "General Shen, Shen Foren, young Master Shen has returned to the residence. Open the door to welcome the general." What? Not only the female guests, even the male guests at the other end were stunned. Shen Gui and Shen Wan looked at each other. Xianxia returning to the residence? This must be a joke. There were still some days before the end of the year. And the ancestral hall that was surrounded by the flames was currently surrounded by a circle of Shen residence guards. They said to extinguish the fire, but they did not go in. Everyone cherished their own lives, and with the intensity of the fire, who would dare to go in and die? Shen family's girl, do you want to die? Xianxia saw that the beams were starting to burn and frowned. Little Marquis, it is better to leave quickly. Shen Miao did not move. When there are more and more people, even if you want to leave, you will not be able to. Less nonsense. Xianxia grabbed her arm, go. Let go. Shen Miao broke free from his hand and her gaze was so firm that it was almost stubborn, can't you see? I am using my own life to gamble for a future. Can't you see? I am using my own life to bet on a future. In the fire, Shen Miao's eyes were even brighter than the burning flames, but the determination in them was like a rock and could not be shaken. What is the use of a future if one is dead? Xianxia said in a stern voice, it is too risky. Shen Miao laughed and looked at him as she said sarcastically, I am different from Little Marquis. Little Marquis's hands and eyes are all over the heavens and one would not need to spend much effort to obtain anything. I am different. If I do not fight with my life, the outcome would be worse than death. I am not even afraid of death, so why would I be afraid of fire? She paused, you can leave. Xianxia frowned as he looked at her and a look of deep thought flashed in his pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes. He was not a good person and did not want to put on a show of helping. Just now it was an accident, and now that he had recovered to his senses, he was somewhat laughing at himself for not being able to keep his composure. Thinking about this, Xianxia hugged his chest and leapt onto the beam that was not on fire and said with interest, I forgot that you are an intelligent person of the Shen family and of course have the ability to escape unscathed. But this Marquis also want to see what kind of ability do you have? His purple robe actually showed some flowing gold in the firelight, and what was even more dazzling than his robe was the smile at the corner of his lips. The youth's expression was arrogant, and his features were as beautiful as a painting. When he looked at him like this, he looked like the passionate young master in the opera. However, his eyes revealed a coldness and cruelty, causing his frivolous appearance to become a bit colder. At the banquet in the eastern courtyard, after hearing that Xianxia and wife had returned to the residence, Renwanyan panicked. Her heart still held on to a trace of hope and thought that it must be some mischievous servant who said that. But before she could think of any good ideas, she saw the servants outside leading a group of travel-worn people in. The leader laughed loudly from afar, Mother, this son has returned to the capital to congratulate you on your birthday. Mother, please forgive me for coming late. Everyone's eyes looked towards that group of people. The bearded man and shrewish beautiful woman at the front were Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan, and the youth with a warm smile behind them was Xianxiu. If it was in the past, there would be cheers and laughter at this moment. With Renwanyan's ability to socialize, she would be able to coax Xianxia and wife to be happy. But today's matter happened suddenly, and it did not happen earlier or later, but it happened when Xianxia returned to the residence. Shen Miao was still trapped in the ancestral hall, and Renwanyan did not know what to do for a moment and could only stand there foolishly. Old Shenforan was even more so. She did not have any ideas and only knew how to put on airs in the inner courtyard. Even when dealing with Shen Miao, she would use some underhanded methods. In front of so many people, she couldn't even pretend to be flustered. Chen Roqiu's heart was somewhat anxious. Even though she also wanted the second household and first household to suffer together, but now she was also at this banquet. If Xianxia did not return today and Shen Miao died in the fire, then it would be fine as there was no evidence and they could say whatever they want. But if Xianxia returned, he would have eyes and anyone with discerning eyes would be able to see what was going on. What should she do? Shen Qing and Shen Yu were somewhat afraid of this eldest brother-in-law of theirs. Because Xianxia was after all a military general, he would always have a murderous and sharp aura. These delicate young ladies, would always feel fearful for no reason, and when they saw their mother's fearful look, they were even more at a loss. Shen Gui and Shen Wan looked at each other and both of their eyes were very dignified. For so many years, they had concealed it well, so there were no mistakes and had never seen this eldest brother of theirs getting angry. But if something really happened to Shen Miao today, what would Xianxia do? Just thinking about it made them shudder. While she was pondering, Xianxia and wife and Xianxiu had already walked to the front of old Shenforan's banquet. Seeing that the guests did not make a sound and only stared at them with a strange expression, Luo Shuiyan frowned and sensitively felt that something was wrong, but she did not know what was wrong. It was still Xianxia who looked at the table and then seriously and carefully looked around before asking in puzzlement, Zumu, why do I not see younger sister at this table? With that said, Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan also noticed. Xin Yu and Xin Qing were there, and even the Shu daughter of the first household, Xin Dongling, was also there, but among the few young ladies, Xin Miao's figure was not seen. Xianxian's smile paused before he asked, Mother, where did Jiao Jiao go? Old Xin Foran was at a loss for words. How could she say? Ren Wanyan kept saying to call for the guards, but her actions were slow and it was obvious that she did not put the matter in her heart. They were even sitting on this seat and did not move. Great General Shen. It was Feng Ning who suddenly stood up and said loudly, You came back at the right time. Just now the ancestral hall caught fire and fifth Xin young lady is currently trapped in the fire. Her words deliberately made one feel indignant, but in fact it was to help Xin Miao vent her anger. Feng Ning was favored in the Feng family, and not to mention the situation today, even if she fell in the residence, everyone would come and show concern for her well-being. Now seeing that Xin Miao was in danger but everyone in the Xin residence did not panic, her heart sympathized with Xin Miao. Since Xianxian came back at such a coincidental time, one would not complain to Xianxian. When the words were said, Xianxian and Luo Shuiyan were surprised for a moment. The ancestral hall caught fire and Xin Miao was trapped in the fire. Everything was fine, so why would Xin Miao go to the ancestral hall? More importantly, why was it that when Xin Miao was in danger, these Xin family's relatives could still drink and have fun at the banquet? Ren Wanyan recovered to her senses and quickly explained, Eldest brother and eldest Sa, I was just about to go look for the guards and you all just came. She had not finished speaking when Xianxian brushed past her without a word and glanced at Ren Wanyan, which made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. It was too scary and too vicious. Luo Shuiyan and Xianqiu also regained their senses and rushed towards the ancestral hall without saying a word. In the ancestral hall, the fire was getting fiercer and fiercer, almost turning into a huge fireball. In it, Xin Miao used a wet handkerchief that she had prepared in advance to cover her mouth and nose, but Xie Jingxing frowned as he looked at her. Even in the suffocating smoke, he looked very relaxed and did not have a trace of embarrassment. He said to Xin Miao, If you do not go out, you will really die here. If you don't go out now, you can only be buried with me. Xin Miao retorted. Eloquent. Xie Jingxing smiled without a care, What are you waiting for? Before he could finish, he heard an angry roar from outside, Jiao Jiao. Xie Jingxing suddenly rushed to the side of the window and through the small empty space in the middle of the flames, he could see clearly that the people outside were not others but Xianxian, wife and Xianqiu. Xianxian and Luo Shuiyan previously thought that the water was on fire but did not think that the fire would be so fierce, and instantly their eyes were about to crack. There was a group of guards outside the ancestral hall, but no one went in to save and only found some buckets to splash water to put out the fire. However, this was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. If they were to rush in, how would Xin Miao still have her life? Xianqiu gritted his teeth, I will go and save younger sister. Finishing, he wanted to rush in, but before he could even take 2 steps, the scale outside fell in front of him with a paw sound and the burning fire made crackling sounds, blocking the way forward. Jiao Jiao. Younger sister. In the room, Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows and said, So your little name is Jiao Jiao, but it does not match the person at all. The person that I am waiting for has arrived. Little Marquis should think of a way to get out yourself. Xin Miao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Now that she had arranged this show herself, it was to let Xianxian see clearly what kind of situation was this harmonious and friendly Xin residence, and what kind of evil intentions were hidden in those relatives who kept saying that they doted on her. Military generals were loyal and they were not fools. They were just not willing to use the most vicious thoughts to guess a person's heart, and she did not have much time to let Xianxian slowly understand, thus she could only use the most direct and violent means to let them see clearly. She picked up a piece of wood that was on fire from the ground and fiercely touched it on her arm. Xie Jingxing was startled for a moment. Xin Miao gritted her teeth and large drops of sweat flowed down her forehead. She threw away that piece of wood and on her fair arm, there was a burn mark. Xie Jingxing could not hide the shock in his heart. It was not that he had never met females who were ruthless to him in his entire life. Those females among the death warriors would also treat him like this without hesitation. But Xin Miao was not a death warrior. She was just a delicate young lady in a noble family. Her life should be the same as those noble young ladies in the Ding capital, just like her name, delicate and soft, and not something that would burn his body without a frown. He saw Xin Miao put some flames on her body before straightening her body and running outside. She stumbled as she ran, as if she was about to fall, but her movements were extremely precise and there were no flames in the places that she ran past. Xie Jingxing narrowed his eyes and saw clearly that the path was narrow and there was a small opening in the burning ancestral hall. It seemed that someone had long prepared it and poured something that would not catch fire on it, so that she could successfully escape from it. Everything was arranged by Xin Miao. She really used her own life to gamble for a future and she won the gamble, so the unlucky ones would be the others. Xie Jingxing's lips curled into a smile. He took a meaningful glance at the back of the figure that had disappeared into the flames. Then, he rushed to another exit, which was the back door of the ancestral hall. His body was as light as a swallow. With a punch and a kick, this incomparably dangerous fiery cage and him were like flat ground. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed out. The people on the other side were already there. When they saw him coming out, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Master. The thing isn't in the ancestral hall. Xianxia is back. Let's go, he said quickly and disappeared into the woods behind the ancestral hall. Outside, Xin Miao stumbled out. Seeing Xin Miao's figure, Xianxia jumped up, younger sister. Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan almost cried tears of joy. They had tried to brave the fire and rush in but who knew that they could not get in. Now that they saw Xin Miao running out by herself, they were overjoyed. Jiao Jiao. When Xin Miao ran out, her legs softened and she fainted. Xianxiu quickly caught her and saw that there was a shocking burn mark on Xin Miao's left arm. Xianxiu's eyes suddenly turned red and Xin Miao shrank in his embrace as she muttered with her eyes closed, "Let me out, I will not marry." When Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan who had rushed over heard this, they were immediately stunned on the spot. In the western courtyard, there was a thick fragrance of medicine in the air. The servants inside and outside seemed to be busy, and in this seemingly deserted courtyard, there seemed to be an upgrade. And at this moment, the room was bustling. I handed Jiao Jiao over to both younger sisters, thinking that younger sisters would definitely help me look after Jiao Jiao, but now it seems that it is not so. If I did not come back at the right time, one fear that Jiao Jiao would have died in this fire without anyone knowing. Luo Shuiyan hugged her chest and sneered. Naturally she was not a person that was easy to get along with, and on the battlefield, she had the nickname of Rakshasa's woman. Usually she was polite to the people of the Shen residence, but that was only on account of their upbringing of Xin Miao. Who knew that today, it was as if the mask of the past had been torn off, and her heart was extremely angry, so her words were naturally merciless. Sister-in-law, it's not like that. Ren Wanyin explained with an apologetic smile, just now I had already asked the guards to extinguish the fire. I see Jiao Jiao as my own daughter, so how can I watch her fall into danger? Sister-in-law, you know very well how I've treated Jiao Jiao all these years. Otherwise, why would Jiao Jiao be so close to us? She was also anxious in her heart. Luo Shuiyan had never blushed with anyone before, probably because she did not understand the affairs of the inner courtyard women. In the past, she was easy to coax, but when she really did not let it go, her imposing manner was also very shocking. Biological daughter? Luo Shuiyan sneered, our Jiao Jiao cannot afford to be such a vicious mother like you. She faced Ren Wanyin and forced Ren Wanyin to retreat step by step, but her tone was cold. I also want to ask younger sister. Since it is old Tai Tai's birthday, why is Jiao Jiao alone in the ancestral hall? Fifth lady wants to go to the ancestral hall to burn incense for old ancestor. Under Luo Shuiyan's intense gaze, Ren Wanyin panicked and found a clumsy excuse. Ren Wanyin. Luo Shuiyan sternly shouted, you are using these excuses to deceive me, do you think I am a fool? What locking her in the ancestral hall? What forcing her to marry him? I'll settle this debt one by one. I won't let this matter go so easily. Ren Wanyan, Luo Shuiyan was originally shrewish, and when she started to compete, there was a kind of overbearing majesty. As long as my Jiao Jiao is not good, you see how I will settle the accounts with you. She finished speaking in one breath, causing everyone in the room to tremble in fear. Luo Shuiyan was not in the Shen residence all year round, and the servants in the room did not treat her as a proper master. And there were even more people who were Ren Wanyan's eyes. Every time Luo Shuiyan came back, she was always smiling. She was open-minded and straightforward. She didn't haggle over small things. Everyone thought that she was easy to talk to. They had never seen her so stern. It made Ren Wanyan unable to spit out a single word, and her face turned purple. Shen Miao, who was sleeping in the inner room, turned over, but her pair of eyes were very clear. She racked her brains to act this out and did not even hesitate to leave scars on her body, just to eliminate any possibility of Ren Wanyan being forgiven. The Shen family were all experts in acting. If they put on a few plays and said some good words, one was afraid that it would make people soft-hearted. Unless the harm had already been done, no parent would tolerate others hurting their children, just like her Wan Yu and Fu Ming. Now Luo Shuiyan did not trust Ren Wanyan and Chen Roqiu like in the past, and treated the second and third households people with the attitude of an enemy. At least her burns were not in vain. That was good. And in the outer courtyard, Xianxia and Xianxia were currently facing Shen Gui and Shen Wan. Big brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Shen Gui was somewhat badly battered. He did not know that Ren Wanyan wanted to change the marriage of Shen Miao and Shen Qing sisters, and the reason why Shen Miao was locked up in the ancestral hall was because Shen Miao had committed a mistake previously. Shen Gui had been brooding over the matter of Shen Miao contradicting him in Rongjing Tang that day, and naturally did not have any opinion on bringing Shen Miao into the ancestral hall, but who knew that something would happen at this critical juncture. Second Shu, this is not considered as a misunderstanding. Xinqiu took a step forward and clenched his fists tightly, trying his best to control his impulse to go forward and overturn the two of them. During Zuma's birthday banquet, only my younger sister was locked up in the ancestral hall. I want to ask, what mistake did she commit, and why are there so many guards at the door? These guards did not go to save her, and just watch from the outside. Second Shu, third Shu, can I understand that these guards did not go to save her, but to block the path of others, and think of ways to take my younger sister's life? Xinqiu was after all young and impetuous, so naturally he would not think before speaking, and said whatever he thought of. He did not disappoint Shen Miao's expectations, and the words he said were even more serious than what Shen Miao had thought. When the words were said, Xianxian's face darkened and Shen Gui and Shen Wan jumped in shock. Shen Wan quickly persuaded, eldest nephew, how can you say it like that? Fifth mother is our niece, why would we harm her? He looked at Xianxian, big brother, today's matter was an accident. Big brother has lived with us for so many years, if we wanted to harm fifth mother, how would we raise her up to this age? Does big brother not believe us? Shen Wan was a scholar, and when he put on a bright and clear appearance, he was able to deceive people's hearts, as if he was the only upright and plain-spoken person in the world. But Xianxian did not fall for this. If it was in the past, he would most likely think that this was a misunderstanding. After all, they had raised Shen Miao so well for so many years, and even Shen Miao was willing to be close to them. But after today's matter, when he looked at these people again, he only felt that under the surface of a scholarly person, there was a wolf's ambition. Thus under Shen Gui and Shen Wan's shocked gaze, Xianxian scolded, your mother's fart. Do you think that this father is easy to deceive? I handed Jiao Jiao over to you, but you want to harm her. Lock her up in the ancestral hall and force her to marry? Shen Gui, Shen Wan, do not think that this father is not in the capital, that this father's daughter can be bullied by you. Today I, Xianxian, will leave my words here. Wait till Jiao Jiao wakes up, then we shall see. Shen Gui and Shen Wan were dumbstruck. Even though Xianxian was a rough military general, but for so many years, he had always restrained his rough temperament in front of them. Even though he was not as elegant as those scholars, but with one look, one knew that this Xianxian was a hooligan in his bones. These words made Shen Gui and Shen Wan not know how to continue. In fact, Xianxian was also angered to the extreme. Originally, when he saw his own daughter in a sea of fire, his heart was angry and in pain, but the words that Shin Miao said before she fainted became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The simpler she said it, the more it made one's imagination run wild and even made Xianxia guess what kind of days Shin Miao was living in the Shin residence. The more he thought, the more disgusted he looked at his two younger brothers. If it was possible, Xianxia wished he could pull out his sword and slash these two beasts. "Shut up!" An angry shout was heard from behind. Everyone turned around and saw Fuer and Shier supporting old Shinforen as they walked over. Old Shinforen almost had a heart attack from anger. She cared about Face the most in her life, but today on her birthday banquet, she made a fool of herself in front of all the reputable people in the Ding capital. The guests had personally seen Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan's denouncing look and knew that one could not stay for long, so they hurriedly left. Only the banquet that was halfway through was left. Now that all the guests had left, she hurried over wanting to question them, but who knew that she would see the scene of Xianxia questioning Xingui and Xinwan and naturally did not hesitate to speak out. Xinqiu turned his head back and saw old Shinforen. He greeted her as Zumu, but his attitude was not warm. In the past when Xinyuan was around, old Shinforen favored Xinyuan a little and everyone said that it was because old Foren did not like to fight and kill and Xinyuan walked the path of a civil official, thus old Foren favored Xinyuan. But most children would have an intuition that Xinqiu instinctively did not like to be close to old Shinforen, and later on when he came back less, he became even more distant. This time he had personally witnessed Shin Miao falling into a trap and the banquet was still able to continue. Xinqiu's heart did not feel good and he could not wait to stand up for his younger sister. Old Shinforen glanced at Xinqiu before her eyes swept across Xianxia and finally put on airs. "Eldest Shin, you just returned to the residence and what kind of prestige are you showing to your two younger brothers? Why, do you want to put on the airs of a general in my Shin family?" When old Shinforen was young, even though she was a songstress and had unfilial means in the dark, she was still very gentle and virtuous on the surface and made the old general obedient. Before the old general died, he told Xianxia that Xingui and Xinwan walked the path of a civil official and only Xianxia inherited the mantle, and to support his two younger brothers, one must make the family harmonious. When old General Shin was still alive, he had a deep father-son relationship with Xianxia and Xianxia would always remember his words. So in these years, his respect towards old Shinforen did not change at all. But in the past, people's feelings were always directed downwards. Parents love their children and children love the next generation of children, but there were very few who loved their parents more than their children. Xianxia was the same. Between a mother who was not related by blood and his own flesh and blood, Xianxia naturally would not hesitate to choose his flesh and blood. Old Shinforen's words did not have any use in Xianxia's ears. He cupped his fists towards old Shinforen. "Mother, it is not that I am putting on airs in the residence, but today's matter is really fishy. I am the formidable great general, and if I cannot even protect my own daughter's safety, how would I have the face to see the Shin family's ancestors? Would it not be a shame to my prestige outside? I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. Today should be celebrating mother's birthday, but this son is unfilial and is unable to watch Jiao Jiao fall into a predicament as if nothing had happened, so one can only apologize to mother in the future." His words were full of hidden sarcasm. Shin Miao was in a predicament, but these Shin family people still had the mood to continue the banquet as if nothing had happened. Old Shinforen stood blankly at the same spot. Xianxia had always been well behaved towards her. When she was young, she had thought of using other means to kill Xianxia, but the old general doted on Xianxia like his lifeblood and did not give her any chance to do so. When Xianxia grew up, there was no other way. But Xianxia treated her with respect and she was happy to put on a show. This was the first time Xianxia refuted her words in such a strong manner, and she was so shocked that she did not make a sound. Xianxia then turned his head to look at Xingui and Xinwan and said in a gloomy tone, "I will naturally investigate clearly what is going on in this matter. Second younger brother and third younger brother, farewell." He turned and strode away, not even looking at the rest of them. Xinqiu quickly followed. After walking out of the eastern courtyard, Xianxia then said to Xinqiu, "Later give the fire rat fur cloak to your younger sister. I see that the danger in the residence is not comparable to the battlefield and your younger sister needs it more than old Tai Tai." "Yes." Xinqiu was overjoyed and immediately thought of something. "Father, Before younger sister fainted, we have to check on what marriage matters. The Northwest has never received any news about these things. Humph. Xianxia said in a deep voice, I see that there are quite a number of demons and ghosts in the general residence. This time your younger sister almost lost her life. Find those who do not want their lives and let this old man serve them with great torture, residents of the Marquis of Linen. When Xianxia returned to the room, he saw a person sitting in front of the table. That person's white robes fluttered as he gently fanned himself and smiled at him. What are you here for? Xianxia put down the sword in his hand and asked. I heard that you went to the Shen residence to look for something. What was the result? Gao Yang asked with a smile. No. I have long guessed that the thing is not in the Shen residence. Gao Yang shook his head and a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. If the thing is not in the Shen residence, what are you going to do next? 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their supernatural powers. Xianxia sat opposite him and poured himself a cup of tea. What else can it be? But with Xianxia's return to the capital this time, there might be new turbulence in Mingqi. Gao Yang looked at him and the fan in his hand slightly paused. At this time, will the Fu family? He placed his hand on his neck and made a gesture of silencing someone. The Shen family's merits are too high to cover the lords, adding oil to the fire. Sooner or later there will be such a day. Xianxia drank a mouthful of tea and evaluated in a flat tone without a trace of sympathy. Gao Yang shrugged his shoulders and suddenly thought of something. He took out a small green bottle from his bosom. Last time I heard from Tai that your hand was injured, so I prescribed this medicine for you. What medicine do I need for a small injury? Xianxia frowned. This medicine of mine will not leave a scar. Gao Yang forcefully stuffed the medicine bottle into Xianxia's hands. It is not good to leave a scar. I am not a woman. Xianxia threw the medicine bottle back like he was avoiding the plague. Take it back. If you were a woman, you would cry and beg me for it. Gao Yang said, take it back. This medicine is very expensive. 1 bottle is worth 1,000 gold. Xianxia swept a glance at him and his lips curled up in disdain. But suddenly he thought of the sea of fire and the scene of the young female burning the tablet on her hand without hesitation. Afraid of leaving a scar? That might not be the case. After muttering to himself for a moment, he reached out and kept the medicine bottle back into his bosom. Following Xianxia's victorious return to the court, there was a huge uproar in the Ding capital. The first to bear the brunt was naturally praising Xianxia's bravery and martial prowess as he was victorious in hundreds of battles. This time he had taken the enemy's surrender letter, and when the banquet was held, the emperor would definitely bestow numerous rewards. But now that Xianxia was already a first-rank official, he really could not be promoted anymore. Everyone guessed that this reward would most likely fall onto Xianxia's son, Xianxiu. The other matter was that on the day Xianxia returned to the capital, it coincided with old Shen Foreign's birthday, but unfortunately the ancestral hall caught fire and unfortunately 5th Shen young lady was still trapped in the ancestral hall. That day everyone in the Shen family had a cold attitude and Xianxia had personally witnessed it. One feared that the Shen family would not be peaceful in the future. These two matters were spread in an uproar in the Ding capital. Some people only laughed when they heard it, but when others heard it, they were like ants on a hot pan, anxiously pacing around in circles. In the western courtyard of the Shen residence, in the boudoir, Shen Miao stood up with her clothes draped over her shoulders. Xianxia and wife were summoned to the palace by the emperor, but before they left, they specially mobilized the guards from the army to guard the western courtyard. It was as if it was clearly shown to the Shen family that they were guarding against the Shen family. Yesterday Xianxia returned in a hurry and went around to look for a physician. Afterwards when Shen Miao rested, he did not dare to disturb her. He did not even speak to Shen Miao. Does young lady feel better? Xianxia said worriedly. Her gaze landed on the cloth wrapped around Shen Miao's arm and her eyes turned sour. She said, if this servant was faster yesterday, young lady would not need to suffer such torment. Now there is even a scar. That burn mark was too deep and the physician said that one could only take good care of it as it was impossible to not have a scar at all. Females all cherished their own appearance and it was not acceptable even if there was a little scar on the body. Now that Shen Miao was scalded, Xianxia would blame herself every time she thought about it. Nothing. Shin Miao looked at her and said with a smile, you did very well yesterday. You did not rush in because you were anxious. If you had rushed in, it would have spoiled my matters. Xianxia lowered her head. Afterwards, when Shin Miao fainted and Xianxia and wife were furious, she thought about it and roughly understood what Shin Miao was thinking. It was because of this that Xianxia's heart ached for Shin Miao even more. Most likely it was because she was at the end of the road that she did not hesitate to put herself in such a dangerous situation, to let Xianxia and wife see the true face of the Shin family. An unmarried young female, at this age, should be playing the zither and writing like the young ladies of other families, but Shin Miao's every move was related to her own life. Whatever he wanted, he had to plan it himself. It was as if he was walking on the edge of a blade, and a moment of carelessness would lead to eternal damnation. This servant will do whatever young lady says. Xianxia muttered. Shin Miao's heart was gratified. Xianxia was indeed the most daring among the four maids. In the future, if there were such matters, Xianxia could be of use. Naturally, it was necessary to slowly train Guyu and the rest. She was not an unmarried daughter, Shin Miao, but the ruler of the 6 palaces, Empress Shin. She must have her own confidence, and what she would face in the future would be much more dangerous than what was in front of her. If she could get used to it, then these maids must also learn to get used to it. Just as he was thinking, he heard a hearty laughter coming from outside. Little sister. Shin Miao turned her head back and saw Xianxia walking in from the door. He had taken off the armor he wore on the battlefield and was only wearing a green robe, making him look exceptionally heroic. Wheat-colored skin and 2 dimples when he smiled made his valiant brows look a little childish. He walked closer and looked at Shin Miao before carefully asking, "Does younger sister feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Shin Miao suddenly closed her eyes and the memories of her previous lifetime came flooding in. In all fairness, Xianxia, as an older brother, did his best. In the beginning, no matter how cold she was to Xianxia would always treat her warmly. Afterwards there was a matter where Xianxia tainted the innocence of another young lady and was forced to marry that young lady. Thus everything changed. Mistakes were often made in military matters, and later he fell from a horse and broke his leg. Afterwards that young lady gave Xianxia a green hat and Xianxia killed the adulterer in a rage. Who knew that it was the only son of the Minister of Personnel? The Minister of Personnel wrote an imperial report and Xianxia used up all of his family's wealth to save Xianxia's life. But Xianxia still died in a winter morning and someone found his corpse in a pond. At that time, Shin Miao was already married to Fu Xiaoyi and it was the crucial time for the fight for the throne. When she heard the grievous news, she rushed back to the residence and saw Xianxia's deformed and swollen body. Even if she was not close to Xianxia, but after all they had the same blood flowing in them. She was in pain because of this and fell seriously ill, but Fu Xiaoyi let Xianxia go out to battle at that time. That cold winter sun, the wet body outside the pond, Xianxia's deformed and pale face, and the youth's fawning smile in front of her, was like a sharp sword that pierced her until she could not breathe. Shin Miao suddenly bent down and clutched her chest as she gasped for air. Younger sister. Xianxia jumped in shock and helped her up before shouting outside, "Go and call a physician. Quickly. Younger sister's body is not well." A hand grabbed Xianxia's arm and he turned his head back to see Shin Miao grabbing his hand as she stood up and said, "No need. It is just that I am a little weak. Younger sister's body is still not well. It is better to call a physician over to take a look." Xianxia shook his head and his tone was filled with concern. "I am fine." Shin Miao said to the hesitating Xianxia, "All of you can withdraw." Her tone was firm and calm, which made Xianxia stunned for a moment. "Younger sister, what happened to you?" Xianxia asked. When the words came out, he was somewhat vexed that his words were too heavy. He usually faced those iron-blooded men in the army and had forgotten to be gentle towards young ladies. Thus he slowed down his voice and said, "Father and mother were frightened when they saw you trapped in the fire yesterday. Younger sister, why are you in the ancestral hall? Are you locked up?" Shin Miao however shook her head and looked at him with a smile. "1 year of not seeing, is eldest brother well?" "Ah?" Xianxia was a simple-minded person and scratched his head when he heard that. "I am still all right. The army is like that and have made a few small contributions. Wait for His Majesty to bestow the rewards, then younger sister can pick what you like. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and happily said, oh right, father had hunted a fire rat and skinned it to make a cloak. Later I will get the servants to bring it over for you. That cloak is impervious to swords and spears, water and fire. If you had that cloak, you wouldn't have been burned yesterday. Before the words were finished, Xianxia froze. Xin Miao went forward and wrapped her hands around Xianxia's arms and rested her head on his chest. Even if they were biological siblings, they were not children after all. Xianxia felt a little awkward for a moment, but also a little happy. Xin Miao had not been this close to him for a long time and was somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. Just as he was somewhat happy, his heart sank. Thinking of Xin Miao's temperament, for her to be so close to him for the first time today, could it be that she had suffered a huge grievance? He hurriedly asked, sister, did someone bully you? If someone did, just tell me. I'll beat him half to death. He spoke with righteous indignation, but Xin Miao wanted to laugh. Mei Foran had an older brother who was extremely intelligent and had given advice to Fu Xiuyi in the previous court. Fu Xiuyi then doted on Mei Foran, and it was not without her older brother's credit. Xin Miao herself was also envious, but at that time, Xianxia was already dead. It seemed that she had not tasted the feeling of having a backer for a very long time. She was used to fighting alone and dividing herself into numerous people, so she was defeated by Mei Foran's hands in her previous life. Perhaps it was because she was alone. Now that there was someone protecting her, it was so beautiful that it was almost unreal. She slowly let go of her hands and raised her head to meet Xianxia's concerned gaze. Younger sister. Xianxia was also startled. The young female in front of him had bright eyes, and when she faced him, there was no longer the impatience and annoyance in her eyes, and what replaced it was a kind of profoundness. That kind of feeling was somewhat unfamiliar to him as he carefully sized up the young female in front of him. After not seeing her for a year, Xin Miao had lost a lot of weight, and the originally somewhat round face had now revealed a sharp chin, making her look much more delicate. Her delicate facial features became more and more clear. That kind of naive tenderness had disappeared without a trace, and when she looked at him, there was a faint gratification and a kind of unknown loneliness. Xin Miao sighed in her heart. Xianxia had an almost youthful naivety, and this naivety made his temperament very valuable. Sincere and full of vitality, it was hard to imagine that such a person would end up drowning in the pond. At the beginning people said that Xianxia committed suicide because of his notoriety, but now thinking about it, with Xianxia's perseverance, how could he commit suicide because of other people's pointing fingers? As for the initiator, her so-called sister-in-law, she used the excuse of climbing into the bed to force Xianxia to marry her, but now it seemed that it might be someone else's conspiracy. Why does younger sister keep staring at me? Xianxia was baffled. Is there something on my face? He felt that the current Xin Miao was strange. The Xin Miao who did not throw her temper and was not cold made Xianxia feel unfamiliar, as if he was not facing a young lady. Why did eldest brother not go to the palace today? Xin Miao asked softly. His Majesty only summoned father and mother. Xianxia smiled. Naturally I will not follow. Younger sister, you still have not told me what happened yesterday. How did you get trapped in the ancestral hall's fire? His mind was preoccupied with this matter and was also concerned about Xin Miao's injury, so he had to clarify the ins and outs of the matter. Will eldest brother believe what I say? Xin Miao smiled gently. If you will not believe even if I say it, then there is no need to say it. Why would I not believe? When Xianxia heard this, he quickly grabbed Xin Miao's arm. You are my younger sister. If I do not believe your words, who else would I believe? I can tell eldest brother about this matter, but eldest brother must promise me one thing. Do not tell father and mother about what I told you today. If it is said, I will no longer care about you. Why not tell father and mother? Xianxia was somewhat puzzled before suddenly realizing, could it be that this matter is related to His Highness Prince Ding? The letter that the Northwest received from the Ding capital also mentioned that Xin Miao had a special liking for Fu Xiuyi. But Xin Miao was after all an unmarried female and did not know that the princes were fighting for the heir apparent. It was best for the officials not to interfere, as the earlier they interfered, the earlier they would die. Xin Miao however was unswerving towards Fu Xiuyi. Xianxia and the rest were far away in the northwest. Even though they were anxious, they were helpless and could only hope that Xin Miao would be able to think it through and no longer love Fu Xiuyi. It has nothing to do with him. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. She said, before you all returned, Second Shen brought our Shen family's 3D young ladies to a long temple to offer incense. That day I exchanged rooms with eldest sister, and eldest sister's innocence was tainted by an evil person. Second Shen's family thought that eldest sister suffered for me, and I was the initiator. I did not admit my mistake and punished me to copy Buddhist scriptures. When Xianxia heard this, his heart broke out in cold sweat, thinking that it was a close shave. The one who almost got into an accident was not Xianqing but Xianmiao. When he heard it, he was extremely angry. What did this matter have to do with Xianmiao? Why was Xianmiao grounded? This is clearly sophistry, Xianxiao said angrily. He did not have any good impression of Xianqing, but because Xianqing relied on Xianyuan as her elder brother, she often did not put Xianxiao in her eyes, and even ridiculed Xianxiao as a martial man who did not know anything about literature. Not only that. Xianmiao continued, coincidentally, the assistant minister of the secretariat, the Wei family came to the residence to propose marriage. The one they picked was me. The Huang family of the junior residence supervisor also came to propose and picked eldest sister. Xianxiao was stunned. Propose marriage? They had received letters from the Shen family, but there was no mention of Xianmiao's marriage. Wasn't this too absurd? How could there be a child's marriage that the parents didn't inform them? The Shen family's actions were really too much. The Wei family's young master, Wei Qian, is a young and talented man, while the Huang family's young master, Huang Dexing, is a homosexual. Second aunt wanted to swap me and eldest sister's marriage. When I found out about this, I could only say that I didn't want to marry. If I did get engaged, I would run away from the marriage. As a result, they locked me in the ancestral hall. The guards you saw yesterday were not there to put out the fire. They were there to guard me, to prevent me from escaping. Xianxiao's expression changed along with Xianmiao's narration, and finally he heavily punched the table. The smile on his face had long disappeared and his eyes were somewhat red as he looked at Xianmiao. Younger sister, is what you said true? Naturally, I do not need to lie to you. Xianmiao said, even that big fire came inexplicably, and I suspect. She smiled gently, after all, if I die, it would be more justifiable for eldest sister to remarry. Too much bullying. Xianxiao shouted angrily and turned to leave. He was pulled back by Xianmiao and asked, where is eldest brother going? I will go and reason with them. Whoever touched you, let that person pay with blood. Xianxiao said. Xianmiao looked at him and calmly asked, how do you plan to reason? Where is the evidence? Scold all of them or kill them all? The sarcasm in her tone made Xianxiao slightly sober up. He turned back and looked at Xianmiao and asked with a frown, what does younger sister mean? Why does eldest brother not think about why I am not willing to tell father and mother about this matter? Xianmiao lightly said, father and mother are straightforward people and father is easily impulsive. It is very simple for him to stand up for me, but what about the following matter? The Shen family is a big family in Mingqi, and how many eyes are watching? Today, father will seek justice for me, but tomorrow, the censors will write a report against father. The corners of her lips curled up. In this world, the more people, the more power. Whoever has more people is in the right. The Shen family's 3 households, the first household against the second and third household and an old woman. Do you think that we can really be in the right? Xianxia was shocked by Xianmiao's words, but what made him even more surprised was Xianmiao's expression when she spoke. That kind of dull analysis was cruel to the point and made him raise his eyebrows. This was not something that someone of Xianmiao's age could say. Which unmarried female would be able to evaluate the world's affairs so coldly? He hesitated for a moment. Younger sister, Xianmiao took one look and knew what Xianxiao was thinking in his heart. Xianxiao was too straightforward, and it should be said that the entire first household of the Shen family was too straightforward, and in this difficult world, good people would not have a good ending. She said, eldest brother wants to ask why I have become like this now. Xianmiao's eyes hung down, because I came over like this. After experiencing so many things, no one can remain the same. Big brother, I'm not who I used to be, and you're not who you used to be. Now, I only have one question. After listening to me, do you hate them? Xianxia was startled for a moment and looked at Xianmiao before slowly gritting his teeth. Hate. Why do you hate me? Because. How could they treat you like this? Xianxia shook her head, that's not what you should hate. Xianxia was flabbergasted. He suddenly discovered that his younger sister's words made him more and more unable to understand, but faintly, he felt that what Xianxia said was very reasonable. What you should hate is that we have given our sincerity and treated each other with sincerity, but what we got in return is a false friendship that is even worse than that of an enemy. For their own sake, they can take our lives. This isn't family. For strangers to harm us like this has long since become a blood feud. Between family members, it's even more sinful. Xianxia looked at Xianxiu and sighed in her heart. If it was possible, she even hoped that she could protect the youth in front of her well, and let him only know how to gallop on the battlefield for the rest of his life, and be a hero that was revered by the people. But she was really afraid. Afraid that one day, the scene by the pond would repeat itself. She could only build a wall in Xianxiu's heart now. Remembering hatred was better than remembering hobbies, as love was the most hurtful. What does younger sister want to say? Xianxiu finally said. Xianxia gave a sigh of relief. Xianxiu was not really stupid. Once he understood, some things would be much easier. I hate them and eldest brother want to vent my anger. If father and mother were to take action, one cannot kill them all. Xianxia said, I want to personally deal with them, but this requires eldest brother's help. No matter how Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan were, they did not have any evidence on their hands. If the second household were to be killed, according to Ming Qi's laws, one would have to pay with one's life. Xianxia might really do such a thing for her. She could use her own life to gamble but was not willing to see Xianxia and wife take the risk. Death was the easiest thing to do. If one could escape unscathed, then a blunt knife would grind the flesh, and the ones who would feel pain would be those who were being grinded. Moreover, behind her bait, the big fish had not taken the bait. What does younger sister want to do? Xianxiu asked. Xianxia smiled, no rush. There is plenty of time. Let us slowly. Xianxiu and Xianxiu, this pair of siblings, had not talked for a long time like today. The guards outside the western courtyard were specially found by Xianxiu and guarded outside so that others would not be able to enter. 2 hours was neither long nor short, as it was Xianxiu who was listening to Xianxiu's words. Most likely Xianxiu wanted to make Xianxiu happy and talked about some interesting things in the army and even indirectly inquired about what Xianxiu had experienced in this 1 year, but it was all avoided by Xianxiu. There were some things that it was not the time to talk about. Moreover, the current Xin family had not reached the point where they would frame the first household like in the previous lifetime, and it would be hard to believe even if it was said. At this moment, if one were to make a move, it must be a one-hit kill. Even if it was a blunt knife grinding the meat, one must first ensure that the skin was scraped off. After speaking some more, Xianxiu's face showed some fatigue. Xianxiu was concerned about his younger sister, and upon seeing it, he said, Younger sister's body is not well and it is not convenient for me to disturb. Rest for a while first. Father and mother will most likely return to the residence when it gets dark. When father and mother return, I will come over to see younger sister. Xianxiu nodded her head in agreement. Xianxiu got up and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and hesitated for a moment before turning to look at Xianxiu. Younger sister, you said that Xin Qing's innocence was tainted by someone. Was the thief caught? It was to protect Xin Qing's reputation, but there are guards in the Xin residence, so there should be people to investigate in private. Xianxiu looked at him and her eyes curved. That thief is very cunning. One careless, and he escaped. So it was like this. Xianxiu lowered his head thoughtfully and looked at Xianxiu with a calm smile. Since that is the case, I will leave first. He strode out of the room, and when he walked out of the door, the bright smile on his face suddenly disappeared and what was left was a haze. When the servants outside saw it, they could not help but shiver. It was as if they then deeply understood the iron blood in the bones of this young general's warm smile. He instructed the guards beside him, find 2 people to go to a long temple and also check if there are any movements from the capital magistrate's side. He glanced at Xianxiu's closed door and clenched his fists as he whispered, Younger sister, what exactly happened in this year? In the room, Xianxiu said to Guyu, who was walking in, Go take some money for Chen Tao and also find a servant to send some banknotes to physician Chen. This is the most crucial time. We have to take good care of the baby in big sister's belly. She caressed the burned scar on her arm. The scar was particularly glaring on her fair skin, as if a piece of fine brocade had been burned. However, she didn't feel sad at all. She was satisfied as if she had made a good deal. I still have to rely on my unborn nephew for the rest of the show. Young lady. Xianxia asked, just now why did not tell everything to eldest young master? What Shen Miao told Xianxia, she still concealed some things. For example, the evil person was Prince Yu of the first rank. Xianxia said, if eldest young master were to take action, at least that one would not dare to act rashly. Moreover, if master and foreign knew about it, they would also protect young lady. Even if I do not say, eldest brother would investigate himself. Shen Miao looked out of the window, one fear that he would have already gone to inquire about the situation in Wulong Temple that day. But can eldest young master find out? Xianxia was worried, if he were to find out, he would eventually know about it. What is the use of young lady hiding it? Prince Yu's way of doing things is watertight. If I did not guess wrongly, the monks in Wulong Temple had been changed inside and out. Not to mention eldest brother, even if it was father, one would not be able to find any traces. Heavens! Xianxia covered her mouth. Does that mean that this matter would not come to light for a lifetime? The evil intentions of the second household of the Shen family and the shamelessness of Prince Yu. One thought that after Xianxia and wife returned, they would be able to stand up for Shen Miao, but at this moment Shen Miao's words almost meant that everything that happened in Wulong Temple that day had been buried deeply and no one knew the truth. I did not intend to use such a fair method to seek justice for myself. Shen Miao lightly said, in this world, there are still many ways to achieve one's goal. Justice, it was not even comparable to grass. Justice restrained the weak, but for the truly strong, they themselves were the justice. In those years in the imperial harem, she understood many things. It wasn't that there weren't good women in the imperial harem, but those women were like flowers in winter, too weak. They couldn't even withstand the wind and were crushed into mud. Since she was walking on a dark and bloody path, then the means she used along the way would not be able to see the light. But what can young lady do? Xianxia said, at least master and foreign can protect young lady, and if it is possible, they can help young lady vent. Young lady is after all an unmarried female, and even if one wanted to take revenge, there would be many inconveniences. Xianxia wholeheartedly spoke for Shen Miao. Father and mother's hearts are filled with resentment, so they would directly go against the residents of Prince Yu, and if they retreat, they can only protect me and make Prince Yu fearful. Shen Miao said, but it is impossible for the Shen family to go against the residents of Prince Yu unscathed. If it is only for deterrence, then it is not what I wish to do. Xianxia was more and more unable to understand. Shen Miao's meaning was not to let Xianxia vent his anger on Prince Yu, and also not to let Xianxia deter Prince Yu so that Prince Yu would not dare to have any ideas on Shen Miao. But looking at Shen Miao, it was obvious that she would not let this matter go. What was Shen Miao's intention? Shen Miao smiled gently, if one offends me, I will exterminate the entire family. Xianxia was shocked and subconsciously looked up at Shen Miao, but saw that the young female was bathed in the morning sun and the smile on her lips was pure and innocent, but it was like a young beast in the dark forest, quietly revealing its fangs. Her heart was shocked and at that moment she felt terrified and could not ask a single question as she lowered her head in fear. Thinking that Xianxia was right about one thing, how was it that in a short 1 year, Shen Miao seemed to have completely changed? Not to mention Xianxia, even the maids that were with Shen Miao day and night were not able to find any traces. Shen Miao narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. Since the person had returned, the chess game could start. Shen Miao was a small pawn, Prince Yu was the chariot and the imperial family of Mingqi was like a white chess piece. When would that rooster be swallowed and be eliminated? Everything was up to the will of heaven. This time, heaven's will was in her hands. Residence of the Marquis of Lineage. Even though it was a harsh winter day, the entire Marquis's mansion was still beautifully decorated. When the late Marquis's wife, Princess Yu Qing, was alive, she loved flowers and grasses the most. When she was married to the Marquis of Lineage, there were sweet words of love and harmony. Xie Ding doted on Princess Yu Qing and renovated the entire Marquis residence to look like the princess hall that Princess Yu Qing resided in. At that time, it had caused quite a stir. A general had renovated his residence to such an exquisite degree. It was truly a bit comical. Later on, when Princess Yuqing passed away, Xiading still preserved all the scenery when Princess Yuqing was alive. They hired professionals to protect and take care of the place, so after so many years, even in winter, this place still didn't feel gloomy. However, although the scenery was prosperous, it was not the scenery but the people who were depressed. Things remain the same, but people have changed. This was an irresistible problem on the road of life. In the end, he couldn't return to the past even if he forced himself to maintain a facade. Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao were practicing their spears in the courtyard. Ever since the academy examinations, both of them rarely left the residence. Firstly, it was because that day when Xie Jingxing challenged both of them alone, it made them lose all their face and they really did not have the face to go out. Secondly, it was because their injuries were not completely healed and they were unable to exercise. Speaking of which, Xie Jingxing seemed to be playing it down that day, but in actual fact, his attacks were extremely heavy. It would take 100 days for one's muscles and bones to recover, and even after recuperating for a few months, they would still feel some pain. Madame Fong was extremely distressed but did not dare to say anything to Xiading. Even so, Xiading still scolded both of them. Thinking of this, the two brothers gritted their teeth in hatred. Xie Changchao swung his arm. That day when Xie Jingxing stepped on his shoulder, there was still a dull pain. He said, "Second older brother, one heard that Xianxia and wife entered the palace today. This time they have achieved military merits, one fear that His Majesty will reward Xianxia." The Shen and Xia families were in deep discord. Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao did not view Xianxia as a thorn in their eyes because of the Shen and Xia families' political stance. In fact, they viewed all the youths in the capital as their opponents. And Xianxia was undoubtedly the most outstanding among those youths. Even though Xie Jingxing was also outstanding, Xie Jingxing did not become an official, and with Xiading's protection, they could do nothing even if they wanted to. But Xianxia was different. If Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao were to become an official, one feared that everyone would compare the two brothers with the D sons of the first household of the Shen family. And what Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao hated the most was to be inferior to others. "What are you afraid of?" Xie Changwu said in disdain, "Only a martial artist who only knows how to fight and kill, and does not know anything about the matters of the court." In the Shen family, other than Xianxian's military merits, what can Xianxian do? Now the Shen family is also an arrow at the end of its flight. It looks good, but in the end. He suddenly stopped and did not continue speaking. Second older brother is right. Xie Changchao smiled, who asked the Shen family to be a neutral party. In this world, it is only a dream to want to be virtuous. But many thanks to the Shen family's stupidity, at least in the future, we will have one less opponent. If the conversation between the two of them was known by others, one feared that they would be shocked. After all, Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao had a noble appearance on the outside, and the Xie family did not participate in the fight for the heir apparent position. But just now Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao's words hinted that they had gone behind the Xie family's back to a certain faction. Speaking of which, the Shen family is not to be feared as we still have one in our own family. Xie Changchao suddenly turned to another direction. That direction was the courtyard where Princess Yuqing was recuperating, and it was also the courtyard where Xie Jingxing was currently staying. He thought of Xie Jingxing pointing the spear at his head during the academy examinations, and a gloomy feeling rose in his chest. After a while, he said, "That bastard is getting more and more arrogant." He actually called Xie Jingxing a scoundrel in private, and if they met on normal days, he would be very respectful, which really made one speechless. That's right. Xie Changchao followed Xie Changwu's words and said, "These days he is more well-behaved and father values him more. Could it be that there's an expert guiding him? Is there some kind of conspiracy?" Xie Jingxing had been stubborn for so many years and did not enter officialdom. Even though it was a headache, it made the two Xia brothers secretly relieved. But even so, when people mentioned the young Marquis Xia, other than being cynical, they were full of praise for his heroic bearing on the battlefield. Not only that, no matter how Xie Jingxing opposed Xiading treated Xie Jingxing wholeheartedly. Instead, his attitude towards his two filial sons was lukewarm. As a result, the jealousy towards Xie Jingxing seemed to grow more and more intense over the past 10 years. In the past, as long as Xie Jingxing was in the Ding capital, something big would happen every 3 to 5 days, but ever since the academy examinations incident, he seemed to have changed his temperament and lived in seclusion every day, not knowing what he was busy with. But this kind of uncharacteristic quietness made Xie Ding very gratified, and even felt that Xie Jingxing had finally put away his stubbornness and was going to do serious things. Because of this, Xie Changqiao and Xie Changwu were even more nervous. Who cares what expert guide him? Xie Changwu sneered, there will be a day when he will be stepped on by my feet. At the beginning that woman was a princess and did not end up well, much less a son. In short, it is better to build a close relationship with His Highness Prince Ding during the returning banquet. Xie Changqiao said before raising his spear and fiercely pierced it into the haystack in front of him. And at this time the main character of the two people's discussion was sitting at the table in the room. The courtyard where Princess Yuqing was recuperating was filled with flowers and plants, and some trees were still lush even in winter. In front of Xie Jingxing's room, the branches and leaves of the trees almost blocked the entire window. Even if it was daytime, the room always looked gloomy. However, amidst the gloomy atmosphere, the young man's eyes were as bright as the sun. The guard in front of him handed him a letter. He read it carefully and threw it into the warm stove in the room. In an instant, ashes flew out and the letter disappeared without a trace. What do you mean? A figure came from behind. The white-clad gentleman was leisurely pouring tea for himself. His posture was elegant, as if he was really tasting tea with someone. The situation has changed. Xie Jingxing did not turn back and seemed to be thinking about something. Oh? The white-clad gentleman paused and frowned as he looked at him. Was it not long ago, Gao Yang? Xie Jingxing suddenly said, how about breaking before establishing, dying before settling? You are not this kind of character. Gao Yang was surprised for a moment before shaking his head. Don't you always like to hide your strength and bide your time, and only take action when everything is fixed? If the result is not to win and not do anything, it would surprise me that you, who is used to planning, would say it like this. He asked, did you encounter something? Met a lunatic. Xie Jingxing raised his brows, made me suddenly feel that it is not bad to gamble. He stood up. The purple robes were embroidered with gold cloud patterns. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to see it, but in the dim light, there was a faint bright brilliance. Could it be that you were talking about the D daughter of the Shen family? Gao Yang hit the nail on the head. I have heard from Tai Yi about that day's matter. Even though it was bold, it was too reckless. Now that Xianxia has returned, one fear that with Xianxia's character, he would make a big fuss. The thing is not in the Shen family. Xie Jingxing said, I have changed my mind. Not planning to use the Shen family? Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. There are too many variables in the Shen family. Xie Jingxing shook his head. The youth's handsome brows lost the usual frivolity and showed a calmness beyond his age. His natural elegance and nobility gave him a layer of mysterious luster that was even more dazzling than the blazing sun in the sky. What do you mean by variable? Gao Yang asked. Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up. Towards the Fu family's attitude, I have a premonition that in the future structure of Ming Qi, the Shen family will become the biggest variable. Gao Yang seemed to be in slight disbelief. However, his trust in the youth ultimately won over the doubt in his heart. He said, how do you know? On what basis did the Shen family become a variable? Shen Xiao? Xianxia? Even if there is a problem within the Shen family, it does not represent the entire Shen family's attitude. There is a smart person in the Shen family. Xie Jingxing said lazily, but fate is too cruel. What is the use of struggling? He said, in short, there is a change in the plan. Change the method. You can't be thinking. Gao Yang was moved. For so many years, I have endured for too long. Xie Jingxing said, because of concerns, one could endure, but now. He smiled. It was as if the dark clouds had suddenly retreated and the sunlight poured into the room. In a moment, the beautiful scenery lost its color and there was no light. Xie Jingxing stood with his hands behind his back and lightly said, Gao Yang, I am tired of lying low. I will take action in the shortest time possible. But are you willing? Gao Yang asked. There is nothing to be unwilling about. Dao Yang sighed, and when he raised his head again, it had become firm. Since that is the case, then do as you say. Temporarily hide it from that side and we will start from Mingqi's side. In the Fu family, who do you think we should start from? Old rules. Throw a ball and whoever catches it first, it will be that person. He smiled lightly. But his fingers touched something in his sleeves and his heart moved. His fingertips took out a delicate little bottle. That was the medicine bottle that Gao Yang gave him. In the medicine bottle was what Gao Yang called a priceless medicine that was specially used to treat scars. Gao Yang said that with this plaster, no matter how deep the scar was, it would fade away cleanly. He held the medicine bottle in his fist, and when he released his palm, the delicate little bottle had already turned into powder. Just like what Shen Miao did, a big fire would burn away all the false balance and expose the ferocious truth, which was the real pattern to take action. Shen Miao used her own scars to eliminate the possibility of reconciliation in the future. Then what about him? His gaze lightly swept out of the window to the dark skies of the residence of the Marquis of Linen. After so many years, he had seen it too many times. Because of the warmth in his memories, he was also willing to maintain the false balance. Now it was time to break this balance. He closed his eyes and his long eyelashes were as beautiful as the wings of a butterfly in spring, but when he opened his eyes, his gaze was sharper than the sharpest knife. In front of his table, there was a map that was spread out. That map was not anything else, but looking at it seriously, it was the map of Mingqi's territory. From the 13 capitals of Yuzhou to the northern desert Dingyuan City, from Jiangnanju province to Dingxi's eastern sea, from the ancient city of Linen to the ancient city of Luoyang, in the center of the territory was the most flourishing Ding capital. The mountains and rivers were turbulent and the heroes of the world came forth in large numbers. He stretched out his hand and gently wiped the center of the territory map with his finger. As if it was deciding the rise and fall of a dynasty. Xianxia and wife finally returned to the residence in the evening. Accompanying them back to the mansion was a carriage full of rewards from the palace. If it was in the past, these rewards would definitely have been confiscated. But today, Luo Shuiyan had the servants carry the chests directly into the west courtyard. The rewards from the palace were either rich or expensive. The servants in the eastern courtyard could only watch as the boxes passed by their courtyard, and from time to time, there were sounds of things breaking in Ron Jingtang. It was obvious that old Shen Foreign, who had taken advantage of the situation, was furious and was throwing a tantrum for others to see. But those who came out from the military would not be affected by such a tantrum. The boxes were still being moved and were extremely efficient as they were quickly moved. Shen Miao was sitting at the table reading. She was reading about Mingqi's politics and laws. Previously, when Guyu and the rest found her poems and songs, she just threw them to one side and did not even take a look. She only heard a hearty laughter coming from outside the door. Jiao Jiao. Shen Miao turned her head and saw Xianxia striding in from the door with Luo Shuiyan following behind. Most likely they had just returned to the residence and rushed over, as they did not even change their clothes. Xianxia walked at the back and made a face at her. Shen Miao stood up and bowed to them. Father, mother, eldest brother. Her gentle appearance made Xianxia and wife startled for a moment. Shen Miao was not close to them, and in the past when she came back, she would leave after saying a few words and was extremely impatient. This kind of amiable appearance had not been seen for a long time. However, in that gentleness, there seemed to be a trace of alienation. This kind of alienation was very slight, but as parents, Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan were still sensitive to it. Shen Miao sighed slightly in her heart. She was unable to act like a real 14-year-old girl and act coquettishly with Xianxia, and it was even more impossible to pretend that nothing had happened. In the previous life, she was the one who dragged down the Shen family, and when facing Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan, there was only a strong sense of guilt in her heart. Luo Shuiyan's heart only paused for a moment, and her concern for her daughter quickly overshadowed that bit of doubt. She took a few steps forward and grabbed Shen Miao's hand and asked anxiously, "How is Jiao Jiao's body? Do you feel that anything is wrong?" "I'm fine." Shen Miao replied with a smile. "Jiao Jiao, father obtained several large chests of treasures from the palace today. When your body is better, tomorrow morning you can go and pick what you like. Those jewelry and hairpins, one heard that they are the first in the Ding capital. Xianxia's words were somewhat flattering. Such a big and burly man carefully trying to please his daughter made one feel that it was somewhat comical. Shen Miao smiled faintly, "Thank you, father, but this is not urgent. Just lock those treasures in the storeroom of our courtyard. After a long time, when I think of the day that I am interested, I will go pick them out." As soon as he said this, the expressions of the people in the room changed. In the past at this time, when Xianxia carried the chests back, naturally he would let Shen Miao choose first and the rest would be sent to the public. He had always doted on his daughter like this, and no one refuted his words because these rewards were obtained by Xianxia with real swords and spears. But if it was in the past, Shen Miao would definitely not pick first and would let Shen Yu and Shen Qing finish picking first. After the second and third household picked, she would then start to pick. Naturally it was because she was close to the second and third household that she would do so. But today, not only did Shen Miao not decline, she even suggested to lock the chests in the storeroom of her own courtyard. Even though Xianxia did not intend to confiscate the rewards this time, but the change in Shen Miao's attitude towards the rest of the Shen family was clearly seen by everyone. Even if they did not understand the matters of the inner courtyard, they could see that something was wrong with Shen Miao. Shen Qiu opened his mouth but Luo Shuiyan held Shen Miao's hands and softly said, "Jiao Jiao, tell mother what happened." "Father and mother are back and no one would dare to bully you in the future." "No one dares to bully me." Shen Miao smiled, "Nothing happened to me." "What exactly happened on that day when the ancestral hall caught fire?" Xianxia asked in a deep voice, "Why did you stay in the ancestral hall alone?" Both husband and wife entered the palace early in the morning to meet the emperor and only left people to investigate in secret, but there was no time to investigate the strangeness. "I made a mistake and was locked in the ancestral hall." "Who knew that the ancestral hall suddenly caught fire?" she said awkwardly. When Shen Qiu who was behind saw this, he wanted to say something but stopped. He knew what was going on but Shen Miao repeatedly told him not to tell the matter to Xianxia and wife. Even though he wanted to tell his father and mother the truth, Shen Miao said that if Shen Qiu did not keep the secret, she would no longer care about Shen Qiu, so he dispelled this idea. Xianxia indeed asked Shen Miao, "What mistake did you make? Even if it was a big mistake, you should not be locked in the ancestral hall alone." "Oh." Shen Miao played it down, "I contradicted second Shu in front of Zumu and others." "What?" Luo Shuiyan's eyebrows were raised but she did not reprimand Shen Miao but said, "Number 2 is really getting older and older. A grown man arguing with a young female. Do you not have any face?" Gu Yu and Xianxia who were serving in the room twitched their lips. The first household of the Shen family were the most protective and it was indeed not nonsense. Even if Shen Miao hit Shen Gui, one feared that Xianxia and wife would blame Shen Gui for making Shen Miao's hands sore. "Younger sister, why did you contradict second Shu?" Shen Qiu could not help but ask. "Most likely it is because I am not willing to marry," Shen Miao said. "Marry?" Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia exclaimed at the same time. Luo Shuiyan looked at Shen Miao and asked anxiously, "Marry what person? How come your father and I do not know?" Shen Miao lowered her head. "The assistant minister of the legislative bureau's Wei family proposed marriage for their son, Wei Qian, and even exchanged the Gung invitation but I am not willing to marry, so I contradicted in public." Wei Qian. Xianxia pondered for a moment. The Wei family is a large family and the son of the Wei family seems to be a young outstanding talent. If one were to talk about it, it would be similar to Jiao Jiao. He was actually seriously looking at this marriage again. Xianxia had been an official for so many years and even though he was not in the Ding capital, he had a good understanding of his colleagues in the officialdom. If the Wei family was some prodigal son, he would naturally be able to tell at a glance but Wei Qian was a rare son-in-law. Xianxia thought of other things for a moment. "What are you thinking about?" Luo Shuiyan roared, "He is the heavenly king, even if he is the emperor, Jiao Jiao can't refuse." Luo Shuiyan's words were shocking. She was a valiant female born from a military family in the northwest and her marriage with Xianxia was fought for by herself. Thus Luo Shuiyan could not bear to see all the arranged matchmaking words of parents. She said, "Moreover, both of us do not know about this matter, so who knows what kind of intentions they have. Ever since she saw Shen Miao trapped in the sea of fire and Ren Wanyan and the rest were calm and composed, Luo Shuiyan was filled with disgust towards the rest of the Shen family, and her previous good impression was swept away. Xianxia also frowned. It was reasonable to say that the Wei family had such a good marriage, and if it was arranged to Shen Miao, it would not be considered a loss. After all, it was rare to pick out such a good young outstanding talent in the Ding capital. But since it was such a good marriage, why did the Shen family hide it from them husband and wife? Shen Qiu's lips curled up. He knew what was going on and was also somewhat resentful that Shen Miao did not tell the rest of the Shen family about the idea of exchanging the marriage. However, he could only remain silent. He did not know why, but every time Shen Miao's gaze swept over to him, there was a kind of deterrent force. Shen Qiu himself was not willing to believe that he, who was invincible in the battlefield, would actually be afraid of his own younger sister. But Jiao, Xianxia spoke softly, the eldest son of the Wei family is not bad. For you to be so resistant, is it because there is already a male that you admire? You. He wanted to speak but stopped. In the letters that the Shen family sent, there were frequent reports of Shen Miao being infatuated with Prince Ding. In this world, if Shen Miao liked any male, he and Luo Shuiyan would not obstruct, but the Tian family was different. Now that it was the time for the princes to fight for the throne, if the Shen family were to get involved, one feared that they would be dragged into the quagmire. But these matters, Shen Miao, this kind of young lady, would not understand. On the way back, Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan had discussed numerous times on how to persuade Shen Miao to dispel this idea, but at the end they were helpless. Shen Miao had a stubborn temperament, and once she had decided on something, even 9 bulls would not be able to pull her back. Moreover, to tell a young lady to give up her sweetheart, if it was another person, one feared that they would not be able to accept it. With one look, Shen Miao knew what Xianxia wanted to say and said lightly, "There is no one in my heart, and the reason why I am not willing to marry was because I heard that the young master of the Wei family already has someone in his heart. No matter how good he is, he already has moonlight in his heart. Why should I be the one who breaks up the affectionate couple and make him lose his life for nothing?" Her words made Xianxia and wife somewhat dizzy. How could Shen Miao say such mature words? It was as if she was a married woman who had seen thousands of ships. Secondly, what did she say about not having anyone in her heart? Shen Miao only gradually understood Wei Qian after she became the Empress in her previous lifetime. In the past lifetime, there was no mention of the Wei family coming up to propose marriage, as Wei Qian also married his own Biao younger sister. As a rare young talent in the Ding capital, Wei Qian doted on his wife, and at that time there was a good story about it. From this, it could be deduced that Wei Qian and Biaomei were childhood sweethearts. It was likely that when the Wei family came to propose marriage, that young Master Wei would not be willing. Jiao, don't you like His Highness Prince Ding? Luo Shuiyan gritted her teeth and asked. Prince Ding? When Shen Miao heard it, she said lightly, His Highness Prince Ding is a descendant of the heavens, how can I climb up to him? Back then, I didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now that I've calmed down, I realize that I've gone too far. I don't dare to mention this matter anymore. Luo Shuiyan was surprised for a moment. Xianxia and Shen Qiu were after all males, and it was alright if they did not understand. Even though she had a carefree temperament, she was still a female. Females understood the feelings in a female's heart the best. She thought that Shen Miao was only saying it, but after carefully looking at Shen Miao's expression, she discovered that when Prince Ding was mentioned, Shen Miao did not have any trace of change in expression, as if she was talking about a stranger. Not waiting for Luo Shuiyan to speak, Xianxia himself cried out first, Jiao, father does not agree with your words. No matter who our Shen family matches, you are able to climb up. Which disciple of Ming Qi would dare to despise you, even if... Cough. Luo Shuiyan coughed lightly and glared fiercely at Xianxia. It was alright for Xianxia to praise his daughter, but it was not easy for Shen Miao to dispel the thoughts of Prince Ding. Wasn't Xianxia creating trouble for himself? Xianxia also knew that he had said the wrong thing, so he quickly looked away as if nothing had happened. Luo Shuiyan looked at Shen Miao again, and when she saw her calm expression, she was relieved and smiled. Jiao is still young and there is no rush to marry. There are so many good males in Mingqi and our Jiao Jiao is outstanding, so would there be any fear of not being able to find a good husband? Rest assured, our Jiao Jiao's husband would definitely be an indomitable hero. Xin Miao's eyes drooped down as she smiled and did not say anything. Her fantasies of the person beside her had long been wiped clean after being disheartened time and time again in the inner palace in her previous life. In this lifetime, she had long decided not to marry, but these words could not be known by Xianxia and wife. Ordinary females would always be a little shy when they heard about their own marriage. Moreover, in the eyes of the husband and wife, Xin Miao was not a cold and hard person. But after Luo Shuiyan's words, they did not see any reaction from Xin Miao, and both of them could not help but feel somewhat depressed. Even though Xin Miao was not close to them in the past, they still understood Xin Miao's temperament. Now that she returned, Xin Miao had become more and more unfamiliar. In one night, she had matured so much that Xianxia and wife did not know how to treat their daughter. If they were to coax and persuade like before, they would look like fools when facing Xin Miao's calm eyes. When Xianxiu saw the embarrassment of his parents, he laughed out loud. Xianxia and his wife were feared on the battlefield, but in front of his younger sister, they were at a loss. But Xianxiu's gaze gradually darkened. A person's temperament would not change so much overnight. Something must have happened for a proud and willful little girl to become so calm and steady. Father. Xin Miao suddenly spoke, after a few days, the palace will hold a returning banquet. The returning banquet was for the Xin family's army to defeat the enemy, and the emperor held a banquet to reward them according to their merits. All the civil and military officials had to bring their families to attend, and it was considered a banquet for the officials of the royal family who were closer to them. At the returning banquet, the emperor would reward the meritorious officials according to their contributions. In the previous life, during the returning banquet a few days later, the emperor wanted to promote Xianxiu's official position, but because of Xin Miao's matter, Xianxia put up a whole body of meritorious services and got the emperor to agree to the marriage bestowal and obtained the title of Ding Wangfei from Xin Miao. A woman asking for a man's hand in marriage was something that was out of line. Xianxia had dominated his entire life on the battlefield, but at the last moment, he did not hesitate to use his merits to beg for his daughter and almost ended up being the laughingstock of the entire court. At that time, Xin Miao was only happy to become Ding Wangfei and did not see Xianxia's bitter smile. From the moment she married into the residence of Prince Ding, it meant that the Xin family was tied onto Prince Ding's boat, and Fu Xiaoyi had an honorable reason to squeeze the last bit of value out of the Xin family army. Yes. Xianxia smiled and asked, "Is there something that Jiao Jiao wants?" "Father can help you ask His Majesty for it." This level of pampering was like a pearl in the palm. Xin Miao's mouth was somewhat dry. Why did she not discover her father's feelings for her in her previous life? Although the destruction of the Xin family was driven by the enemy, it was also because of her stubbornness and blindness. "I don't have anything I want." Xin Miao smiled gently, "But if His Majesty wants to reward father." She paused, and when she raised her head again, her eyes were clear and bright. She said, "Father can request from His Majesty to stay in the capital for half a year and accompany me. What do you think?" When these words were spoken, Luo Shuiyan, Xianxia, and Xianxiu were all startled. Xin Miao would never ask them to stay because they were not by their side since they were young and their feelings were not close, so naturally they would not be reluctant. Every year after the end of the year, Xianxia and wife would leave the capital to defend the northwest region. Even if there were no enemy troops, they had to guard their territory to prevent foreign enemies from invading. Actually, there was no need for this, but the emperor still personally appointed him every year. In addition, when the old general was alive, he also had this habit, so he never refuted it. But Xin Miao was clearly asking them to stay. She was urging Xianxia and wife to stay and let them set off half a year later. This was somewhat out of line, but in Xianxia and wife's ears, they were wild with joy, as at least this meant that Xin Miao did not treat them without any feelings. Of course. Delighted by the change in his daughter's attitude, Xianxia agreed without even thinking clearly about the problem. Luo Shuiyan was also somewhat excited. Xianxiu, who was at the side, curled his lips. He did not want to stay in the Ding capital. To him, there was really nothing interesting in the Ding capital. Those noble family's disciples were not interested, so it would be better to let him fight in the northwest desert. But looking at Shen Miao's face, his heart softened. At least with him by her side, it was good that no one in the Ding capital dared to bully Shen Miao. After speaking a few more words, Xianxia and wife left with Shen Qiu. After they left, Shen Miao closed the scroll on the table and walked to the window. Young lady. Guyu softly said. Chun Tao had already informed that eldest young lady's stomach is fine. One heard that second foreign and second master are quarreling about eldest young lady's marriage. Shen Miao smiled coldly. Ren Wanyan's good plan of marrying the sisters had already gone down the drain with Xianxian's return to the residence. If Shen Qing was to be married to Huang Dexing, naturally Ren Wanyan would not be willing. But the Gung invitation had already been exchanged and both families had already agreed on it. It was not an easy thing to go back on one's words at this time. Lifting a rock to smash one's own feet, this was the logic. Of course, Ren Wanyan's idea fell through and she would not let her have an easy time. The poisonous snake wanted to counterattack, but in a few days' time at the returning banquet, she also wanted to catch Ren Wanyan's weak point in front of everyone and catch Prince Yu unprepared. Outside the door, Luo Shuiyan's and Xianxian's face sunk. Luo Shuiyan said angrily, "What is the matter with old Tai Tai and your few younger brothers? Arranging Jiao Jiao's marriage for no rhyme or reason. This is the first time I heard of such logic in my life. Foreign need not be angry." Xianxian said, "I will immediately go and find old Tai Tai to clarify. Once there is such matter, I will immediately explain it to the Wei family. To hide it like this, one fear that there is something fishy. I guess that Jiao Jiao had suffered a lot in this year." Luo Shuiyan said unhappily, "Later I will call Jiao Jiao and a few maids over to ask clearly what happened. Gua Momo is also missing. After all, she was a person who had been on the battlefield and would have a certain sensitivity towards these things." She said, "I see that what Jiao Jiao said is not wrong. Staying in the Ding capital for half a year, if these monsters are not sorted out clearly, one fear that daughter's life would be gone." As she spoke, she glared at Xianxian. Xianxian touched his nose and naturally knew that Luo Shuiyan was dissatisfied with his two brothers. Not to mention Luo Shuiyan, he himself was also full of anger. He instructed the two guards beside him, "Guard young lady well these few days. If there is anything wrong, immediately inform me. If young lady has any mishap, you will be punished according to military law." Finishing, he looked at Xinqiu and frowned, "Brat, why are you in a daze?" Xinqiu only recovered from Xianxian's roar and said vaguely, "Oh, I was thinking about something and was distracted." He had been thinking about Shen Miao's matter. The people who were sent to a long temple today had already returned with news. They did not discover anything wrong. No one discovered what happened that day. Xinqiu was not a fool and naturally knew that this was because all the insiders had been sent away. To be able to do this without a trace, it did not seem to be the Shen family style. Hiding the truth from Shen Miao made Xinqiu even more suspicious. Unknowingly, his younger sister was becoming more and more unfathomable. Look at the time. Xianxian vented the anger from foreign onto his unfortunate son. "Go and investigate the matters in the residence. I will come and ask you tomorrow." "Ah." Xinqiu agreed with a bitter face. He did know the ins and outs of the matter, but his younger sister did not allow him to say it. The Cayenne court was in a complete mess. When Xingui left, he quarreled with Ren Wanyan. Ever since the day Xianxian returned from old Shen Foreign's birthday banquet, Xingui had a conflict with Ren Wanyan because of this matter. In fact, Xingui also knew that Ren Wanyan was grounded, but to him, once something happened, he would naturally push all the blame onto Ren Wanyan. The reason why he and Shenwan were able to reach this stage today was all because of the connections that Xianxian left behind. Even though they had a certain status in the court, but if Xianxian had the intention to do something bad to them, Xingui's and Shenwan's careers would be in a mess. This was a world where martial arts were respected. Even though the civil officials ridiculed the military generals as unbearably crude, but whoever had the military power would be more important in Mingqi. Between the civil officials and the military generals, the emperor would naturally protect the military generals. Previously the two brothers were watertight in front of Xianxian, and Xianxian was also happy to take care of them, but who knew that this time Xianxia would personally see Shen Miao in a sea of fire. Xianxia saw Shen Miao as his life, and Xingui was flustered at what he would do in anger. Ever since Xianxia returned, Xingui was extremely irritated and Ren Wanyan had to mention breaking off the marriage at this time. It was like adding oil to the fire, and all the dissatisfaction towards Ren Wanyan broke out. Today was the same. He angrily quarreled with Ren Wanyan, and after leaving the sentence that Shen Qing must marry into the Huan family, Xingui brushed his sleeves and left Ren Wanyan, who was so angry that she almost fainted. Bastard! Bastard! Ren Wanyan touched her chest and her lips were trembling. Xingui did not care about his daughter's happiness and wholeheartedly wanted to climb into the Huan family to add bricks and tiles to his career, making Ren Wanyan so angry that she was in a complete mess. Now that Xianxia had returned and Luo Shuiyan was not an easy person to get along with. If it was not that the matter was extremely confidential and if Xianxia and wife knew that she had the idea of exchanging sister's marriage, one feared that they would have the heart to kill her. Even if Xianxia and wife were not able to discover it this time, the fire in the ancestral hall would leave an estrangement in the first household and it would be difficult to take action against Shen Miao in the future. Ren Wanyan hated that she could not hack Shen Miao into 1,000 pieces. At the beginning it was Shen Miao who schemed against Shen Qing, and if it was not for Shen Miao, how would Shen Qing end up marrying a cut sleeve? Now that Shen Miao had Xianxia's protection, it would not be easy to play tricks on the marriage. Furan, calm down. Xiang Lan said as she soothed Ren Wanyan, do not let anger harm your health. It is the returning banquet in a few days, and if you are angered badly, then you cannot go out. Ren Wanyan's eyes moved and a sinister smile appeared on her face. You are right. I cannot let anger harm my health. Returning banquet. Returning banquet, I want that little slut to live a life worse than death. She turned her head to look at Kaiju. Has the letter that was sent to Prince Yu residence arrived? It has already been sent. Kaiju said carefully. Since my Qing'er will not end well, then that little slut should not think of escaping. A sneer appeared on Ren Wanyan's face. I cannot do anything to her as Xianxia is protecting her. If they have the ability, then they will go against Prince Yu residence. Her appearance was like a vicious snake that spat out its tongue. There will be someone who can tidy her up. Prince Yu residence. In the magnificent main hall, there were beautiful Persian dancers wearing thin clothes dancing. Their snow-white bare feet stepped on the soft carpet and there were colorful bells tied around their ankles that made a melodious sound as they danced. Her snake-like waist danced nimbly. The middle-aged man on the high seat had an ugly and ferocious face and his left leg was empty. It was Prince Yu. At the moment there was a petite young female kneeling under him. The young female was about 11 or 12 years old and was still very young. She had delicate features but her eyes were filled with fear. At the moment she was not wearing anything and was gently massaging Prince Yu's legs. This young girl's snow-white body was covered with purple and green bruises. Upon closer inspection, there were even red whip marks. Clearly, she had experienced an extraordinary amount of pain and torture. Prince Yu of the first rank looked at the letter in his hands and suddenly smiled before slapping the lion head on his seat. His action caused the girl to scream in fear. She fell to the ground and couldn't help but shiver. Xianxia. Prince Yu's mouth slowly chewed on a few words. Shen Miao. Dare to fool this prince. After that night's matter, because he found other interesting things, he threw the matter to the back of his mind. To Prince Yu, these young females were just amusing toys, like those cats and dogs. As for what would happen in the future, he did not care at all. In addition with Xingui's concealment, he did not find anything wrong. It was only until this letter came that he finally remembered that something was wrong that day. That Shen Miao had such good means, at the same time as she counterattacked Ren Wanyan, she also played with him. In Mingqi, even if Prince Yu was a member of the imperial family, other than the emperor, everyone had to be courteous to him. Shen Miao was just a little female and dared to step on his dignity. If it was previously he only had some interest in playing with Shen Miao, this time Prince Yu was really angry and had the intention to kill. It was just that Xianxia was still protecting in the Ding capital, so how could he make a move? Or perhaps he could also settle Xianxia at the same time. Prince Yu touched his chin and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. 3 days later, the royal family held a banquet to return to the capital. All the civil and military officials brought their families to attend. Even though it was said that the ruler and officials were celebrating together, everyone was well aware that this returning banquet was only the emperor's celebration banquet for Xianxia. The Xin family held great power in their hands and also had fierce generals like Xianxia and Xianxia. If used well, it would be a good knife to protect Ming-Chi. If used improperly, it could threaten the person sitting on the chair at any time. Towards the Xin family, the imperial family of Ming-Chi was both reliant and guarded against them, but in front of them, the Xin family was at least safe when the foreign lands had not been purged. As long as the Xin family did not recklessly wade into the muddy waters of the fight for the heir apparent, the imperial family would not take any action against the Xin family within 10 years. This was something that anyone in the court with a brain could see. But previously Xin Miao was infatuated with Prince Ding, causing others to think that if Xianxia were to marry his daughter to Fu Xiaoyi, the Xin family's position in court would become subtle. But afterwards it seemed that Xin Miao's interest in Fu Xiaoyi gradually faded and the Xin family did not need to be involved in the storm of the fight for the heir apparent, so naturally they would be safe and sound. In the next 10 years, the name of the formidable great general in the Ding capital would be able to awe many people. Early in the morning, Luo Shuiyan came over to see Xin Miao. In these few days, Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia were investigating the matters that happened in the past year in the Xin residence, but those matters were covered up very well and were all insignificant small matters, thus nothing could be found out. But even so, Xianxia and wife still felt that it was strange. These days, their attitude towards old Xin foreign and the other two households was a lot more distant. Xin Miao did not tell Xianxia and wife about Xin Qing losing her innocence. Thus it was even more impossible for Ren Wanyan and Chen Roqiu to take the initiative to say it. Thus Gui Momo's death was casually found as an excuse, saying that her hands and feet were not clean and thus she was expelled from the Xin residence. Ren Wanyan initially thought that Xin Miao would tell the truth, but who knew that Xin Miao would follow her excuse. Ren Wanyan was sure that Xin Miao did not complain to Xianxia and wife because of some concerns, thus she became even more fearless. "Miss, there are too few hairpins in your box." Bai Lu combed Xin Miao's hair into a long bun. Now that Xin Miao was thinner, she gradually had the style of a young female, thus it would be inappropriate to dress up like in the past. Moreover, they were entering the palace today, so it was better to dress respectfully and appropriately. But in the past Xin Miao's jewelry were all handled by Ren Wanyan and most of them were gold and silver jewelry, and those jewelry were all spent when Xin Miao bought Yan Mei Shui Bai from San Fu Ban as well as helping Mo Qing to bribe physician Chen. Now, the jewelry box was empty. Didn't master bring back His Majesty's reward yesterday? Shuangjiang suddenly had an idea, why not let young lady pick from those? There are definitely many good things bestowed by the palace. Forget it. Xin Miao flatly refused. Those things in the palace, which one was not stained with blood? Now she did not want to wear those things on her body at all, as if it was stained with blood, it would remind her of those tragic years. She thought for a moment, then opened a hidden compartment in the jewelry box and picked out a hairpin. Oh, this hairpin is so beautiful. Bai Lu was pleasantly surprised. When did young lady have such a hairpin? Was it given by foreign? Xin Miao picked up the hairpin and looked at it carefully. This was the real begonia that Xie Jingxing had used in the academy examinations in the plum blossom forest to exchange for the begonia that she wore on her head. If it was not for Bai Lu mentioning about no jewelry today, she would have thrown this thing to the back of her mind. The entire body of the hairpin was made of jade, from light to dark, until it reached the part of the flower. The entire piece of jade was a sparkling purplish-red color. The craftsman who carved it was also skillful. The begonia petals were in full bloom and there was a sense of prosperity. It was cold and moist to the touch, obviously it was a top-quality jade material. One feared that this begonia hairpin was worth more than 1,000 gold. In the previous lifetime, Xin Miao had seen a lot of good things in the palace, so naturally she could see that this hairpin was extraordinary. Because of this, she was even more surprised with Xie Jingxing. No matter how rich the residence of the Marquis of Linen was, it would not be able to withstand such extravagance. Seeing Xin Miao in a daze, Bai Lu was afraid of delaying time and reminded, "Young lady, this hairpin looks good. This servant will help you put it on." Shin Miao then recovered to her senses and followed by Lu's intention. At the end, Shuangjiang helped her put some rouge on her cheeks before it was considered over. Guyu held up a lotus green rabbit fur cloak and draped it over her before smiling. Young lady is really good looking. Foreign will definitely like it when she sees it. Outside the door, Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia were waiting outside. Shin Qiu pulled off a piece of leaf and said, "Why does mother not let younger sister go to the bestowed box to find clothes and jewelry to wear? This will save a lot of trouble." "What do you know?" Luo Shuiyan said in a bad mood. "Since the bestowment of materials, when would one see ready-made clothes? Even if there were ready-made clothes, who knows if it was worn by an imperial concubine? I dare not let Jiao Jiao wear it. As for jewelry, forget about it. Jiao Jiao can wear whatever she likes and it is better not to interfere." Shin Miao had always liked tacky clothes and this point was a headache for Luo Shuiyan. No matter how Luo Shuiyan persuaded, Shin Miao was unable to abandon her love for gold and silver jewelry. Thus after a long time, Luo Shuiyan got used to it. The looks were all pink and could not be taken seriously. Luo Shuiyan herself came from a military family and even though she was shrewd and beautiful, her dressing was more heroic and had the meaning of a heroine. Shin Qiu stuck out his tongue and said softly, "If younger sister wear gold and glitter this time." Before his voice landed, one heard a creak sound and the door was pushed open. Younger sister." Shin Qiu opened his mouth and stared at Shin Miao like a fool without speaking. The young female was wearing a purple silk dress and a lotus green rabbit fur cloak. The fluffy rabbit fur was piled up under her neck, making that small face look like it was only the size of a palm. She had a fair complexion and when she wore the lotus green color, it did not seem dark at all and instead made her look extremely noble. Her bright eyes and white teeth had a light and breezy attitude. The young female's posture was delicate but what attracted one's attention was her quiet and noble posture. Every move seemed to have a faint majesty. Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia stared blankly. In an instant, it was as if they could see past this young girl to the back of the throne room and the noble golden phoenix under the heavy palace walls. They were even inferior to the golden phoenix. It was because Shin Miao used to wear gold and silver that the more simple she was, the more noble she looked, and that kind of quiet attitude was something that they had never seen before. Luo Shuiyan unconsciously caressed her chest. Because she came from the northwest desert, after marrying Xianxia and coming to the Ding capital, she was often ridiculed by the noble ladies here for being vulgar and lacking in etiquette. Luo Shuiyan herself had secretly invited a Momo over to learn but even if she could learn it, she was unable to learn that kind of refined elegance of an aristocratic family, thus she gave up. Now her daughter looked more noble and dignified than any noble female in the Ding capital. How could she not be pleasantly surprised? Ha 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 ha. It was still Xianxia who broke the silence first. He looked up and laughed a few times and when he looked at Shin Miao again, his eyes were filled with pride and smiles. The Shin family has a daughter who has just grown up. My Jiao Jiao is now also a great beauty. His words were extremely rough and provoked Luo Shuiyan to glare at him fiercely. When she turned her head, she saw the guards from the army that Shin Qiu had brought back and they were also staring at Shin Miao. She could not help but feel a trace of pride before saying, "Never mind. Let us board the carriage first, it would not be good to be late." Finishing, she pulled Shin Miao and spoke to her intimately. Shin Miao was not used to being treated as a child like this but when she saw Xianxia's and Shin Qiu's doting eyes, she paused for a moment. After all in her father, mother, and older brother's eyes, she was still that Shin Jiao Jiao. Ren Wanyan noticed the begonia hairpin on Shin Miao's head and even smiled. "Jiao Jiao's hairpin is really beautiful. Did you pick it yourself?" Shin Miao vaguely responded and when she walked to the door, she saw that there were already 2 carriages parked there. Shin Gui and Shin Wan stood outside and when they saw Shin Miao and entourage walking over, their gazes were somewhat unnatural. These days, Xianxia did not have a good expression towards the 2 brothers and no matter how they explained, he would not listen. Even the daily greetings to old Shin Foreign, Luo Shuiyan was sloppy as though it was a routine which almost made old Shin Foreign faint from anger. Eldest brother. Shin Wan was more tactful and greeted Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia made an end sound from his nose and walked to his own carriage before saying to Shin Miao, "Foreign, Jiao Jiao, both of you enter first." Xianxia and Xianxiu did not have the habit of riding a carriage, so they followed the carriage and rode horses outside. Being left out like this, Xingui and Xinwan's faces were not good, and a trace of anger flashed in Xingui's eyes. One of the other two carriages opened the curtains and revealed Xinyu's and Shenroqiu's faces. Xinyu said softly, "Does fifth younger sister want to sit in the same carriage with us? This carriage is big enough and eldest Xin can fit. No need." Luo Shuiyan said with a cold face, "One's own carriage, one can sit at ease." Xin Miao almost wanted to applaud Luo Shuiyan in her heart. Previously Luo Shuiyan did not have any discord with the other two households, and she had a straightforward and warm personality, thus no one had seen such a mean side of her. One had to know that on the battlefield, Luo Shuiyan was even more ruthless when facing the enemy. Shenroqiu's and Xinyu's goodwill did not have any effect on her. In the other carriage, Shen Qing and Ren Wanyun were also listening to the movements outside. Chen Qing's complexion was still somewhat pale, but she held on to Ren Wanyun's hand tightly and unconsciously used her strength, causing Ren Wanyun to cry out in a low voice. When Chen Qing let go of her hand, Ren Wanyun's wrist showed scratches from her nails. Ren Wanyun did not have the mind to care about her own hand as she pulled Shen Qing into her embrace and felt that Shen Qing's body was slightly trembling. "Qinger," Ren Wanyun softly comforted. "I must kill her." In her embrace, Shen Qing gritted her teeth and said. She had gradually regained her senses and recalled the terrifying encounter that night in Wulong Temple. And all of this was thanks to Shen Miao. What was even more terrifying was that she was already pregnant and the child in her stomach could not be aborted. Otherwise, she might not be able to be a mother for the rest of her life. Thinking of the suffering that she had suffered, Chen Qing couldn't wait to let Shen Miao feel the pain that she had suffered. No, she should let Shen Miao suffer 10 times the pain. Mother will take revenge for you. Ren Wanyun's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife and could not wait to turn into a wolf and bite off Shen Miao's throat. Shen Qing's tearful complaint was like a knife stabbing into her heart. Whenever she faced Shen Qing, she would always think of that night. She was originally next door, but she chose to stand by and watch. "I will take revenge for Qinger," Ren Wanyun muttered. In another carriage, Xinyu and Shenroqiu were sitting face to face. Just now when she was reprimanded by Luo Shuiyan, Xinyu was somewhat displeased. Deep in her bones, she looked down on Luo Shuiyan, that kind of vulgar martial artist, and now that she was being ridiculed by her own vulgar martial artist, she had a stomach full of anger. "You err." Shenroqiu gently frowned. "How many times have I told you that you do not need to care about this kind of person? Why lose your bearing because of her?" "Mother, I just cannot bear to see it." Xinyu looked at her palms. "Shen Miao used to treat us respectfully, but now that eldest Bo's family has returned, she also put on such an arrogant attitude. A dog that relies on its master's power. If this is not done deliberately for us to see, then what is it?" In her words, there was a sense of jealousy that even she did not have. This little bit of jealousy was caught by Shenroqiu. She looked at her slender and elegant daughter and sighed. "I have taught you before that no matter what, you must maintain your calm. It seems that you are still too young and unable to keep your composure and advance too rashly." After a pause, Shenroqiu continued, "You do not need to see Shen Miao as important. Now the first household and second household are in a deadlock. Shen Miao had offended your second Shen, so your second Shen will definitely seek revenge." When Xinyu heard it, she looked at Shenroqiu, but these days, second Shen did not do anything to Shen Miao. Shenroqiu was slightly startled. It was true that Ren Wanyun had been dealing with Shen Miao for a long time, but after such a long time, not only did Ren Wanyun not gain any benefits, she even went for wool but came home shorn and made a lot of mistakes. Now Shen Miao had waited for Xianxia. It was fine if it was other people, but Ren Wanyun, who had always been shrewd and experienced, was able to tame all the concubines in the inner courtyard, but she was actually unable to win against a young lady. This was somewhat strange. After a moment, Shenroqiu put away the surprise in her heart and said, "It is precisely because your second Shen had not succeeded all along that your second Shen's temper is now close to a violent rage, so in order to deal with Shen Miao, she would definitely take the risk out of desperation and use all her strength. At this time, even with your eldest Bo's protection, Shen Miao would not be able to escape even if she had wings." Xinyu listened in a daze but seemed to understand something and said, as such, we only need to sit down and watch the show. Correct. Qiao said, this is what I want to teach you. In the inner courtyard, if you cannot take action, then do not take action. If you can use other things to achieve your goal, then do not take action personally. If we make good use of it, we will be able to benefit from it effortlessly. Thanking Mother for the teachings. Xinyu sat up straight, I understand. They were still talking happily, unaware that Luo Shuiyan's carriage had already left them far behind. Xianxia and Xianxia rode on the tall horse, and along the way, the commoners who recognized them all looked at them with admiration. The ominous name of the mighty general had already spread far and wide among the people. In the carriage, Luo Shuiyan kept smiling at Shen Miao. Even if Shen Miao was calm and steady, she was somewhat baffled by Luo Shuiyan's laughter. Jiao Jiao is really beautiful now, Luo Shuiyan sighed, I haven't seen you for a year and you've grown into a young lady. In this Ding capital, one fear that no one is as good looking as you. Luo Shuiyan's words had always been somewhat domineering. If these words fell into the ears of others, they would probably become a laughingstock. But it was the best for parents to see their daughter, and in addition Luo Shuiyan's temperament was rather violent, but now Shen Miao looked calm and noble. People would always favor things that they did not have, so naturally Luo Shuiyan loved this daughter who was suddenly willing to get close to them like a jewel. Shen Miao smiled slightly. Most likely only her family would be proud of her so-called idiot. Last night I have discussed with your father. Luo Shuiyan changed the topic, previously you said to let your father stay in the Ding capital for half a year more. This idea is not bad. Your father and I are often not in the residence, so we still have to accompany you more. When His Majesty asks about it today, your father will plead with His Majesty. Hearing this, Shen Miao couldn't help but be stunned. She had thought that Xianxia would eventually listen to her words, but did not expect that it would be this fast. Before she could react, Luo Shuiyan had already hugged her and smiled, just nice in this half a year, I can also watch Jiao Jiao grow up. Luo Shuiyan had a fierce reputation in front of her enemies, but in front of Shen Miao, she was very loving. If her former opponents were to see this, one feared that their teeth would fall out from shock. Thanking Mother. Shen Miao snuggled up to Luo Shuiyan and said softly. Today's last night banquet was not a so-called celebration banquet. It was bound to be extremely dangerous, and when capable people compete, everyone would want to defeat the other party. After laying out the situation and burying the pieces, one would wait for the moment when the other party falls into the trap. Of course to her, the most important thing was her previous life imprisoned her, buried her children and loved ones, filled with enemies and killings. She finally wanted to return to the 9 palaces. Emperor Wenhui, the Fu family and those old friends in the palace. Meeting again, it was unknown who would emerge victorious. Her lips slightly hooked up and in the depths of her clear eyes, a dark light was like a whirlpool that gradually set off a black storm. The 9 palaces were majestic, glazed tiles, carved vermilion lacquer, golden dragons entrenched and colorful phoenixes dancing. It was bright and dazzling, but also cold and desolate and miserable. Light was only on the outside, like the fertile soil under the flowers. There were countless bones buried in the depths of the palaces and countless beauties, but at the end, the beautiful bones would wither. The more beautiful the palaces looked, the more dangerous it was. In the garden, a palace maid and a eunuch were watering the flowers. These boring and tedious tasks were done by the new eunuchs and palace maids. Both of them looked to be only 16 or 17 years old and were still very immature. That young palace maid said, "Today there are a lot of people in the front hall. If I did not make a mistake and was demoted, I would be able to go to the front hall to serve those noble people." One must know that every year for the returning banquet, just the rewards can be used for a year. Returning banquet. That young eunuch revealed a yearning expression. Is it very powerful to have so many rewards? Look at you who have no knowledge. The palace maid's lips twitched, really lonely and taciturn. The returning banquet is a banquet that His Majesty specially prepared for the formidable great general. Those who come are all high-ranking officials and womenfolk, so naturally they are generous. If you wait for a few more years and if your luck is good, perhaps you would be able to see it once. At that time you will know that the rewards from those noble people are given in ingots. An ingot of silver? The young eunuch exclaimed and then said enviously, that formidable great general has such a big face that His Majesty specially set up a banquet for him. He must be in the limelight. What's the use of being in the limelight? The palace maid's tone was disdainful. Having such an idiot daughter, it's good that you didn't lose all your face. What limelight is there? Idiot's daughter? The little eunuch asked, the formidable great general's daughter? You probably don't know about this. The palace maid said mysteriously, that General Xian is wise and powerful. Xianxia is also considered a heroine. Little assistant General Xian is also brave and good at fighting, but the formidable great general's daughter is a complete idiot. Not only did he not know anything about the four arts, but he also liked to wear gold and silver, which was very tacky. Every time General Xian brought her to the returning banquet, she would make a fool of herself. Last year at the returning banquet, I waited on her. You don't know, but she didn't even know basic etiquette. She even missed her dress and rolled down the stairs. Those young ladies and madams love to mock her the most. Even with the Xian family's protection, everyone still looks down on Miss Xian. Since it was like this. The little eunuch sighed when he heard it. It was a waste of the Xian family's reputation. Is it not so? The palace maid continued, she could be considered as the Xian family's failure. Unfortunately her two older cousins are more outstanding than her, causing General Xian's face to be thrown away by her. Moreover, previously this young lady of the Xian family was infatuated with His Highness Prince Ding and caused such an uproar that the entire court knew about it. Really a vulgar female. The little eunuch also revealed a look of disgust. That palace maid stayed in the palace every day and was not like those officials furins and young ladies who could leave the palace, thus what she knew were all things that happened in the palace. Thus during the academy examinations, when Xianxia was able to wash away the reputation of being vulgar, she did not know about it at all. Just as they were speaking, they saw someone coming from the opposite side. Both of them quickly buried their heads in their work and did not dare to speak. But they heard that person walking in front of them and said with a sharp voice, "Newcomer?" Replying to Gao Gonggong, "It is." Someone answered at the side. The little eunuch boldly looked up and saw three people standing in front of him. One of them was dressed as a chief eunuch and the other was dressed as a second-rank eunuch. The one called Gao Gonggong was the one dressed as a chief eunuch. Gao Gonggong swept a glance at both of them and his eyes landed on the little eunuch before asking, "What is your name?" "This servant shall Zi." The little eunuch was also quick-witted and quickly replied respectfully. "Then it shall be him." Gao Gonggong said to the person beside him, "There is a lack of a pot-bearer in the front banquet. He looks well-behaved and would most likely be able to please the noble's eyes. Let him take over." Yes. Xiao Lizi's heart was also excited. As such, he would be able to follow what the palace maid said just now and obtain a lot of money as a reward. If he was able to catch the eyes of any master, perhaps he would have some good fortune in the future. In the 9-layered imperial palace, everyone was trying their best to climb up. Even the lowliest servant would dream of flying up to the top of the tree in one night. In the front hall, there were already many furins and young ladies who had arrived. Other than those who had some relationship with the concubines in the palace and were invited to the back to talk to the ladyships, most of the womenfolk were still sitting outside chatting. Why is Xianxia and General Xian not here yet? A foreign with high cheekbones smiled, today's main character is them. Is it that they deliberately came late? Xianxia wants to hide her daughter from others, so she deliberately hid it. Another round-faced foreign said with a smile, but the tone of her words was full of ridicule. Xianxia, as the formidable great general with outstanding meritorious services, did not take in concubines and had the ability to be loyal to Luo Shuiyan. Which of the noble furins present did not have a lot of concubines in their family and had countless messy matters? Naturally they were full of jealousy towards Luo Shuiyan's good life, her husband doted on her and her son was outstanding. What females loved to compare the most was that Luo Shuiyan was more blessed and the other furins were more jealous and wished that Luo Shuiyan would also be bad. Thus Shen Miao's appearance became the only thing that could strike Luo Shuiyan. Shen Miao was stupid and had no talent. Her appearance was not good and she could still make a fool of herself in the palace. Every year at this time, it was the happiest time for these furins. To be able to see Xianxia and his wife being humiliated because of this daughter, it was as if they could gain some benefits. Don't know what kind of clothes fifth Xin young lady will wear this year. A mocking smile floated on Yi Lan's face. Last year her clothes with gold leaves pasted on it was very beautiful and matched with her gold jewelry, it was considered very noble. Could it be silver leaf this year? These words immediately caused the surrounding young ladies to echo in agreement, and their sarcastic remarks rang out incessantly. Just at this moment, a crisp female voice appeared out of thin air. Everyone must not say that. Now fifth Xin young lady can be considered to have received the teachings of General Xin. One must know that even the young master of the Kai family could not do anything to the archery in the academy examinations. What if he is unhappy and wants to exchange pointers with you on another day? As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately quietened down. Many of the Furens and young ladies here were present at the academy examinations and personally witnessed Shen Miao's fierceness. These words made their hearts involuntarily shiver. That Kai Lin did not even put Shen Miao in his eyes. What if she was angered and an arrow was shot over? The one who said these words was Feng Ning, and when she said it, she received a disapproving stare from Feng Foren. It would not be fun to offend so many Furens. Feng Ning wrinkled her nose unhappily. She could not bear to see these people speaking ill of others behind their backs. In front of Xianxia, one feared that they would not even dare to let out a fart and still rush to fawn on him and speak ill of others' daughter behind his back. Before the awkward atmosphere dissipated, one could hear a eunuch shouting from outside, "The formidable great general has arrived." Everyone's eyes looked towards the door. The one walking at the front was Xianxia and Xianxiu. Xianxia walked like a dragon and tiger and did not show anger. There was an iron-blooded aura of a soldier that made the Furens in the hall feel terrified. Xianxiu's posture was tall and his smile was warm. His two shallow dimples made him look very amiable, and all the young females could not help but blush. The two of them did not linger in the front hall. They turned sideways and walked towards the main hall, where the men were. Everyone's eyes naturally fell behind them. Luo Shuiyan was wearing a sky-green soft armor with a waist, and her hair was combed into a neat bun. She was different from those Furens who had heavy makeup. Her outfit was extremely refreshing and simple, but because of the high quality of the fabric, it did not look rough. Her beautiful eyes were moving, and there was a bold and heroic spirit, which was a kind of beauty that was different from ordinary Furens. Following closely behind was a slender purple figure that leisurely walked over. The originally noisy front hall quietened down in a moment, and everyone's eyes landed on the purple figure behind Luo Shuiyan. The young female's cloak had already been taken off, and she was wearing a purple silk dress with complex patterns that outlined her slim figure. She slightly raised her chin and looked straight ahead, as if the many noble Furens here were not even able to enter her eyes. Her skin was so fair that it was somewhat translucent, but it made her look more delicate and pretty. However, that pair of bright black eyes was the most attractive part. Her eyes were round and her gaze was clear. At first glance, it was as pure as a newborn little beast, but it was so calm that it seemed to have seen through decades of time. This kind of vicissitudes and immaturity intertwined together made her have a kind of contradictory beauty. She followed Luo Shuiyan's footsteps and walked step by step into the hall. Different from Luo Shuiyan's nimble movements, that young female's hands were crossed in front of her chest, but it did not make one feel stiff. It was as if that action had been done thousands of times and one was familiar with it. Even if it was done casually, it was accurate to the slightest. Her long dress fluttered along with her footsteps like a blooming flower, but that flower was in full bloom and was not ostentatious, just like her entire person. Her movements were very natural, and every step she took was very beautiful. It was pleasing to the eye, and at the same time there was a faint majesty. The women present were all from noble families and naturally had experienced the strict teachings of etiquette instructors on the etiquette of the palace. They thought that they had done a good job here and could not help but be surprised when they saw this young female. This was because if it was them, they would not be able to walk such beautiful steps. Sometimes the shape could be imitated, but the expression could not be imitated. The purple-clad young female's expression did not change, and her posture was calm as if this road was her own backyard. There was no panic, caution, impulsiveness, or timidity as she walked lightly. There was actually a feeling of looking down on all living beings. It was as if she was the owner of this palace. When this thought flashed in their minds, those women could not help but turn pale with fright. It was because if this young female was someone else, it was that idiot Shen Miao. Previously at the academy examinations, Shen Miao's change was obvious to everyone, but since then, Shen Miao and Shen Qing claimed to be sick and stayed in the residence, not even going to Guangwentang. Even though she had defeated Kai Lin in the academy examinations, what she displayed was only viciousness and boldness, but etiquette and bearing was not something that could be achieved overnight. Shen Miao had suffered so many losses in the returning banquet, and it was not an easy matter to reverse it. Who knew that upon seeing Shen Miao today, one would feel that Shen Miao was a completely different person from the past. Not only was there no mistakes in her attire and actions, everyone had a faint feeling that Shen Miao had surpassed all the other officials' daughters in the hall. Shen Miao followed behind Luo Shuiyan and faced everyone's various gazes. No one could see the stiffness on her lips. After more than 10 years, she had finally returned to this place. In her previous life, she had fought in this cage against fate. She wanted to see if this place could still trap her in this lifetime. Every brick and every tile here was deeply engraved in her heart. Even if she closed her eyes, she could still find the way. As for those cumbersome palace etiquette, it was done day after day and it was almost engraved into her bones. In this hall, when one closed one's eyes, it was as if one could see the scene of Wan Yu smiling and begging her for pastries to eat, and Fu Ming shaking his head and reciting the country's policies. Love and hate were equal, bitterness and sweetness were mixed together. Once again stepping into this place, all sorts of feelings welled up, and what was burning in her heart was the flame of revenge. Xiao Lizi stared blankly at the purple-clad young female walking behind the valiant-looking woman, and his heart was endlessly shocked. Just now he heard from the palace maids in the garden that Xianxia's daughter was a coarse idiot, but who knew that when he saw her now, it was not the case at all. There was a kind of noble air lingering around this young female's body, as if one would not be able to withstand that prestige if one looked at her more. How could she be an idiot? Just as he was thinking, he saw the girl's gaze sweep over him, and she slightly froze. Xiao Lizi suddenly became nervous. He only knew that he had never seen the young lady of the Shen family before. Could it be that this was what the old people in the palace referred to as fate at first sight? Then wouldn't the young miss of the Shen family value him? Just as he was feeling terrified and excited in his heart, he saw that Shen Miao's gaze had instantly turned away, as if it was just an accident. Xiao Lizi's heart was somewhat disappointed in a split second. He did not know why, but he felt that after climbing up this Shen family's young lady, there would be a big fortune waiting for him. But now, he seemed to have missed that great opportunity. Before waiting for Xiao Lizi to figure out where this inexplicable idea came from, a tall foreign sitting at the front of the hall had already smiled and said, "Shen foreign, you really made people wait for a long time." Luo Shuiyan furrowed her brows slightly, and then a bright smile blossomed on her face. There were some delays on the road. Fifth young lady is really getting prettier by the day. That tall foreign's eyes landed on Shen Miao again and said with half truth and half falsehood, "Indeed, a person who is going to be engaged." Thinking back to the beginning, she was still a little girl. Hearing this, Luo Shuiyan's smile immediately sank. The matter of Shen Miao's engagement was simply inexplicable to Luo Shuiyan. It was the Shen residence's people who did it behind her and Xianxia's back, but she did not admit it at all and was not afraid of offending the Wei family. In terms of family background, the Wei family was not bad, but it could not be compared to Xianxia. At most she would offend the Wei family, and what was more important than Shen Miao's happiness? Moreover, at this moment Wei Foreign was not present. Wanting to clarify these matters for Shen Miao, Luo Shuiyan opened her mouth. "What are you saying? Our Jiao Jiao has just reached a marriageable age and there is no need to marry so early. I want to keep Jiao Jiao by my side for a few more days." When these words came out, all the Furins and young ladies were stunned. After all, the news of Shen Miao's engagement had spread like wildfire a few days ago. Afterwards, at old Shen Foreign's birthday banquet, the rest of the Shen family almost tacitly agreed, but now when it came to Luo Shuiyan, it seemed that the marriage was going to be empty. The tall lady squinted her eyes as if she sensed that something was amiss. Her smile became more and more meaningful as she said, "Oh? So Shen Foreign still wanted to keep fifth Shen young miss for a few more days? But a few days ago wasn't it said that fifth Shen young lady was going to be engaged?" Foreign really knows how to joke. Luo Shuiyan was not afraid of any face, and was even more not afraid that the internal conflicts of the Shin family would be exposed in front of everyone. With relatives like the rest of the Shin family, what was the point of protecting their face? She raised her eyebrows and said loudly, "How can there be a daughter's engagement without her parents knowing anything?" "Master, and I don't know what madam is talking about, so where did the engagement come from?" As soon as Luo Shuiyan finished speaking, whispers sounded in the surroundings. The tall lady didn't expect Luo Shuiyan to say that, so she was stunned for a moment. Correct, there was nothing in this world that the parents of a daughter did not know about. For Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia to not know about Shin Miao's engagement, there was only one reason: the Shin family hid it from them. As for why the Shin family wanted to do this, there were a lot of reasons. Just as everyone was pondering, Ren Wanyan, Chen Roqiu and the rest also arrived. Shin Gui and Shin Wan naturally went to the men's main hall first. Ren Wanyan brought Shin Qing, Chen Roqiu and Shin Yu over slowly. This was the first time Shin Qing went out after she was bedridden, and these days she had lost a lot of weight. She was originally at the best age of a young female, but now there was a faint old fatigue. In order to cover up her haggardness, she put on a thick layer of rouge and powder, and wore a red dress. Shin Qing was not suitable for such gorgeous colors, and with one look, it was very unsuitable and somewhat incongruous. In addition, there was a child in her abdomen, so even though she tried her best to cover it up, her steps looked somewhat unsteady. As for Xin Yu, she was as usual wearing a pink long embroidered dress with a light twist and a thin layer of makeup. She looked like a weak and scholarly little beauty. If it was in the past, she would be able to attract everyone's attention, but today it was not the case. With Xin Miao's example, Xin Yu's steps seemed to be a little jerky, her movements were a little stiff and her expression was a little nervous. Even her hands were clasped together with too much strength. In short, she could not be compared to Xin Miao at all. Thinking about this, everyone's expression became somewhat strange. When did Xin Yu, who was in the limelight in the Shin family, was actually left far behind by Xin Miao? Xin Yu was young and did not know, but Chen Roqiu was sensitive enough to detect the difference in those Furin's eyes. If it was in the past, the gaze that landed on her mother and daughter would be filled with jealousy and admiration, but today it seemed to be more picky. Chen Roqiu's brows jumped. This etiquette and figure had always been the part that she was most proud of, and she was also very strict with Xin Yu. She was confident that no noble female in the Ding capital could do better than her daughter, but looking at these people's expressions, who else could do better? Naturally, she did not know that the person who did better than Xin Yu was right in front of her. Shin Miao sat beside Luo Shuiyan. Even though Luo Shuiyan was considered as the main character of this returning banquet, it seemed that she was isolated. It was indeed so. The noble families in the capital had always had their own circle. It was still all right for the males as they spoke with their scholarly titles and intertwined in their careers. Even if one did not like it in their heart, they would still have to go over it on the surface. Females were different. Most of the noble females in the capital were proud and arrogant. For example, the Di daughters were not willing to play with the Shu daughters, and the people who were born and raised in the Ding capital looked down on outsiders. Luo Shuiyan was that outsider. It was all right if she came from a rich and fertile land in Jiangnan, but unfortunately Luo Shuiyan came from the bitter cold northwest region, and when she just married to the Ding capital, Luo Shuiyan did not even know how to speak, and that accent was secretly ridiculed by these Furins for a long time. They ridiculed that the northwest desert was extremely windy and sandy, and the female's skin was extremely delicate. There were bandits everywhere, and one feared that one would be robbed on the road. As for resources, it was even more scarce, and it was hard to see good silk and satin throughout the year. Of course, there were elements of exaggeration in this, but the targeting of Luo Shuiyan was real. Moreover, Luo Shuiyan was the first one in the Ding capital to go to the battlefield by herself. When faced with something that they could not do, if it was rare, people would often reject it. This was not only the case for women, but also for men. Thus Luo Shuiyan was ostracized by the circle of noble females in the Ding capital. In addition, Shen Miao was previously an out-and-out idiot, so this mother and daughter pair were the targets of these Furins' secret ridicule. Bai Wei's mother, Madame Bai, asked Chen Ruoqiu to sit next to her. She and Chen Ruoqiu were close friends, so naturally, she had to sit with Chen Ruoqiu. Bai Wei pulled Xin Yu to her side. Ren Wanyan walked over to Yi Foran and sat down. Yi Lan looked at Xianxia and complained, "You have not appeared for a long time. I heard that you are ill." You look thinner, but why is your face a little swollen?" Xianxia lowered her head in panic and said vaguely, "Perhaps I've been lying in bed for too long." Ren had decocted a lot of medicine for her to soothe the miscarriage. Even though Xianxia hated the child in her tummy, she was even more afraid that she would not be able to be a mother after the miscarriage, thus she could only clench her teeth and drink it. Since it was to nourish the fetus, one could not do without all kinds of supplements, so naturally one would be fatter. Even though the figure was not visible, it was already somewhat swollen. Yi Lan did not suspect anything and only patted Xianxia's hands. "You must take care of your body. You are already one who is going to be engaged, one must not spoil your body." Xianxia's body trembled and she lowered her head and did not speak. She knew that Ren Wanyan had told her about the Huang family's marriage and that Huang Dexing was considered a young talent, but she did not know why her heart was very resistant to this marriage. It was as if her intuition told her that under this bright and beautiful marriage, there was an unknown danger. Yi Lan's voice was not soft and was heard by Huang Foran, who was sitting at the side. When Huang Foran heard it, she looked at Xianxia critically. Regarding this marriage, she merely wanted to find a nominal wife for her son. Xianxia could be considered as a good match for her son, but looking at her sickly appearance today, it would be better if she wasn't a sickly invalid. After all, she still had to carry on the Huang family's ancestral line and give birth to a son. As for the rest, she could do whatever she wanted. At the other end, Bai Foran was quietly whispering to Chen Roqiu, "Roqiu, I see that the fifth young lady in your residence is not simple." "Oh?" Chen Roqiu asked curiously, "Why do you say so?" "One fear that there is someone guiding fifth Shen young lady from behind." Just now when she came in, all the Furans had seen it. That posture and etiquette was even more proper than in the palace. "If I say something that one does not like to hear, one fear that your error is much inferior." Chen Roqiu was startled, "What are you saying? Who does not know that fifth lady does not understand etiquette?" Bai Wei was Chen Roqiu's best friend and also came from a scholarly family, thus naturally the requirements for etiquette were very high. Today she looked up to Shen Miao so highly, which made Chen Roqiu feel that it was inconceivable. At the same time that she felt that it was ridiculous, she could not help but look towards the place where Luo Shuiyan was sitting. Luo Shuiyan was isolated as she sat at one side and Shen Miao was next to her. Luo Shuiyan was after all old and had a lot of experience, so even if no one paid attention to her, she would not have the slightest change in expression. She only needed to bring out the same imposing manner that she had on the battlefield that would not change color even if Mt Tai collapsed in front of her. But Shen Miao, a young female, also sat upright. If others did not speak to her, it did not look like they were deliberately ignoring her but more like they did not dare to speak to her. Chen Roqiu's fingertips were somewhat trembling. The womenfolk all had their own thoughts, and in the main hall, Xianxia's words had also set off a huge wave in the hall. "Official Shen's words are true?" Emperor Wenhui asked. Emperor Wenhui was close to 60 years of age but did not look old at all. There was a smile on his face and his pair of eyes were astute and sharp, and one could faintly see the sharpness of his youth. At this moment, he looked down at Xianxia and asked in a low voice. Just now in front of all the officials, Emperor Wenhui rewarded Xianxia, but Xianxia requested for Emperor Wenhui to bestow a grace to allow him to stay in the Ding capital for half a year as he wanted to accompany his wife and daughter in the residence. For so many years, the formidable great general Xianxia had fought on the battlefield and was brave and invincible, but he had never made such a request. For a moment, it made people think deeply and the expressions of the officials changed. At this critical moment, Xianxia wanted to stay in the capital for half a year. Was it really just to accompany his loved ones? Emperor Wenhui sized up Xianxia. He had not died yet, but the fight for the throne between the princes was already like a storm. Now the situation was ever-changing and any party's intervention would cause the entire situation to change. A few days ago, the matter of Xianxia's daughter, Shen Miao, being infatuated with Prince Ding had spread like wildfire. Emperor Wenhui even thought about what would happen if this fat piece of meat of the Shen family landed in Fu Shouyi's hands, but who knew that there was suddenly no news of it? Now that Xianxia suddenly made such a request, could it be that there was another plan? He carefully sized up the man below. Xianxian's skin was dark and his eyes were firm. His figure was as straight as a hill, and when he looked at Emperor Wenhui, his actions were also respectful. He was a loyal and brave Iron Man. But when an emperor controls his subjects, it was never based on the surface but the value. To Emperor Wenhui, if there was a threat to the country, even if it was a huge merit, it must be removed cleanly. After a moment, Emperor Wenhui laughed out loud. For so many years, official Shen has been guarding the northwestern region, and now that the enemy has been defeated, Shen is deeply gratified. It is Ming Qi's blessing to have such a general. Official Shen's request, Shen will approve. Xianxian immediately thanked, thanking your majesty. This action made the other people in the hall to look at him. After Emperor Wenhui approved, he walked out of the main hall, leaving a group of people behind. Xianxian's action just now was unexpected, and the first to speak was actually the Marquis of Linan, Xiading. This person who had been dealing with the Shen family for a lifetime obviously did not understand Xianxian's actions and ridiculed. Could it be that General Shen is afraid of the war and stay in the Ding capital for half a year to enjoy? When Xianxian heard it, he was not angry and even smiled, revealing his white teeth. Is Marquis Xia envious of this general? Ai, it is no wonder, after all Marquis Xia does not have a wife and daughter. You. Xia Ding's face was livid. Xianxian, this fellow looked like a big and rough person without any schemes, but in fact his mouth was the most poisonous. Princess Yuqing's death and Xia Jingxing treating him like a stranger was Xia Ding's Achilles heel, and Xianxian mercilessly stabbed him with a knife. Xia Ding really wished that he could use a spear to stab Xianxian to death. Fu Xiui looked at Xianxian and his expression was rather interesting. The Shen family had exceeded his expectations time and time again. In the past Shen Miao admired him, and even though he was annoyed, he thought that he could make use of the Shen family. Afterwards Shen Miao actually clarified that she had no such intentions towards him and caused Fu Xiui to be ridiculed by Prince Zhou and Prince Jing. Now that Xianxian proposed to stay in the capital for half a year, it made people even more puzzled. Fu Xiui had an inexplicable feeling that the Shen family that seemed to be the easiest to grasp suddenly became an unstable rock. It seemed that in the future, there would be numerous variables that would affect the overall situation. Xianxian's unconventional moves made the officials somewhat inexplicable, but the rewards that he obtained today made everyone jealous. The rest of the people went up one after another and sincerely or falsely congratulated him. Xianxian talked to them about the interesting matters in the northwest region but did not notice that there was a gloomy gaze behind him. That gaze stared fixedly at Xianxian, as if it was a man-eating poisonous snake entrenched in the grass, waiting for the opportunity to rush up and bite him to death. And that person who was looking at Xianxian, the corner of his robe was empty and was playing with the thumb ring in his hand. It was not someone else but Prince Yu. The atmosphere here was rather lively, and Xianxiu had also blocked Wei Qian in the corridor outside. Wei Qian was also considered talented and humble, but compared to the healthy and energetic Xianxiu, he seemed too weak and frail. He looked at Xianxiu and asked with a frown, "Little Deputy General Shen, why are you stopping me?" Xianxiu sized up Wei Qian from head to toe. He himself had a cheerful and friendly temperament, and if he met Wei Qian in the past, perhaps he would make friends, but after hearing Shen Miao say that Wei Qian already had a sweetheart in his heart, looking at this person again made him angry. From Xianxiu's point of view, his younger sister was very good, but she did not like others. How could she tolerate being despised? "You are Wei Qian?" Thinking of this, Xianxiu's tone was not very happy. Wei Qian was startled for a moment and sensed that the person who came was not kind. "Exactly. I am here for nothing." Xianxiu patted Wei Qian's shoulder and said, "Just to inform you that previously there was a rumor that my younger sister was engaged to your Wei family. Since it is a rumor, my Shen family did not take it to heart, so your Wei family need not take it to heart." Xianxiu took a step back and acted as if nothing had happened but said in an eerie tone, "My younger sister is picking a husband, so naturally she must first ask my eyes." Finishing, he did not even look at Wei Qian's face as he turned and strode away. Wei Qian was stunned at the same spot. Xianxiu's words clearly wanted to draw a line with his Wei family, but it was true that he had a sweetheart. Even if Xianxiu felt injustice for his younger sister, there was no need to say that he was a good-for-nothing fool. The Shen family's protection was too fierce. Moreover, there was no chance for him to intervene in this marriage. Outside the corridor, Gao Yang was overjoyed as he looked at Wei Qian, who was standing there in a daze. He shook his head and said, "This Shen family is just too overbearing. To be so arrogant and not even put the Wei family in their eyes. Have seen enough?" The purple-clad youth beside him had a hint of impatience in his eyes and his tone was not pleasant. "Is there an end to it? Wei Qian is your person," Gao Yang said. "He is being bullied like this and you are not going to stand up for him? If you like, you go." Xie Jingxing glanced at him. "I do not dare." Gao Yang said as if he was watching a good show. "That Shen family girl has so many people protecting her. If one is not careful, trouble will come knocking." "But..." His smile was gentle but his tone was somewhat gloating. "Today Prince Yu is present, so one fear that the matter would not be good. I heard that Prince Yu plans to marry a Wangfei. Guess which Shen family's young lady he wants to marry?" "I guess that he cannot marry." Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows and his eyes fell to the front. In the garden, a familiar figure trotted forward and said something to the little eunuch at the other side before stuffing a sachet into the little eunuch's hands. That figure was Shen Miao's personal maid, Xianxia. "He is unable to marry." Gao Yang followed Xie Jingxing's gaze and saw that in the flowering shrubs, Shen Miao's personal maid was instructing the little eunuch something and the little eunuch complied. Most likely it was his first time receiving so much money as he was overjoyed and respectfully said something to the maid before leaving. After the little eunuch left, Xianxia stood at the same spot and there was a trace of suspicion on her face. Shen Miao specifically instructed her to hand the things over to this little eunuch, but this little eunuch was obviously a newcomer to the palace and did not have any interaction with Shen Miao, so why was there a special instruction? Unable to think of the reason, Xianxia shook her head. In any case, the purpose had been achieved, so she turned and left. "This young lady of the Shen family is very courageous," Gao Yang evaluated, "to even dare to play tricks in the palace, and it seems that Xianxia was not aware of it." Xie Jingxing declined to comment. For a person who dared to burn her own ancestral hall, he never thought that the other party would be timid. As for what to do at what place, most likely in Shen Miao's eyes, there was no difference. "Let's go." A strange smile floated on his lips. "We should also go and watch the show." "I will not go." Gao Yang blinked his eyes. "Now it is better to be careful when doing things. Moreover, there is a change in the plan, so one must be more cautious." "Up to you." Xie Jingxing said lazily and suddenly thought of something and casually said, "If there is time, go to those old fellows at the Imperial Medical Institution to inquire if there is anything." "Yes, sir." Gao Yang cupped his hands in obeisance, then walked toward the other side at a steady pace. Time passed by unhurriedly and it was almost time for the returning banquet to begin. The female sat at the bottom of the great hall while the male sat at the top of the great hall. The one on the leftmost side, near the center, was the prince. Prince Zhou, Prince Jing and Prince Ding had already arrived. Following behind were Prince Li, Prince Xiang and Prince Jing. Prince Zhou and Prince Jing were brothers, so naturally they were in the same group. Prince Xiang and Prince Jing were led by Prince Li and formed their own faction. As for His Highness the Crown Prince, who had yet to arrive, he had the support of Prince Xian and Prince Chu. As for the ninth prince, His Highness Prince Ding, Fu Xiuyi, he did not belong to any faction and looked to be the weakest and most neutral faction. With the appearance of the three kings, the clamor in the hall gradually quietened down. Emperor Wenhui was also strange. He had 9 sons and each of them were extremely outstanding. If it was an ordinary family, they would have been overjoyed to have so many outstanding sons. But in a noble family, the more outstanding sons there were, the more intense the competition would be. What was even more unfortunate was that these 9 outstanding sons were born into the most ruthless imperial family in the world. This also meant that their excellence would become a nail in each other's eyes, and both of them wanted to get rid of it. Now that the 9 sons had grown up, even though the crown prince had been crowned, the various factions had yet to restrain themselves. When Emperor Wenhui was still around, he was still able to maintain the balance, but there would be a day when this entrenched dragon would grow old, and at that time, the imperial family of Mingqi that was already ready to move would be another reign of terror. And in Prince Zhou's faction, Prince Li's faction and the Crown Prince's faction, the Crown Prince looked to have the highest strength on the surface, but the crown prince's body was weak and Emperor Wen Hui would not allow a weak son to sit on the dragon throne, so the crown prince's power was not so much that it was a follower of the orthodox lineage, but rather it was fake. If one's body was slightly unwell, it would only benefit Prince Xian and Prince Zhu. In Prince Li's faction, because of the large number of people, there were many officials who secretly pledged their allegiance to him. Even though Prince Zhou and Prince Jing's legitimacy was not as good as the crown prince's and their power was not as good as Prince Li's, but they had the emperor's doted mother, consort Su Xian, and the Su family had a strong support. The remaining Prince Ding was not placed in anyone's eyes. In terms of power, it was a joke to fight alone. In terms of background, his birth mother consort Dong Shu was extremely low-key, and if she did not give birth to Fu Xiuyi, she would not be able to sit in the position of the four consorts. Even though Fu Xiuyi was outstanding and humble, there was a limit to one's strength, thus everyone was not optimistic about him. Even though Fu Xiuyi was neutral and was not interested in the fight for the throne, but in this deep palace, one must be wary of others. His few brothers were still eyeing him covetously. However, the female guests did not look at people as deeply as the males, but the young females present were secretly sizing up Fu Xiuyi's handsome appearance and whispered with slightly red faces. In all fairness, the Fu family all had good looks and Fu Xiuyi was the most outstanding among the 9 princes. The imperial family bestowed him with an extraordinary bearing and he always had an indifferent attitude, not putting on a high and mighty attitude nor raising his chin up to the sky. To the young females, this kind of amiable and out-of-this-world male was really full of elegance. His Highness Prince Ding is indeed too handsome. A young female's whisper sounded beside her ears. Shen Miao turned her head and did not know when Feng Ning was already by her side. She smiled at her and then said with a straight face, "Since you have arrived, why did you not come and look for me? And even put on the airs of an eldest young lady to make me look for you?" Shen Miao was somewhat inexplicable by her words. Towards Feng Ning, this eldest young lady, sticking to her like a piece of sticky candy, Shen Miao was also somewhat helpless. She did not know when did Feng Ning changed her attitude towards her. Shen Miao was after all not a real budding young female and was unable to be as intimate as peers with Feng Ning. Moreover, now she was unable to accept the goodwill of others without any precaution, so she did not know how to treat Feng Ning. Finally, she could only shake her head and find an excuse. "I did not see you." Shen Miao naturally did not know that if it was the previous her, Feng Ning would not even take a glance at her. But the current Shen Miao was the Empress who had been bathed in a storm of blood in the inner palace of Mingqi. One would have a feeling of worship towards those who were stronger than themselves. Feng Ning could faintly feel the strength in Shen Miao's heart and naturally would unconsciously follow. Feng Ning's lips twitched and suddenly whispered teasingly, "But His Highness Prince Ding is also here. In any case, he is also your favorite person. Why did you not take a look?" As if to prove her words, when Feng Ning's voice landed, Xianxia Xian laughed loudly. "Fifth Shen young lady, His Highness Prince Ding has arrived." She wanted to embarrass Shen Miao and knew that under the watchful eyes of the public, in front of the imperial family, Shen Miao would not dare to get angry and even Luo Shuiyan would have to endure it. Feng of Shen of Shen of Shen. Shi Shen Shen Shi of words, of Shen of the Shen. Shen tu, Ding Shen 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 Ding Shen Shen, Shi Ding Shen of King of Shen. Luo Shuiyan gritted her teeth. She knew that this person was deliberately provoking Shen Miao. Even though Shen Miao said that she was no longer in love with Prince Ding, but Luo Shuiyan knew that liking a person was not something that one could easily give up. Shen Miao looked as if nothing had happened on the surface, but one's heart was in extreme pain. Luo Shuiyan was annoyed that Xianxia was not present at this time. She turned her head to look at Shen Miao, fearing that Shen Miao would be sad and said softly, "Jiao Jiao." At the male side of the banquet, everyone's eyes were also very interesting. Kai Lin's lips twitched, as if he was rejoicing in others' misfortune. In the academy examinations, Shen Miao caused him to lose face and now Shen Miao herself was going to repeat his mistakes. Su Mingfeng and Su Minglang were sitting side by side. Su Minglang pulled Su Mingfeng's sleeves and said in surprise, "Eldest brother, has older sister Shen also arrived?" His head was too small and the table blocked his line of sight, making it even more impossible for him to see Shen Miao clearly. Su Mingfeng shook his head. He did not know why this younger brother of his had a good impression of the fifth young lady of the Shen family. If it was not because Su Minglang was too young, Su Mingfeng would have thought that this younger brother of his had other thoughts about Shen Miao. But he also turned his head to look at Shen Miao. With such a close distance encounter, how would Shen Miao face Prince Ding? At the corner of the male side of the banquet, there was a green-clad male. Compared to the other noble people who were dressed in brocade clothes, his dressing was extremely simple, but this did not make him cut a sorry figure. On the contrary, because of his simple dressing, there was a kind of romantic and unrestrained attitude of an ancient scholar. At this moment, he was quietly looking at the purple-clad young female who kept her head down, and there was a faint fluctuation in his eyes. This person was Pei Lang. Pei Lang was not qualified to participate in such an occasion, but today there was a death in the family of the supervisor of Guangwen Tang, thus the supervisor let Pei Lang represent Guangwen Tang to participate. Even though Pei Lang was a teacher in Guangwen Tang, he was considered as half a supervisor, thus he did not decline. Who knew that when he arrived, he would see such a scene? Prince Zhou and Prince Jing stood beside Fu Xiaoyi and heard Jiang Xiaoxian's deliberately provocative words. Prince Zhou laughed and patted Fu Xiaoyi's shoulder before saying meaningfully, "Our ninth younger brother is really amazing." Fu Xiaoyi's brows slightly wrinkled, but there was a faint smile on his face. Fourth older brother must be joking. Even though he said so, his eyes unconsciously drifted towards the young female in the seat. Ah! A light laugh escaped from the young female's lips, and the surroundings suddenly quietened down. This laugh did not have any emotions. To say that it was ridiculing, it was too gentle. To say that it was cheerful, it was very calm. It was like a cup of strong wine that had been settled for a long time. 5 flavors were mixed together and 1,000 complex flavors were in one's heart before it finally turned into a light laughter. The males were still all right, but the females were surprised. They had been immersed in the inner courtyard for so many years, but they could not hear the meaning in Shen Miao's laughter. How old was she? Shen Miao raised her head and her eyes did not stop. It was like the arrow that was shot at Kai Lin at the academy examinations as it shot towards the figure who was standing with his hands behind his back, Fu Xiaoyi. Fu Xiaoyi was slightly startled. There was no infatuation, love, worship, or surprise in the girl's eyes. There was only a bottomless calm. He was like an old man who had reincarnated for 100 years, looking at him through the vicissitudes of time. There was no sorrow or joy in his eyes, but it made one feel uneasy. That pair of clear eyes had an extremely beautiful shape. If they were curved, it would be so sweet that it would remind people of the taste of honey. But she only watched quietly. In Fu Xiaoyi's heart, there was a sudden surge of uneasiness. It was as if he was walking alone in the jungle, but in the depths of the grass, there was a huge beast that was staring at him. That feeling of uneasiness was getting stronger and stronger, and one did not know when the faint smile on his face had disappeared as he stared fixedly at Shen Miao. Heh! Shen Miao chuckled again, and this time everyone could see it clearly. Her rosy lips slightly curved, but the corners of her eyes did not move. It was clearly a sneer. It was probably a cold sneer formed from a faint resentment towards the person he loved but couldn't get because his love had turned into hatred. Everyone thought like this but were surprised that Shen Miao dared to express her dissatisfaction so straightforwardly. Who would have the guts to sneer at a prince in the palace? Fu Xiaoyi did not move. In that sneer, he could clearly see a layer of faint murderous intention. Even though it was deliberately concealed, it was as if it could not be concealed at all. That kind of coldness that was determined to win actually caused his heart to shrink. Just because he did not accept the other's intention, she had the intention to kill him? Fu Xiaoyi was somewhat stunned. What made him even more surprised was that he actually felt that the intention to kill was full of threat. Could this be his illusion? When he looked at Shen Miao again, the latter had already turned her head and said something to Feng and Ning. There was a flash of killing intent in Shen Miao's eyes. After such a long time, even in the academy examinations, she only saw Fu Xiaoyi from afar and did not want to meet Fu Xiaoyi at such a close distance. It was because she was afraid that once she got close to Fu Xiaoyi, she would not be able to hide her monstrous hatred. Jiang Xiaoxian's provocative words were passed by Shen Miao's 2 inexplicable chuckles. Her first chuckle was complicated and the second chuckle was slightly cold, but even a fool could see that there was no trace of affection towards Fu Xiaoyi in it. After 2 chuckles, she simply spoke directly to the young lady beside her. That contempt and disregard made one unable to tell if it was intentional or unintentional. It was just that the atmosphere was made cold by her. There was a flash of light in Prince Zhou's eyes as he smiled and leaned close to Fu Xiaoyi, ninth younger brother. It seems that you are not that invincible. Fu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly, but his heart gradually paid more attention to Shen Miao. Hey, it seems that the fifth young lady of the Shen family has some spirit. Su Mingfeng said with interest. Now that his serious illness was much better, but he was still unable to work hard, thus his official position was not restored. Older Shen sister is originally very good. Su Minglang rolled his eyes at him. Pei Lang, who was seated, lowered his head to take a sip of tea, but his eyes flashed with deep thoughts. Just as there was some silence, one heard a hearty laughter, haha. Everyone, one has arrived late. That small mountain-like figure was not Xianxia. The one following closely behind Xianxia was Xianxiu. Seeing that the important person had arrived, all the bureaucrats greeted him. Xianxia greeted Prince Zhou and the rest before taking their seats. He and Xianxiu also missed the good show just now, else even if Xianxia did not take action, Xianxiu did not care if he would have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex and would definitely make Jiang Xiaoxian unable to bear the consequences. After Xianxia, the princely trio and the crown prince trio also arrived. The crown prince's body was weak, but the crown princess was born with a dignified air. Shen Miao looked at the crown princess and her eyes were moved. This crown prince consort had the prime minister's family behind her, and it was the crown prince who used the power of the crown prince consort's family to stabilize his position. Afterwards, when the crown prince consort was pregnant, Emperor Wenhui was afraid that the crown prince's body would be seriously ill and it would benefit the crown prince consort's family to monopolize power, so he used methods to make the crown prince consort miscarry. The crown princess was deeply in love with the crown prince, but she didn't know that her husband could kill his own flesh and blood. She was also afraid that if she told her paternal family, it would bring disaster to her paternal family. In the end, she died of depression. 3 years after the death of the crown prince consort, the residents of the prime minister came to know of the truth and wanted to take revenge for their daughter, but in the end they relied on Fu Xiaoyi. Shen Miao looked at the cup in front of her. The members of the Fu family were all vicious and merciless, and the men of the Fu family were all unfaithful and fickle. She and the crown princess were no different. They were all sacrifices for power, innocent pawns abandoned. Now, she was going to be the chess player. Whoever wanted to play chess had to be prepared to sacrifice themselves. After the crown princess sat down, her friends from before she got married chatted and laughed with her. Over at the male side, Prince Yu also arrived. When Prince Yu arrived, the people at the female side of the banquet were somewhat silent, especially those young females who were so scared that their faces turned pale. In the previous returning banquets, Prince Yu would not participate. For so many years, he did not put the matters of the court in his eyes, and because of this, the suspicious Emperor Wenhui was exceptionally tolerant to this younger brother. Of course, there was the credit of Prince Yu risking his life to protect him when he was young, but if it was not for Prince Yu being well-behaved for so many years and not interfering in the matters of the court, one feared that no matter how big the life-saving grace was, it would not be able to overcome Emperor Wenhui's suspicions. After all, Emperor Wenhui's brothers all died in his hands. Prince Yu of the first rank, who had never participated in the returning banquet, suddenly appeared, which made the female guests uneasy and the male guests puzzled, but the few princes were smiling in their hearts. The woman who was on good terms with the crown princess said, "I wonder why His Highness the Crown Prince has appeared?" Her words were filled with probing intent. The crown princess naturally knew the reason. She curled the corners of her lips and said with a smile, "Royal uncle has been single for so many years. It is time to find someone to take care of his life." As soon as these words came out, the womenfolk were all bewildered. Could it be that Prince Yu of the first rank wanted to choose a Wang Fei? But becoming Prince Yu's consort was not a good thing. At least at this moment, the young ladies could not help but shrink back a little. "May I ask the crown princess," the foreign asked with a smile, "which young miss has the good fortune?" But the crown princess was unwilling to say. She only shook her head and said with a smile, "You will know in a while." Because of the crown princess's words, the womenfolk sank into a stalemate. Everyone was slightly afraid. That Yu Wangfei's title was like a talisman that hastened one's death. Sleeping with her would only result in a faster death. How could it be considered as a good thing? Feng Linning leaned close to Shen Miao and asked, "Make a guess, who exactly is that Yuan Fei?" Shen Miao said, "I cannot guess." "You are really boring." Feng Linning curled her lips. On the other side, Shen Qing was tightly grabbing onto the corner of her clothes. The moment she saw Prince Yu, her mind was filled with the myriad of tortures that Prince Yu used on her that night. If it was not for Ren Wanyan who was tightly pinching her, Shen Qing would have screamed out loud. "Do not be afraid of Qing'er." Ren Wanyan moved closer to Shen Qing's ear and spoke to her in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Today Prince Yu is here to help you tidy up that woman. When she enters Prince Yu residence, naturally there will be means to make her beg for death." At the side, Chen Roqiu looked at Ren Wanyan and Shen Qing's movements and drank a mouthful of tea before smiling gently. After Prince Yu, one thought that other than the Emperor and Empress, everyone had almost arrived, but suddenly there were bursts of exclamations. Feng Linning was talking to Shen Miao when she heard the commotion and looked up. In the depths of the palace, outside the door of the main hall, a person walked over from afar. He was dressed in a purple gold robe and a pair of green silk boots. His features were bright and unbelievably handsome. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow as he walked over lazily. The Marquis of Linan, Xie Ding first cried out in surprise, "Jing Xing." Then he thought of something and frowned as he looked at the figure, unable to speak. Everyone was surprised. What was the background of today's returning banquet? Not only did Prince Yu, who never appeared at palace banquets, appear, now even the little Marquis of the Xie family, Xie Jingxing, also appeared. And the excited and infatuated look of the womenfolk was no less than when Fu Xiuyi appeared and even steadily pressed down. The youth's posture was ramrod straight. Although his gait looked casual, each step he took had its own imposing aura. He already had an outstanding appearance to begin with, but now, with the contrast of the purple gold robe, there was a faint feeling that he couldn't be looked at directly. Her face was like snow, her eyes were like lacquer, and her eyebrows were like swords. The corners of her lips were slightly raised, like a red plum blossom that had bloomed amidst the ice and snow. This face that was more delicate than a female's did not have a trace of a female's femininity. Instead it was like the rising sun in the sky, full of dazzling eyes. When he walked over alone, all the civil and military officials seemed to have become a foil. It was as if the imperial family of Ming-Chi and the dazzling golden palace had finally aroused the nobility and arrogance that was engraved in his bones. It was so handsome that it made the heaven and earth lose their colors. And this youth that was like the scorching sun had a dense and sharp gaze. That frivolous smile, if one looked carefully, was full of indifference and cruelty. When did this little Marquis of the Xie family become so outstanding? Feng Linning muttered. In the past, even though Xie Jingxing was also very handsome and flamboyant, but compared to him today, he was overshadowed. It was as if the past Xie Jingxing had deliberately covered up the brilliance, but the current Xie Jingxing had removed that layer of concealment. The real him, this elegance, compared to Fu Xiuyi, it was as if he was the person who should stand at the peak of the dynasty overlooking all living beings. When this thought came out, Shen Miao was shocked by herself. She looked up at Xie Jingxing. The purple-clad youth walked to the front of the banquet and faced everyone's surprised gaze. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Today I am also here to join in the fun." As she spoke, she walked to the banquet and sat down, but it was not beside the Marquis of Linan, Xie Ding, but beside Su Mingfeng. Su Minglang pursed his lips and reluctantly moved a small area. Seeing this, Xie Ding's face darkened. When the surrounding people saw it, even though they were discussing it, they did not obstruct it. Xie Jingxing had always had such a frivolous temperament, and most likely today he did it on a whim. The Xie family has produced an extraordinary person. Luo Shuiyan's expression was solemn. Whether it was a dragon or a worm, she had always been accurate in judging people. This Xie Jingxing's actions had a kind of magnanimity that made people feel a little dangerous for no reason. Those who had been on the battlefield were more sensitive to danger. When Shen Qiu saw Xie Jingxing, his eyes lit up and he almost stood up. He then scratched his head and grabbed the teacup in front of the table to cover up and gulped a mouthful of tea. This kind of rude behavior caused the surrounding people to look at him strangely. Shen Qiu quickly chuckled. This kid from the Xie clan is not bad. Xianxia was very satisfied. Towards Xie Jingxing, who was able to cause trouble for his old rival, he was unable to express his appreciation in words. If the other party was not from the Xia family, he might have become sworn brothers with the other party. The princes of the Fu clan all had gloomy looks on their faces. This little marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and looked too outstanding. Although he did not enter the imperial court, just based on his unruly temperament, one could already feel that he was not someone who would submit to others. If he couldn't subdue such a person, it was best to kill him as soon as possible. Seeing the Marquis's residence that held the commander's seal grow stronger and produce an important figure was not something the imperial family was willing to see. At this moment, the eunuch's drawn-out voice was heard, "His Majesty has arrived, Her Majesty the Empress has arrived." The celestial Empress finally arrived as everyone had been waiting for. Emperor Wen Hui seemed to be in a good mood, but the Empress was somewhat fierce. As a female, she was considered beautiful and one could see the charm of her youth, but as she grew older, her cheeks were sunken and she looked somewhat mean. Due to the crown prince's illness, the Empress's methods had always been very harsh. Previously Shen Miao stood on Fu Shouyi's side, and after marrying to Fu Shouyi, she was often made difficult by this Empress and suffered countless hardships in the hands of this Empress. It was also this Empress who used herself as an example to teach Shen Miao how to survive in the palace. Everything that had happened in the past was just an illusion. She had come for revenge, but her ultimate goal was to completely overthrow the entire royal family. A mayfly trying to shake a tree was like trying to save a cart with a cup of water, just like the distance between her and the Empress. But this Empress seat was originally hers, and one day, she would sit on that seat again. Shen Miao's eyes drooped down and gently picked up the teacup in front of her to take a sip. Not far from her, Shen Qing also revealed a slight smile, as if to celebrate with her, and at the same time raised the teacup to take a sip. Her smile seemed to be even more carefree. The blackness in Shen Miao's eyes became thicker and her lips curled up. It was different from a sneer, as this smile had curved eyebrows and the sweet look was extremely moving. Even at the male side of the banquet, those who noticed this side were dazzled by Shen Miao's smile. Pei Lang kept staring at Shen Miao. He did not know why he did it, as if there was something about this young female that attracted him. But a few months ago, Shen Miao was just an idiot in Guangwentang. Pei Lang treated her warmly, but it was only out of etiquette. In his heart, he looked down on her. The Emperor and Empress sat down and the banquet began. This so-called monarch and officials enjoying together was just for show. The monarch was still the monarch and the officials were still officials. Everyone were making harmless jokes, as if it was really the Son of Heaven and the common people enjoying together. Su Mingfeng nudged Xie Jingxing, "Why are you here?" "Come to watch the fun." Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up and the female side of the banquet suddenly drew in a low breath. "So boring, what fun is there to watch?" Su Mingfeng had a headache. Just as he was speaking, he saw Prince Yu opening his mouth, imperial older brother. His voice was not high nor low, but the hall immediately quietened down. It was obvious that everyone was extremely fearful of this fiend. A few days ago this younger brother had already thought clearly about the matter of the consort selection that was promised to this younger brother. Prince Yu smiled strangely, "Since today is a happy event, why not have a double happiness? This younger brother is fond of Shen family's young lady." He said it very slowly and the viper-like light in his eyes was entangled, like maggots in a tarsal bone, tightly climbing in front of the purple-clad young female. "This younger brother likes Shen family's young lady." With an uproar, the hall was instantly in an uproar, and all gazes looked towards the 3D young ladies of the Chen clan. Of the 3 young ladies of the Shen family, Shen Qing was already engaged, leaving only Shen Yu and Shen Miao. Shen Yu was gentle and moving and her talent had spread far and wide. Now that Shen Miao was a slender and elegant young female, her bearing also made others cast sidelong glances at her. The most important thing was that behind Shen Miao was Xianxia, this great Buddha. And everyone could see clearly that the person that Prince Yu was looking at was Shen Miao. In a moment, everyone's gaze towards Shen Miao was extremely strange. There were those who rejoiced in her misfortune and there were also those who pitied her. The previous Princess Yu's death was not clear and everyone knew that there was something fishy about it. Everyone was well aware of what kind of demonic temperament this Prince Yu had. However, such a person was deeply protected by the royal family. On one side was the dignified General Weiwu, and on the other side was the Emperor's brother who had saved his life. How should he choose? When Prince Yu of the first rank finished speaking, Xianxia's face sunk and the veins on his forehead even popped out. The mighty general's reputation had never been undeserved. For a moment, there was a kind of ferocious hostility that overflowed, causing the expressions of the surrounding people to change. This official was a loyal official, but if he could not even protect his own daughter, even if he had to stake his life in meritorious services, Xianxia would not fear going against Prince Yu. Xianxia also tightened his lips and stared fiercely at Prince Yu, as if as long as Prince Yu said Xianxia's name, he would rush out and fight to the death with Prince Yu. As for Luo Shuiyan, she was already holding Shen Miao's hand tightly. Her carefree smile had long fallen and was replaced with a deep ruthlessness, as if she was a mother wolf protecting her cub and did not give in to the other's coercion. When the surrounding people saw the Shen family's behavior, they could not help but exclaim in their hearts. Now that Emperor Wenhui was on the high seat and the Shen family made such a stance, there was a feeling of swords being drawn in the air. Emperor Wenhui was overly suspicious and the Shen family had no fear even though they were above the emperor's prestige. Were they not afraid of leaving a knot in Emperor Wenhui's heart in the future? Prince Ding's eyes also moved slightly and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes when he looked at Shen Miao. It seems that this fifth Shen young lady is indeed General Shen's treasure. Su Mingfeng whispered to Xie Jingxing, the Shen family can actually do this for her. Going against Prince Yu was equivalent to going against the imperial family. No matter what, the Shen family's actions at this moment had clearly expressed their unyielding attitude. One fear that even if Emperor Wenhui issued a decree, the Shen family would not easily agree to it. Xie Jingxing smiled lazily and declined to comment. In the corner, Pei Lang tightened his grip on his teacup. What would the girl who shot an arrow at her classmate without blinking during the academy examination do? Emperor Wenhui's smile was somewhat unfathomable and the gaze that he looked at the Shen family was somewhat dark. He said, which young lady of the Shen family did royal younger brother fancy? Everyone was waiting for Prince Yu's answer. A carefree smile floated on Shen Qing's face, but before that smile could rise higher, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and could not help but cry out miserably as he clutched his abdomen and fell to the ground. What happened? Qinger. Shen Qing's sudden action made everyone jump in shock. Ren Wanyan immediately hugged her and Shen Qing's face quickly turned pale. Shen Yu pulled the corner of Chen Roqiu's clothes and the latter's heart jumped. She did not know why, but she looked towards Shen Miao. But one saw the purple-clad young female sitting at the table and her expression did not waver. When she met Chen Roqiu's gaze, she gently smiled and turned to look at Luo Shuiyan before asking worriedly, what happened to eldest sister? Could it be that she was poisoned? Poisoned. When the words were said, the surroundings suddenly became chaotic. Shen Miao did not let it go and continued to look at Luo Shuiyan. Could it be that an assassin sneaked in? This time, not only the female guests, even the male guests, the few princes and Emperor Wenhui's face changed. During the returning banquet, all the civil and military officials were present and if an assassin sneaked in, the imperial family would be in danger. Immediately the guards outside all rushed in and their hands were on the swords at their waists as they watched the surrounding movements like a tiger watching its prey. One was the possibility of an assassin sneaking in and the other was Shen Qing who was lying on the ground moaning in pain. As such, no one cared about Prince Yu's words about marrying a young lady from the Shen family. After all, compared to these rumors, one's life was more important. Su Mingfeng opened his mouth and after a long while he whispered in admiration, good means. With just one sentence from Shen Miao, the focus of everyone's attention was shifted. The current chaos and tension made Prince Yu look like a fool. Xie Jingxing swept a glance at the young female who had a worried face and lightly snorted. Shen Miao's eyes slightly moved. After being with the Fu family for so many years, no one understood the Fu family's suspicions better than her. Shen Qing's appearance, with a slight mention of this moment, was enough to make Emperor Wenhui, who had been assassinated numerous times, to become a bird that was startled by the mere twang of a bough. Mother, it is better to find an imperial physician for eldest sister. Shen Miao said, this cannot go on. Luo Shuiyan then recovered to her senses and frowned as she looked at Ren Wanyan. Shen Qing was in such pain, but as a mother, Ren Wanyan did not think to find a physician for her daughter. She did not know how this mother was doing. Immediately, Luo Shuiyan bowed to Emperor Wenhui, this official's wife earnestly requests your majesty to summon an imperial physician to take a look at Qing'er's illness and solve the crisis. When the words were said, Shen Qing had not even spoken when Ren Wanyan screamed, "No!" Everyone's eyes landed on Ren Wanyan. When Ren Wanyan spoke, her heart knew that it was not good. Facing so many probing eyes, she forced a smile and gritted her teeth, "This official's wife. This official's wife is saying how can Qing'er trouble the imperial physician? Do not spoil everyone's mood. This official's wife will just bring Qing'er down." "What are you talking about?" Luo Shuiyan said seriously, "Nothing is more important than one's life. Could it be that you as a mother feel that Qing'er's life is not as important as the banquet hall?" Everyone's expression was very strange. Looking at the current situation, it seemed that Ren Wanyan, who was the biological mother, was not willing to look for the imperial physician, and Luo Shuiyan as the Shu was enthusiastically concerned about Shen Qing's life and death. At the male side of the banquet, Shen Gui stared at Ren Wanyan with a heavy expression. He could not wait for this mother and daughter pair to not have any relationship with him. If Emperor Wenhui was unhappy because of this, what would happen to his future career? Eldest Shen Foran is right. It was the Empress who lightly spoke. She glanced at Ren Wanyan. Eldest Shen young lady's injury is more important. The returning banquet is not as important as one's life. Ren Wanyan's heart panicked. If Shen Qing was seen by the physician, wouldn't the matter of the fetus in her womb be exposed in front of others? She said, "Nyang nyang," or, "I'm fine." Shen Qing's forehead was oozing big drops of sweat and her complexion was as pale as paper. It was obvious that she was in extreme pain. She clutched her stomach and was unable to speak, but she knew that she could not let the imperial physician come over, so she suppressed the pain and said, "Eldest sister, this is not only related to your safety but also the safety of everyone in the hall. If you were really poisoned, it means that an assassin had mixed in and everyone would be in danger. Even if you do not think for yourself, you should think for His Majesty?" Shen Miao's calm voice sounded. When she finished her words, Emperor Wenhui's gaze became somewhat serious. Shen Qing almost vomited blood from Shen Miao's words. What else could Shen Qing say? Could it be that she dared not to think for the emperor? The few princes of the Fu family also heard Shen Miao's meaning. Prince Li paused for a moment before saying, "This young lady of the Shen family is born with a sharp mouth. Someone come." Without any hesitation, Emperor Wenhui said, "Go and invite the imperial physician." Something happened to the young lady of the Shen family in the palace, so naturally Zhen must investigate clearly. Eldest sister must also not move. Shen Miao lightly said, "Perhaps the murderer is mixed in the crowd at this moment. When the imperial physician arrives, he will take eldest sister's pulse here, else one fear that there will be a problem if the blood flow is affected." Ren Wanyan did not have time to speak when Emperor Wenhui nodded his head, "Correct." With a single sentence, he had sealed off all possibilities. To let the imperial physician examine Shen Qing in public meant that the matter of Shen Qing's pregnancy would be exposed in front of all the civil and military officials. Thinking of this, Ren Wanyan's body could not stop trembling and her fear finally spread to Shen Qing. Shen Qing endured the pain and her heart was filled with even more fear. "Mother, don't," but what could Ren Wanyan do? Emperor Wenhui had already spoken and she could not defy the decree. She was just a woman and naturally could act unreasonably in the inner courtyard, but in front of the emperor, empress and hundreds of officials, Ren Wanyan was at a loss. She raised her head and looked towards Shen Gui's direction, hoping that Shen Gui would help her, but when she met Shen Gui's eyes, there was only blame and anger. In a moment, Ren Wanyan's hands and feet turned cold and her heart was filled with despair. She did not even bother to comfort Shen Qing, who was in her embrace, and only slumped to the ground absent-mindedly. "What is wrong with your Shen Qing?" Feng Ning whispered to Shen Miao, "Why does she look like she is very afraid?" Shen Miao smiled and Luo Shuiyan also frowned. Ren Wanyan's abnormal behavior made her feel somewhat strange. But he could not think of any reason, so he looked towards Chen Roqiu and Xingyu at the side. Xingyu was frightened by Shen Qing's appearance and was somewhat flustered as she grabbed onto Chen Roqiu's clothes. Chen Roqiu also stared at Ren Wanyan motionlessly. After being Ren Wanyan's sister-in-law for so many years, Chen Roqiu naturally knew that her second Sa had always been able to deal with all kinds of situations with ease. There could only be one reason for her to lose her composure today, and that was that she had fallen into a trap. Xinyu whispered, eldest sister would not really be poisoned. Mother, is it fifth younger sister, Shenroqiu sternly stopped her and could not help but look at Shen Miao who was at the side. Separated by a few people, one could not see Shen Miao's gaze, but seeing that the corner of her mouth seemed to be slightly raised, Shenroqiu could not help but be shocked. Her intuition told her that today's matter was definitely related to Shen Miao, but was Shen Miao really so daring to poison the palace? But no matter what, Shen Qing's reputation could no longer be preserved. Prince Yu of the first rank's face also sunk because of the sudden change. Even though his actions were absurd, he was able to distinguish the priorities, and this was definitely not a good time to mention the matter just now. A sarcastic smile floated on his lips. Today Shen Miao managed to escape a calamity, and no matter if Shen Miao was the one who poisoned Shen Qing, Shen Miao's thoughts were too simple to be able to hold him back. Afterwards, he could still mention the matter to Emperor Wenhui. There were some matters that one could not escape from. The imperial physician quickly rushed over. What was unexpected was that the imperial physicians in the palace were all elderly people. Because of their rich experience, they were able to enter the Imperial Physician Academy. However, the imperial physician who came was only in his early 20s. He was also very handsome, which made some of the young ladies from official families stare at him. The moment Shen Miao saw this imperial physician, her heart thumped and she carefully sized up that imperial physician. The young imperial physician carried his medical box, and after bowing to the emperor and empress, he walked over to Ren Wanyan's side. Ren Wanyan still wanted to block but heard the imperial physician say, "Will foreign please let go of young lady Shen so that this one can take young lady Shen's pulse." His voice was very pleasant to the ear and made one's heart feel comfortable. Under the watchful eyes of everyone and with the sharp eyes of the emperor and empress, no matter what Ren Wanyan did, she did not dare to go against him. Shen Qing had already fainted from the pain. She took a step back and watched as that imperial physician placed 2 fingers on Shen Qing's wrist. Just as Shen Miao was in a daze looking at that imperial physician, Feng Linning's joking voice was suddenly heard, "Could it be that you also fancy that imperial physician? If you fancy him, then it is not considered that your eyesight is bad." Shen Miao was slightly startled and asked, "You know him?" "Eh?" Feng Linning said in surprise, "This is the first time you are interested in the things that I am talking about. Never mind. I will also be merciful and tell you that this imperial physician is a new physician in the Imperial Medical Institution. His medical skills are amazing, and even Consort De's heart pain was cured. His Majesty valued him and made an exception to let him enter the Imperial Medical Institution. Now he is the youngest official in the Imperial Medical Institution and is very good-looking. So many young ladies like him." Shen Miao said, "You also like him?" "How could I like him?" Feng Linning raised her neck. "Even though his medical skills are high and he is good-looking, but at best he is just an imperial physician and does not have any family backing him. He is all alone in the world. How can such a person think of my family? Even you, although you like her, if you really want to match her, then you're still a bit lacking." Feng Linning had been pampered by her family since she was young and firmly believed that her husband was an earth-shattering person. She really did not put a small imperial physician in her eyes. "What is his name?" Shen Miao asked. "Could it be that you really like him?" Feng Linning looked suspiciously at Shen Miao before saying, "Called Gao Yang, but in the official families of the Ding capital, there is no one with the surname Gao." That was to say that this Gao Yang was definitely not from a big family. Shen Miao looked at the young imperial physician and even ignored Shen Qing and Ren Wanyan. There was some fluctuation in her heart because Shen Miao discovered that this Gao Yang actually gave her a familiar feeling, as if she had seen him somewhere before. However, she had never seen Gao Yang in the Imperial Academy of Medicine in her previous life. If it wasn't at the Imperial Academy of Medicine, where else could it be? While he was thinking, Gao Yang had already finished taking the pulse. When he turned back, he met Shen Miao's sizing gaze and was slightly startled, but he quickly recovered and cupped his hands towards Ren Wanyan. "Imperial Physician Gao." The Empress opened her mouth. "Is the young lady of the Shen family poisoned?" Gao Yang looked at Shen Qing, who had fainted, and then looked at the pale Ren Wanyan before cupping his hands in greeting, replying to your ladyship's words. The young lady of the Shen family was not poisoned and only drank the clear lotus tea. After a pause, he continued, the clear lotus tea that young Lady Shen drank was not poisoned and young Lady Shen was also not poisoned. Oh? Emperor Wenhui looked at Xianxia, since she was not poisoned, then how could it be like this? Replying to your majesty. Dao Yang sighed, the clear lotus tea is cold in nature and there is no harm for ordinary people to drink, but for a pregnant person to drink it, it would affect the fetus. The young lady of the Shen family is already pregnant. The young lady of the Shen family was already pregnant. When the words were said, there was an uproar in the surroundings. Shen Gui opened his mouth and his face turned purple in a moment. He suddenly looked at Ren Wanyan and the latter was paralyzed on the ground in a daze. Good. The one who spoke was that Wei family foreign. She suddenly stood up and did not care where she was and pointed at Ren Wanyan as she scolded, you are engaged to my Wei family and actually want my Wei family to marry a used shoe to raise a son for others. Ren Wanyan, do you still have any face? The surrounding people became even more noisy because of Wei foreign's words. Some time ago the marriage between Xianxia and the Wei family was spread in an uproar and today she was diagnosed to be pregnant in front of all the civil and military officials. What kind of logic was this? A virgin girl was actually pregnant. Was this an illicit affair? She even wanted to marry into the Wei family with her body? Since the ancient times, it was considered a great wonder in Mingqi. Ren Wanyan still did not move. Her entire body seemed to have lost its strength and only half crawled to Xianxia's side and held her in her arms. Shen foreign, Bengong also want to know what is going on. The Empress said coldly from the high seat. Even though Mingqi was considered to be open-minded about the matters between men and women, but to get pregnant before marriage and have an illicit affair was a matter that would throw the family's face. Once it was discovered, one would be drowned. The Shen family was the head of the Mingqi's official family and even though Shen Gui's official position was not as high as Xianxia's, it was not considered low. The higher Xianxia's status was, the worse the impact of this matter would be. The Empress was in charge of the 6 palaces and could not bear to see such dirty matters. Almost everyone could hear the coldness in her voice. Ren Wanyan only felt bitterness in her mouth and was unable to say a word. What could she say? Could she say that Xianxia did not have an illicit affair but was raped? But no matter what, it was a fact that her innocence was ruined. As for Prince Yu of the first rank, she could not say a single word. Prince Yu of the first rank was a person who haggled over every penny and if one were to bite him, one feared that there would be no good fruit to eat. If Shen foreign does not speak, then let young Lady Shen speak. The Empress' eyes suddenly turned sharp as she instructed the palace maids beside her, go and wake young Lady Shen up. Bengong has something to ask. Ren Wanyan was shocked but the palace maids beside the Empress had already walked forward. Their actions were very fast and Ren Wanyan did not even have time to stop them before the 2 palace maids violently pinched Xianxia awake. When Xianxia woke up, her abdomen was still in pain but she heard the Empress coldly asking from the high seat, Xianxia, Bengong ask you, who is the father of the flesh and blood in your abdomen? When Xianxia heard this, her body stiffened and she looked towards Ren Wanyan for help. In a moment of desperation, Ren Wanyan shook her head at Xianxia and told her not to speak nonsense. As for the future, Ren Wanyan would think of a way to rescue her. When Xianxia saw Ren Wanyan shaking her head, she did not understand her meaning but did not dare to speak carelessly so she stammered, this official's daughter. This official's daughter. She could not say it no matter what. Shen Miao sighed softly and said, eldest sister better say it out. Now that one has committed a serious crime and since there is such an ending, one cannot let you bear the burden of this life alone. Ren Wanyan looked at Shen Miao fiercely and could not wait to tear Shen Miao's mouth apart. Chen Qing's body trembled and her eyes were filled with terror. The meaning of Shen Miao's words was that she would not be able to escape death. Between life and death, Shen Qing did not care about anything else and suddenly shouted, no. No. My child belongs to His Highness the Prince of first rank. The child in my belly is the flesh and blood of His Highness the Prince. Today it was really a wave rising before the first splash had even calmed down. A good returning banquet actually involved so many things. Prince Yu of the first rank. Everyone looked towards Prince Yu and the latter narrowed his eyes but his expression was very gloomy when he looked at Xianxia. Qing'er do not talk nonsense. Ren Wanyan rushed over to cover Xianxia's mouth, but words that were said were like water that was spilled out and could not be taken back. Xianxia's eyes widened as she stared at Prince Yu. Her thinking was very simple. Since there was an illicit relationship with an outsider, premarital pregnancy was a necessary ending, but as long as the child in her belly was Prince Yu's flesh and blood, then it would be related to the imperial bloodline. In this way, it would be equivalent to having a life-saving talisman. In any case, the emperor would not order the execution of his own nephew. Xin Miao looked at Xianxia and felt it was somewhat funny in her heart. She could roughly guess what Xianxia was thinking in her heart, but she had forgotten that there was a trick in this world called, get rid of the mother but keep the child. In the inner palace, this trick was never tired of being used 100 times. Did Xianxia really think that with that little bit of flesh and blood, she would be able to live safe and sound? It was just that she would die faster. The emperor and empress's expression was uncertain. If Prince Yu was involved at this time, it would not be that simple. At the male side of the banquet, Xianxiu and Xianxia looked at each other. Xianxia was still alright and was somewhat stunned by the matter, but Xianxiu secretly clenched his fists. Previously Xin Miao did not dare to tell him who was the person who raped Xianxia, but now everything was clear. No wonder Xin Miao was unwilling to say, it was Prince Yu of the first rank. Once he thought that if it was not for Xin Miao's good luck, the one who would end up in Xianxia's situation would be his own younger sister. Xianxiu's heart gave birth to a melancholy feeling. Prince Yu did not admit it but also did not deny it. As such, it could almost be confirmed. Everyone looked at Xianxia with sympathy and pity. Prince Yu of the first rank had always liked to use various means to secretly abduct young females and even dared to touch the daughter of an official. Now the unlucky person was coincidentally Xianxia. In the silence, Xin Miao's voice rang softly, no wonder His Highness the First Rank proposed to marry the Xin family's young lady. So it was to give eldest sister a status. These words were light, but it made everyone present to be enlightened. No wonder it was like this. Just now Prince Yu of the First Rank said that he wanted to marry a Wang Fei and was interested in the Xin family's young lady. So it was actually Xianxia, and now there was even a child. In a moment, the gaze that looked at Xianxia changed. As such, it did not seem that Prince Yu was forcing her, but Xianxia was willing to be a Wang Fei. This fifth Xin young lady is very powerful. Su Mingfeng said in surprise, the ability to invert black and white is also extremely high. Most of the people were led by the nose, but it did not represent everyone. Those who were clear-minded could still remember that when Prince Yu of the First Rank said that he wanted to marry the Xin family's young lady, he was looking at Xin Miao. Xie Jingxing crossed his arms and looked at the purple-clad young female opposite him with a smile that was not a smile. One did not know when it started, but everyone at the palace banquet was led by the nose by Xin Miao. Now that things had developed to this stage, it was all within her calculations. And it was not that there was no danger in this. She was bold enough to gamble and her moves were accurate. She took everyone's reactions into account and played a good move. Since it was so, he did not mind adding fuel to the fire. Immediately Xie Jingxing also said, it is good to have affection and righteousness. The emperor's brows wrinkled imperceptibly. One had to know that even though Prince Yu of the First Rank would mess around in the past, he would not bring these matters to the stage. No matter how it was in private, there would always be a way to solve it, but to place it in public, to punish this imperial younger brother? One was afraid that Prince Yu's heart would be filled with resentment and this matter would be forgotten. When the emperor shielded like this and followed the example of the subordinates, it would not be able to awe the officials. As for Xin Miao and Xie Jingxing's words, it was a very good idea. If it was said that these two people were in love with each other, there was nothing wrong with it. He looked at the Empress and the Empress understood and said, so the young lady that royal brother mentioned was the young lady of the Xin family. But both of you are too reckless. And causing such a big disaster, what would happen in the future? Xianxing's heart heaved a sigh of relief. Ignoring the pain in her abdomen, she crawled up and knelt on the ground to kowtow and pleaded, it is all this official's daughter's fault, but this official's daughter cannot bear to part with the flesh and blood in her abdomen. I beseech your majesty and your ladyship to look at the child in this official's daughter's abdomen and spare this official's daughter this time. Booing sounds rang out. This time Xianxia did not have any dignity at all and only lost her face. The Empress also looked at her with disgust but said lightly, "It is difficult to escape the blame. But since today is the returning banquet, it is a happy event and Imperial younger brother has been a widower for so many years, so Bengong will do a good deed today. Giving the two of you a marriage bestowed upon you is also a golden marriage." Xianxia managed to keep her life and quickly said with joy, "Thanking your majesty and thanking your ladyship." She did not know how shameful her actions were in the eyes of others. In the past Xianxia only said that Xin Miao could not be seen in public, but now Xianxia herself had become the daughter of the Xin family that could not be seen in public. Prince Yu of the first rank looked at Xianxia darkly before his eyes turned and landed on Xin Miao. Sitting high up, the emperor stared at him with a warning stare and Prince Yu of the first rank could only cup his hands and slowly said, "Thanking Imperial older brother and Imperial Saw for fulfilling my wish." It was just that only the person involved knew the chill in those words. The corner of Xin Miao's lips rose as she looked at Prince Yu fearlessly. In that pair of clear eyes, there was a look of joy, but there was a trace of fierceness hidden in that joy, as if it was a ferocious beast. Today was only the opening dish and the real thing that was left for Prince Yu residence was still at the back. To clear all the plans that Prince Yu had planned in front of him, presumably at this moment Prince Yu's heart was already extremely furious. When one was angry, it was most easy to make mistakes, and this mistake was like the wrong moves on the chessboard. Taking advantage of the victory to pursue and destroy the pawns and chariots, one would be able to win very quickly. She tilted her head and her eyes were abnormally bright, but if one looked carefully at the smile on her lips, there was a kind of chilling terror. It has begun. Prince Yu of the first rank. A proper homecoming banquet had ended in this sudden turn of events. Emperor Wen Hui's mood was disturbed and not long after, he flicked his sleeves and the Empress also said that she was tired. Since the Emperor and Empress had left, the officials naturally knew that they could not stay for long and one after another found excuses to leave. Even though today's matter seemed to have found a perfect ending with the eldest young lady of the Xin family marrying into Prince Yu residence, but those with discerning eyes knew that it was a shocking scandal. As for that eldest young lady of the Xin family, once she marries into Prince Yu residence, it would naturally bode ill rather than well. Luo Shuiyan held Xin Miao's hands tightly. She did not know how Xianxia and Prince Yu would have an affair, but because of this she was more worried about Xin Miao's safety. She only felt that the danger in the Ding capital was no less than the northwest desert. Xianxiao did not say a word until he left. He had always been cheerful and it made Xianxia think that he was feeling sad because of Xianxing's matter. But he did not know that Xianxiao's heart was already extremely angry and felt that he had nowhere to vent his anger. He hated the Xin family's second household for being vicious and also hated Prince Yu's shamelessness. Xianxia had long been brought away by Ren Wanyan in a hurry, but Xin Gui's expression was very interesting and everyone looked at him with meaningful eyes. Some colleagues who did not get along with him in court even threw stones at him when he was down. They cupped their hands and smiled, "Congratulations to Shindarin. To be able to become in-laws with His Highness Prince Yu is a great blessing." If it was in the past when Xianxia married Prince Yu, it would not be a big deal to Xin Gui. As long as it could help his career, his daughter's happiness was not important. But now, Xianxia's performance had obviously brought trouble to Prince Yu. Would Prince Yu vent his anger on him? As he thought about it, Xin Gui's heart gave birth to some irritation and fear. After the returning banquet dispersed, Luo Shuiyan and Xin Miao walked out of the palace, and when they passed by a corridor, Xin Miao softly reminded her, "Be careful. There is a loose brick here." Luo Shuiyan was a military general and her steps were big and heavy. If one step was taken, one might stumble. Luo Shuiyan took a careful look before smiling, almost fell. Then she was surprised and looked at Xin Miao. "How did Jiao Jiao know?" Shen Miao choked. She had lived in the palace for decades and had long remembered what it was like. When Luo Shuiyan asked, she could only reply, "1 year I tripped here, and since then I've remembered it." "I see." Luo Shuiyan laughed heartily. "Jiao Jiao is quite smart. She remembers the places where she fell, so she won't fall again." Xin Miao's heart moved but she did not speak. As the two of them walked, they saw two people who looked like guards dragging a young eunuch past. The young eunuch's mouth was stuffed with a handkerchief, and he seemed to be struggling with all his might. However, how could he struggle free from the tall and strong guards? Following behind them was the head eunuch, Eunuch Gao. Shen foreign, Shen young miss. Eunuch Gao stopped and greeted them. Eunuch Gao, this is. Luo Shuiyan looked at the little eunuch and asked. The newcomer doesn't know the rules and made a mistake. I'm taking him to be punished, Eunuch Gao said with a sharp voice. When that young eunuch saw Shen Miao, his eyes landed on Xianxia, who was behind Shen Miao, and suddenly struggled like crazy, as if he wanted to rush to Xianxia's side. Be more honest. Eunuch Gao kicked the young eunuch's knee, and the latter gave a muffled grunt before kneeling down. Eunuch Gao snorted from his nose, thing that does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Almost offended a noble person. Luo Shuiyan frowned. She did not like these inhumane punishments in the palace, and this kind of scene would make her heart uncomfortable. She immediately said to Eunuch Gao, since that is the case, one will not disturb Eunuch Gao's work. Gao Gonggong quickly responded with a smile. It was Shen Miao who suddenly opened her mouth and softly said, since one has committed a mistake, naturally one should be punished. Everyone looked at her strangely, and the little eunuch's body trembled as he looked at Shen Miao with a trace of resentment. Shen Miao did not bother about it and pulled Luo Shuiyan to leave. Before leaving, she lightly said, if one does not know the rules then one must be taught. The palace cannot be compared to the outside, and today is different from the past. As Shen Miao and entourage's figures gradually went further away, Gao Gonggong said to the two guards, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Xiaolizi's heart was filled with unwillingness and his face was filled with fear. He did not know what he had done wrong. In the little garden of the returning banquet, Shen Miao's personal maid Xianxia gave him an ingot of silver and said to her that eldest Shen young lady was not feeling well and did not drink the wine prepared for the palace banquet. She only needed a cup of clear lotus tea and would have to trouble her to make an exception during the banquet. He felt that this matter was very simple and he could obtain an ingot of silver, so why not? Moreover, if he could please this young lady of the Shen family, perhaps there would be a benefactor in the future. But no matter how Xiaolizi calculated, he did not expect that Shen Qing was actually pregnant and that clear lotus tea became the main culprit that triggered everything. It could be said that that cup of clear lotus tea caused a disaster, and the source of this cup of tea, after investigating, was traced back to him. Xiaolizi explained countless of times, but no one believed his words, and the silver that he received was the most common silver, not even the official silver. How would a noble young lady use this kind of common silver as a reward? No one believed his words, and he was a wicked person. What was waiting for him? Outside, Shen Miao was quietly walking. She was clearer than anyone about what was waiting for Xiaolizi. The palace was a place where it was easy to invert black and white. If one stood high, one would have the ability to turn black into white, and if one was originally very short, then one would be sorry as the white would become black. In the beginning, when Fu Xiaoyi just ascended the throne, Xiaolizi was Gao Gonggong's dog that came and went at his beck and call. It was she who pitied Xiaolizi and was willing to give him face in the palace. Later, Xiaolizi became eunuch Li, and she became a deposed empress. This eunuch that she had personally promoted even personally sent her on her last journey, and gave her a piece of advice: today is different from the past. Now, she could be considered to have returned those words back to him. This life was different from the past. Now, she was the daughter of the first wife of a high and mighty official, while the other party was just a lowly speck of dust. She didn't even bother to waste too much energy on him. This was a clean and efficient way, which was very good. She and Luo Shuiyan walked in front but did not know that behind the winding corridors, there was someone looking at her back and sighing, does this young lady of the Shen family have enmity with that little eunuch? For no reason at all, a life was lost. Beside him, Xie Jingxing sneered at him, when did you become compassionate? A doctor should have the heart of a parent. Gao Yang waved his fan and suddenly thought of something. His expression became serious as he said, the young lady of the Shen family is not simple. Just now in the hall, she looked at me for a long time. Could it be that she discovered my identity? Impossible. Then the way she looked at me was really scary. Gao Yang touched his chin and seriously thought for a while before speaking, could it be that she is pleased with me? Xie Jingxing stared at him without any expression and spat out a word, scram. You are really not interesting. Gao Yang shook his head in regret, even though the important matter is pressing, but your temper is getting fiercer and fiercer. It is better to relax. Xie Jingxing looked far away and said, Yu Shu is here. What? Gao Yang was surprised. When? Yesterday. Gao Yang's expression gradually turned solemn. Could it be that you want to, correct? Ding Capital, Shen Residence, Kaiyun Yuan. With a paw slap, a clear finger mark appeared on Shen Qing's face and her lips turned red. Shen Gui, what are you doing? Ren Wanyin shouted in a stern voice and protected Shen Qing in her bosom while looking at Shen Gui with a fierce look in her eyes. What am I doing? Shen Gui's smile was sinister like a wolf. If it was not for the trace of sentiments, he would really want to kill the two people in front of him. He said, What did you do today? What? Ren Wanyin was not to be outdone. Can this matter be blamed on Qing'er? You are Qing'er's father and you do not help your own daughter and still hit her. Shen Gui, you have no conscience. Daughter? Shen Gui laughed in anger. I, Shen Gui, do not have such a daughter. Shameless and flirt around. Also pregnant with a vile spawn. Really not even comparable to the prostitutes in the brothel. Shen Qing's body trembled violently and her pair of eyes were somewhat blurry. When Ren Wanyin saw this, her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. If Shen Gui had a trace of father-daughter relationship with Shen Qing, he would not use such vicious words to talk about his own daughter. Ren Wanyin handed Shen Qing over to Chen Tao and stood up with a sneer. Shen Gui, touch your conscience and ask yourself, for Qing'er to be like this today, who is the one who harmed her? Is it me? It is Shen Miao, that little slut. Why do you not go and find trouble with Shen Miao? Oh, you are afraid. You are afraid that when eldest brother and eldest Sa return, you will not be able to touch that little slut. You are angry at Qing'er, but don't forget that you also had a part in the matter at Wulong Temple. Now you have to take good care of yourself and push everything to Qing'er and me. This old woman will not fall for your tricks. If you provoke me, I will tell the matter to eldest brother and eldest Sa and none of us will be able to gain anything. You. Shen Gui had been husband and wife with Ren Wanyin for many years but had never seen Ren Wanyin acting like a shrew. What made him feel uneasy was that Ren Wanyin actually used this matter to threaten him. Even though Shen Gui was a slick person, he was extremely timid and this could be seen from how he did not dare to provoke Prince Yu. Now that Xianxia and wife had returned to the residence, he dared not find trouble with Shen Miao. If Ren Wanyin really dared to divulge this matter, Shen Gui believed that Xianxia would chop him in half. Thinking of this, Shen Gui said angrily, You shrew, you are so unreasonable. Even if I told you, I wouldn't be able to explain myself. I'm leaving. With that, he fled. Looking at the back view of Shen Gui leaving in a hurry, Ren Wanyin's face was filled with ridicule. She knew her husband the best. Shen Gui was a person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Marrying such a person, now she could not even protect her daughter. There was no doubt that Shen Miao had given Ren Wanyin a fatal blow. To Ren Wanyin, it was more painful to see her own daughter step by step towards destruction than to kill her. At this point, with the Empress bestowing marriage, no matter how capable Ren Wanyin was, she would not be able to change anything. Shen Miao, this debt, I, Ren Wanyin, will not settle it with you and swear that I am not a human. She gritted her teeth until her lips bled. In the western courtyard, after Xianxia and wife returned to their own room, Xianxia was still sitting there without moving. He had a wooden face as he sat in front of Shen Miao's table like a door god. This young general usually looked like a spring breeze, but once his face turned black, there was a bloody smell of a man on the battlefield. Bai Lu and Shuangjiang were somewhat afraid and did not dare to go forward. Eldest brother. Shen Miao sent Xianxia and wife back to the room and sat opposite him. Younger sister, I have thought and thought. Shen Qiu said, this matter cannot be let go like this. My heart is feeling stifled. The matter that he was talking about was the matter between Shen Qing and Prince Yu. Even though Shen Miao had concealed a part of it previously, but after the returning banquet, Shen Qiu could more or less guess the ins and outs of the matter. It was because he knew that this matter was done in a vicious and absurd manner that Shen Qiu was so angry. The youngest younger sister in their family was actually schemed against in this year and almost lost her life. If something really happened, Shen Qiu dared not imagine how much regret they would have. Shen Miao looked at him and Shen Qiu was still speaking, the more I think the angrier I get. Younger sister, do not stop me. Even if I have to risk this life, I will not let them have it easy. Eldest brother. Xianxia sighed, I have already said that there is no evidence for this matter. Since they are doing things, naturally there would not be a single drop of water leaking out. Moreover, this involves Prince Yu of the first rank, and against Prince Yu, the imperial family would give protection. If you were to jump out, you would be standing on the opposite side of the imperial family. Do you want to kill father and mother? Xianxia was surprised for a moment. Xianxia's words were too rational and made him ignore the disrespect and disdain in Xianxia's tone towards the imperial family of Mingqi. He knew that what Xianxia said was not wrong. In the beginning, there were many noble families that were defiled by Prince Yu, and those families did not have a reputation higher than the Xin family, but at the end they were all raised high and lowered low. Behind Prince Yu residence was the highest power in Mingqi, and to clash with it was like hitting a stone with an egg. But he still felt very depressed in his heart. He asked, we can't just let it go like this. Eldest brother, play a game with me. Xianxia said. What time is it? Xianxia scratched his head. Besides, I thought you didn't like to play chess? Xianxia did not continue his words and set up the chessboard. She picked up the black pieces and gave the white pieces to Xianxia, 2 armies against each other, this is your troops and this is my troops. Using the pieces as pawns, the generals and commanders will be divided, how about we fight for the world? Xianxia had always been passionate about the battlefield, and when he heard this, he became interested and said, all right. Even though he was a military general, he was proficient in chess. This was because there were many similarities between playing chess and fighting a war. An exquisite chess game could sometimes reveal countless tactics. The white and black pieces fell on the chessboard, creating deep ditches. The black and white looked like a real battlefield. Xianxia's chess moves were slow. It did not mean that her movements were slow, but it was very gentle. It was different from Xianxia's sonorous moves and had a kind of gentleness. This kind of feeling made Xianxia feel as if he was being ground by a blunt knife. No matter how Xianxia's white pieces threatened her, she remained motionless and maintained her own rhythm, placing the black pieces unhurriedly. Although it looked like she was at a disadvantage, the number of black pieces in her hand was not one less. Occasionally, when Xianxia was about to devour her black pieces, she would slyly escape. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, all the white and black pieces on the table were still there. No one had gained the upper hand, and no one had taken a single piece from the other. It was just that one could clearly see that it had always been Xianxia's white pieces that held the initiative, and the black pieces were forced to a corner by the white pieces. If this continued, Xianxia would have to speed up his pace, and he would be able to nibble away Xianxia's white pieces one by one. Xianxia said, younger sister, your method of escaping is quite good, but don't tell me you want to spend the night with me like this. I'm going to attack. Just nice, Xianxia smiled slightly, I also intend to do the same. Before she finished speaking, the black piece in her hand suddenly fell to a tricky position. Xianxia's brows furrowed tightly. Just that one position seemed to change the situation of the entire game. He was surprised in his heart. Previously the white pieces were pressuring step by step, but now it was like a cocoon of one's own making. He was trapped in Xianxia's single black piece that reversed the overall situation and was unable to make a move. Following that, Xianxia changed her previous style of only attacking and not defending, and her moves were swift and fierce. She swept away Xianxia's white pieces in big mouthfuls, and in less than a quarter of an hour, Xianxia's previously full of white pieces was only left with one. I have lost. Xianxia laughed bitterly and looked at Xianxia in amazement. Younger sister, when did your chess skills improve to such an extent? Using the chess game as a battlefield, he, a military general, was completely defeated by his own younger sister. It was simply a big joke if it was set out. But his heart was also very surprised. What Xianxia displayed was not the control of the pieces, but the understanding of the overall situation. From the previous weak style to the final swift and fierce moves, her expression was calm. Perhaps how this game of chess would move was all within her grasp. I do not want to play chess with eldest brother. Xianxia shook her head and said, previously eldest brother asked me if we will just forget about it and play a game of chess. What does eldest brother think? Xianxia was surprised for a moment and then jumped in shock. You The black pieces were gentle at the start and only attacked without defending, but at the end it suddenly turned around and reversed the entire situation and swallowed the opponent clean. The meaning was that Xianxia was gentle towards Xianqing's matter and did not resist. It was not because she planned to forget about it, but she was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for those people to deal with Xianxia to fall into a trap of their own making, and then she would make a move and return with a full load. There are many ways to achieve one's goal. Under the light, the young female's fingers were holding a black piece. The white fingers and the black piece formed a sharp contrast, and there was a strange kind of beauty. Her voice was light. If this road does not work, then change to another road. If it is not possible to do it openly, then do it secretly. They have already blocked their own way out. Next, it is our turn to play chess. Looking at the beauty under the light, the beauty was like jade. Xianxia could only be called a delicate and pretty beauty, but at this moment, even Xianxia could not help but look sideways. The young female's posture was quiet, but it seemed to contain a huge amount of energy. An exquisite heart had long hidden the chess game in her heart, and everyone had become a chess piece. Xianxia felt bitter in his heart. He had always felt that even though Xianxia was not close to him, her temperament was extremely simple and one fear that she would be used by outsiders. But now he could see clearly that his younger sister had unknowingly grown up, and this kind of scheming was something that even he could not compare to. "Younger sister, I do not understand," she said. "If eldest brother believes in me, then leave the matter to me." Xianxia said, "Prince Yu of the first rank, this kind of person would definitely find trouble with the Xin residents in the future because of this matter. We don't need this kind of enemy. Younger sister just said that Prince Yu of the first rank has the backing of the imperial family, so I cannot directly find trouble." "What will younger sister do?" Xianxia said worriedly. "I have said earlier that if the white road does not work, then take the black road. There are thousands of roads in the world, and there will always be one that works." Xianxia lightly said, Prince Yu of the first rank relies on the imperial family to bully others and is just a turtle with a shell. Remove his shell and see how arrogant he can be." Under Xianxia's dumbstruck gaze, Xianxia smiled gently at him, "But eldest brother, I need some money, so those things that His Majesty bestowed, give it to me with real gold and silver, I have use for it." Xianxia originally wanted to ask what Xianxia wanted to do, but he did not know why. When he met Xianxia's bright eyes, he could not say anything. He was the dignified Deputy General Shen and would occasionally argue with Xianxia till his neck turned red, but as long as Xianxia looked at him quietly, Xianxia felt that he would listen to everything unconditionally. Xianxia secretly spat at himself in his heart. He was not afraid of the enemy's generals, but afraid of a little girl? After living for so long, one would encounter all sorts of things. "Big brother?" Xianxia regained his senses and said, "All right, I will get someone to send some over." "Many thanks to eldest brother." Xianxia nodded her head. "The sky is late, eldest brother should also go and rest." "All right. There is no need to worry about the matter of Prince Yu residence. Do not tell father and mother, I will see to it." "All right." Xianxia scratched his head and left. When he was out of Xianxia's room, he suddenly slapped his forehead and frowned. Damn it. There was really a feeling of being protected by one's own younger sister. In the room, Yu carefully asked, "Young lady, is it really necessary to use so much money tomorrow?" Xianxia's gaze froze. Yu had not seen her own young lady with such a serious expression for a long time. She sighed and said, "I'm afraid I can't take it down." On the second day, Xianxia really picked a few chests of real gold and silver and came to Xianxia's courtyard. Most likely he was afraid that Xianxia was short of money, so he took out 1,000 taels of banknotes from his bosom and gave it to Xianxia before smiling. Younger sister's current age would require a lot of money, and one fear that this amount of monthly money is not enough. Take these silvers. If there's anything you want to buy, just buy it. If it's not enough, just ask big brother for more. The maids sweeping the floor outside all looked at Xianxia with envy. In the past, they felt that this fifth young lady of their family had an awkward position in the residence. She only had a good reputation and did not even know that she was being bullied. It was really pitiful. Now it seemed that they were blind. Not to mention Xianxia and wife, even Xianxia would pamper his younger sister to the skies. Xianxia felt somewhat inexplicable as Xianxia's attitude was strange. She nodded her head and did not decline as she accepted the banknote. Many thanks. Xianxia was a little disappointed. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and the 2 guards behind him immediately came forward. Xianxia said, "My 2 guards are experts in the army. I will temporarily lend them to protect you." He was worried that Prince Yu of the first rank would have some tricks up his sleeves. If it was not for Shen Miao's insistence to go out, Xianxia would have let Shen Miao stay in the residence. Shen Miao complied and Mo Qing also followed out. Xianxia smiled, "Your choice of bodyguard is really not bad." Mo Qing had already left the identity of a guard outside the Shen residence and Shen Miao told his identity to Xianxia. Xianxia returned the indenture to Mo Qing and let Mo Qing join the Shen family's army, but these days he would be Shen Miao's guard and protect her safety. Bringing along 3 guards and 2 maids, Shen Miao finally left the main entrance of the Shen residence. Even the carriage driver was someone that Xianxia found who had martial arts skills. Xianxia's servant said, "Young master is really protective of young lady." Xianxia sighed. It was a pity that no matter how much he tried to protect her, she was too mature as a younger sister and did not have the sense of accomplishment as an older brother. "Let's go." He waved his hand. "Let's go back and practice our swordsmanship." Fengxian pawnshop was the biggest pawnshop in the Ding capital. Compared to other pawnshops, this pawnshop naturally had its own advantages. The Fengxian pawnshop only accepted precious items. If it was an ordinary item, it would be courteously sent out by the pawnshop assistant. The owner of the pawnshop was probably a generous person. If the item that the customer offered was really valuable, then the pawnshop would definitely offer a high price. But the Fengxian pawnshop still had a rule: this place only did dead pawns. Once something was pawned, there was absolutely no reason to redeem it. However, people wouldn't pawn their precious things unless they were at the end of their rope, let alone pawn them at the cost of their lives. Thus, even though the Fengxian pawnshop was rich and overbearing and it occupied the largest area in the Ding capital, there were only a few customers coming and going. Under such circumstances, this Fengxian pawnshop actually maintained for many years and did not collapse. One did not know how they maintained their livelihood. Today, in front of this Fengxian pawnshop, there was a horse carriage stopped. Some of the commoners who were passing by could not help but look over. Because those who came to Fengxian pawnshop to pawn items, most of them were desperate and were in urgent need of money, and this carriage looked rather exquisite. The coachman sitting on the carriage also did not look like an ordinary person and did not look like a poor person. And why would a rich person come here to pawn their precious things? It was indeed somewhat strange. The pawnshop's worker was a young gray-clad boy who looked smart and capable. When he saw that the horse carriage stopped in front of the door, he was slightly surprised for a moment. Following that, a few females walked out from the inside. The leading young female was most likely a young lady from a family. She was wearing a cloak and had delicate features. When she looked over, her eyes were as clear as water. A few guards and maids surrounded that young female as they walked over. The little worker went up and smiled. "Customer wants to pawn something." "There is something that needs to be pawned," that purple-clad young female said. "What item does this customer want to pawn? Can you take a look at the goods first?" The little worker smiled from ear to ear. He could see that this young female was either rich or noble, so his smile became more enthusiastic. Who knew that the other party shook her head? "I want to see your manager here." This is against the rules, customer." The little worker shook his head. He had seen a lot of people who came here to find trouble, and there was no lack of rich and powerful people, but the Fengxian pawnshop had never been afraid of these people. "The thing that I want to pawn is too big, and you look down on it." The young female was not angry and said lightly. When that pair of eyes looked at him, the little worker had a feeling that he had fallen into an ice cellar. Before he could speak, he heard a coquettish voice, "Who wants to see me?" A young female walked out from the back. This female was not considered beautiful, but her entire body exuded a charm that could captivate one's soul. The few guards behind Shen Miao all blushed. "This customer, do you want to see me?" That female swayed her waist as she walked over and asked with a smile. Shen Miao shook her head. "I want to see your manager, Bai Shaoxing." The female's smile stiffened in a split second. Bai Shaoxing was not a person but an industry. In one's life, there were thousands of positions. There was the imperial palace and also the common people of Jianghu. 36 professions and 72 professions. There was such a type of people who belonged to the 3 religions and 9 schools. It did not sound respectable, but there were many ways and uses. At times, the little bit of relationship between the imperial court and Jianghu was maintained by these people from the 3 religions and 9 schools. And Bai Shaoxing was one of these industries. As the name implied, Bai Shaoxing was somewhat similar to a detective. In hundreds of years of inheritance, this industry did not appear many times and ordinary people would not have heard of it. As for where it was and what kind of people it was, no one knew. But not knowing did not mean that it did not exist. This Fengxian pawnshop in the Ding capital was the current Bai Shaoxing of Mingqi. That red-clad female's gaze gradually became solemn as she looked at Shen Miao, which made Mo Qing and the rest feel somewhat inexplicable. Even though they were in the army and had been in Jianghu, they really did not know what kind of thing Bai Shaoxing was. Naturally, no matter if it was Fengxian pawnshop or Bai Shaoxing, ordinary people would not know that the people who came here were all prepared. Young lady is? The red-clad female asked tentatively. I am here to make a transaction. Hearing that, the red-clad female's expression slightly moved and under the stunned gaze of the shop assistant, she smiled and said to Shen Miao, this young lady's things must be expensive. Since that is the case, please follow me to the back for a discussion. Mo Qing and the rest also wanted to follow but were stopped by the red-clad female. These few people need not. Young lady. Xianxia was somewhat worried. If Shen Miao were to go in alone, perhaps she would meet with an accident. You all stay. Shen Miao said, I will return after this transaction is done. After Shen Miao and the red-clad female left, Mo Qing and the rest stayed in the outer hall. One of the guards that Shen Qiu gave to Shen Miao asked Mo Qing, Brother Mo, what is young lady doing here? After all he had killed and seen blood, he naturally had some intuition towards danger. That red-clad female's expression and the conversation between Shen Miao and Shen Miao made the few of them feel that this matter was not simple. I also do not know. Mo Qing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Looking at the corridor that led inside, he said, young lady knows what to do. The red-clothed woman led Shen Miao through a very long corridor. At the end of the corridor was a square wooden pavilion. It had a total of 6 floors, and the top was covered with a veil. It was impossible to see what was inside, but it seemed to be very well maintained. At the very least, the wood used to make the pillars was the invaluable evening fragrant wood. There were rumors from outsiders that the Fengxian pawnshop's head was extremely wealthy, else the pawnshop business could only barely be maintained for so many years. After all, to buy such a large piece of land in the most prosperous area of the Ding capital, but to be unable to make ends meet, it was not something that everyone could afford. But Shen Miao knew that the reason why the Fengxian pawnshop was so rich and overbearing was naturally because the way they earned money was not through pawning things. What they did was a business that had no capital and naturally it was profitable with little capital. The red-clothed female welcomed her to the lowest floor of the pavilion and found a room for her to sit down. It was a tea room and the mahogany tables and chairs in the tea room were engraved with landscape paintings. The carvings were lifelike and with one look, one would know that the craftsman's craftsmanship was exquisite and of course the value was not cheap. I am called Hong Ling, the female smiled. When she smiled, the corners of her eyes were so charming that water could drip out, as if the amorous feelings were carved into her bones. She asked, how should young lady be addressed? My surname is Shen. Shen Miao said. When Shen Miao was sizing up the other party, Hong Ling was also sizing up Shen Miao. She was secretly surprised in her heart. Initially she thought that it was some rich young lady that came to the Fengxian pawnshop to create trouble, but who knew that she actually heard Bai Shaoxing from the other party's mouth. Knowing that this was most likely an expert, she welcomed her inside. But Hong Ling had been doing business in the Fengxian pawnshop for so many years, but it was the first time that she met such a young customer. She was not sure how much the other party knew and feared that it was her first time doing business, so she was thinking if she should brush it off. So it is Shen young lady. Hong Ling smiled, one do not know if Shen young lady came to our Fengxian pawnshop to buy or sell. Shen Miao said, buy and also sell. Buying and selling at the same time, Hong Ling could not help but be surprised. It seemed that it was the first time that the few green-clad girls who were serving Hong Ling saw Hong Ling lose her composure and quietly glanced at Shen Miao. Putting away the shock in her heart, Hong Ling continued to smile. One do not know how much is the value of this transaction that Shen young lady is doing. Shen Miao shook her head. Hong Ling did not understand her meaning. Shen young lady, Shen Miao's voice was very calm. Just now I have already said that the business that I want to do is too big. He cannot see it and you also cannot see it. If you want to talk, then look for your master. Hong Ling's throat was somewhat hoarse. For so many years, she had been good at dancing, but because the people who came here to do business all knew what Bai Shaoxing's line of work was, they were polite and courteous to her. This was the first time that she was greeted so rudely. For a moment she instinctively wanted to get angry, but when she raised her head and met with Shen Miao's gaze, she was slightly surprised. The young female opposite did not look old and had a pair of eyes that were as clear as water, but when she looked at people, there seemed to be a little bit of coldness that burst out. That calm and quiet appearance had an inexplicable majesty. Hong Ling felt that the other party's gaze towards her did not have a trace of fear but was simply looking down from above. Hong Ling's heart quivered and that little bit of anger disappeared in an instant. There were so many people coming and going doing business, and she was considered to be able to see people accurately. This young lady's imposing manner was a little shocking. She did not know where it came from, but it made her feel somewhat fearful. Shen young lady, I am the person in charge here. If there is a transaction to be done, naturally it will be done with me, she said. Even though she felt that Shen Miao's identity was not an ordinary person, Hong Ling was not one to be frightened, and the smile on her face became even more gorgeous. No matter how much money there is, it is not like I have not seen it before. It has nothing to do with money. Shen Miao smiled gently. I have said before that you cannot make the decision for this transaction. She looked around. I came with sincerity, but you all have no sincerity. Bai Shaoxing is only SOSO. Hong Ling had never met such an impolite person before. Immediately, the smile on her face became colder as she said, I feel that Miss Shen does not seem to be sincere in doing business. Since Miss Shen does not believe me, there is nothing I can do. Shen Miao stared at her for a long while before saying, as such, I will first sell you a piece of news. Hong Ling paused, only to hear the girl in front of her say calmly, back then, the Chen sisters in Yuzhou of Jiangnan went missing. How about I sell this news to you? If you think the value of this information is good, please let the shopkeeper meet me, and then we can discuss the information. Hong Ling's body shook as she looked at her in shock. After a moment, she straightened her expression and said, May I trouble young lady Shen to wait for a moment, Hong Ling will withdraw first. Hong Ling hurriedly left, leaving behind a few green-clothed girls in the tea room looking at her curiously. Clearly, they did not know why Hong Ling would suddenly leave after hearing her words. Shen Miao looked at the teacup in her hands. The tea was made from Junshan silver needles, and when it entered her mouth, the fragrance of the tea was rich. Coupled with the faint incense in the tea room, it made one feel relaxed and happy. Obviously the owner of this place knew how to enjoy life. Bai Shaoxing's business was in the pugilistic world's news. In the pugilistic world's news, it was divided into buying and selling news. There would be people who wanted to buy news, and there would be people who wanted to sell news. When the buyer and the seller met up, the business would be done. Bai Shaoxing's business was like the intersection point of the beacons on the battlefield. What they did was to bring the buyer and the seller together. And the news that Shen Miao wanted to sell was an unsolved case that caused a sensation in Mingqi. The wealthiest Jin family in Jiangnan province had two beauties that could topple a city. With this kind of appearance, if they were to enter the palace, they would definitely be able to fight for a position as a concubine. Not to mention that the world's beauties were painted with skin, they were all white bones. True beauties were like the most exquisite jade, and one more glance was blasphemy. The Qin family was a big family, and it was not a good thing to have these two daughters. If a female's appearance was too outstanding and there was no ability to match their looks, one feared that it would bring disaster to the family. Fortunately, the Qin family was not only the wealthiest in Jiangnan, but also had a place in the pugilistic world. The Qin family had a wide network and had many friends in the underworld. The master of the Qin family was indebted to a sect head, thus the Qin family had a backing. Who knew that even so, when the Qin sisters were 16 years old, on the day of the Lantern Festival, they disappeared under everyone's eyes. The Qin family searched for a long time without any results. It had been 3 years since the Qin sisters disappeared. The Qin family had been spending manpower and financial resources to search for the 2 daughters. Even though they knew that the odds were against them, they had never given up. They even found Bai Shaoxing and spent a lot of money to buy news. However, there was no news at all. Now that this business that had been in existence for 3 years suddenly had someone to sell, how could Hong Ling not be surprised? The remuneration that the Qin family paid was definitely not cheap. As long as Bai Shaoxing could complete this business, even if it was divided, he would be able to get a lot of money. Business people speak according to money. Xin Miao did not believe that she could not find the master behind it. The pavilion in the Fengxian pawnshop was called Lineage pawnshop, and the place to do business was on the 1st level. From the 2nd to the 6th level, it was used by the head of the family. At this moment in the tea room on the 6th level, there were 3 people sitting at the table. Yu Shu, why did you arrive so quickly? Gao Yang frowned as he looked at the person opposite, did not even greet. Opposite him sat a 17 to 18 years old youth. This youth was very cute and was different from Xie Jingxing's burning hot sun-like handsomeness, and also different from Gao Yang's gentleness like water. This youth was like a neighbor's boy and had an inexplicable affinity. He was wearing a lake green robe and his smile was rather pleasing, heard that there is a change in the Ding capital's plan and knew that both of you would definitely need a capable general like me to help, so I specially came back to help. Hee hee. Gao Yang replied with a sneer. Ah, thank you, third brother. The youth called Yu Shu suddenly turned towards him and said, Yichui Lu's young lady Xiaoyao has recently been indifferent to me and is deeply frightened. Third older brother has always been liked by young lady, why not teach me? This seemingly friendly and harmless young man was actually a veteran in the field of flowers. Xie Jingxing did not even look at him and said, look at the appearance. Ah, could it be that third brother thinks that I'm not handsome? The youth was so angry that his face turned red. Back then, I was also a flower, pursued by tens of thousands of people. Could it be that third brother is jealous of me? Gao Yang could not take it anymore and pulled Ji Yushu's head to the other side. Ji Yushu, if you continue to speak like this then go back. Ku. Yushu immediately sat up straight and said seriously, third older brother, let us talk about the plan for this trip. He had not finished speaking when he saw a red-clad female coming up from downstairs. She had a charming appearance but did not come in and called out from afar through the curtains, family head. Hong Ling, Yushu guided patiently, told you many times that even though you are good-looking, it is better not to come up when us brothers are talking. Even though I dote on you, one cannot not know when to advance or retreat. He was born young and tender as if he did not know the ways of the world, but the words he spoke was like a wily old fox. It was fortunate that Hong Ling was his subordinate, as if it was a normal young female that heard a few words from him, one fear that their face would turn red from embarrassment. Master, it is a big business and the guest insisted on seeing you. Hong Ling said. Heh. Yushu waved his hands, which family's kid is so arrogant? My Fengxian pawnshop is not lacking in money, so who would not need his business? Do not do it then, do not do it. Let him leave. There is no door for him to see this lord. But master, that business is not an ordinary one, already said not to do it. Fengxian pawnshop does not serve those people. Yushu reached out to eat the snacks in front of him. Hong Ling was somewhat in a difficult position but was helpless. Just as she was about to withdraw, she heard that purple-clad youth who had been thinking about something asked, what business is it? Hong Ling was startled and looked at Yushu. She knew that the relationship between the 2 people in front of her and the master was not shallow, but at the end this was a confidential matter, and if it was set out like this. Yushu saw her hesitant gaze and slapped his thigh. Ask you to speak then speak. These 2 are my own people and are also the shopkeepers of my Fengxian pawnshop. Their words are my words, and in the future when I am not around, they will be the shopkeepers. Before he could finish speaking, Gao Yang let out another hee-hee. When Hong Ling saw it, she was relieved and said with a smile, one is here to sell news. The news to sell is about the case of the Qin sisters in Jiangnan province 3 years ago. When her voice just landed, Gao Yang was the first to exclaim in surprise, the Qin family's case. There is actually news after 3 years. This business is a little big. Correct. Xie Jingxing also spoke, the Chen family's influence in Jiangnan is vast. To accept this business, other than money, there are even more benefits. Talking about it, it must be done. Yushu scratched his head and said, since you all say so, then I will also go and take a look. I want to see which young fellow actually dare to make fun of this lord like this. It is very expensive for this lord to see one. Hong Ling could not help but laugh, not a young fellow, it is a young lady. Young lady? Yushu's expression changed and suddenly he smiled happily, is she handsome? He's very handsome. I can tell that he's educated and reasonable. Yushu stood up with a swoosh and dusted his robes before cupping his hands towards Xie Jingxing and Hong Ling and said with a smile, 2 older brothers, this younger brother will take a leave first. Finishing he turned his head towards Hong Ling and said anxiously, where is it? Let's go, Hong Ling, why didn't you say so earlier? After both of them left, Dao Yan then sighed and said to Xie Jingxing with a face full of disappointment, I thought that there is no use for him to come to the Ding capital. You better let him go back. It's good to be a target, Xie Jingxing said casually. Shen Miao sat in the tea room and looked down at the floating tea leaves in the teacup. The sound of footsteps came from the door. Then, the curtain was lifted and Hong Ling walked in. She bowed slightly respectfully and welcomed the person behind her in. Shen Miao raised her head. The person who came was a youth of 17 or 18 years of age and looked to have a rare naivety. He was wearing a lake green long robe embroidered with a deer pattern. One would say that one's temperament could be seen through one's clothes, and this youth's temperament was most likely cheerful. This seemed to be in line with his age, but Shen Miao's heart had some deep thoughts about the person in front of him. To be able to manage the Fengxian pawnshop properly and also hold the lifeline of Bai Shaoxin's business in his hands, it was not to be underestimated. This youth was definitely as pure as he looked on the surface. This one is Ji Yushu. He sat opposite Shen Miao and smiled as he cupped his hands towards Shen Miao. Manager Ji. One do not know how old is Shen young lady? He first threw out a completely unrelated question. Shen Miao was slightly surprised for a moment before replying, 14. Oh, that is the prime of youth. He rubbed his hands and there was a touch of enthusiasm in his eyes. One do not know if there is a marriage partner. Are there any sisters in the family? He had the appearance of a lecher who was teasing good young females. Hong Ling's lips twitched and turned her head away, as if she did not want to see her master's roguish behavior. Shen Miao chuckled, it seems that Manager Ji is not here to do business. Finishing, she gestured to leave. Ai. Ji Yushu jumped in shock, speak properly. Shen young lady need not be anxious. Let us talk about business now. Shen Miao then stopped. Ji Yushu muttered softly, look so gentle but how can one be so fierce? When he saw Shen Miao's sharp gaze, he immediately sat up straight and said, Shen young lady want to sell the news of the Jiangnan's Chen family. Allow me to say one more sentence. 3 years ago young lady was only 11, how do you know about this matter? In any case, it cannot be faked. The person who sells the news and the person who buys the news will eventually meet. Whether it is real or fake news, it is up to that side to decide. What is Manager Ji worried about? When the words were said, Hong Ling's and Ji Yushu's expressions paused at the same time and the gaze that looked at Shen Miao was filled with deep meaning. Hearing Shen Miao's tone, it was as if she was very familiar with all the links, but Hong Ling and Ji Yushu were certain that Shen Miao had never been here before and was an unfamiliar guest. Even if it is so. But how did Shen young lady know about the Fengxian pawnshop's business? Ji Yushu asked again. Heard of it by chance and came over to try. Shen Miao replied him with 8 words and it could be said to be watertight, making Ji Yushu's fake elegant smile to stiffen. Ji Yushu's eyes turned and suddenly changed the topic, then how much does Shen young lady want to sell this news for? The person who bought the news would pay the money, a portion to the person who sold the news and a portion to Bai Shaoxin. The amount of money needed to be discussed beforehand. After this, I still want to buy a piece of news. If Manager Ji can sell the news that I want to buy, I will not accept a single cent of the Jiangnanju province's Jin family's money and will even give it to you. Ji Yushu sucked in a breath of cold air. To tell the truth, the Fengxian pawnshop had been open for so many years and many things were handed over to Hong Ling to manage and he was just a shopkeeper who threw all the work to others. This was a profitable business, but it was also a very simple business. It relied on the connections and relationships of people from all walks of life. In terms of using one's brain, there were very few things that needed to be done. Who knew that after the conversation with Shen Miao today, he felt that the other party's words were full of twists and turns, making him somewhat overwhelmed. For example, at this moment, it was something that Ji Yushu could not understand. But he remembered that he was a businessman, so he asked, "What information does Miss Shen want to buy?" From the looks of it, his background was not simple. "If we can't find it, I'm afraid the money will be delayed for many years. I don't think it's a good idea. If Manager Ji is willing, there is no need for many years and it can be done immediately." Shen Miao said. "What does this have to do with my willingness?" Ji Yushu's eyes widened. "I am not the seller. The news that I want to buy is that Prince Yu Residence is plotting to rebel, but this news is not bought for myself but for the Emperor's family of Mingqi. Does Manager Ji understand?" Ji Yushu was first shocked by the words in her words and almost fell over as he looked at Shen Miao like he was looking at a lunatic. Hong Ling's eyes also widened as she looked at Shen Miao calmly saying such treacherous words and felt that her head was somewhat dizzy. The tea room was quiet for a long time until half of the incense was burnt before Ji Yushu said, "Hong Ling, bring them out." Hong Ling quickly brought the few girls out and before leaving, she glanced at Shen Miao. The latter picked up the teacup and her eyes were as calm as a pool of water. "Shen young lady," Ji Yushu said, "you are not buying information but making information. No one would directly tell the news to a middleman. Rather than saying that Shen Miao's transaction was for an outsider, it would be better to say that it was aimed at Bai Xiaoxing. She wanted to borrow the mouth of Bai Xiaoxing's business to spread some rumors and let these rumors accidentally spread to the imperial family. Bai Xiaoxing had a lot of connections in the depths of the marketplace and they were all like slippery loaches. When the time comes to drill into the crowd, it would be completely clean and one would not be able to trace the source." Shen Miao was not afraid of spreading rumors to ordinary people, even if it was an official's family. But to involve the imperial family, one could not risk the Shen family. This was her plan. No matter if it is buying or selling information, riches and honor are sought in danger. Shen Miao smiled gently. "Manager Ji does not dare to do this business?" Ji Yushu scratched his head and said like a troubled youth, "I am naturally very tempted by Shen young lady's conditions, but Feng Xian pawnshop is not a decoration and is not a tool used to play games. If it is because of this one's greed that the Feng Xian pawnshop would be in trouble, it would be a disgrace to the ancestors." He put his palms together. "Currently Bai Xiaoxing's business is already rare and for the ancestors, I cannot take the risk. Sorry Shen young lady." He stood up and bowed to Shen Miao. "Feng Xian pawnshop will not accept the news that Shen young lady wants to do. If the previous news that you want to sell does not change your mind, I will order people to note it down, and when the Jiangnanchen family has news, I will order people to inform young lady. As for where to inform, young lady can come to the pawnshop in 10 days. Finishing these words, Ji Yushu smiled at her apologetically and turned to leave. Just as his footsteps were about to step out of the tea room, Shen Miao's voice came from behind, "Manager Ji, there is not enough bargaining chips for the business. Add in the formidable great general Shen family, do it?" Ji Yushu was surprised for a moment and turned around. The purple-clothed girl lowered her head and looked at the teacup in front of her, as if she could see a flower in it. Her voice was calm, but it carried a kind of heavy tension, making the whole tea room seem abnormally cramped. "If you are able to agree to do this business, the formidable great general residence in the Ding capital will henceforth become your Bai Xiaoxing's network." Upstairs, Dao Yang and Xia Jingxing were still drinking tea when they suddenly heard a nervous voice, "Older brothers, it is not good." When they looked up, it was Ji Yushu who ran in recklessly. He lifted the bead curtain and sat in front of the table. He grabbed the blanket he had left behind, poured himself a full cup of tea, and gulped it down. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. What's wrong with you?" Gao Yang joked, "Weren't you in a hurry to see the beauty just now?" "What? Isn't she pretty?" "Very, very beautiful." "That's strange." Gao Yang rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Could it be that the beauty is very fierce and you made her angry? For a frivolous person like Ji Yushu, everyone would shout and beat him up wherever he went. It was still better for the shy young females, but those who were slightly older would often ridicule him happily. More than very fierce. Ji Yushu said with lingering fear, simply a monster. Cough, I've been doing Bai Shaoxing for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen such a business. Isn't it just the matter of the Chen family in Jiangnan? Could it be that she is asking for a lot of money? Gao Yang asked. More than asking for a lot of money. It is simply a bottomless pit. What exactly is it? Xie Jingxing glanced at him. If you still do not speak properly, I will throw you out from here. Cough. This customer does not need money to sell Jiangnan's Chen family's news and said that it is to be used to buy the news. Do you know what news she wants to buy? She wants to buy news for the imperial family, and the news is that Prince Yu residence is plotting to rebel. Damn it. Ji Yushu could not help but scolded. This is using our Fengxian pawnshop as a raft and want us to create news for her. When Gao Yang and Xie Jingxing heard it, their expressions gradually became serious. Ji Yushu loved to play around and most likely did not know the severity of it, but both of them knew the danger in Ji Yushu's words. This customer's methods were indeed too cruel. Ji Yushu was still shouting unwillingly, based on what? Based on what I do well in Fengxian pawnshop need to be a raft for others? In the future when something happens, she would slip away like a wisp of smoke and the one to suffer would be my pawnshop. Do you think that I am stupid? Since that is the case, you just do not agree. Gao Yang said. Heh heh. Ji Yushu suddenly changed his anger and laughed twice. To think that I know how to bargain and force her to loosen her mouth and offer a big price. Guess what is it? What? Xie Jingxing asked lazily. It is the Ding capital's mighty Wu great general Shen family. To complete this business, the Shen family is one of Bai Shaoxing's connections. Seeing that I just returned and helped you all with such a big favor, quickly thank me. Ji Yushu laughed wildly. Shen family? Xie Jingxing stared at him and slowly spoke. Who is the visitor? A young lady who looks rather good. Surnamed Shen and most likely is also from the Shen family. Ji Yushu scratched his head, just very fierce, and turned a blind eye to my elegance. A young lady who looks rather good. Surnamed Shen and most likely is also from the Shen family. Ji Yushu scratched his head, just very fierce, and turned a blind eye to my elegance. When the words were spoken, the tea room fell into a strange silence. After a moment, Gao Yang then looked at Xie Jingxing with a smile. I roughly know who it is. This Shen family's young lady is somewhat powerful. Even though the smile was gentle, there was some sharpness in the tone. Actually, I also find it strange. Ji Yushu shuddered and scratched his head. Just now when she came over, I took a careful look. It was not like it was the first time she came to Bai Xiaopao to do business. I asked Hong Ling and had never seen her before. Our business is secretive, and other than those few families of officials in the Ding capital, no one else knows about it. How did she know? This young lady is not simple. Gao Yang pondered. I originally thought that the Ding capital's Shen family was brainless fat meat that would be swallowed by others sooner or later. Now it seems that the water is deeper than imagined. He swept a glance at Xie Jingxing and found that the latter was deep in thought. What do you think? Xie Jingxing raised his head and looked at Ji Yushu. Did you agree to her conditions? Such a big matter, I need to discuss it with you all. Ji Yushu ate a pastry in one mouthful, but I estimate that the Shen family has a large business and the military strength in their hands is not weak. If what that young lady of the Shen family said is true, in the future it would be much easier for third older brother to plan. After all, she does not know that our Fengxian pawnshop is privately third older brother's business. When the sandpiper and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. That young lady surnamed Shen most likely did not know that the promise that she made would ultimately benefit Xie Jingxing. However, one could not blame her, as even Hong Ling, who had been the steward of the Fengxian pawnshop for many years, did not know about the powerful relationship involved. Be that as it may. Gao Yang muttered to himself, this gamble is a little too big. The news that she wants to create would attract the imperial family's attention. We must be careful in our actions, as it would not be worth the loss if there were any mistakes. As for the Shen family or the Shen family, the initial plan did not have the Shen family's power, so there is no need to be so concerned. What you said is also reasonable. Ji Yushu nodded his head and looked at Xie Jingxing. but in the end it is still third older brother who makes the decision. You agreed to her conditions. When Xie Jingxing spoke, Gao Yang frowned. Why are you making such a hasty decision? Since the Shen family has become a variable, it does not mean that they will not be useful in the future. It could be used to deal with some people. As for the news that she wants to create, it is directed at Prince Yu residence. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. Just nice, we do not need to take action to tidy up and it would save us trouble. Hearing his words, the others finally remembered. Ji Yushu clapped his hands. That's right. I almost forgot. She wanted to spread the news of Prince Yu residence rebelling. This is directed at Prince Yu residence. Is there enmity between Prince Yu residence and the Shen family? Ji Yushu had just returned to the Ding capital and usually did not pay attention to the affairs between the young ladies of official families, thus he was not clear about all these and was somewhat inexplicable. Gao Yang's heart was clear. He knew of the grudges between Xin Miao and Prince Yu and could not help but cast a sidelong glance. If it was an ordinary female who encountered such a matter, they would be afraid of the power of Prince Yu residence, but not only was Xin Miao not afraid, she was even waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. She was very smart. Since Prince Yu residence had the support of the imperial family, she would first alienate the imperial family. If the imperial family had doubts about Prince Yu, naturally the life-saving talisman behind Prince Yu residence would not be of any use. But even so, what else could she do? Except this business. Xie Jingxing said, quickly informed the Jiangnanshan family. Don't worry, I've already asked Hong Ling to send a letter to Yuzhou. The Chen family's case has been delayed for 3 years, but I don't know if the news about the young lady from the Shen family is true or false. After all, back then, the Chen family had tried everything they could to no avail, so how could a little girl know about it? If her news is false, one estimate that the Chen family would not let her have a good time. Ji Yushu said vaguely with his mouth stuffed with snacks. Since she came to sell the news, it must be true. Xie Jingxing frowned, but there is still something wrong with this matter. Are you a good-for-nothing? Dao Yang looked at Ji Yushu wolfing down his food and could not help but shake his head. Could it be that you, a shopkeeper of Fengxian pawn shop, have never eaten your fill? Ji Yushu stretched out a finger and shook it. How would the dim sum of other places be as good as third older brother's chef? Last time, I brought third brother's chef's desserts to Lady Xiaoyao, and Lady Xiaoyao actually smiled at me. It can be seen that. He picked up a piece of dessert and waved it in front of Gao Yang. There's something different about you. Gao Yang was too lazy to talk to him, but suddenly he saw Ji Yushu's expression congealed as he thought of something and took out a banknote from his bosom. Speaking of which, that Shen family's young lady finally gave me 1,000 silver to buy a piece of news. What news? Xie Jingxing and Gao Yang looked at him at the same time. Said to look for a person, a young lady called Luing. Said to be most likely a young lady from a brothel and is in the Ding capital, so that I must find her. He asked curiously, why is she looking for a young lady from a brothel? Could it be that you also like beauties like me? Dao Yang and Xie Jingxing looked at each other. The former was puzzled and the latter only shook his head slightly. When she was sent out by Hong Ling, Mo Qing and the rest then heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that she was safe and sound. Shen Miao had stayed inside for too long, and if she had stayed a moment longer, one feared that the few of them would have rushed in to snatch her away. Before Shen Qiu left, he exhorted over and over again that Shen Miao had gotten into trouble and must be careful on the road. If he really lost Shen Miao, Shen Qiu would turn around and kill a few people. Hong Ling politely smiled at Shen Miao. Shen young lady can come back here 10 days later. Thank you, Manager Hong, Shen Miao replied softly. It was the little shop assistant at the door who could not help but take a few more glances at Shen Miao. It was probably the first time that he saw Hong Ling being so respectful to someone. After Shen Miao and entourage boarded the horse carriage and left, the shop assistant could not help but ask Hong Ling, "Steward, what is the background of that young lady?" "Mind your own business." Hong Ling lightly patted his head and thought for a moment before saying, "Next time you see this Shen young lady, speak sweetly. That is not a simple person." The waiter hurriedly agreed. Hong Ling looked at the departing figure of the carriage and sighed inwardly. There were indeed many talented people in the Ding capital, and now even a young lady could quietly plan such a big matter. Compared to the head of one's own family, she did not seem to lose out much. In the carriage, Xianxia was in deep thoughts and one did not know what she was thinking about. Xianxia and Guyu were afraid of disturbing her thoughts and did not speak at all. Actually, they did not know what business Xianxia was doing today. It was obviously a pawn shop, but they did not know what was being pawned. But since Xianxia did not say anything, the two maids would not talk about it. But when they passed by a place, Guyu smiled. In front is Guangfu Zhai. One have not gone out for a long time, why not let this servant go and buy some Guangfu Zhai snacks? Guangfu Zhai's snacks had always been in high demand, and now that it was not the most crowded time, there was no harm in buying some. Even though Xianxia did not like to eat, Luo Shuiyan and Xianqiu liked to eat. Xianxia nodded her head. You go. Guyu then jumped down the carriage and went to Guangfu Zhai first. Mo Qing and the rest surrounded the carriage. The few of them were tall and strong and were somewhat eye-catching. In a moment, everyone who passed by would take a few glances. Xianxia opened the curtain to get some fresh air, but her eyes were attracted by one person. That person most likely just came out from Guangfu Zhai, as he was carrying a bag of snacks in his hands. Coincidentally, his eyes met with Xianxia in the air and could not help but be slightly startled. It was Pei Lang. Xianxia had not been to Guangwentang for a long time. She did not want to gain the reputation of a talented female and also did not want to use this to obtain scholarly honors. These days she was busy with her own matters and had forgotten about this. She looked at Pei Lang and suddenly smiled and nodded her head at him in the carriage. Pei Lang was somewhat stunned for a moment. In fact, Xianxia was his student. Ming Qi still valued the character of respecting one's teacher. Xie Jingxing was out of line, but as long as one was a student, one would always be polite to one's teacher. But Xianxiao's nod just now gave Pei Lang an illusion that he had to look up to Xianxia, and Xianxia was a head taller than him. Without waiting for him to react, Xianxia had already put down the curtain. Mo Qing and the rest who were in the carriage noticed his gaze and looked at him with some vigilance. Pei Lang stood rooted to the ground. Such a rude action would have enraged a person like him, who was innately arrogant to the bone. But he did not know why. Other than not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he could not feel any other emotions. Most likely it was because of Xianxiao's strong performance these days that he felt that if Xianxiao behaved like those students and acted obediently, he would not be used to it. Shaking his head, Pei Lang could only leave. Feeling that the gaze outside the carriage had left, Xianxiao's eyes looked down at her sleeves. Towards Pei Lang, her feelings were very complicated. She knew that Pei Lang was indifferent towards the matter of Fu Xiui treating Wan Yu and Fu Mingji, but she also knew that Pei Lang was only a person who was loyal to the ruler. The grudges from the previous lifetime had been settled, and since there was still a need for Pei Lang in this lifetime, she should not be entangled in this matter. It was just that her heart was somewhat uncomfortable. Just as she was thinking, Guyu had already returned from buying snacks. By the time they returned to the Shen residence, it was still not late, and Xianqiu was also staying in the western courtyard. Xianxiao planned to send some snacks to Xianqiu. Just as they walked to the main hall, they coincidentally met Ren Wanyan supporting Shenqing out. Ren Wanyan's gaze towards Xianxiao was like a knife, and Shenqing's eyes were incomparably venomous. Even Guyu and Jingzhi could not help but shiver, and both of them protected Xianxiao behind them. Fifth Lady had not gone to greet old foreign these days. Ren Wanyan brought up another topic. Could it be that she plans to be an unfilial descendant? Xianxiao swept a glance at her. Ren Wanyan was now like a mad dog, biting whoever she caught. On one side she was afraid of Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan, but at the same time she was not willing to let Shen Qingbai suffer for nothing, so she could only do some small actions that did not hurt or itch. However, Xianxiao was after all not someone who was scared. She was not afraid of reputation at all. She looked at Shen Qing with a slight smile. Second Shen still has the energy to manage my matters, so she is not afraid of eldest sister's heart being hurt. The Empress's bestowal of marriage came in a rush, as she will be entering the Wang residence next month. Second Shen has to teach eldest sister some things. After all, the marriage is not from an ordinary family but the residence of a prince of first rank. Finishing, she did not even turn her head back as she brought Jingzhi and Guyu away. Ren Wanyan was so angry that her entire body was trembling. These days, the angrier she was, the more she felt that her mind was in a mess. She did not even have the time to bother about that Wan Yinyang that Shen Gui doted on. Wan Yinyang gave birth to Shen Dongling, who was delicate and helpless in the past, and would often cook for Shen Gui to eat. With Shen Qing as a foil, she became more well-behaved. With that Wan Yinyang coaxing Shen Gui until he was docile, Ren Wanyan and Shen Qing were getting worse by the day. And all of this was because of Shen Miao. Otherwise, with Ren Wanyan's methods, how would Wan Yinyang, who was previously subdued by her, be so arrogant today? Mother. Shen Qing, who was by the side, pulled her hand. These days she had suffered a lot of cold eyes, and her previous arrogant and impetuous temperament had converged a lot. The hatred in her eyes did not diminish as she gritted her teeth. Do not worry, endure it. Wait till I enter the residence of the prince of first rank. Even if I have to risk this life, I will let Prince Yu take action against Shen Miao. I will definitely not let her live well. Because Shen Qing was already pregnant, the Empress's bestowal of marriage was set for next month, so that it would not be easy to clean up after a long time. In such a short period of time, and it was an imperial edict, Ren Wanyan really could not do anything and could only watch as Shen Qing jumped into the fire pit. Qing'er need not be afraid. Ren Wanyan said, your older brother will be back soon. Yuan'er is the smartest, and when he returns, he would definitely think of ways to let that little slut's reputation be ruined. Xin Yuan would also rush back to participate in Shen Qing's marriage. Ren Wanyan's eyes flashed. Now she was isolated and helpless, and if it was not for Xin Yuan Bo, who followed her words to please old foreign, that old woman would not help her. Shen Miao returned to the western courtyard and unexpectedly saw Shen Qiu waiting for her in the courtyard. Seeing her return, Shen Qiu then gave a sigh of relief and looked at her up and down. Why were you gone for so long? One thought that something happened. Under the sun of heaven's feet in broad daylight, one would be a fool if one were to make a move. Shen Miao handed the snacks to him. Bought it when I returned. This is for you. Shen Qiu was surprised for a moment and was somewhat touched as he received it. After returning this time, Shen Miao's change in attitude towards him made him pleasantly surprised. Why are father and mother not around? Shen Miao asked. Just returned to the capital and socialized with colleagues. Shen Qiu looked around and said, younger sister, you are not around today, and these few days father had some conflicts with second and third Shu. Just now old foreign reprimanded father severely. Father had a conflict with second and third Shu? Shen Qiu looked at Shen Miao's expression and thought about it before saying, younger sister, you also know that because of the matter in the ancestral hall, father and mother were somewhat dissatisfied with second and third Shu. Naturally, he didn't pay attention to them. Old madam was probably anxious, so she reprimanded father. Speaking till here, Shen Qiu's face could not help but reveal a look of injustice. Old foreign's heart is too biased. What wrong did father do? Second uncle and third uncle did not take good care of you in the Fu. Even I am angry, not to mention father. Shen Qiu did not call her grandmother but old foreign. It was obvious that he had some complaints about old Shen foreign. After saying this, Shen Qiu could not help but look at Shen Miao's expression. Shen Miao was after all raised up by old Shen foreign, and every time she returned, she would be very respectful to old Shen foreign. Shen Qiu said these words impulsively as he was not sure if Shen Miao would be disgusted or not. There is a difference in closeness, and after all it is not one's own blood that flows. Shen Miao said indifferently, naturally there will be favoritism. Huh. Shen Qiu seemed to be happy that he had found an ally. That's right. Father is filial to her because of grandfather. You have done enough for so many years. You actually scolded father for being unfilial. Scolding father is not only because of second and third Shu's matters. Shen Miao said, one fear that this time father did not hand over the money that his majesty bestowed. Old Shen foreign loved money like her life, and this time Shen Xian kept the reward for himself due to his anger. In addition, Shen Miao also did not mention to send the money over. After a long time, old Shen foreign naturally could not sit still and thickened her face to find fault. This is really... Shen Qiu seemed to want to say something but felt that it was not good to say it in front of his younger sister and endured it. So what about it? Father's things can be given to whoever one wants to. That's right, so let her scold as she pleases. As long as one's face is acceptable and ignore her, she would not be able to play any tricks. It is just that father's temperament is too straightforward and some matters must be tolerated on the surface. When the time comes, there will naturally be a chance to vent. Xianxia felt that Shen Miao's words were somewhat strange but faintly felt something. He smiled, not seeing for a year, younger sister's temperament has become much stronger. Shen Miao declined to comment. Seeing that Xianxia had already opened the paper bag, he picked up a large piece of dim sum and threw it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, she said, "The dim sum in the Ding capital is just delicious. We are in the northwest desert, so how would there be such exquisite things?" Shen Miao quietly watched him eat and after a moment, she softly asked, "What does eldest brother think of loyalty?" Loyalty? Xianxia did not even raise his head. Naturally it is to be loyal to the monarch and serve the country, to kill the foreign enemies with iron blood, to be a pillar of the country. Finishing, he then asked Shen Miao, "Why does younger sister ask this?" "Nothing." Shen Miao shook her head and softly said, "You eat." In the depths of her eyes, there was a flash of sadness. The first snow had cleared up and it had been snowing for the entire night in the Ding capital. When the sunlight shone in, the ice crystals under the eaves shone brightly, making it look very beautiful. There were naughty children on the streets who squatted down to grab a handful of snow and made a snowball before throwing it at each other to play. The nearer it was to the end of the year, the livelier the Ding capital became. It was as if all the hard work throughout the year was at the end of the year, bearing rich fruits. On the eaves of the Fengxian pawnshop, there was a row of neatly hung red lanterns, but it was not an ordinary red lantern. One did not know what material was used to make the lanterns, but it seemed to be mixed with golden yarn. It was actually sparkling under the sunlight, and the pendant at the bottom of the lantern was also a sparkling glass bead that sparkled beautifully with the ice crystals. Only those who were rich and overbearing would do such a thing. There were guards guarding outside, otherwise, there would be an endless stream of people coming to steal the lanterns. The little shop assistant in plain clothes welcomed the guests with a face full of smiles. There were usually very few people who came to Fengxian pawnshop to do business, and the shop assistants usually loved to goof off, but today he was unusually energetic, as if he was sure that there would be guests coming. Behind the long corridor of the Fengxian pawnshop, in another world, on the first floor of the Marquis of Linen, in the tea room, the red-clad female had a charming smile as she personally carried the refreshments in and delivered it to the inside before saying with a smile, "The chef made the refreshments. Everyone please have a taste." As she spoke, she leisurely retreated. There were 3 people sitting in the tea room. One of them was wearing a light green robe, and his smile was warm and friendly. The 2 people in front of him seemed to be in their 20s, and they looked very similar. Obviously, they were a pair of brothers. Both of them had thick eyebrows and big eyes, with swords hanging from their waists, giving them the air of Jianghu. At this moment, the older of the 2 brothers said, "Shopkeeper Ji, could it be that the person who bought the information is plotting against us? Why hasn't he appeared yet?" Ji Yushu smiled, "Brother Chen need not be anxious. That day I had an agreement with her that we would meet here today but did not mention the time. Anyhow it will be today and it will not be too late. Hope that both of you will be more tolerant." Finishing, he cursed the 2 people in front of him in his heart. Who would come to do business so early in the morning when the sky had just brightened? He was still blinded, and if it was not because of the Jiangnanshan family's face, he would have directly sent them away. To be honest, the eldest Qin young master Qin Yushan said, when us 2 brothers received the news, it should have taken more than half a month to reach the Ding capital, but we rushed on without stopping and a few horses died from exhaustion. It was nothing more than news of the 2 younger sisters. Shopkeeper Ji also know that in these 3 years, we have spent a lot of energy to find the younger sisters, but there was no news at all. Now that there are finally some signs, naturally we are anxious. One hope that Shopkeeper Ji will not laugh at us. This eldest Qin young master could speak well, and most likely he saw that Ji Yushu was somewhat unhappy with the 2 of them coming too early, so he half explained and half apologized. Ji Yushu's heart felt more comfortable and his smile became more sincere as he smiled. "These few years I have been helping you all to pay attention to the news, and now that there is some progress, my heart is also very comforted. It is actually nothing much for us to wait for him here." Second Qin young master Qin Yuhai was younger and spoke with more youthful vigor. "As long as the news is true, what harm is there in waiting for half a month? But if it is false, To play tricks on our Xianxia family like this, do not blame us brothers for being impolite. Ji Yushu's heart that had just calmed down suddenly became unhappy. Again. He did not care if the Chen brothers were to be unreasonable, but to be unreasonable in his territory, it really made him extremely unhappy. His smile did not change, but his tone became colder. My Fengxian pawn shop only deals with the buying and selling of news. If this business is successful, then it is the matter of exchanging money, but if it is not successful, then we will part ways. I do not care what Brother Chen wants to do, but my Fengxian pawn shop is a clean place to do business and cannot afford trouble. Qin Yushan paused and glared fiercely at his younger brother. He naturally knew that this seemingly friendly and harmless youth's means were powerful and would not be as simple as what he showed at the moment. Qin Yuhai saw his older brother's expression and knew that he had said the wrong words, so he did not continue for a moment. The atmosphere became silent. After a long while, there were footsteps at the door, and it was Hong Ling who came forward with a smile to open the beaded curtain and said to Ji Yushu, "Manager, a guest is here." The Qin brothers subconsciously looked towards the door and saw a purple-clad young female walking out from behind Hong Ling. This young female looked delicate and cute and looked to be around 13 or 14 years of age. One did not know why, but her brows were as calm as water and she seemed to be much older. For a moment, it made one somewhat confused. She opened the curtain and sat down on the empty chair before nodding her head to Ji Yushu, "Manager Ji." "This young lady." Qin Yushan opened his mouth with difficulty and asked, "Is the person who sells the news?" Hong Ling smiled and retreated, leaving only the Qin brothers, Shen Miao and Ji Yushu in the tea room. Shen Miao said, "Correct." Qin Yuhai's expression changed and said with a sneer, "Young lady, how old were you 3 years ago? Could it be that you are deliberately playing with the both of us? There are many ways to get the news. Maybe I didn't see it with my own eyes, or maybe I didn't know about it 3 years ago. Doing business is all about results. Moreover, a mere Qin family really isn't worth playing with." With a pu sound, Ji Yushu could not help but laugh out. Just as he laughed, he saw Qin Yuhai's ugly expression and quickly said seriously, "Shin young lady is right. Doing business is about the result, and as for the process, it is not important." "Really?" Qin Yuhai looked at Shen Miao and said in a lukewarm tone, "One do not know if this Shin young lady can guarantee that the news is true. It's true that doing business requires results, so if the results are true, we brothers will naturally reward you handsomely. But if it doesn't work, do you know what the consequences will be?" As he finished speaking, Qin Yuhai's tone suddenly became gloomy. Those who roamed the Jianghu were all somewhat fierce. The ferocity that erupted in that instant was enough to frighten ordinary people, at least enough to frighten a little girl. In the silence, Shen Miao stared at him without blinking, and there was not a trace of fluctuation in her expression. Her calm appearance made Qin Yuhai seem like an unreasonable person. Ji Yushu wanted to laugh but could not and could only hold it in. Qin Yushan, who had been silent, finally spoke, "Shin young lady, my younger brother is somewhat impetuous. I apologize on his behalf. Both of us are sincerely here to buy this news, and if young lady's news is true, we will definitely offer 10,000 gold as thanks." "There is no need for 10,000 gold." Shen Miao said, "It is just that the Chen family of Jiangnan has many connections and I only want to form good karma. Perhaps in the future there will be difficulties, and if there is anything that requires the Chen family's help, one hope that both of you can take care of me on the account of this news." She was facing two males who were much older and more knowledgeable than her, but her words were not at a disadvantage. She was methodical and had some Jianghu heroism, which made Qin Yushan to look at her more highly and cupped his hands in acknowledgement. But one did not know that Ji Yushu had already scolded Shen Miao as a profiteer in his heart. One had to know that the money from the sale of this news would all be given to the Fengxian pawnshop, but Shen Miao took the initiative to say that she would give less money. Was this not changing the method to let the Fengxian pawnshop earn less? "You better talk about that news." Qin Yuhai was somewhat anxious. Shen Miao glanced at him and said, "The Chen family's sisters went missing in Jiangnanju province. In fact, they were abducted, and the mastermind who abducted the two sisters was His Majesty's twin brother, Prince Yu of the first rank." When the words were spoken, the three people in the tea room were silent. In another secret room that was next to the tea room, the two people in the room were also startled. The white-clad gentleman even cried out involuntarily, Prince Yu of the first rank? The purple-clad youth rubbed the jade cup in his hands and suddenly smiled before speaking word by word, interesting. In the tea room, Ji Yushu's heart had a moment of enlightenment. Previously Xianxia said that she wanted to create news, but the news was targeted at Prince Yu residence. At this moment the news that was sold to the Qin family was also related to Prince Yu residence. Wasn't it to incur hatred for Prince Yu residence? It seemed that what Gao Yang said was indeed correct. The Qin family and Prince Yu residence had a deep hatred, and this person set up a trap with Prince Yu residence, waiting for Prince Yu residence to stumble. But thinking about it, Ji Yushu was somewhat depressed. Those who came to buy Xiaoxing to do business had always been sincere in buying and selling information and were deeply grateful to this place that could provide information. How would it be like Xianxia in front of him, who directly used Bai Xiaoxing as a tool, using Bai Xiaoxing to rope in the Qin family and use Bai Xiaoxing to deal with Prince Yu residence? But Ji Yushu pondered in his heart. Even if the Qin family of Jiangnan was a big family, Prince Yu residence had a fierce reputation for so many years, and there was also the imperial family's protection. Unless it was a blood feud, who would rush in upon seeing danger? Is what Qin young lady said the truth? Qin Yushan's voice was hoarse. Prince Yu's ferocious and lascivious reputation was known by the entire court, and if the Qin sisters were to fall into his hands, one could imagine the outcome. I have no need to lie to you. But how can you prove that what you said is true? Qin Yuhai suddenly shouted out agitatedly. Most likely it was because he could not believe it after hearing the news, or because he did not dare to believe it. He was especially fierce towards Xianxia. The Qin sisters are a pair of beauties but were protected by the Qin family impenetrably. Prince Yu had always loved excitement and spent a lot of effort to kidnap the Qin sisters. Afterwards they were brought to the Ding capital overnight, and when the Qin family was still searching for the sisters' whereabouts in Yu province, the Qin sisters had already reached Prince Yu residence. Speaking till here, Xianxia's voice paused for a moment before continuing, afterwards. Prince Yu's methods of torturing females were terrible, and the Qin sisters wanted to commit suicide but were stopped by Prince Yu. Afterwards the older sister flattered and hoped to let the younger sister escape, but in fact Prince Yu knew of their plans and pretended not to know. After that the older sister was bestowed to Prince Yu's subordinates and was tortured and beaten to death. The younger sister was humiliated on the way and was blinded and found a place to do night incense work, always hoping to survive because this was the life that the older sister had fought for. It is just that. Xianxia sighed softly. She actually never walked out of the doors of Prince Yu residence. The so-called night-scented work and the surrounding neighbors were all arranged by Prince Yu, in order to play with the Qin family's younger sister and see her living in the swamp with hope. Her voice was calm and cool, with only a hint of regret at the end, but it sent chills down one's spine. Ji Yushu was also extremely shocked. Even though he knew of Prince Yu's absurd and terrifying methods of torturing females, it was the first time he heard someone talk about it in such detail. It was to say, it. But it was easy to kill. Li Yang, you. As for that Qin sister, she thought that she had escaped and was living with hope, hoping that one day she would be able to take revenge and find her family. But she did not know that the hope was already in someone's hands, and everything she did was just a playful method in Prince Yu's eyes. Such words made the Qin brothers silent. Qin Yuhai slowly stretched out his hand and clutched his head and suddenly held in pain. His voice was like a wounded beast, making one to cry. Ji Yushu could not help but cast a sympathetic look. Xianxia looked at him and sighed in her heart. The first half of the Qin sisters' lives were also the pearls in the palm of one's hands, living a carefree life, and could have become the happiest female in the world. But the lower half of the body was so miserable and was worse than an ordinary female. It was a sin to be too beautiful, but what crime did the Qin sisters commit? Xin young lady. Qin Yushan was more steady than Qin Yuhai, but even so, his voice was trembling. How to prove that what Xin young lady said is the truth? All these are after all Xin young lady's side of the story. No matter how steady a person was, when they heard news that they were not willing to believe, they would most likely be like Qin Yushan and keep escaping, thinking that they would not have to face it. Very simple. The Qin family's younger sister is still alive, and Prince Yu residence has an impenetrable defense. If you rashly go in like this, one fear that you will beat the grass and alert the snake. If you want to know if my words are true, you can go to Prince Yu residence and kidnap one of the purchasing servants and ask if there is a female that sells night incense in his residence. You will know after asking your own younger sister. As soon as he said this, the two Chen brothers swayed, unable to conceal the pain on their faces. Ji Yushu sighed in his heart. Shin Miao spoke in such detail and with such certainty, this news was most likely true. You. Qin Yuhai stared at Shin Miao and suddenly said, since you know about this matter, why did you not save her? You watched helplessly as she fell into the pit of fire, yet you refused to help her. Instead, you calmly came here to trade information. You. He slammed the table. You're so heartless. Yuhai. Qin Yushan reprimanded him in a low voice and cupped his fists towards Shin Miao. Sorry, Shin young lady, my second younger brother is too sad and hope that Shin young lady does not mind. Even though his words were polite, the trace of complaint in his eyes towards Shin Miao was seen by Shin Miao. After a moment of silence, Shin Miao did not get angry but instead laughed and looked at Qin Yuhai. How does gentleman Shin think I should help? I'm just a defenseless girl, what ability do I have to save her from the fiery pit? Would she disregard her own safety and sneak into the prince's residence, or would she give up her life to fight for an opportunity like her sister? Today, I will say that if that person is my biological sister, I can save her. But to me, she is just a stranger. Dare I ask young Master Chen, would you risk your life for a stranger? If you dare, I will respect you as a man. It's a pity that I'm such a cowardly and narrow-minded woman. Why should I be a good person? Her words were said so quickly and anxiously that the Chen brothers were actually rendered speechless by her and Ji Yushu's mouth was wide open. He did not know why but he felt that Shin Miao was suddenly angry just now. Shin Miao's words were also full of sarcasm. That's right, if the world was filled with good people who were willing to risk their lives for strangers, then the world would not be so difficult. Shin Miao was just a little female, so what ability did she have to help the Chen sisters to escape? Shin Miao coldly looked at the two brothers opposite her. Just now her emotions were somewhat out of control. It was just that now what she hated the most was other people using righteousness to threaten her. In the beginning for the common people of Mingqi and for Fu Xiuyi, she volunteered to be a hostage in the Qin country, and when she returned to the palace, what awaited her was the indifference of the emperor. Her Shin family, for the righteousness of the country, assisted the emperor, and what she received was the execution of the entire family. Why did they have to pay for everything? Why did she have to be the savior? The Qin sisters were indeed very pitiful. When she was banished to the cold palace and had nowhere to go, she was also pitiful when she couldn't even protect her children. But who reached out to help her? In this world, no matter how difficult life was, one had to walk on their own. No one should save others. Qin Yuhai was silent for a long time before speaking to Shin Miao. Just now my words were too heavy. Shin young lady, I am sorry. Shin Miao calmed down her emotions and said, my news ends here. We two brothers believe Miss Shin's words. Qin Yushan said, but the most urgent matter is to first investigate the whereabouts of my younger sister. If my younger sister is found, the Qin family will definitely reward with 10,000 gold. I have already said before that there is no need for 10,000 gold and only need to form good karma. Shin Miao said, but I have a sentence that I do not know if both of you are willing to hear. One would like to hear the details. Qin Yushan cupped his hands. Prince Yu of the first rank haggles over every penny and is narrow-minded. If anyone provokes him, he would definitely retaliate. The Qin family has a big business, but when compared to the imperial family, they are still a head shorter. One think that both of you not only want to rescue the Qin sisters, but also want to take revenge for the Qin sisters. The two brothers looked at each other and Qin Yuhai did not hide it. The blood feud is absolutely irreconcilable. Our Qin family and the residents of the Prince of First Rank are irreconcilable, and this blood debt must be repaid. Even if you do not reclaim this debt, Prince Yu of the First Rank will definitely know that it was your Qin family who did it, so no matter what, you will go against the residents of the Prince of First Rank. I think that one must remove the roots when cutting the weeds. If one want to have no worries in the future, one must capture the entire residence of the Prince of First Rank in one fell swoop. Shin young lady's meaning is? Qin Yushan asked hesitantly. The sects in the pugilistic world have a wide range of connections and all heroes are friends. Even though the residence of Prince Yu is noble, but in terms of strength, it is not difficult to exterminate the entire family. Exterminate the entire family. Ji Yushu was idly listening at the side, but when he heard to this point, he could not help but spurt out a mouthful of tea. The gaze that he looked at Shen Miao was one of astonishment. It was somewhat terrifying for a young lady to say the words exterminate the entire family with a calm expression. The Qin brothers were also startled. Qin Yushan sized up Shen Miao opposite, and a chill rose in his heart. He had seen many vicious and merciless people in the pugilistic world, but this young lady in front of him could be said to be one of the best. With one sentence, she did not leave anyone alive and was extremely vicious. However, they also felt that Shen Miao's words were somewhat reasonable. As long as there was a survivor, a centipede would not die and it would inevitably be traced back to the Jiangnanqin family. The matter of silencing is indeed not difficult. Qin Yushan smiled bitterly, but to go against the current emperor. As a brother, naturally he could not wait to hack Prince Yu into 1,000 pieces. They could also do this, but there were other people in the Qin family, women, children, old and weak. If the imperial family were to be implicated, one could not harm the entire Qin family. I have a way to let His Majesty not pursue this matter as long as you have the guts to raid Prince Yu's old nest. Shen Miao said. You? Qin Yuhai said, Shen young lady, we know that you are powerful, else the news that we have been searching for 3 years would not fall into your hands. But the imperial family matters are not that simple, and one would invite fire to oneself if one is not careful. Thinking that after I leave, you will also be able to find out my identity. I am the daughter of the formidable great general in the Ding capital's general residence. With this kind of status, do you think he has any say in the imperial court? The Qin brothers were stunned for a moment and their faces were filled with astonishment. Most likely they did not expect Shen Miao to have such an identity, and then became silent again. They started their business in the Jianghu, and even though their family was wealthy, between the officials and merchants, the merchants were always below and could only watch from afar as they did not know the depth of it. With just a casual coaxing from Shen Miao, they were actually moved. Why do you want to help us? Qin Yuhai asked warily. What benefit does it bring you to help us with all your might? You are so strange. Just now, you were blaming me for not wanting to help, and now that I am helping, you are doubting me. You don't understand. Shen Miao's sarcastic words made Qin Yuhai somewhat annoyed. Qin Yushan waved his hands and looked at Shen Miao before smiling. Shen young lady is a sentimental person, but this matter is of great importance. If one were to implicate Shen young lady, not just to help you. Shen Miao said lightly, I also have a blood feud with Prince Yu residence. My Xianxia is now about to marry into Prince Yu residence and is also one of the people being tortured. If in the future you destroy the entire residence of Prince Yu, please spare my Xianxia's life. When the Qin brothers heard it, most of the doubts in their hearts dissipated and they cupped their hands towards Shen Miao. As such, many thanks. Both of you can go and inquire about the Qin family's younger sister's news. After inquiring, do not act rashly. 3 days later at this place, I will talk to you in detail. The Qin brothers nodded their heads and could hear the meaning of Shen Miao's words to chase them away, so they did not hesitate and stood up. Qin Yushan said, after finding younger sister, Shen young lady has done our Qin family a favor, and in the future if there is any need for the Qin family will naturally not decline. Many thanks for the matter this time. Finishing, he carried his sword and left in a hurry, most likely to search for the whereabouts of the Qin family's younger sister. Ji Yushu stared at Shen Miao. He thought that Shen Miao's performance that day was sufficiently unique, but did not expect that today she was still so surprising. The people of the pugilistic world were all arrogant and the Qin family was considered a large family. Moreover, this was originally a transaction of money and goods, but with just a few words from Shen Miao, she became the Qin family's benefactor. The Qin brothers' attitude towards Shen Miao was also very polite. Just like what the brothers said, in the future if Shen Miao had any difficulties, there would be the Qin family's help. It was not an easy matter to climb up to the Qin family. Manager Ji, now we can talk about the transaction between you and me. Shen Miao looked at him. I have already thought about the conditions of that day. Ji Yushu pretended to touch his chin and put on a difficult look. Actually, this information of yours is too dangerous. If it is done successfully, then naturally everyone will be happy, but if one day it is discovered, my Fengxian pawnshop will not be able to open anymore and I, the shopkeeper, will also lose my head. As for all the servants, they will also lose their lives. So for this transaction, what you have to compensate is the Shin family and money, but what I have to compensate is a real life. Speaking of which, it is still my loss. Shin Miao glanced at him lightly and said, as such, the business cannot be done. I understand. Sorry for disturbing Manager Ji for so long. Farewell. Ji Yushu had not finished his planned words when he saw Shin Miao's face suddenly change and was about to leave. He was so scared that he did not want to pretend anymore and quickly said, Hey. I have not finished speaking. Why are the young ladies now so impatient? Shin young lady, even though I feel that this is very dangerous, but the first time I saw you, I felt that you and I are very fated. For a beautiful young lady like you, one think that there would be no reason for males to not agree to any request. I am a person who cannot bear to see a beauty wronged. If I do not do this business, one think that you will not be happy. In order to make you happy, I don't mind sacrificing my life. So, I'll do this business. In the secret chamber at the other end, after hearing Ji Yushu's mushy words, Gao Yang could not help but look at Xie Jingxing. Is he all right? He even dared to provoke such a vicious woman? This isn't Miss Peony, this is Miss Cannibal Flower. Xie Jingxing's lips twitched, reckless. After listening to Ji Yushu's words, Shin Miao said calmly under Ji Yushu's ardent and passionate eyes, since that is the case, then tell Manager Ji about my plan. Ji Yushu immediately sat upright, all right. Shin young lady, please speak. Now the people of Mingqi know that 10 years ago when His Majesty was attacked by an assassin, Prince Yu of the first rank sacrificed himself to save His Majesty from the assassin's hands and broke one of his legs. The assassin escaped. Not bad. Shin Miao smiled gently. The news that I want you to spread is very simple. That is that recently Prince Yu of the first rank executed a personal guard by his side. That personal guard coincidentally, other than being slightly older, he looked exactly the same as the assassin 10 years ago. This? Ji Yushu was stunned for a moment before suddenly pausing, and the teacup in his hands almost fell over. Manager Ji must definitely pass this news to the Emperor. Shin Miao smiled gently. Is this true? Ji Yushu asked tentatively. Real or fake, Manager Ji can think of ways to make it true. Shin Miao smiled. You. Ji Yushu stared at Shin Miao and was unable to speak for a long time. He felt that this young lady who looked much younger than him was really a monster. The transaction is done, so I should leave. Shin Miao stood up. Manager Ji's actions must be faster. At least it must be done before the extermination of the entire prince of first-rank residents. After she finished speaking, she no longer looked at Ji Yushu and turned to leave. Hong Ling had been waiting outside for a long time, and seeing her come out, she knew that the deal was done and led her out again. In the secret chamber, Gao Yang was silent for a while before saying, I do not think that it is a good thing that the Shin family is so powerful. Now that there is more porridge than monks, I think that the Shin family cannot stay for long. It is up to me to decide whether to stay or not. Xie Jingxing lazily said, it is not bad to borrow the Shin family's hands to deal with that old dog Prince Yu. Perhaps one day the Shin family will deal with you like this. If they dare to, I do not mind to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Xie Jingxing's beautiful black eyes lit up. There is still no whereabouts of the thing? Gao Yang shook his head. On the day of the extermination, I will personally make a trip. Xie Jingxing sat up straight and played with the jade cup in his hands. I do not believe that it can still fly. You really think that the entire Prince Yu residence can be exterminated? Shin Miao's plan is good, but when it comes to doing things, there will always be accidents. Accidents? Xie Jingxing chuckled, and his half-closed peach blossom eyes were as intoxicating as wine, but under the long eyelashes, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, like a cat catching a mouse. Ever since I met her, she has never had any accidents. Time always passed especially fast. The general residence was a very strange residence. Before anything happened, everything was naturally covered up and everyone was happy. From the relationship between the first few households, at least from the outside, it looked good. Until a big fire burned down the Shin family's ancestral hall and burned away the trust that Xianxia and wife had for the second and third household, the relationship of the first household was at least stiff. Now that Xianqing had lost her innocence and was going to marry Prince Yu of first rank, any sensible person would know that this was not a good thing. However, Chen Roqiu and Xin Yu were still happily busy preparing for Xianqing's marriage. Even though it was a marriage bestowed by the imperial family, it was not worthwhile to put on such a happy attitude for one's own family. If one looked at it this way, it would seem too cold. Ren Wanyan quarreled with Xin Gui because of Xianqing, and old Xin Foran favored Xin Gui and was dissatisfied with her as a daughter-in-law, and did not say that she would return the power to manage the household to Ren Wanyan. Since Chen Roqiu was valued by old Foran, naturally she became more attentive. Ren Wanyan was furious in her heart and could not help but show her resentment towards old Xin Foran. Old Xin Foran was even more ruthless and directly kept Xin Yuan Bo in Rongjing Tang, not letting Ren Wanyan see him. At this point, Ren Wanyan had become a solitary person in the huge Shin residence. Even her former servants, some of them had secretly thrown their lot in with Wan Yinyang, who was currently in the limelight. In Kaiyun Yuan, Ren Wanyan was either cursing loudly or hugging Xianqing and crying bitterly, looking somewhat crazy. None of this had anything to do with the West Garden. Xianxia and wife consciously kept a distance from the second and third household, and their attitude was neither hot nor cold. Through this matter, they most likely saw the second and third household's cold-hearted nature. At least from Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan's point of view, if everything that happened to Xianqing were to fall on Xin Miao, both of them would not swallow the insult and would fight for justice for Xin Miao even if they had to risk their lives. In addition, Xin Miao was much more sensible now, and her attitude towards them was not as distant as before, making them feel that it was worth it to ask Emperor Wen Hui for the grace of staying in the Ding capital. In the room, Bai Lu said, "Eldest young master just picked a few precious jewelry for young lady and also gave young lady a few banknotes. This servant has placed them in the box for young lady." Xin Miao nodded her head. Ever since Xin Qiu knew that she went to the Fengxian pawnshop, he thought that she was short of money to spend and would pick some exquisite things from the palace to send over or directly send money over. He even said to her, "Younger sister, if you do not have money, then tell older brother and older brother will give it to you. Do not go to any pawnshop. I am Xin Qiu's younger sister, why would she need to go to a pawnshop to exchange for money?" Xin Miao was too lazy to explain to him, and adding on to the fact that money was not a hot thing, so she gladly accepted it. It had been 2 days since she met with the Chen brothers, and tomorrow she would make another trip to the Fengxian pawnshop. She did not know if Qin Yushan and Qin Yuhai had inquired about the whereabouts of the younger sister of the Shin family. The life of the Shin sisters was undoubtedly very pitiful. And when she learned of this news, it was in the past lifetime. She married Fu Xiuyi, and when Fu Xiuyi just ascended the throne, he was very impatient with Prince Yu. Fu Xiuyi was after all not Emperor Wen Hui, and Prince Yu did not save his life. As an emperor who had just ascended the throne, it was not something to be happy about to have a royal uncle who would only find trouble for himself. Jiangnan province's Qin family finally learned of the Qin sisters' bitter experience 3 years later, and at that time they also assassinated Prince Yu. These two brothers were rather hot-blooded and directly crippled Prince Yu's other leg, but it was a pity that Prince Yu was able to keep his life. Prince Yu was furious and wanted to trace who it was, so he threw this difficult problem to Fu Xiuyi. To investigate clearly the assassin, it was extremely difficult, but Fu Xiuyi's advisors were all over the world, and among them were people from the pugilistic world. Someone told Fu Xiuyi about the Fengxian pawnshop's private business. Fu Xiuyi himself did not come forward and sent people to spend a lot of money to buy the news of the assassin who assassinated Prince Yu. It was strange to say that the Fengxian pawnshop accepted this business, but it was not successful and said that they did not receive any news. The Fengxian pawnshop did not receive it, but Fu Xiuyi himself found it out. Thus the Jiangnan's Qin family indeed ushered in a disaster. In this lifetime, Xin Miao had long thought of this matter, and when Prince Yu had other thoughts about her and started the transaction with Ren Wanyan, she had already laid out such a trap. Everything was moving according to her chessboard. Xianqing being humiliated, Ren Wanyan's counterattack, and even Xianqing's accidental pregnancy were all in her plan. Naturally, at the returning banquet, pregnancy was involved, and Xianqing wanted to marry Prince Yu, making Prince Yu furious. Prince Yu of the first rank would put all his energy on her, thus the Qin family could take this opportunity to secretly plan. As for the royal family, it was even easier. In fact, Shen Miao always had a guess that with the Fengxian pawnshop's ability, it was possible that in the past life they did not find out that it was the Qin family who assassinated Prince Yu, but Fu Shouyi's people did not reply to any news. Perhaps it was deliberately done by the Fengxian pawnshop. Could it be that the Fengxian pawnshop had some discord with Prince Yu? So previously in the loft of the Immortal River, Shen Miao deliberately probed Ji Yushu and said the words exterminate the entire family. Ji Yushu's expression was stunned but was not carefree. Obviously there was no grudge between Ji Yushu and Prince Yu residents. However, the intuition of someone who had died once was terrifyingly accurate. Ji Yushu's reaction not only did not dispel Shen Miao's guesses, but also made her have another suspicion in her heart. If that was the case, everything could be explained. Perhaps the master behind the Fengxian pawnshop was not Ji Yushu. Who was the person behind it? Shen Miao could not think of it. She thought that she was an empress in the past lifetime and had followed by Fu Shouyi's side, so all these big and small secrets were all grasped in her hands. But now it seemed that the depth of the water was much more dangerous than she imagined. But no matter what, Prince Yu residence's doors must be exterminated and Prince Yu's life must be taken. As for Shen Qing, naturally she should live a life worse than death. In the past lifetime, Shen Qing had seen her in prison, so in this lifetime, she wanted to return the favor. Shuangjiang carried the flower pot as she walked in and smiled. Yesterday the sun was very strong, so this servant took the flower pot out to bask in the sun. Young lady said that it would snow these few days and this servant did not believe it and wanted this servant to use an umbrella to cover it. Who knew that it would snow early in the morning today? Luckily it was young lady's preparation, otherwise these few pots of flowers would be miserable and this servant would have caused trouble. Speaking of which, young lady seems to like to make these preparations. Bai Lu smiled, to prepare things early and think of the possibility of something going wrong early. Every time when it comes to the critical moment, we would be able to pass it easily. Young lady's temperament is very steady and very good. Shen Miao smiled gently and her bright eyes reflected the scenery outside, as firm as a rock. She said, "It is nothing. I just do not like accidents." A day's plan always passed very quickly. On the third day when Shen Miao came to the Fengxian pawnshop, the Chen brothers had already waited for a long time. Compared to before, both of them seemed to have changed a lot. Especially Qin Yushan, that kind of forthright aura that was like a green mountain had disappeared and was replaced by a deep haze. Shen Miao swept a glance at Qin Yushan and Qin Yuhai and had an idea in her heart. Presumably these two people had already inquired about the Qin family's younger sister's news, perhaps they had even seen it with their own eyes. To personally witness one's own brothers falling into such a miserable situation, for the people of the pugilistic world who were decisive in killing, it would be a great stimulation. Otherwise in the previous lifetime the Qin family would not have gone to assassinate Prince Yu without a care for the consequences. Shen young lady. Qin Yuhai spoke first. Previously Shen young lady said that the imperial family would not be able to trace the Qin family. Is it possible to tell us two brothers? Ji Yushu looked at his own teacup, as if he could see a flower in it but he deliberately did not look at Shen Miao. Shen Miao sighed, naturally I also want to help but like what was said before, in this way, the risk that I am taking is also great. From a certain point of view, the Shen family and your Qin family are tied on the same boat. If anything goes wrong, the Shen family will also suffer. Qin Yushan paused and said, I know that this trip is somewhat difficult, so if young lady is willing to help, half of my Qin family's business will be given to the Shen family. When the words were said, even Ji Yushu could not help but look up at Qin Yushan. The Qin family was the wealthiest in Jiangnan and Jiangnan had been a fertile land since ancient times. The Qin family's money was more than the imperial family, so now that they took the initiative to give out half of their business to the Shen family, it was tantamount to adding wings to a tiger. When Shen Miao heard it, she could not help but be somewhat absent-minded as she looked at Qin Yushan's pleading face. The Qin family sisters were tortured and in order to take revenge, the Qin family was actually willing to pay such a price. They clearly knew that even if she took action, she would not be able to sit back and relax. Even so, they were still willing to gamble. This could only show the position of the Qin sisters in the Qin family's heart. In her previous life, she was trapped in prison and was isolated and helpless in the inner palace. If the Xin family was still around at that time, would her father, mother, and elder brother also save her at all costs? Miss Shen? Qin Yushan reminded when he saw Shen Miao in a daze. Shen Miao recovered to her senses and smiled gently. Half of the family business is fine. I am helping you with this, but it is not because of your family business. It is nothing more than to form a good relationship. In the future, if there is a need for your Qin family, I hope that you will not decline. Secondly, I also have enmity with the residents of Prince Yu, and if the residence of Prince Yu is not destroyed, there will be a day when trouble will come. She looked at Qin Yushan. Now we are all on the same boat. Qin Yushan looked at Shen Miao, who was in front of him. Her eyes were clear and her tone was sincere. It was as if every word that she said was powerful and could be done. From the first time they met until now, she did not behave like a budding girl. Qin Yushan couldn't help but think that if the Qin clan sisters had the temperament and ability of the young woman before him, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state now. Thinking of the Qin sisters, Qin Yushan's slightly better mood immediately turned gloomy again. He said, "What is young lady Shen's method? You do not need to ask about the imperial family's side for the time being. It will be better after a period of time. In addition, if you want to take action, it is best to do it next month. Next month in the residence of Prince Yu will marry my Xianxia, and on the second day of the marriage, everything will be lax. At that time, you can take action early in the morning and it will be foolproof." You. Qin Yushan wanted to say something, but at the end he shook his head. How can you end the imperial family's side within a month? Shen Miao looked at Ji Yushu, who was drinking tea, with a smile that was not a smile. You do not need to worry about this. The most urgent matter is to gather men and horses. After a pause, she then continued to speak. Prince Yu residence is not small and you must first understand the layout. On the day of taking action, other than my Xianxia, after saving the person, you must cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Don't worry, we brothers know, Qin Yuhai said. I don't know what is the rule of exterminating a family in the Jianghu. What I mean by exterminating the weeds by the roots means that women, children, young and old, servants and concubines are not to be spared. The entire Prince Yu residence will completely become a tomb. Qin Yushan and Qin Yuhai were both stunned. Qin Yuhai frowned. Even servants and concubines? Most of those concubines are pitiful people that Prince Yu captured. Shen Miao sneered. A centipede dies but never falls down. If young Master Qin wants to be merciful, you will only harm the Qin family, and my Shen family will also be implicated. She spoke coldly. After a moment, Qin Yushan nodded. We won't leave anyone alive to drag you down. This is very good. Shen Miao said, then wish both of you to take revenge and wash the residence in blood. After chatting with the Qin brothers for a while longer, the Qin brothers stood up and took their leave. After they left, Ji Yushu finally opened his mouth to speak. Shen young lady, you are so young but seem to know a lot of things. Just now I could see clearly that the Qin brothers are at least experienced and knowledgeable people and actually followed your arrangements. Shen young lady, it is the first time that I have met such an intelligent and beautiful female. Like you. One do not know if there will be a chance in the future to go for an outing with you in the suburbs in spring, admire the lake in summer, and enjoy the boat in late autumn. He was still saying it well at the beginning, but the more he said it, the more outrageous it became. He was like a lecher who took liberties with a good young lady. Manager Ji, Shen Miao asked, don't tell me you just wanted to tell me this? Ku. Ji Yushu cleared his throat. In fact, I only want to tell Shen young lady that the news is already done and has been sent to the palace. One think that not long later, Shen young lady's desired result would be achieved. Shen Miao's heart was slightly shocked. Even though she knew that the Fengxian pawnshop had the ability, she did not know that the other party's actions were that fast. Presumably there would be people in the palace who would receive them, else to quietly infiltrate the palace, one fear that it would take a lot of effort. This Fengxian pawnshop's water was also very deep. She didn't hide her deal with the Qin brothers just now because she knew it was impossible to hide it. Many thanks to Manager Ji. Shen Miao's eyes drooped down. After the matter is completed, the promise with Manager Ji will be kept. Ji Yushu was silent for a moment before asking in a rare serious tone, Shen young lady, this one has a matter that does not understand. Go ahead. Xin young lady is using the Xin family as the price to do business with me. Are you not afraid that there will be a day when I want the Xin family to do dangerous things and push the Xin family to the cusp of the wind and waves? This deal would not be worthwhile. After saying that, Ji Yushu stared at Xin Miao and paid attention to her expression. Xin Miao did not even blink as she lightly said, rather than worrying about future difficulties, it is better to worry about the present problems. If that day really comes, it can only be said to be the fate of my Xin family. Ji Yushu was somewhat puzzled, really? It's fake. In the secret room, Xie Jingxing listened to the movements coming from the side and said lazily. Only Yushu that fool would believe her words. Gao Yang said, this girl's deceiving skills are already at the point of perfection. How would Yushu be her opponent? No need to worry. Xie Jingxing said unhurriedly, once on my boat, it would not be that simple to get down. When Xin Miao got up to bid farewell to Ji Yushu suddenly said, oh right. Xin young lady, previously you wanted me to inquire about that young lady Luing, there seems to be news of her whereabouts. If Xin young lady is anxious, perhaps there would be a result in these few days. However, Xin Miao's reply made Ji Yushu stunned for a moment. Xin Miao said, no rush. Manager Ji can slowly search. I will also slowly wait. After she left, Ji Yushu then shook his head and said as he walked into the room, really a woman that is more unfathomable than young lady Xiaoyao. At least young lady Xiaoyao would be happy to gift pearls, but this one. Could it be that she would be happier to gift heads? He shuddered and quickly walked into the room. In the palace. In the emperor's study, the memorials on the table were piled up high. Emperor Wenhui sat in front of the table and the memorials were spread out, but he did not even take a look at them. He was already in the prime of his life and was about to enter his 60s. Even though he was still hale and hearty, there were spots of white at his temples. The matters of the world were mostly just a reincarnation, and there were times when he was young and full of vigor. Even though he was now filled with lofty aspirations, the way everyone looked at him was that of a tiger that was gradually aging. There would always be a new tiger that would inherit his position. At this moment Emperor Wenhui's expression was heavy. As he grew older, he became thinner and his skin was so loose that it seemed to stick to his bones, showing a strange old age. He spoke in a hoarse voice and one could vaguely hear the monstrous anger in his voice. Number 11 really killed an assassin that looked exactly the same? The two black-clad men standing in front of him said, reporting to your majesty, yes. The person that was caught had been tortured. In addition, the trusted aide of His Highness Prince Wen that was caught in the residence of Prince Wen also personally admitted that Prince Wen had executed a masked guard a few days ago. Emperor Wenhui closed his eyes and suddenly raised his hand. The paperweight on the table flew out and broke into several pieces on the ground. After a moment, he then sneered, Number 11, Zhen had still underestimated him. There were many eyes and ears in the palace. The imperial concubines, officials, and even the Empress. These eyes and ears were all to survive in the palace, and whoever had more information would have the first chance to win. The emperor was no exception. Only when his eyes were everywhere would the dragon throne be more stable. At the beginning, he accidentally heard from his eyes that Prince Yu had killed an assassin that looked exactly the same as the previous one. Emperor Wenhui did not believe it. The imperial family's feelings were cold and he had stepped on the corpses of his brothers to sit on the emperor's throne. Leaving behind Prince Yu, who was ranked 11th, was because Emperor Wenhui always remembered that dangerous night when Prince Yu used his body to block the danger and was drenched in blood to save his life. Emperor Wenhui often thought that for so many years, he treated Prince Yu well, not only because of the kindness of that leg, but it also represented that Emperor Wenhui still had kindness. Now that he was an emperor, everyone's feelings for him were no longer pure. Even his sons were scheming against him. But Prince Yu of the first rank was able to remind Emperor Wenhui that in this world, there was still a person who would disregard his own safety to block the sword for him, and he still had a personal disciple. But now, it was like a huge joke. It seemed that the scene at that time was a play that was arranged by this personal foot, and even Emperor Wenhui suspected that the crippled leg of Prince Yu was fake. What did Prince Yu want to do? Plotting for the throne? Usurpation? There were so many records in the history books of concealing one's strength and biding one's time, and in one day one's rebellion, Emperor Wenhui only felt anger and humiliation from being deceived. When one was betrayed by a trusted person, the trust would be withdrawn, and not only that, the suspicion would intensify. The people of the imperial family were naturally suspicious, and previously they did not suspect Prince Yu of the first rank because of his sincerity, but now that sincerity had become fake, the seeds of suspicion of the imperial family immediately grew into a towering tree that no one could shake. Send people to guard the residence of Prince Yu. Zhen want to see what tricks he wants to play. Dao Gonggong lowered his head and looked at his eyes and nose as he silently looked at his toes, as if he did not hear the anger of the emperor. It was just that he sighed in his heart, troubled times, troubled times. The days passed by, and in the peaceful Ding capital, it was as if nothing had happened. As the end of the year approached, everyone was busy preparing for the New Year's goods, and even the poor families seemed to be filled with a faint joy. However, no matter how happy the days were, there would be people who were not happy. In the palace, Prince Li and Prince Xiang were walking in the garden. In Prince Li's faction, Prince Xiang and Prince Cheng's forces were weak, and they bowed their heads to Prince Li, and their attitude was very respectful. Compared to the Crown Prince's steadiness and the Prince Zhou and Prince Jing brothers' sharpness, Prince Li walked the path of moderation. He was not the most outstanding, and his consort mother was not the most favored, but he was extremely slick in bribing everyone up and down. No matter if it was the courtiers or brothers, they were willing to give him some face, but in private, he was an out-and-out smiling tiger. Sixth older brother, these days one heard that imperial father is very cold to royal Shu. Prince Xiang said. You also heard it. Prince Li smiled. When he smiled, there were small wrinkles at the corner of his eyes, and he looked very easygoing. His attitude was also very easygoing as he chatted with Prince Xiang. Imperial father had always valued royal Shu. These few times royal Shu had a request and entered the palace a few times, but imperial father actually rejected it with the excuse of being busy. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that imperial father deliberately left royal Shu hanging. Emperor Wenhui was extremely benevolent towards Prince Yu. In the beginning, Emperor Wenhui had a favored consort who offended Prince Yu, and that favored consort's family was quite powerful. Emperor Wenhui did not say a word and banished the favored consort into the cold palace. He also publicly warned everyone, 11 is Zhen's brother, and to be disrespectful to him is to be disrespectful to Zhen. It was because Emperor Wenhui agreed to almost all of Prince Yu's requests that this sudden change in attitude was noticed by everyone. But why is this so? Prince Xiang was puzzled. What did royal Shu do to anger imperial father? But for so many years, even if royal Shu overstepped his bounds, imperial father would not blame him. These days one did not hear of anything happening to royal Shu. Do you know why royal Shu entered the palace to seek help from imperial father? Prince Xiang shook his head. Seventh younger brother. Prince Li patted his shoulder, as if an elder brother was admonishing his insensible younger brother. One must pay more attention to everything in the palace. You are so honest that I, sixth older brother, cannot help you to worry about everything. Prince Xiang smiled. I follow sixth older brother. Sixth older brother is smarter than me, and what sixth older brother says. I heard that royal Shu of the matter is the Shen family? Prince Xiang was suddenly enlightened. Could it be that royal Shu angered imperial father because of the Shen family matter? He thought about it and said, but royal uncle is marrying the daughter of the Shen family's second household. Imperial father will not be angry because of the second household of the Shen family, right? When emperor of the son of emperor. Of emperor. If Prince Yu of the first rank were to anger Emperor Wenhui, unless his request was out of line, after living in the imperial family for so long, the emperor's bottom line was nothing more than power. The Shen family's second household, Shen Guo, was a third-rank civil official and did not have any real power in his hands, thus it would not affect the overall situation. Emperor Wenhui did not need to get angry with Prince Yu over this. That's right. Prince Li said meaningfully, but royal uncle's request is to marry the daughter of the first household of the Shen family, Shen Miao. I see. Prince Xiang then thought clearly, that Xianxia holds the military power in his hands, and royal Shu wanting to marry the daughter of the Shen family would be violating imperial father's taboo. But why would Uncle Wang suddenly want to marry Shen Miao? Wasn't he going to marry Shen Qing? Even if imperial father allows him to do as he pleases, this is a sensitive matter. Imperial uncle will not make such a mistake. I don't know either. King Li shook his head and said, although uncle has been out of line in these years, he has always followed his duty as a minister. This time, it is outrageous. Imperial father would definitely not let Royal Shu marry Shen Miao, but this time Imperial father did not directly explain it to Royal Shu and instead avoided meeting, as if it was a warning. Most likely it is that one's patience has been worn out. Prince Li smiled bitterly. It is better for both of us not to talk about these as it has nothing to do with us. These days Imperial father does not look very happy, so one must not stand in front of others. Sixth older brother is right. Prince Xiang nodded his head. After both of them left, a person slowly walked out from the depths of the garden. It was Prince Ding, Fu Xiuyi. He stood in the garden and it was obvious that he had heard the conversation between Prince Li and Prince Xiang. He looked at the back of the two leaving figures and muttered thoughtfully, Shen Miao. At the top floor of the Lin Jiangxian's pavilion, Ji Yushu finished reading the letter in Gao Yang's hands and burned it in the burning charcoal pile. The news had already spread out and Emperor Wen Hui was also suspicious of the old dog. This time the old dog had lifted a rock to smash his own feet and did not know it himself. Ji Yushu was somewhat rejoicing in others' misfortune. Gao Yang shook his head. It is better to be careful. One cannot make any mistakes now. I know. Ji Yushu touched his nose. What is third older brother Xia busy with recently that one cannot see him? Which day is he not busy? Gao Yang suddenly sighed. One do not know if it is right or wrong to follow his temper. I believe in third older brother Xia. Ji Yushu said, third older brother Xia's ability is so great, so what are you blindly worrying about? He had planned for so long and even if he could not succeed, it would not be a problem for him to escape unscathed. Gao Yang, you are just thinking too much. You look at our third older brother Xia. Even if there are many things in his heart, he can still live freely. This is what a man should be. Ji Yushu was obviously Xie Jingxing's loyal follower and his words were filled with admiration towards Xie Jingxing. Gao Yang rolled his eyes at him. Bootlicker. Who is bootlicker? Moreover, one need to see who the other party is and if it is worth it. He looked at the other in disdain. For example, you, even if you kneel down and beg me, I will not do it. Gao Yang smiled gently. Is that so? Then don't come to me for medicine in the future. Even if you beg me on your knees, I won't prescribe it for you. Ji Yushu was surprised for a moment before immediately changing the topic. Actually, in the past I felt that the youths in the Ding capital were all embroidered pillows, good to look at but not useful. Only third Xia older brother is a man. But now I admire another person, and feel that other than third Xia older brother, there is someone else in the Ding capital who is considered to be a young hero. Oh, you even have someone you admire. How refreshing, Gao Yang said indifferently. Who is it that can enter your discerning eyes? Shen family's young lady Shen Miao. Ji Yushu slapped his thigh. Damn it. I have never seen such a courageous female before. They even dared to scheme against the imperial family, moreover to Prince Yu residence, that is the residence of a first prince, they would wipe them all out. That was before you saw it. Gao Yang snorted coldly. Previously Shen Miao burned down her own ancestral hall and even dared to gamble with her own life. At that time, Gao Yang felt that Shen Miao was really a lunatic. These people were used to planning everything and when they make a move, they would be sure to kill. At first glance, Gao Yang saw this kind of reckless way of doing things. He was certain that Shen Miao would not be able to live for long under this kind of reckless way of doing things. He did not think that in the end it was him who made a mistake. Every time it seemed to be reckless, at the end she would be the winner. Gao Yang sometimes felt that it was very strange. These kind of people would see themselves as exquisite porcelain and unless it was a last resort, they would not risk their lives against others as the other party was not worth to use their own life to fight. On the other hand, Shen Miao was at the other extreme. She treated herself as the hardest rock, and the people who went against her were like porcelain. She didn't seem to have lost anything, but those porcelain that went against her were all broken into pieces. Not everyone had the courage to treat themselves as a stone and because of this, Gao Yang's heart felt that Shen Miao was more dangerous. And for an enemy that could grow up, the best way was to strangle her before she matured. It was just that. Gao Yang was somewhat uncertain of what Xie Jingxing's thoughts were. It was impossible for Xie Jingxing to not see the variables on this girl. If Shen Miao became an obstacle in their plans, it would only spoil the big matter. She had such brave deeds before? Ji Yushu said in surprise before nodding his head. It is normal for the daughter of the formidable great general to be more valiant. Even though she did not have martial arts and was not raised by Xianxia, with this temperament, no one would dare to bully her. Seeing that Gao Yang was somewhat lost in thought, Ji Yushu suddenly thought of something and continued, speaking of which, this time even though I was the one who created the news about the imperial family matters, but everything was done according to Shen Miao's plans. Now thinking about it, she was really somewhat scary. One did not know what happened to Prince Yu, but these days he seemed to have lost his head from anger and actually told Emperor Wen Hui that he wanted to marry Shen Miao. He clearly knew that Xianxia had military power in his hands and whoever married Shen Miao would become a person with ill intentions in the eyes of the emperor, yet Prince Yu actually made such a mistake. Moreover, Emperor Wen Hui really suspected to the end, and if he added a little more fire, one feared that even if Prince Yu died, Emperor Wen Hui would not even blink his eyes. In this way, would it not be convenient for the Chen family to handle things? Shen Miao's plan was interlinked and there was not a single mistake in the calculations. Because she is a person without accidents. Gao Yang was somewhat rueful. Xie Jingxing was right. Every time Shen Miao did something that seemed dangerous, at the end it was exactly the same as what she wanted to achieve. In her plans, there were never any accidents. Gao Yang mischievously thought, if there was a day that he could see Shen Miao panicking and being dumbfounded because of an accident, one did not know how happy it would be. In short, I think that this Shen Miao is a person worth befriending. Ji Yushu said seriously, adding to the fact that I see her appearance, one think that after a few years, she will become a beauty. How can I, Ji Yushu, miss such a smart and beautiful female? I've decided. I'll put her on the same level as Miss Peony in my heart. From now on, aside from Miss Peony, she can also be considered a close friend of mine. Gao Yang simply turned his head away and didn't want to look at this fool anymore. And the confidant that Ji Yushu spoke of was picking and choosing in the room. Younger sister, are you picking so many things to add to Shen Qing's dowry? Shen Qiu scratched his head and asked. Shen Miao picked out a portion of the things that the emperor had bestowed upon her and one did not know what she was looking for. Finally she picked out a jade pillow that was very smooth and cold to the touch. Even if it was placed, it would give off a sparkling jade light and was very beautiful. Could it be that younger sister wants to give this to Shen Qing? As the day of Shen Qing's marriage approached, everyone in the Shen family began to worry about Shen Qing's marriage. A few days ago Shen Yu asked Shen Miao what to give to Shen Qing as a dowry and coincidentally Shen Qiu heard it. But seeing that there was no movement from Shen Miao, one thought that she finally remembered the matter today. This? Shen Miao picked up the jade pillow and shook her head, no. Oh. Shen Qiu asked, does younger sister want to use it yourself? This jade pillow looks good. Shen Miao's eyes drooped down. This jade pillow was called the ice silkworm pillow. In the previous lifetime when she entered the palace, it was stuffed into her dowry box by Xianxia. Afterwards she became the Empress and Mei Foren was deeply favored by the emperor. One day she said that she was not feeling well and had some headaches and insisted on using this pillow. At that time the ice silkworm pillow was given to Wan Yu but Wan Yu did not agree and quarreled with Mei Foren, causing the pillow to break. Fu Xiuyi severely punished Wan Yu and after a while, the news of the Xiongnu's marriage came. Now thinking about it, it was all an old dream but it still pierced through one's heart. Younger sister? Shen Qiu saw that Shen Miao did not speak and asked worriedly. This is for me to give to others. Shen Miao said, as for eldest sister's dowry, if eldest brother has time, then help me pick one. If eldest brother does not have time, it is the same to let Guyu buy it. Her words were cold to Shen Qing. Oh. Shen Qiu answered slowly. It was only when Shen Miao walked out of the room that he smacked his head, silly. I forgot to ask younger sister who to give the pillow to. Outside the room, Jingzhe also asked, who is young lady giving the pillow to? A friend. Since there would be a need for the Chen family in the future, one must express it. Kindness and small favors, sending charcoal in snowy weather, one would be able to obtain loyal allies. She learnt the art of controlling people bit by bit from Fu Xiuyi. Calming one's mind was undoubtedly a good thing for the Chen family's younger sister whose mind was in disorder. Time flew by and in a blink of an eye it was the 8th day of the 12th lunar month. The 8th day of the 12th lunar month was an auspicious day, suitable for weddings and funerals. It was also the day that Prince Yu residence, which had been silent for many years, would marry a Wang Fei. After Prince Yu had been a widower for many years, Prince Yu residence finally welcomed a new mistress. However, everyone knew that this was not something to be happy about. Just like the previous Prince Yu's Wang Fei, who knew when this happy event would turn into a funeral, the target that Prince Yu residence was marrying was the daughter of the Shin family's second household in the Ding capital, Xianxia. There were 3 daughters in the formidable great general's residence. Shin Miao was famous for being an idiot, Shin Yu was famous for her talents, and Xianxia could be considered as beautiful, generous, capable, and intelligent. In the end, such a good young lady married to Prince Yu of the first rank, which made one unable to help but sigh. That Xingui must be crazy. Someone in the crowd that was watching the bustle whispered, "Isn't this like watching one's daughter jump into the fire pit by herself? Really sinful." What do you know? Another person disagreed. "I heard from my official Biao older brother that this eldest Shin young lady and Prince Yu had been secretly having an affair and her stomach was already pregnant. If it was not because she was pregnant with the imperial flesh and blood, she would have been drowned." Ah? Is what you said true? When the surrounding people heard it, they were somewhat surprised as it was obvious that they did not know about this before. That person proudly shook his head, "Isn't it so?" One heard that during the returning banquet in the palace, all the civil and military officials saw it with their own eyes. So this eldest Shin young lady is not pitiful at all and only has herself to blame. It is indeed so. Getting pregnant before marriage is immoral. Really do not know shame. How could the second household of the Shin family teach such a daughter? General Shin is noble and virtuous, but it is really a disgrace to the family. What does this have to do with General Shin? General Shin is not in the Ding capital all year round and is still a daughter raised by the other 2 households. Everyone were talking at once and their words were filled with disdain towards Xianxia. From the initial sympathy to the subsequent abuse, it seemed that it was just a matter of a short moment. Even Xingui and Ren Wanyan were poked in the back. The person in the crowd who had initially said that Xianxia was pregnant laughed quietly, turned around, and disappeared into the crowd. In the Shin residence, the matchmaker was grooming Xianxia. Ren Wanyan, who was standing behind Xianxia, tightly twisted the handkerchief in her hands, wishing that she could tear it into pieces. She had raised her daughter well, but now she had to watch helplessly as Xianxia jumped into the fire pit. There wasn't a mother who didn't love her children. For Ren Wanyan, all of this was like someone cutting her flesh with a knife. Unlike Ren Wanyan, Xianxia did not have such strong emotions. She quietly sat on her seat and let the matchmaker handle her. The matchmaker smiled and said, "Eldest young miss, this old woman is going to twist the dough for you. This is a little painful, so eldest young miss should endure it first. After a while, you will be a beautiful bride." It would have been better if she didn't say this, but once she said it, Ren Wanyan only felt pain in her heart and almost fainted. Xianxia looked at herself in the bronze mirror with a stupefied expression. If it wasn't for her eyes blinking from time to time, people would have thought that she was a lifeless corpse. The matchmaker's heart was somewhat apprehensive when she saw Xianxia's appearance. She took out a thin cotton thread from the box and started to twist the dough for Xianxia. This twisting of dough was to twist the face until it was white and clean, and it was indeed very painful. In the past, those eldest young ladies would always shout out a few words of pain. However, when the twisting thread landed on Xianxia's face, Xianxia was still expressionless, as if she was dead. "Qinger." Ren Wanyan could not help but shed tears. When the matchmaker saw this scene, she saw that the bride not only did not have the joy of a bride, but her entire body was filled with despair and her heart understood a little. Ji Xiang did not say anything else. She quickly put on her makeup and found an excuse to leave. There was only Ren Wanyan, Xianxia and a few maids left in the room. Ren Wanyan's tears could not be stopped no matter what. In just a few short months' time, she had aged like those old matrons. There were many wrinkles on her face and there were many more white hairs. There was no longer the well-rounded and astute appearance of a noblewoman in the past. "Mother, do not need to worry." It was Xianxia who opened her mouth first. Her voice was hoarse and there was a strange tone to it. It seemed as if she was crying and laughing at the same time. she said, everything that I have suffered today will not be in vain. I will avenge myself. Qing'er, mother has let you down. Ren Wanyan went forward and hugged her. Shen Qing woodenly allowed her to hug her and said in a hoarse voice, Father and mother are unable to help me. I will take revenge myself. Her tone was gloomy, but everyone could feel the soaring resentment. Shen Gui's cold eyes watching from this side and Ren Wanyan's scruples finally made them helpless in the face of Shen Qing's marriage, and Shen Qing finally hated her own parents. Ren Wanyan's heart was like being struck by lightning when she was hated by her own daughter. However, she knew that for things to come to this step, it was not without her reason. If she did not scheme against Shen Miao in the beginning, if she went out to take a look at that night in Wulong Temple, or if she did not write a letter to Prince Yu to explain that she was swapped, would Shen Qing not have fallen into such a desperate situation? She forced a smile. Qing'er need not be afraid. Mother swears that mother will definitely take revenge for you. Also, your second older brother will definitely let that little slut's reputation be ruined. In the hall outside of the Shen residence, old Shen Foren sat on the chair in the middle with a calm face. Xin Yuanbo was half lying in her embrace and seemed to be somewhat afraid of the ruthless look on old Shen Foren's face as he obediently dared not move. Add what dowry? Old Shen Foren said, do such a shameless thing and still have the face to add dowry. Second brother, you raised such a good daughter. Old Shen Foren loved vanity and loved to put on face outside, so this time Shen Qing had such a big matter that could not be hidden from her. Knowing that all the civil and military officials knew about Shen Qing's scandal, old Shen Foren felt that her old face had been thrown away and naturally hated Shen Qing and her mother. Shen Gui quickly complied and wished that he could divorce Ren Wanyan now. When Shen Qiu heard this, his expression was a little strange, as if he wanted to laugh. Most likely old Shen Foren herself had forgotten that she was originally a songstress, and speaking of which, how much better could she be compared to Shen Qing? She was just relying on the fact that she was the old Foren of the Shen family and really thought that she was a pure and noble young lady. Shen Wan did not make a sound, and Shen Roqiu would not take the initiative to pounce on old Shen Foren's anger. As for Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan, they stood at the same spot, as if they did not hear old Shen Foren's words. After old Shen Foren vented her anger, she said, the dowry need not be too much. It is not worthwhile to spend my Shen family's money on this kind of girl. When the words were said, the contempt in Luo Shuiyan's eyes increased. Old Shen Foren most favored the first household, and even though she valued males over females, but Shen Qing also grew up in front of old Shen Foren. Obviously knowing that Shen Qing's marriage to Prince Yu residence was a tragic beginning and giving more money would perhaps make Shen Qing live more comfortably, but one did not think that old Shen Foren was so stingy and ruthless. Indeed, she was a prostitute that could not be seen in public. Shen Gui complied again. He had always had the attitude of a filial son. When old Shen Foren saw that he was so obedient, the expression on her face eased up a little and her eyes fell onto Shen Xian. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly heard Shen Yu exclaim, second older brother? Everyone followed Shen Yu's line of sight and saw a young male walking in from the door. He was dressed in a stone green robe, and this male was considered upright. Upon closer inspection, there was a 60 to 70% similarity to Shen Gui, but there was a hint of arrogance between his brows. This person was not anyone else but the second household of the Shen family, Shen Gui's eldest son, Shen Yuan. In the second household, Shen Yuan had always been intelligent and quick-witted. Compared to Shen Qiu's military achievements, which were obtained step by step, Shen Yuan was much more of a genius. When he was young, he obtained first place in the imperial examinations and his ranking was not bad. Afterwards he obtained the appreciation of nobles and embarked on an official career. But previously he had to be a low-ranking official outside for 3 years, and this year was the last year. He was supposed to stay in the Ding capital to be an official after the end of the year. Who knew that Shen Qing would meet with such an incident, and he must have rushed back just in time to see his younger sister's wedding day. Even Shen Yu could not help but hide behind Shen Wan. Shen Wan patted Shen Yu's back and his gaze landed on Shen Yuan. Towards Shen Yuan, the people in the Shen residence were more or less fearful. Perhaps it was because Shen Yuan had an official title at such a young age, or perhaps it was because he was young and mature, which made others feel that he had a deep scheming mind. In short, Shen Yu and the previous Shen Miao were very afraid of him. The happiest person was none other than old Shen Foren. She was pleasantly surprised as she waved at Xin Yuan, Yuan-er. Xin Yuanbo, who was in old Shen Foran's embrace, also called out crisply, second older brother. Xin Yuan then smiled and went forward to greet old Shen Foran and called out, grandmother. He then touched Xin Yuanbo's head. Yuanbo grew taller again. One fear that Yuan-er had rushed back. Chen Roqiu smiled and said, one must be tired from the journey. Do you want to take a rest first? Now that Ren Wanyun was not around, she was the one in charge of the Shen residence and naturally took out the air of a matriarch. Xin Yuan turned his head and looked at Chen Roqiu. One did not know why, but Chen Roqiu's heart sank and a sense of dread arose. After not seeing for a year, Xin Yuan became more and more unfathomable. Chen Roqiu had always been intelligent, and when the children were young, they had tried to trip Xin Yuan up, but Xin Yuan was unexpectedly intelligent, and in the end, the one who suffered was Chen Roqiu. Chen Roqiu thought that Ren Wanyun was fortunate to have given birth to such an intelligent son, so even though she was dissatisfied with the second household, Chen Roqiu did not dare to completely annoy the other. No need. Xin Yuan said, I came back this time to see younger sister get married. If we rest now, I'm afraid there won't be enough time. Speaking of Shen Qing, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat awkward and old Shen Foran did not respond. Xin Yuan was not moved in the slightest, and his gaze looked towards Shen Qiu's side without any hesitation. The person standing there was Shen Miao. It's been a while. Fifth sister has changed a lot. He narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Fifth sister has changed so much that I can't even recognize her anymore. Shen Miao calmly looked back at him. Xin Yuan's gaze was dark and probing, as if it was a poisonous snake crawling in the mud, unhurriedly entangling with a cold air that made one's blood run cold. She smiled gently, second older brother is still the same. Chen Roqiu's gaze paused for a moment, and Xin Yu was somewhat rejoicing in others' misfortune. Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan coincidentally frowned at the same time, but Xin Qiu smiled and said, not bad. From second younger brother's look, there is no change. This made Xin Yuan to look at Xin Qiu before saying meaningfully, did not think that fifth younger sister and eldest brother's relationship would be so good. Biological siblings, naturally the relationship is good. Shen Miao smiled gently, does second older brother not go and see eldest sister now? One think that it would be in time to add to the dowry. Xin Yuan looked deeply at Shen Miao and said with a smile, correct. I will go now. Finishing, he then bowed towards old Shen Foran, grandmother, I will go take a look at younger sister first. As the eldest brother, I am not by younger sister's side, and now that she is about to get married, one do not know if she would be bullied in the future. I can only speak a few words to her and will leave first. Finishing, he turned around and did not look at everyone as he left in quick steps. From the beginning to the end, he did not say a single word to Shen Gui. In the past, even though Shen Gui and Xin Yuan's relationship was not particularly close, but they were after all father and son. Shen Gui valued Xin Yuan and took care of him, and Xin Yuan treated Shen Gui with respect. Today's attitude was obviously a problem. Shen Gui's face was livid as he clenched his fists. Old Shen Foran looked at him resentfully and felt somewhat depressed in her heart. She waved her hands and said, help me back to the room. Old Shen Foran did not intend to go to today's wedding banquet. From old Shen Foran's point of view, most of the guests that were invited to the wedding banquet were high-ranking officials and nobles, and knew the ins and outs of this marriage very clearly. If she were to go and embarrass her old face, it would not be a good fortune, so she immediately let Zhang Mama help her back to the room. After old Shen Foran left, the hall became somewhat awkward. Xin Yu glanced at Shen Miao and asked, fifth younger sister, what did you gift for eldest sister's dowry? Just some jewelry. Shen Miao said lightly. Xin Yu made an "oh" sound and saw that she did not want to bother with it. Even though she was angry in her heart, she did not show it on her face in front of Xianxia and wife, and quietly stood by Chen Roqiu's side. Xinwan looked at Xianxia, eldest brother, now that Yuan-er is back, what should be done? What does Yuan-er's return have to do with me? Xianxia said in puzzlement, I cannot even manage my own Jiao Jiao and Chou'er, why would I care about number 2's son? Number 3, your third household is sparse in numbers, if there is nothing, then help number 2. After all, you are all brothers. He said earnestly. Xianxia, this person looked honest and sincere, but in fact his words were like that of a poisonous snake. This point could be seen from the Marquis of Linan, Xia, who had been dealing with him for decades but never had any good words with him. When these words were said, Xianxia did not have time to express anything when Xianruoqiu was so angry that her nails dug into her palms. Everyone knew that the third household had few descendants, and other than Xinyu, Xianruoqiu did not even have a son. Even though Xianxia had deep feelings for Xianruoqiu, but old Xianforan had long wanted to bring in concubines for Xianxia because Xianruoqiu was unable to give birth to a son. Xianxia was stabbing a knife into Xianruoqiu's heart. "That's right, sister-in-law." Luo Shuiyan also smiled and said, "Don't always worry about other people's matters. I know that the two of you are kind, but it's time for you to think about your own matters. Yu Jie is already so big, in the future when she marries, she won't have a brother to help her, unavoidably it will be a bit too weak." Xin Miao's eyes were filled with smiles. Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan were not good at fighting in the inner courtyard, but the battlefield experience had made them more sensitive than others. Xianxia and wife wanted to sow discord but were muddled by Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan's 4 taels of weight. "Younger sister, let us also go and see eldest younger sister." Xinqiu patted Xin Miao's shoulder, "Your additional dowry is still at my place." Xin Miao knew that Xinqiu had something to say to her and nodded her head in agreement. After greeting the few of them, she walked towards the western courtyard with Xinqiu. "Younger sister, Xin Yuan has enmity towards you," Xinqiu said. "I know. He could possibly know the reason for the matter." Xinqiu was somewhat anxious. He is a person who likes to do mischief in the dark and is quite scheming. One fear that he would take revenge for Xinqing and think of ways to harm you. You stay in the residence these days and do not go out." Xinqiu had a natural hostility towards Xin Yuan, and this was also an unclear reason. In fact, Xin Yuan and Xinqiu did not have any grudges, but Xinqiu just did not see Xin Yuan as an eyesore. Perhaps some people were born to be enemies. "Eldest brother, if he really had the intention to harm me, no matter how well I hide, he would be able to think of a way. Moreover, what can he do? Don't worry, since he's such a cautious person, he definitely wouldn't just randomly find someone to kill me. It's definitely a trick." When it came to tricks, who could compare to her, who had already died once? "Younger sister, you are still young and do not understand the dangers of some matters." Xinqiu was even more anxious. "Xin Yuan is not a good person. If you are so careless, you will suffer. Eldest brother, do not worry." Xin Miao looked at Xinqiu, "Counter soldiers with arms and water with earth. If there is really anything, is there not still eldest brother?" She smiled coldly, but there was a sentence in her heart that she did not say to Xinqiu. In the previous lifetime, Xinqiu's death was definitely not an accident. She did not know who it was from the second household or the third household, but these people would not be able to escape. Even if Xin Yuan did not take action against her, she would not let Xin Yuan have an easy time. Just treat it as repaying the debt from the previous lifetime. In the Kaiyun Yuan of the eastern courtyard, when Renwan Yun saw Xin Yuan, she went forward to hug him and sobbed. The fear and helplessness that she had these days finally broke out the moment she saw Xin Yuan. Renwan Yun choked with sobs and was unable to say a word. Even Xinqing, who was like a puppet, when she saw Xin Yuan, there was a flash of brilliance in her despairing eyes. Xin Yuan comforted Renwan Yun for a while before going forward to touch Xinqing's head. Xinqing endured it and finally burst into tears. As she cried, she said, "Second older brother, why did you not come back earlier?" When Renwan Yun saw Xinqing crying, she also cried. In a moment, the cries in the room shook the heavens and it was very miserable. Those who did not know would have thought that it was a funeral and not a happy event. A haze flashed in Xin Yuan's eyes. He had grown up in the general's residence, and even though the most powerful people in the general's residence were Xianxia and his wife, but from what he saw, the two of them were only martial men who only knew how to fight, and the daughter they gave birth to was also a fool. These people were easily played by the second household in the palm of their hands. As for his mother and younger sister, they had always lived in elegance and wealth. In comparison, that Xin Miao was like a daughter of a small family from the countryside. But now, that nouveau riche idiot had actually forced Renwan Yun and Xinqing to such an extent. To Xin Yuan, this was undoubtedly a provocation. Ren Wanyan had clearly stated the ins and outs of the matter in the letter that she wrote to him. From Xin Yuan's point of view, even though Ren Wanyan's plan was not perfect, but for Xin Miao to be able to counterattack and even escape safely, it was somewhat out of his expectations. "Mother, don't cry." Xin Yuan's expression did not change because of this. He said, "There is no use crying. Yuan." Ren Wanyan grabbed his hand, "You are the one with the best ideas. You will definitely be able to save your younger sister, right?" Hearing that, Shen Qing also looked at Xin Yuan expectantly. "Second older brother, I beg you to help me. I do not want to marry that person. Originally I should not marry him. Second older brother, help me, help me." Even though Shen Qing was somewhat afraid of this older brother of hers, but since young when she was bullied, Xin Yuan would help her win it back without batting an eyelid. Towards Xin Yuan, Shen Qing both loved and hated him. Now that Xin Yuan was her life-saving straw, naturally she had to grab hold of it. "Cannot." Xin Yuan's expression was so calm that it was almost cold. The marriage has already reached such a stage and there is no possibility of turning it around. One cannot harm everyone because of younger sister's willfulness. So younger sister must marry this marriage. Just as the words were spoken, Shen Qing collapsed onto the ground and after a pause, she finally cried out in despair. Her actions ruined the makeup she had just put on. Her face was covered in dirt, but she didn't notice it at all. "Is there really no other way?" Ren Wanyan murmured. "Even though there is no way to destroy this marriage, but my Xin Yuan's younger sister would definitely not be schemed against like this." Xin Yuan coldly said, "For Xin Miao to become so smart in one night, it is either that there is someone guiding her from behind or she was pretending previously. It would be better if there was someone guiding her, but for her to pretend for more than 10 years, it is just too scary." That little slut seemed to have been possessed. Seeing that the matter was about to succeed, she escaped. "Yuan, that slut cannot be left alive." Ren Wanyan gritted her teeth, thinking that everything today is all thanks to that slut. "I can't wait to eat her flesh and drink her blood." Currently mother cannot deal with her unscrupulously because of eldest Bo's family. Heard that eldest Bo will be staying in the Ding capital for another half a year so that Xin Miao's backing will be longer. Xin Yuan glanced at Shen Qing. Ren Wanyan's body trembled, but one cannot just let it go like this. Naturally one cannot let it go. Xin Yuan said, "In this world, no matter how big the backing is, there will be a day when it falls. Since Xin Miao had a backer, it would be good to let her backer fall. It is also good for eldest Bo's family to stay in the Ding capital." A smile floated on Xin Yuan's lips, "Saves me the trouble of going over one by one." Ren Wanyan's heart was somewhat frightened for no reason but looking at Shen Qing who was paralyzed on the ground, a burst of anger immediately burst out. "Yuan, one must not let that little slut off. Do not worry." Xin Yuan's gaze was gloomy. "To play tricks under my eyelids, I will return the original. Since Xin Miao harmed mother and younger sister, then I will let the first household of the Shen family leave Xin Miao alone. Leaving one person to slowly play, that would be called interesting." He laughed slowly. Shen Qing's bridal makeup had to be redone after all. The matchmaker was surprised to find that this time, Shen Qing's expression was much more lively compared to the previous lifeless one. At the very least, she finally seemed to have some human aura. When Xin Yu and Xin Miao came over to add to the dowry, Shen Qing even smiled at both of them. It was just that Shen Qing's body was somewhat swollen due to her pregnancy. These days, she had been very anxious. Even if she had put on makeup, she still looked old and haggard. Such a smile not only didn't have the loveliness of a young girl, it also looked somewhat strange and terrifying. "Big sister, you must take good care of yourself," Xin Yu said with red eyes. "Definitely." Shen Qing complied and looked at Xin Miao before speaking in a hoarse voice, "I will definitely repay fifth younger sister's kindness to me." Even though he was smiling, the viciousness in his words made Xin Yu could not help but shiver. "I'll be waiting." Shen Miao also smiled. The matters after that became natural. Old Shen Foreign avoided meeting Shen Qing and Shen Qing could only speak to Ren Wanyan. Because this marriage was not a glorious matter, everyone in the Shen residence was somewhat embarrassed. Those celebrations that were used for blessings were done carelessly. At the end, when it was time to board the wedding sedan, it was Xin Yuan who carried Shen Qing onto the sedan. And the most embarrassing thing was that Prince Yu of the first rank did not come to pick up the bride and only send a housekeeper. When Xin Yuan was carried by Shen Qing, the commoners that surrounded the general residence's entrance were pointing at them and the conversation was faintly discernible to everyone's ears. They were all saying that Shen Qing did not know shame and was fickle. Even if Ren Wanyan and Xin Yuan were angry in their hearts, they could not kill all the commoners. When the sedan finally left, Xin Yuan returned to the entrance of the Shen residence and stood by Xin Miao's side. Looking at the sedan leaving, he said, "Fifth younger sister seems to be very calm. The one who is marrying is not me, so why would I not be calm?" Shen Miao answered. "Does fifth younger sister know that once Qing'er marries, what will be the future? What will be the future is not something that you and I can decide." Xin Yuan did not seem to have heard Shen Miao's words as he spoke. The matters of the world are ever-changing. Sometimes one would be in a dilemma, but one would not know that in the future there would be light at the end of the tunnel. Sometimes one would look at the road in front of them, but one cannot say for sure. His voice suddenly sank. One would be pushing oneself into a dead end. Exactly. Shen Miao smiled. No one can say for sure about the matters of the world. One would have fortune and misfortune at any moment, and one cannot say for sure that there would be no road in front. Xin Yuan finally turned his head and looked at Shen Miao. His pair of eyes looked up and down, making one feel uncomfortable. What made one uncomfortable was his words. "I only found out today that fifth younger sister is an intelligent person." Shen Miao did not comment but heard a loud roar from behind. "Younger sister." Shen Qiu hurriedly ran over and looked at Xin Yuan vigilantly before speaking to Shen Miao. "Younger sister, do not run around. There are many wicked people outside and one may know a person's face but not their heart. Who knows what kind of wicked moves they would make." Xin Yuan looked at Shen Qiu and smiled again. Eldest brother really knows how to joke. Moreover, fifth younger sister is so intelligent that one feared that no one would be able to scheme against her. As for the saying, one may know a person's face but not their heart, perhaps there might be someone who is more suitable. Shen Qiu sneered. "My younger sister has a pure and kind nature and cannot be compared to those treacherous villains. As her older brother, I naturally have to worry about her from time to time, else those jackals and wolves that have studied would eat her up in one mouthful and she would not even have a place to cry. Younger sister, let us sit in the horse carriage to the residence of the prince of first rank." The people of the Shen family also wanted to follow to the residence of the prince of first rank to participate in the wedding banquet, but Shen Qiu's words had really expressed his distrust of Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan looked at the back view of the two siblings leaving and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. The Shen family's wedding sedan had to travel through more than half of the Ding capital and it had to go through the most prosperous streets. After all, it was a marriage bestowed by the Empress, so naturally the extravagance had to be grand. Even if everyone knew that this marriage was not honorable, they still wanted to make it known to everyone. On the busiest section of the road, at a seat by the window of the Kuaihua building, the white-dressed man was still waving his folding fan as usual, looking out of the window at the mighty wedding procession as if he was watching a show. The wedding procession sprinkled copper coins as they walked, and the commoners who were watching the bustle rushed forward to snatch the coins. It seemed that the procession was in a jubilant mood. However, only the people in the palanquin knew what they were feeling. This marriage of the Shen family is quite extravagant. Ji Yushu played with the silver in his hands and said, "It has been a long time since I have seen such a lively marriage. I wonder if there will be such a grand occasion when I marry Miss Xiaoyao in the future. I'm still thinking about that Miss Peony of yours." Gao Yang looked at him. "Yushu, I remember that you still have a fiancé. Does that fiancé of yours know that you are so attentive to Miss Peony?" "Already said that it was a joke for a child's marriage. Who knows what she looks like? I will not marry. I only love Miss Peony. If Miss Peony is not good, then the fifth young lady of the Shen family is also not bad." He laughed and looked at the person opposite. "Third older brother Xia, am I right?" Xie Jingxing glanced at him and was too lazy to speak. Gao Yang sneered. "Shen Miao? One fear that you would not have the life to marry." "What? Don't say that other young lady is like a demon. I only value her intelligence, sensitivity, boldness, and meticulousness." Ji Yushu was not convinced. "Moreover, she looks not bad. Heard that previously she liked that Prince Ding brat. How can a good young lady's eyesight be bad?" Can Prince Ding be compared to me? Really? Gao Yang looked at Ji Yushu, you are really good. But this Xin young lady of yours seems to be in trouble. What trouble? Ji Yushu asked. Shen Qing's older brother, Shen Yuan, has returned. Gao Yang gloated. Shen Miao had tricked Shen Qing into the residence of the prince of first rank, so Shen Yuan would definitely not let Shen Miao off. This Shen Yuan is not someone easy to deal with. In the second household of the general residence, one feared that even Shen Gui would not be as experienced and far-sighted as Shen Yuan. Moreover, this Shen Yuan is the most vicious and merciless. When he takes action, he would not be soft. Shen Yuan does not seem to be an ordinary person. Ji Yushu suddenly thought of something. Is he not Fu Xiuyi's people? Just a small minion. Xie Jingxing suddenly opened his mouth and lazily swept his eyes below, a jumping clown. You all even put him in your eyes. Huh. You are still this arrogant. Gao Yang asked, what is next? Wait. Wait for others to start and then pick up the scraps. After the wedding sedan had traversed more than half of the Ding capital, it finally entered the residence of Prince Yu. There were already a number of guests at the entrance of Prince Yu residence. Even though Prince Yu was usually vicious and cruel, he was after all a member of the imperial family and the ministers still had to come. Emperor Wenhui and the princes did not come, but the palace still sent people over to send gifts. Most likely these days, Emperor Wenhui's attitude made Prince Yu very dissatisfied. Today when the people from the palace came, they did not express to let the other party drink a cup of wedding wine or express their gratitude. When the eunuch that was sent by the palace saw this scene, he sneered in his heart. Perhaps to others, they were just a bunch of grass eunuchs, but in fact, these people were the closest to the emperor's side. There must be some problems between Emperor Wenhui and Prince Yu. Prince Yu was still acting like before, but Emperor Wenhui was no longer as tolerant as before. Today Prince Yu's actions would only make Emperor Wenhui angrier. After the people from the palace left, Prince Yu then turned his head to instruct the servants to continue welcoming the guests. Today Prince Yu was wearing a bright red wedding robe, and the fabric and embroidery of the robe were undoubtedly very fine. It was just that on his body, one of the trousers was empty and it looked somewhat awkward. And he was born with a somewhat fierce look, but today he had a face full of smiles. One did not know who he was smiling at, but it made the people who saw his smile have a layer of goosebumps. The Shen family had also arrived. Shen Gui and Shen Wan had already gone to find familiar colleagues to chat. Shen Gui had already broken a jar, and since everyone knew about Shen Qing's scandal, it was better to take advantage of the fact that Shen Qing was married into Prince Yu residence and have a marriage relationship with the first prince residence to add some bricks and tiles to his career. As for Shen Wan, there was no need to mention about it. Both of them were ambitious people and naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan sat at one end as they sat at the bride's maiden home. They looked down on Shen Gui's attitude. On the contrary, Ren Wanyan also came and sat at the side with Shen Yuan. She had carefully made up and covered her red eyes. She was afraid of angering Prince Yu, so she forced a smile, but no matter how one looked at that smile, there was a trace of anger. Shen Yuan did not have any expression, and occasionally his eyes swept across Shen Miao with profound meaning. Shen Qiu noticed Shen Yuan's gaze and would angrily block it back. Luo Shuiyan noticed it and asked thoughtfully, "Brat, what happened between you and Shen Yuan?" Xianxian and wife did not know of the grudges between Shen Qing and Shen Miao, thus Shen Qiu hemmed and hawed, I do not see eye to eye with him and there is some friction. You are really good. Luo Shuiyan glared at him, to fight with someone who has no martial arts. Shen Qiu, how old are you this year? Shen Qiu looked at Shen Miao for help, but Shen Miao pretended not to know and looked at the teacup without speaking. The guests in this room complimented each other, and it looked quite peaceful. In a blink of an eye, it was the time for Shen Qing and Prince Yu to bow to heaven and earth to get married. Shen Qing's head was covered with a veil and she was supported by her maids, Chun Tao and Xueli. After bowing to the heavens and the earth, Shen Gui's expression was very awkward. Prince Yu of the first rank looked at him with a gloomy gaze, and to let Prince Yu bow to them couple, it was a horrifying matter. Sure enough, the housekeeper of Prince Yu residence arrogantly said, His Highness Prince Yu's body is inconvenient. This ceremony to the parents, let's dispense with it. When these words were spoken, the hall was silent for a moment. Ren Wanyan gritted her teeth and the muscles on her cheeks trembled. Since the heavens and earth were already bowed, why was it that when it was the turn to bow to the parents, Prince Yu only remembered that his body was inconvenient? This was clearly Prince Yu not acknowledging Shen Qing and deliberately embarrassed Shen Gui and Ren Wanyan. Even though Shen Gui also felt his face burning hot, but he had always been a person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Fearing that Prince Yu would blame him, he immediately said, "Since His Highness is not well, then let's dispense with it." Some of the younger guests could not help but sneer and did not conceal their laughter, making Ren Wanyan almost rush forward to reason with them. Just as she could not bear it any longer, Shen Yuan suddenly reached out to grab her arm and gently shook his head at her. Only then did Ren Wanyan calm down. Shen Yuan withdrew his hand and his gaze landed on Shen Gui, who was smiling flatteringly in the distance, and there was a moment of haze in his expression. Number 2's actions are too shameful. Luo Shuiyan said in disdain, allow others to bully one's own daughter like this? I originally thought that he was only greedy for riches and did not think that he would be so insane. Xianxia shook his head and said in a disappointed tone, how did number 2 become like this? We are doing well but are despised at the same time. Really unlucky. Shen Qiu said unhappily. At the other end, Shen Yu's family were also somewhat ashamed. Even though Shen Wan was also ambitious in his career, he was not as brazen as Shen Gui, and Shen Roqiu held herself to be noble and virtuous because she was from a scholarly family. After all, they were all Shen family, and Shen Gui's attitude made them feel ashamed. After Prince Yu humiliated Shen Gui, he seemed to be very satisfied with everyone's disdain towards the Shen family. When the husband and wife bowed to each other, he deliberately dragged out the time. One did not know if Shen Miao's eyesight was blurry, but when the bride walked past them, her body seemed to be trembling. When a prince of first rank married, even the nuptial chamber was saved. Shen Qing was pregnant, and if there was any accident in the nuptial chamber, no one would be able to bear the crime of murdering an heir of the imperial family. After Shen Qing was sent to the nuptial chamber, Prince Yu was still outside feasting with the guests and drinking and having fun. Congratulations, Your Highness, Prince of first rank. The ministers came up to toast. Same to Prince Yu. Prince Yu also replied. On the surface, Prince Yu was really happy today and actually shared the joy with the ministers, but Shen Miao did not ignore the cold expression that he occasionally swept over. Prince Yu had suffered a setback at her hands and would always think of getting it back. As their gazes came closer, Prince Yu raised his cup to him and suddenly made an obscene gesture as he licked his lips. Shen Miao only looked at such a malicious expression calmly. It was Shen Qiu who was at the side who saw her staring at a distance and followed her gaze. What is younger sister looking at? Prince Yu of the first rank had already turned his head to drink with others, and Shen Qiu did not see anything. Shen Miao stood up. It is somewhat stuffy and I will go to the door to breathe. I'll go with you, Shen Qiu quickly said. No need. With Mo Qing and the rest guarding outside, I will not go far and will be at the door. Shen Miao rejected him and got up to leave the table. Prince Yu residence was very big and Mo Qing was standing guard in the garden outside. When he saw her coming out, he immediately followed. Shen Miao did not go far and stood at the same spot, looking at the southwest corner of Prince Yu residence in a daze. Then, a voice came from behind, fifth sister. Shen Miao turned her head back and did not know when Shen Yuan had followed and smiled at her. Shen Yuan's smile was different from Fu Shouyi's gentleness and also different from Shen Qiu's simple and honest smile. It was not like Ji Yushu's mischievous smile. His smile seemed to contain other meanings, making one very uncomfortable. When he stared into other people's eyes, it was like a venomous snake sizing up its prey. That gloomy and cold aura lingered. Shen Yuan was the most fearful opponent in the second household of the Shen family. The banquet was only halfway and fifth sister came out on her own. I thought that fifth sister had some secret and wanted to play behind the older brother's back. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Shen Miao looked at the flowers in the garden. It was already the 12th month of the winter and the previously flourishing flowers had long withered. The branches were bare and there was nothing left, only the heavy snow on the branches, giving off a cold and desolate feeling. She said, then why did second older brother follow out? To peep at my secret? I actually have the intention to peep. Shen Yuan said, it is just that younger sister hides it too tightly that older brother is also helpless. It's just that I feel that you and I can be considered siblings, so if there's a chance, I should give you a few words of advice. Xin Miao turned her head and stared at him without blinking. One would like to hear the details. Actually, when I returned to the capital this time, I discovered that fifth sister had changed quite a bit. It was as if she had become another person. Maybe it was because fifth sister had grown up, or maybe it was because she had someone to teach her. But I, your second brother, have walked more roads than fifth sister, so I can see some things more clearly than you. He paused and slightly looked towards the wedding hall. Over there, the sounds of people toasting, thanking, and flattering could be heard even from far away. Xin Yuan said, Qing'er is getting married today. Does fifth younger sister feel happy? To be honest, it's very satisfying. Shen Miao smiled. A stern look flashed in Xin Yuan's eyes before he smiled. Fifth younger sister really doesn't know how to restrain herself. The enmity between you and Qing'er has already reached the point of no rest until one party is dead. Now that you have sent Qing'er to the prince's residence, you think that this is victory. So fifth younger sister is after all still a child. He touched Xin Miao's head, as if he was really an intimate elder brother, but Qing'er had entered Prince Yu residence, so there might be a chance to turn things around. After enduring this period of time, it is hard to say what will happen to Qing'er in the future, but for fifth younger sister, one fear that every step will be difficult. Xin Miao did not speak and only heard Xin Yuan speaking again. If I was fifth younger sister, I would not have given Qing'er a chance and would have eliminated the opponent early on and take her life. The so-called acting out of spite and the so-called making the other party suffer more pain, it was only to increase one's future troubles. He looked at Xin Miao and smiled warmly. One think that you are still young and do not understand the logic of tolerating evil. If it's an opponent, it's best to take his life. Xin Miao quietly looked at Xin Yuan in front of her and her heart was slightly moved. Xin Yuan was indeed the smartest person in the second household. He did not look at the process and only looked at the results. If someone offended him, he would use the simplest method to take their life. His methods were ruthless and direct, but there were no repercussions. Such a person was calm and rational, and would not be affected by external factors. It was impossible to deal with such a person by infuriating him. She smiled and said, second brother is right. After all, I'm still young. I'm not as cold as second brother. When such sarcastic words fell into Xin Yuan's ears, Xin Yuan smiled without a care, but following that, he heard Xin Miao's faint voice sounding, even though I am not as cold as second older brother, but there is one point that I and second older brother are the same. I also do not like to leave behind future troubles. Do you think that if big sister marries into the prince's mansion, will she be able to turn things around? Xin Yu stared at her. You think not? Would I? Shen Miao asked. She had always been calm and obedient when she spoke. However, this question of will you was filled with dense provocation and ridicule. That kind of arrogant ridicule caused the usually emotionless Xin Yuan's pupils to suddenly shrink. After Xin Miao finished speaking, she chuckled and no longer looked at Xin Yuan before turning around to leave the garden and walked back to the wedding hall. Would Xin Qing be able to turn things around or not? Her lips slightly hooked up, and that kind of joy that came from the heart made Mo Qing, who was following behind, surprised for a moment. After following beside Xin Miao for so long, Mo Qing gradually became clear. He had seen Xin Miao's ruthlessness, and most of the time, it was Xin Miao who was calmly giving orders. She would occasionally smile, but even that smile seemed to have a touch of majesty. However, at this moment, her eyebrows were curved as if she was extremely happy, but one did not know what matter could make her so happy. Mo Qing looked at Xin Yuan, who was still in the garden, and his heart was puzzled. Xin Miao was able to be this happy after speaking a few words to Xin Yuan? No matter how grand the banquet was, there would eventually be a time for it to disperse. When the wine was hot, the guests left in twos and threes, and Xin Miao also stepped onto the horse back to the residence. On the horse, Luo Shuiyan remained silent. One did not know what she thought of as she held Xin Miao's hands and asked, Jiao Jiao, what kind of man do you admire? It was somewhat out of line for a mother to ask an unmarried daughter. But most likely it was Xin Qing's marriage today that touched Luo Shuiyan's heart. She had been out on expeditions all year round, and now that she thought about it, she did not know what Xin Miao was thinking in her heart. She only knew that Shen Miao had once admired Prince Ding and Luo Shuiyan had seen Prince Ding before. He was indeed a dragon and phoenix among men and had elegance. It was just that such a person's mind would not be short, so how much could he see about emotional matters? To marry such a person, one might not be able to obtain happiness. Shen Miao was surprised for a moment before looking at Luo Shuiyan with a smile. What kind of person does mother wish for me to marry? Luo Shuiyan did not think that Shen Miao would ask her back and for a moment ignored the fact that when Shen Miao faced this question, there was no trace of shyness and it was as if she was asking a simple question. Luo Shuiyan thought about it before saying, "Mother hopes that you can marry a person of upright character. It is best that his official position is not too high, wealth is not too much, ambition is not too strong and the residence should not be too complicated. Power and wealth, mother and your father will give it to you. If one's ambition is small, then they will truly love you. The residence is simple and after you marry over, you will be able to live a quiet life. In short, one must sincerely respect and love you." Shen Miao's eyes drooped down as she smiled. Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia's hope did not seem to have changed. They hoped that Shen Miao could marry an ordinary person and the most request was nothing more than to love and love her. Unfortunately, her heart was blinded by lard in her previous life. There were thousands of males in the world but she chose the one that did not love her the most. But Luo Shuiyan also smiled as she spoke, "Mother knows that young ladies like you all would not love this kind of person the most. Most likely what you all like are those people that can be seen in a crowd. When mother was at your age, she also loved those young and handsome heroes but after marrying your father, mother did not regret it. As such, I will listen to mother," Shen Miao softly said. Luo Shuiyan was stunned. "What?" Shen Miao looked at her and said word by word, "Isn't it mother's hope to marry an ordinary person who can love and respect me? In this way, when I'm of marriageable age in the future, I'll marry someone like him." Luo Shuiyan held Shen Miao's hand and her heart suddenly felt strange. The young girl in front of him had an obedient appearance and a docile temperament. She was a completely different person from the rebellious and willful past. Whatever she said, Shen Miao would agree to it. One should be very happy to have such an obedient daughter but one did not know why Luo Shuiyan was not happy at all. It was as if the face in front of him should not have such a docile expression. She should be a little more arrogant, a little more rebellious, a little more lively, and not so submissive and calm as she was now. It made people feel inexplicably sad. Luo Shuiyan pulled Shen Miao into her embrace and whispered, "Even so, at your age, it is not too much to like any kind of person. Mother knows that anyone who can be placed in our Jiaojiao's heart must be a good person. Our Jiaojiao is so good so he will definitely love and respect Jiaojiao. If Jiaojiao likes him, even if he is not an ordinary person, as long as he treats Jiaojiao well, mother will not stop you." Shen Miao buried her head in Luo Shuiyan's embrace and her voice was so soft that it could not be heard, thanking mother. On the night of the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, it started to snow again. Originally at the end of the year, the weather would gradually clear up and the sun would shine for a few days in a row. Who knew that on this night, there would be a rare snowstorm? There was not a single pedestrian on the streets of the Ding capital and the doors of the merchants were tightly shut. One could only see the biting cold northern wind blowing large pieces of coarse snowflakes in the air. In front of Prince Yu residence in the Ding capital, the red lanterns that were hung were swaying from the wind and the colorful fireworks that were set off at the entrance had long been covered by the snowflakes. As for the two bright red happiness words that were pasted at the entrance, half of it was torn away by the wind and the remaining half was full of potholes, looking somewhat strange. The two guards that were guarding outside also drank the wedding wine today and were somewhat drunk. One of them was holding a wine gourd in his hand and smiled, did not think that there would be a day where another Wangfei would come to our prince residence. That year I did not think that there would be someone who would marry their daughter in. Hey, you are not talking nonsense. What is called marrying in? It is clearly being sold in. So what if it is a Wangfei? The person who spoke looked inside and shook his head, one do not know how long she can live. Perhaps both of us can benefit from it. The former chuckled and his words were filled with malice. That is pregnant with His Highness Prince of First Rank's child. If you do not want to live, then go. The other person said. There was a chi sound that was somewhat vague in the snowstorm. The person who was holding the wine gourd asked. Just now there seemed to be a sound. Did you hear it? What sound? The latter waved his hands in a drunken state. The sound of the wind. Do not be alarmed. Today is Prince Yu's joyous occasion. It is best that nothing goes wrong. That person's drunkenness was slightly awakened and he stood up straight. He turned his head to look at his side but did not see anything. Worry blindly. The other guard laughed at him. What place is this? Prince Yu residence. Whoever dares to come here and behave atrociously must be tired of living. Do not think too much. Oh. He felt something dripping onto his face and wiped it. Why is the snow hot? When he opened his hands, he could see clearly from the fire at the side. How was it snow? It was clearly blood. Warm blood. That person was startled and quickly looked up to see a guard's body on the eave staring at him with wide eyes as blood dripped down from his throat. Come. He had just opened his mouth when he saw a flash of silver light in front. He only felt a warm thing spurting out from his throat and his body lost its strength as he softly fell. When he fell to the ground, he saw his companion, who had just been talking to him, lying on the snowy ground. His chest was bright red, leaving a shocking trail in the snow. Another 10 of people jumped down from the eaves and they were all dressed in black with masks, almost blending into the night. Another 2 people jumped out from the other side and dragged the 2 corpses in front of the door away. A moment later, a new guard was standing in front of the door, perfectly fine. Year of the year of the year of year, the year of year after of year of black of the black, the leader of made a year. In Prince Yu residence, in His Highness Prince Yu's bedroom, Xianxia sat by the bedside and her body was shivering. Prince Yu was lying on the soft couch and beside him were 2 beautiful maids who were tenderly and timidly massaging his legs and feeding him. From time to time they would say some words that made one's ears red and heart palpitate. Xianxia bit her lower lip hard and there was an indescribable sense of shame in her heart. She was originally a daughter of a noble family and should be married to His Highness Prince Ding. Who knew that now she had fallen into the hands of Prince Yu? Now that she was the official wife, she was going to be humiliated by these lowly women who came out of nowhere. Seeing such a shameless and licentious scene, Xianxia's heart was filled with fear and anger, but she also thoroughly hated Xin Miao. You should be glad that you are pregnant with this prince's child. Prince Yu noticed her expression and his face sunk, otherwise you would not be able to pass through so easily today. He appreciated Xianxia's somewhat fearful gaze but his mind thought of another pair of clear and calm eyes and a sudden rage surged in his heart. Prince Yu looked at Xianxia and slowly said, however, after you give birth to this prince's child, this prince will not treat you badly. There are many guards in this prince's residence and these guards went through fire and water for this prince. Since you are this prince's wife, you should also help this prince to comfort them. Xianxia's mind buzzed and she almost fainted. The horror in Prince Yu's words made her think of the future and she did not even have the courage to live on. Oh, this prince will definitely treat you well. The gentler Prince Yu's tone was, the more fanatical his eyes were. Even the 2 maids in front of him were trembling. Tremble for what? Prince Yu suddenly frowned unhappily and was about to speak when the maid on the left suddenly staggered and fell onto Prince Yu's body. A pair of jade arms just happened to hug Prince Yu's head in her arms. Before Prince Yu could react, the other maid suddenly pulled out a hairpin from her head and pierced it into Prince Yu's throat. Prince Yu of the first rank screamed but he was not someone to be trifled with. With a hong sound, the 2 maids were thrown onto the ground by him. He also had martial arts skills and this move was very ruthless. The 2 maids struggled on the ground for a few times and were no longer breathing. Xianxia, who was at the side, was already dumbstruck and hid under the table in a panic. Prince Yu pulled out the hairpin from his throat. Even though the hairpin was not deeply inserted, there was still a lot of blood. Prince Yu of the first rank scolded and shouted loudly, "Guards! Guards!" A guard quickly answered and came in. Prince Yu kicked the 2 corpses on the ground. What plaything is this? Check who it is. Yes. That guard bowed his head and when Prince Yu turned his head back, he heard a chi sound. He lowered his head and saw a silver knife with blood stains on his chest. It passed right through his chest. Just now the guard pulled out his sword and Prince Yu's body was unsteady. He seemed to want to call for help but after a few steps, he fell down with a dong sound. The tip of the saber shone brightly, reflecting the large bloodstains. His technique was extremely skillful, as if he was slaughtering a pig or sheep, killing with a single slash without any unnecessary movements. The guard glanced at Prince Yu's corpse and then looked at Chen Qing, who was hiding under the table shivering. "You are Chen Qing?" "Yes, warrior." "Are you sent by second brother to save me?" Chen Qing's eyes lit up as she looked at the other party. The guard didn't say anything and turned around to leave. Chen Qing had some doubts in her heart and wanted to go out, but after thinking about it, she was finally afraid of facing Prince Yu's corpse in the room. She took some gold and silver from the table and wrapped it in a cloth and was about to leave. As soon as he opened the door, he almost tripped. Under the dim light of the lantern, the corpses of the guards lying in front of the door were especially shocking. "Ah!" Chen Qing cried out in alarm and looked outside. In the darkness, there seemed to be a solemn figure quickly passing through, and the heavy sound of falling to the ground sounded. Every sound made one's heart turn colder. The residence of Prince Yu was like a gloomy hell. The snowstorm made one unable to see the situation outside, but the thick smell of blood was like a big net, firmly covering one's head. It seemed that even the snow had turned into a scarlet red. Western garden of the Shen residence. Bai Lu closed the windows again and said, "The snowstorm outside is really big. The windows have been blown open several times. It is quite scary." "Exactly." Shuangjiang smiled, "Heard from the elders that this kind of weather is the heavens wanting to punish those sinners. It seems that this time the sinner must have committed a very big mistake. Such a big snowstorm had not been encountered for many years." "What is young lady looking at?" Xianxia asked, "Are you still thinking about the wedding banquet?" Ever since returning to the residence in the evening, Shen Miao had been sitting in front of the table. One did not know what she was thinking about as she sat there until the sky turned dark. One did not know why, but Xianxia felt that Shen Miao seemed to be waiting for something. What was she waiting for? Shen Miao shook her head. "Continue watching." "Watch." Guyu and Xianxia looked at each other in dismay. It was pitch black outside and nothing could be seen clearly. What could Shen Miao see? Shen Miao's eyes drooped down. The lights in the room were tranquil and the snowstorm was killing outside. In one night, how many people died in the Yellow Springs? Xin Yuan was right. She never left a way out for herself, so she would not leave a way out for others. Slender fingers unhurriedly tapped on the edge of the table, as if it was a melodious rhythm that made one think of the strange ballads sung by the sinful women in the cold palace. What ballad was being sung? It was sung that good and evil would eventually be repaid and the heavenly way would reincarnate. The snowstorm that was hard to encounter in decades in the Ding capital abruptly stopped on the morning of the second day. The thick snow was up to one's knees, and in this kind of cold weather, even the most diligent peddlers would rather stay at the warm kong in their houses and not brave the cold wind to set up their stalls. On the other hand, the old man who sounded the night watch missed the hour. He hurriedly got up with the gong. The sun had not risen yet, and the sky was not bright. He tightened his tattered jacket and walked in the snow, his feet shallow and deep. Unhurriedly, he passed by the main door of Prince Yu residence. The main door of Prince Yu residence was slightly opened and there was only half of the happiness character at the door. The old man who sounded the night watch saw that there was not even a single guard and muttered in his heart. The people in Prince Yu residence were extremely fierce, and one must know that the old man who sounded the night watch had been berated by the guards at the door, but today he did not see it and for a moment he felt strange. When he saw the remaining half of the happiness character, he was suddenly enlightened. Yesterday was the day that Prince Yu residence welcomed the Wang Fei, and it was assumed that these guards and servants had also eaten and drank till they were drunk so they could not see anyone. Thinking of that young lady who married into the prince's residence with an uncertain future, the old man shook his head and was about to walk past the main door of Prince Yu residence. Coincidentally, a trace of cold wind blew past and that heavy door made a creak sound, and the black gap seemed to be bigger. The old man could not help but be surprised for a moment. The door creaked and swayed slightly, and one did not know why, but a strange feeling suddenly welled up in the old man's heart. He did not know where this feeling came from and stood at the door for a long time until a hawker saw him and greeted, "Old Fourthly, why are you standing at the door?" The old man's heart jumped fiercely and suddenly understood what was going on with that strange feeling. In broad daylight, no matter how fierce the ruckus was yesterday, why was there no sound at all in this residence? Even if people were drunk and asleep, there would still be dogs and birds, but there was nothing at all. It was as lifeless as a tomb. His hands were trembling, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. As soon as he reached the crack of the pitch-black door, a strong fishy smell hit him in the face, almost causing him to stagger. The old man who sounded the night watch pushed the door, but it did not budge. He looked down and saw that there was a square of ice and snow stuck in the dark crack of the door. It was probably because the snow from last night had accumulated into a block and was stuck at the door. The old man who sounded the night watch widened his eyes and took 2 steps back. Suddenly, he let out a blood-curdling scream, causing the people on both sides of the street to look in his direction. With the first ray of morning light, the piece of crystal-clear ice and snow appeared exceptionally clear. The thick blood had condensed into a thick blood clot. From the crack of the door, an ice river snaked out, but just as it was about to rush out of the mansion, it suddenly stopped. It was as if a person who had been chased to the end of the road was struggling to survive, but was cut off by a door. It was like flowing blood. In the Ding capital, the entire household of Prince Yu's residents was exterminated on the day of the Wangfei's wedding. From top to bottom, servants, concubines, cats, dogs, chickens and ducks were not spared. The person who did it seemed to have a blood feud with Prince Yu's residents, and actually slaughtered them cleanly. The method was clean and neat, and all were killed with 1 knife. There was not a single gold, silver, or jewelry missing in the house, so obviously it was not for wealth. Thinking that Prince Yu was a cruel and vicious person and had done many evil deeds, so he had made many enemies. Who knew who the person who did it was? But the person who did it was too daring. To go against Prince Yu's residents was the same as going against the heavenly family of Mingqi. Everyone knew that Emperor Wenhui valued Prince Yu the most. Prince Yu was able to have no fear in the capital for so many years, and even the princes were afraid of him, all because he had Emperor Wenhui behind him. But this time it was out of everyone's expectations. Emperor Wenhui actually did not give any order to arrest the murderer, and there was not even a reward. He only instructed the officials to investigate the matter and handed the matter over to the Ding capital's administrator. The Ding capital's administrator was still able to handle matters, but as for investigating a case, it was just sloppy. Emperor Wenhui's action was obviously because he did not want to waste too much energy on the extermination of Prince Yu's household. Some intelligent people could see the knack of it. Most probably Prince Yu had done something to make Emperor Wenhui angry, otherwise why would Emperor Wenhui be so cold? Perhaps Emperor Wenhui was still feeling happy that the murderer had helped him to deal with the big trouble in his heart. But guesses were just guesses and rumors were just rumors. With the passing of word of mouth, some deviated further from the truth while some were infinitely close to the truth. In the extermination of Prince Yu's household, there was one person who survived. This person was not someone else but Prince Yu's consort Xianxia, who married into Prince Yu's residence yesterday. In the early morning, the old man who sounded the night watch was the first to discover that something was wrong in Prince Yu's residence. At that time there were many pedestrians on the streets, and those who were braver rushed into Prince Yu's residence. As for the scene that they saw after rushing into the residence, even if it was just a description of the rumors, one would feel creepy. According to the people who saw it, in the huge residence of Prince Yu, it was densely packed with frozen corpses and blood clots. The blood flowed all over the courtyard, and last night's snowstorm quickly froze it, making the entire ground look like red ice. The corpses were all weathered and frosted and were as hard as sculptures. Everywhere they went, there was a deathly atmosphere and no one survived. And Prince Yu's corpse was in his bedroom. There was a knife wound through his chest and there were 2 maids by his side. Xianxia fell at the door of the bedroom and the gold and silver beside her were scattered all over the floor. At first everyone thought that she was also killed, but the movement woke her up. Thus Xianxia became the only survivor in the entire Prince Yu's residence. To Xianxia, this might be a good thing, but it seemed worse than death. The entire Prince Yu's household was exterminated, but why was Xianxia left alone? If it was said that Xianxia was innocent and had nothing to do with the residence, but the person who did it did not even let off the servants and concubines. Obviously they were not soft-hearted. Moreover, Xianxia had fainted to the side with gold and silver ornaments scattered all over the ground, making it seem as if she was trying to escape. The most important thing was that other than the stab wound on Prince Yu's chest, there were traces of a woman's hairpin piercing his neck. Chen Qing, who had just married into the prince's mansion, was the most suspicious. The numerous suspicious points made Chen Qing become the target of public criticism. Even if she had 9 mouths, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. There was no other way, who asked the entire Prince residence to die, but she was still alive. The capital governor's men naturally wanted to capture Chen Qing and bring her back for interrogation. Regardless of whether Chen Qing had anything to do with this matter or not, she would be the only witness alive. If he wanted to find some clues, even if it was just for show, Chen Qing would definitely not be able to get away easily. When the Shen family received the news, the officials had already arrived at Prince residence to arrest people. When Ren Wanyan learned of the matter, she fainted on the spot, and it was Shen Gui and Xin Yuan who quickly packed up their itinerary and headed out. Yuaner, where do we go now? When Shen Gui faced his own son, he was still somewhat undecided. He knew that no matter if it was true or not, Shen Qing was already involved in this matter. Even though Emperor Wen Hui did not show any anger towards this matter, but accompanying a monarch was like accompanying a tiger. Who knew what Emperor Wen Hui's real thoughts were? If in the future this matter was used to vent his anger on him, it would be detrimental to his career. Xin Yuan coldly said, "Go and find the capital governor. It is too late to go to the residence of the prince now. Younger sister was captured and the capital governor would definitely know a lot of inside information." After a pause, he swept a glance at Shen Gui. "Father need not worry, it will not be blamed on father." Shen Gui heard Xin Yuan's sarcasm and felt slightly annoyed, but it was not good to say anything. He could only pretend that he did not hear Xin Yuan's meaning and said, "Since it is so, quickly leave." On the other side, Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xian were also preparing to set off. "Qiu'er, make a trip to the prince's mansion." Right now, Lao Er had gone to the patrol office, while Lao San had entered the palace to gather information. Someone had to pay attention to the prince's residence. "Your father and I will go to the palace first. This matter is very important. If spies sneak into the city, it will be bad." Luo Shuiyan instructed Shen Qiu, "Go and negotiate with the prince's residence and investigate the people of my Shen family that died. Return and send money as compensation." "Don't worry, mother. Leave it to me." Shen Qiu readily agreed. After Shen Xian and wife left, Shen Qiu tidied up his clothes and prepared to go out, but suddenly he heard Shen Miao's voice from behind, "Eldest brother. Younger sister?" Shen Qiu was surprised and turned around to ask, "Younger sister is not staying in the house but coming out for? Eldest brother is going to the residence of the prince of first rank?" Shen Miao asked. "That's right," Shen Xian replied. "I still have some matters to attend to. I'll be back soon after I'm done with them." Shen Miao looked at him and said, "Eldest brother, bring me along." Shen Xian was startled for a moment before shaking his head and said seriously, "Younger sister, I know that you have a deep grudge with Prince residence, and now that Prince residence has fallen into such a state, honestly speaking, I also feel that they only have themselves to blame. If you want to personally see their end, eldest brother will do it for you, and it is not worthwhile to personally make a trip over." Shen Miao smiled, "I just want to take a look. There's really nothing to see." Shen Qiu deliberately scared her. "I heard that those people died miserably last night. All of them were cut open and the blood had accumulated a few feet. I'm afraid he died a wrong death, and his soul is still in the mansion. If a little girl like you goes, you'll see a ghost." Even though everyone in Prince residence died miserably, it was not as horrifying as what Shen Qiu said. Shen Qiu also wanted to scare Shen Miao, as he really did not wish for Shen Miao to see those bloody scenes. How could a pampered lady of an official's family see a scene of death? However, after he said those words, Shen Miao, who was opposite him, still did not have any expression. It was as if he was talking about an ordinary scene. Shen Miao even laughed. As a daughter of a military family, if one were to be frightened by a mere ghost, wouldn't one be looked down upon by others? Could it be that Big Brother is also afraid of seeing dead people on the battlefield? Of course not. Shen Qiu immediately said, but when the words came out, he knew that he had said the wrong thing and saw Shen Miao looking at him calmly. "Since that is the case, there is nothing to be afraid of. Eldest brother, bring me along." "No. Younger sister, why did you go to Prince residence?" Shen Xian said awkwardly, "There is really nothing there. I'm just going to take a look." Big brother, you don't have to worry about me. It's just like you said, there are government officials guarding outside, so there won't be any danger. There won't be any trouble if you bring me along. Shen Miao said every word extremely firmly. Shen Qiu discovered from Shen Miao's recent few matters that Shen Miao had her own ideas and her temper was very stubborn. Once she had decided on something, even 10 bulls would not be able to pull her back. Even if he did not let her go today, one day she would still secretly go behind his back. It was better to have him as a companion today as it would be safer. All right. Shen Qiu stared at her. Do not wander around after reaching the prince residence. I will let Mo Qing follow you. If there is anything wrong, immediately shout for me. Shen Miao smiled, all right. In just one night, Prince Yu residence seemed to have changed its face. The inside and outside had changed into two different things. Yesterday it was still filled with guests and laughter. One could even see the endless stream of horses and carriages in front of the door and the guests talking and laughing. Now the vermilion door was covered with white seals and the guards at the door had a dignified expression, fearing that there would suddenly be some vicious means. The half of the happiness word that was pasted on the door was swaying in the wind and seemed to finally be unable to withstand the ravaging of the cold wind. The remaining half also fell off the door and slowly floated to the ground and was stepped into a snow pit by the guards, making nothing visible. In front of Prince Yu residence's doors, there would occasionally be commoners pointing, and even though the discussions were filled with sighs, there was also a faint sense of pleasure. In these years, Prince Yu's evil deeds were known by everyone and it was probably the happiest thing in the world to see the evildoers suffering the consequences. When Shen Qiu and entourage rushed to Prince Yu residence, they saw such a scene. Thinking of the festive atmosphere yesterday and the deathly stillness today, there was a sharp contrast that made one feel dazed for a moment. Even Shen Qiu, who was used to seeing life and death, could not help but be moved. After all, not a single person in the entire residence was left and it was really too tragic. Shen Qiu's soldiers explained their intentions to the officials at the entrance of Prince Yu residence and the officers let them in. The group of people followed Shen Qiu in and when they entered, they were shocked by the scene in front of them that they could not speak. The corpses of the servants in the residence had been dragged away but the bloodstains from last night were still there. The bloodstains had turned into ice and looked very scary at one glance, as if the entire residence was scarlet red. Even after a night of snow, it was unable to cover up the thick smell of blood. Through the scarlet red ground, it was as if one could see the tragic massacre in yesterday's snowy night and one could even hear the cries of despair in the dark night. The soldiers were somewhat frightened and Shen Qiu also frowned tightly. He suddenly remembered that Shen Miao was beside him and feared that she would be frightened, so he quickly looked at Shen Miao, intending to comfort her. But when he turned his head to look, Shen Miao's eyes were calm and she was even more unperturbed than the soldiers beside him. Shen Miao looked down at the scarlet ground. What did this count as? The blood of the enemy would only make one feel excited. In the previous lifetime, the entire Shen family's blood must have been much more tragic than this. She was not moved, had no sympathy, no sorrow, and could not wait to laugh out loud and then hack a few more times at Prince Yu's body. Sister. Shen Qiu asked hesitantly, I'm going to investigate. Do you want to go in and rest? Shen Miao looked towards the southwest corner of Prince Yu residence and smiled gently. Yesterday when I came over, I heard that the maids of the prince residence said that there was a tea room for rest, so I went there to take a seat. How about you come to the tea room to look for me after you're done? Over there? Shen Qiu followed Shen Miao's gaze and looked over. In the southwest corner, the trees were lush and luxuriant and were trimmed very delicately. It seemed that Prince Yu specially renovated it to enjoy the flowers. He nodded his head, let Mo Qing follow you in and do not run around. Shen Miao complied and walked with Mo Qing towards the southwest corner. Today she was afraid that the few maids by her side would be scared by the blood of Prince Yu residence, so Shen Miao did not bring along a single personal maid. Mo Qing was a guard and naturally would not be afraid of these. Mo Qing followed behind Shen Miao and was somewhat surprised to find that Shen Miao seemed to be very familiar with this place. Where were the corners, where were the corridors, where were the stairs? She knew everything clearly. Even if she came here yesterday, even if she really came here once, it would seem that she was too familiar with it. With this question in mind, Shen Miao had already arrived in front of the tea room. The tea room was hidden behind the flowers and there were grapevines on the shelves outside. It was assumed that when the grapes bear fruit in the summer, it was extremely elegant to drink wine and enjoy the fruits, enjoy the flowers and chat. But when this elegance was used on Prince, it made one feel a little strange. You wait for me outside. Xianxia said to Emoqing, I will go in alone. Emoqing was somewhat hesitant. Xianxia glanced at him and said, it is only a tea room. If you are not assured, then follow me in to investigate. Emoqing immediately cupped his hands, yes. Finishing, he took the lead to walk in with his sword. Xianxia looked at Emoqing's back view and was in a trance for a moment. In the past and present life, no matter what identity, Emoqing seemed to be this cautious and loyal. The tea room was very big and was divided into 3 levels by a screen. Each level was extremely extravagant and different from the elegance outside, it was more like the style of the palace. Emoqing carefully checked and confirmed that there were no assassins hidden inside before cupping his hands towards Xianxia. Young lady can just call Emoqing if there is anything. Emoqing will guard outside. Finishing, he walked out. After Emoqing left, Xianxia walked to the table in front of the tea room. On the table, there was a blue and white tea set with a good glaze. It seemed that she had seen it before in the palace. Xianxia swept a glance and walked past it. She walked past the first screen and the second screen and came to the 3rd level of the tea room. On the 3rd level of the tea room, the walls were filled with paintings and calligraphy. Looking carefully, there was no lack of famous inscriptions on the paintings, and this room that was filled with paintings and calligraphy would be worth 1,000 gold. Xianxia looked at the paintings one by one as if she was appreciating them, but when she walked in front of a painting, her footsteps stopped. That was a painting of a night banquet, and it was from the hands of the great calligrapher Liu Yuan of the previous dynasty. The painting recorded the grand occasion of the night banquet in the residence of the officials of the previous dynasty. The maids were beautiful, the wine and food were delicious, and the guests were happy. The characters were lifelike and the brush strokes were all exquisite and the colors were bright. In the wall full of paintings, it did not seem outstanding, but Xianxia looked at it in a trance, as if she was attracted by the scene in the painting. She stared at the painting of the night banquet for a long time, and after a moment, she finally reached out her hand and slowly touched the painting. She touched it very carefully until she touched the main character of the night banquet, the lapel of the pot-bellied official. The lapel was also very exquisite, and even if it was a painting, when one touched it, one could feel the buttons of the lapel. In fact, Xianxia did feel it. The slightly protruding feeling of her fingertips was different from the rough feeling of the paper. When Xianxia pressed down, there was a slight caw sound. Accompanied by a slight sound, the wall in front of him that was full of paintings and calligraphy suddenly split in half. It was actually something that looked like a secret room. Looking from the outside, he could only see a long corridor that was lit up by torches, making it look exceptionally bright. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, she lifted her skirt and walked in. In the innermost part of the secret chamber was a coffin. The lid of the coffin had already been opened, revealing the contents inside. It was empty, and there were 2 people standing in front of the coffin. One was dressed in purple while the other was dressed in snow white. They were Xie Jingxing and Gao Yang. Xie Jingxing held a bright yellow cloth bag in his hand. It was unknown what was in the bag, but it looked heavy. Gao Yang smiled, Prince, that old dog actually hid the thing here. If it was not for the Chen family's massacre last night, one feared that we would have to go through a lot of trouble to find this thing. So one only need to wait to pick up the scraps. Xie Jingxing said, then look around to see if there is anything else. Gao Yang answered and looked around at the same time, speaking of which, that old dog, you did not even leave a guard here. This place must be very secretive, and one feared that other than him, no one else would know about it. The Fu family are overly suspicious. Xie Jingxing lazily said, if it was you, would you not hide it? Naturally I would hide it. Gao Yan gently waved his fan and smiled in an extremely cultured and refined manner, but the words that came out of his mouth were very scary. If I was that old dog, if someone found this place, no matter who it was, even if they did not know the secret, as long as they found out about this secret chamber, one feared that they would kill to silence them. Only dead people can keep secrets. That old dog, you did this very well. Xie Jingxing was too lazy to care about him and looked around for other things. At the same time, Shen Miao was holding a torch and quietly walking in the dark secret passage. Compared to her usual slow pace, this time she was walking in a much more urgent manner. There was no other reason other than she did not know when Xianxia would come over, and before Xianxia came over, she had to get that thing. This secret chamber of Prince Yu residence was discovered by Fu Xiaoyi in the beginning. She had inadvertently overheard the conversation between Fu Xiaoyi and Pei Lang. At that time Pei Lang copied a picture of Lu Yuan's night banquet and told Fu Xiaoyi that the mechanism of the secret chamber of Prince Yu residence was on the lapel of the main character of the night banquet. At that time Pei Lang also said, "The thing is in the secret chamber and your majesty can explore it." Shen Miao did not know what the thing was, but at that time, listening to Pei Lang and Fu Xiaoyi's tone, that thing should be very important to Fu Xiaoyi. When Shen Miao talked to the Chen brothers about exterminating the entire family, other than not leaving any future troubles, it was also because of this matter. If the entire family was not exterminated and the people of Prince Yu residence remained, perhaps someone would know the secret of the secret chamber, and if they discovered her actions, one feared that it would cause a disaster. Now that the people of Prince Yu residence were all dead, presumably this secret had not been discovered yet. After all, in the previous lifetime when Fu Xiaoyi knew of this matter, he had already ascended to the throne. As long as that thing was very important to Fu Xiaoyi or was beneficial to him, then Fu Xiaoyi must not obtain it. Either destroy it or send it to the hands of Fu Xiaoyi's enemies. At least with this thing, in the future when dealing with Fu Xiaoyi, there would be one more bargaining chip. This was the reason why she followed Xianxia to the residence of Prince Yu today. Shen Miao caressed the walls of the secret chamber as she walked in. This secret chamber was winding endlessly and was much longer than what she imagined. After turning another corner, the front suddenly opened up, as if from a narrow corridor into a spacious main hall. There were rows of torches hanging on the stone walls, illuminating the entire chamber. And in that chamber, there was a coffin lying horizontally, and in front of the coffin, there were actually two people standing. Shen Miao had yet to move when she heard one of them shouting, "Who is it?" That voice was very familiar. She didn't even have time to distinguish it before she saw two figures suddenly turn around in the bright firelight, revealing two familiar faces. Xie Jingxing, Gao Yang. Why would Xie Jingxing come here? Gao Yang was not someone from the Imperial Physician Institute, so why would he be with Xie Jingxing? Even someone as calm as Shen Miao was also stunned. What followed was a moment of confusion in her mind. Those doubts from earlier circled and took root in his heart, but it was as if he had suddenly found an exit. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, it was as if something was about to break through the air. Shen Miao. Gao Yang's eyes were also filled with astonishment. He then looked at Xie Jingxing and said, "Do it." Shen Miao's eyes stared and only felt that the sky and earth were spinning. Before she could see clearly the figure that flashed past her, her body was heavily pushed and her back slammed into the stone wall behind her, causing her to suck in a breath of cold air in pain. Following that, a slender hand grasped her throat and Xie Jingxing's handsome face was right in front of her. Xie Jingxing almost pressed Shen Miao's entire body against the stone wall. His cold clothes touched Shen Miao's face and his hands were also icy cold. It was clearly a pair of eyes that were as dazzling as the scorching sun, and the curvature of his lips made one intoxicated, but his gaze was so sober that it was almost cold. Shen Miao cannot be left alive. Gao Yang quickly said, "This matter is of great importance. It is her misfortune that she died here today. Leave the corpse here and let's go out. No one will discover it." Third Xia, do not be soft-hearted. Do it. Shen Miao looked at Xie Jingxing. The hand that was holding her neck was slender and good-looking, but it was ferocious as it firmly clasped and did not loosen. The purple-clothed youth's eyes were even more profound under the light of the lantern. Every stroke of his was like a spirit walking out of a painting. The more beautiful he was, the more cruel his smile was. It was like a cat catching a mouse. However, what was revealed in his eyes was absolute indifference and killing intent. He really wanted to kill her. Shen Miao looked at him motionlessly. That pair of clear eyes was even brighter than the first snow in spring. There was no sadness or joy in it, as if it could reflect a person's life. Xie Jingxing's eyes moved slightly and his lips suddenly hooked up into a smile. His other hand gently covered Shen Miao's eyes. He bent his head slightly and moved closer to Shen Miao's ear, as if he was whispering to a lover. Do not look at me. I will not be able to bear it. Do not look at me. I will not be able to bear it. Time strangely stopped in that instant, and all things in heaven and earth seemed to have lost their voices. The entire room of lights was swaying, but it could not be compared to that person's eyes. It was clearly the most intimate appearance, like a lover's whispering ambiguity, but in a blink of an eye, it turned into a thick killing intent. Xie Jingxing's eyes hung down and there was a slight warmth under his palms. It was as if he could feel the eyelashes slightly blinking, like fluffy butterfly wings. With a flap, it wanted to fly away but was caught and could not fly away. Gao Yang, go out. Xie Jingxing said. Gao Yang frowned. What do you mean? Go out first. Xie Jingxing said calmly. Gao Yang glanced at him and did not say anything before picking up the things that were wrapped up in the cloth and walked out. After his footsteps disappeared far away, Xie Jingxing slowly released his hands. He spread out his hands, and on his fair palms, there seemed to be sparkles flashing under the lights. Just now Shen Miao seemed to be crying. Xie Jingxing lazily said, It is just death, what are you crying for? He still wanted to say something, but when he saw the expression of the young female in front of him, he suddenly shut his mouth. Shen Miao's brows were delicate and pretty, but that little bit of childishness on her face was now covered by the coldness on her face. Her eyes were as clear as water, but there was no trace of tears or sadness at all. Most likely it was a trick jest. Now as she was not afraid at all. As Xie Jingxing's thoughts flashed, he saw Shen Miao suddenly raising her elbow to hit his chest. This move was ruthless and accurate. If it was another person, one feared that they would be knocked to the ground, but Xie Jingxing only swayed slightly and had already grabbed Shen Miao's left arm. Shen Miao was pulled by him and almost fell into Xie Jingxing's embrace. But one saw her quickly taking out something from her sleeves, and without hesitation, she stabbed at Xie Jingxing's arm. That hairpin was small, and if one did not pay attention, one would not be able to see it. Shen Miao's actions were vicious and did not show any mercy as the hairpin pierced into the latter's arm. Xie Jingxing's eyes darkened, and with a wave of his hand, Shen Miao was once again thrown to the front of the stone wall. Xie Jingxing's hand was on Shen Miao's fragile neck, and it seemed that as long as he exerted a little strength, her neck would be easily broken. His voice was slightly heavy, with an almost undetectable anger. He said, as expected of someone from the general's residence. You've learned 100% of sneak attacks. Shen Miao's gaze landed on Xie Jingxing's arm, where half of the hairpin had fallen out and blood gradually flowed out and dyed his sleeves red as it stuck to his arm. Xie Jingxing followed Shen Miao's gaze and smiled indifferently. It does not matter even if there is poison, I will definitely kill you before that. His eyes were extremely beautiful, and when he was casually looking at others, it was the most intoxicating. If that smile, yet not a smile, was seen by the young ladies in the Ding capital, there would be a debate. But Shen Miao could see the well-hidden indifference and coldness in it. What kind of person was Xie Jingxing? He seemed to be very complicated. The image of him in the Ding capital was that even though he had the ability, he was cynical and unruly. He was destined to be unable to be controlled by others and was unable to display his fists and feet in his official career. But at this moment Shen Miao had doubts in her heart. Was the Xie Jingxing in the eyes of the common people the real Xie Jingxing? He was indeed unruly and fierce, but for such a person to hide so deeply, was he really not interested in power and politics? Xie Jingxing seemed to be dissatisfied with her being distracted as he leaned closer and stared at her. Shen Miao, if I kill you today, there would be no one to protect the Shen family in the future. Shen Miao's gaze moved and saw Xie Jingxing in front of her laughing viciously. Shen Yuan has already returned to the capital, and with the second and third household of the Shen family joining hands, what are the chances of Xianxia winning? His hand slowly tightened and every sentence was directed at Shen Miao's fatal weakness. The Fu family is eyeing the Shen family covetously, and Xianxia's future road will be difficult. The things that you seek and plan will be ruined in my hands today. If you want to take revenge, you will have to wait for the rest of your life. The more ruthless he was, the more unbelievably handsome he looked. It was as if he could see through one's heart, as his words were all directed at Shen Miao's most worried matter. Shen Miao was reborn, and all she wanted was for the Shen family to be safe and sound. What she planned was nothing more than to take revenge, and if she were to die here, everything would come to an abrupt end. Xie Jingxing's eyes did not have a trace of sympathy or pity. He was truly cold and ruthless. No matter what her identity was, even if she was the imperial family's princess today, there would be no reason for her to retreat peacefully after breaking the relationship between Xie Jingxing and Gao Yang. This was the reason why she risked her life just now. Otherwise, with her cautious character, she would not use such a risky method until the last moment. Suddenly the smiling faces of Guan Yu and Fu Ming flashed past her eyes. Xin Miao's eyes widened and she did not even notice that 2 lines of tears were flowing down her cheeks. Too unwilling. If she were to die here, it would be too unwilling. Xie Jingxing saw her tears and narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. He did not forget Xin Miao's ruthless move just now. A female who used tears to gain sympathy would not work with him. But Xin Miao only stared and silently cried. There was no pitiful or weak expression in her eyes as her tears flowed woodenly, but it suddenly made one feel sad. It was as if before this, she had already experienced pain that ordinary people could not understand and was at the end of the road, giving birth to great sorrow. The great sorrow was silent, but the tears were loyal to the body and flowed down first. Xie Jingxing frowned as he looked at her, and the hand that was clutching Xin Miao's throat gradually loosened. However, Xin Miao did not notice it at all. Finally, Xie Jingxing put down his hand and his expression showed a little helplessness. His figure was tall, and when he pushed the little girl to the corner, it gave him a strange feeling, as if he was bullying a little child. Even though Xie Jingxing was well aware that Xin Miao and the word little child were not compatible. After a moment, he finally pulled out the hairpin from his arm. It was very painful to pull out the hairpin, and Xie Jingxing's brows slightly wrinkled as he played with the hairpin in his hands. Seeing Xin Miao staring at him, he suddenly felt an inexplicable awkwardness in his heart. He said, "Don't cry. I will not kill you." After a pause, he added, "Just to scare you." Xin Miao heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She knew that Xie Jingxing was not trying to scare her. In that instant of killing intent, the other party really had the intention to kill. At the end his heart softened and it was just a few drops of tears. As for what moved Xie Jingxing, Xin Miao was also not clear. Shen was Shen Miao. I once saw third uncle's copy of Lu Yuan's banquet at home. When I was searching around, I inadvertently discovered this secret room. I was curious and didn't expect to come across you. You Shen. 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 Xin Miao lied without changing her expression, "Yes. Little girl, I am not one of the Qin brothers. Don't use the method of killing with a borrowed knife on me," Xie Jingxing said lazily. Xin Miao was a bad person deep down in her bones, and even at this stage, she still wanted to scheme against Xinhuan. Today I did not see anything and did not hear anything. If you do not make things difficult for me, naturally I will not make things difficult for you. Xin Miao looked at him, "Let us mind our own business. You can't make things difficult for me either." Xie Jingxing's arrogant tone made one's teeth itch with hatred. He said, "Today I will spare your life, but if this matter is leaked out even a little, then your Xin family cannot blame me for being unlucky." Xin Miao quickly replied, "I will not leak it out." Xie Jingxing was very satisfied with her temperament of knowing when to stop. He was silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Xin Miao, do you have enmity with the Fu family?" He said Fu family and not Tian family, and the meaning of his words was somewhat thought-provoking. Xin Miao turned her head and looked at him. Her heart was slightly moved, but she said lightly, "Little Marquis, feel that it is so." Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows, as expected. He looked at Xin Miao, "Since this matter is over, you should leave first. If you stay here for too long and attract other people over, I will not be able to save you." Xin Miao did not say a word and turned to leave. Today's face-to-face encounter with Xie Jingxing made her understand some things in a trance. At least this little Marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Linan was not as simple as he looked on the surface. This kind of person could not be used and could not be offended. If Xie Jingxing's enemy was also the imperial family of Mingqi, naturally she would end up well, but if not, one must not have any ideas on him. Xin Miao had just walked 2 steps when Xie Jingxing followed. His legs were long and he quickly caught up to Xin Miao and threw her a small medicine bottle. "Do not say that I bullied you and made you cry." Following that he took big strides forward and left before Xin Miao. Under the dim light of the match, Shen Miao's face suddenly showed a little shame. Just now she also made a risky move. In the previous life, after she returned from the Qin country, when she was fighting for favor with Mei Foran, her temperament was extremely tough. She once heard other beauties offering advice, "Your ladyship is always solemn and solemn. Even though she is the mother of the world, His Majesty will not necessarily like her. Look at that Mei Foran, gentle and careful, and even know how to act spoiled. It is said that crying children will have sweets to eat. This world's love is also the same. Men have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex while females must be like water." But at that time she scoffed at this saying and felt that such actions could not be seen in public. How could the dignified Empress be confused with the flattering methods of those females? But just now, under Xie Jingxing's murderous intent, she suddenly remembered that beauty's words, "Crying children will have sweets to eat." Now she was still a budding young female and would be innocent and tender in her next life. Moreover, she did not have the phoenix robe of the Empress, so if she were to act spoiled, it would be seen. Even in Shen Miao's dreams, she would not have thought that with her tough temperament, she would cry like a pear blossom in the rain to a male. However, the ending surprised her. Xie Jingxing had such a fierce and unruly temperament, and he actually let her go. However, in this confrontation, she had used a very dishonorable method. After leaving the secret room, one did not know where Xie Jingxing and Gao Yang left from, as there was no one in the tea room. She walked out of the tea room and Mo Qing was still guarding outside. Shen Miao asked him, "Was there anyone who came out from inside just now?" "Person?" Mo Qing was surprised. "Isn't there only young lady inside? Did Miss meet someone else inside?" "No." Shen Miao smiled gently and said, "Just casually asking." But in her heart, she had a higher opinion of Xie Jingxing's ability. Shen Mo Qing was somewhat puzzled, as he did not know why Shen Miao changed her mind in a while. Just now she had clearly said to wait for Shen Qiu in the tea room, but now it was not the case. But naturally he would not refute Shen Miao's point of view, especially this kind of small matter. He silently agreed and followed Shen Miao out. When Shen Miao left, she looked back at the closed doors of the tea room and did not know if Xie Jingxing and Gao Yang were still there. Today she was here for that thing, but who knew that the thing had fallen into Xie Jingxing's hands? Shen Miao could not make any headway for a moment. According to the traces of the previous lifetime, Xie Jingxing should not have discovered the secret room at this time. Could it be that in this lifetime something had changed and even Xie Jingxing's fate had changed? Or could it be that in her previous lifetime, her short and tragic life, there were some neglected truths? This question was not solved until she saw Shen Qiu and returned to the Shen residence in the evening. It was Shen Qiu who saw that Shen Miao was in a daze after coming out from the residence of the first prince, and thought that Shen Miao was frightened by the scene of blood all over the ground in the first prince residence. He instructed the kitchen to boil some tranquilizing soup and was scolded by Luo Shuiyan for bringing Shen Miao to such an unlucky place. Shen Qiu felt wronged, but Shen Miao did not feel it at all. On the other side, there were also people who felt injustice for Xie Jingxing. That girl is too ruthless. Gao Yang stared at the wound in front of him, dumbfounded. Xie Jingxing took off his outer robe and only wore a loose inner garment. The collar of his shirt was loose, revealing half of his strong and straight body. His sleeves were rolled up halfway, revealing his arm. The wound caused by the hairpin was so deep that the bone could be seen. Xie Jingxing allowed Gao Yang to apply medicine for him as he played with the hairpin in his hands. The hairpin was an ordinary plain silver hairpin with a simple wavy pattern. However, the tip of the hairpin had been polished until it was incomparably sharp, comparable to a silver needle used as a hidden weapon. The tip of the hairpin was also bent like a barb. If such a hairpin were to pierce into a person's body, it would definitely tear off a large piece of flesh. For example, Xie Jingxing, there was a wound on his arm. Xianxia's family is noble and virtuous, but that girl's actions are so vicious. She doesn't look like Xianxia's daughter at all. Could it be that they got the wrong child? Gao Yang was still very surprised. Look at how she did not hold back when she used it. It has already entered into the flesh. He spread the powder evenly on the wound. Xie Jingxing frowned and sucked in a breath of cold air. Endure it even if it hurts. Gao Yang snapped, "Xie San, I've been with you for so many years, but I've never seen you take pity on women. What did you do today? She bumped into such a big thing and even hurt you, yet you let her go just like that. I say, Gao Yang rubbed his chin. Could it be that you really like her? She's still a little girl. She doesn't have anything she wants. Are you crazy? Xie Jingxing said impatiently, enough. I am not that shameless to bully a young lady. You're speaking as if you've never bullied a little girl before. Gao Yang sneered. I really don't understand what you're thinking. He carefully wrapped the bandage around Xie Jingxing's arm and sighed after wrapping it up. Now that we have the item, what's next? Search again. Xie Jingxing said. The Fu family will find out sooner or later. Gao Yang frowned. Actually, what I find most strange is how did Shen Miao know about the secret room? If she was from the Fu family, you would have been exposed. She has enmity with the Fu family. Xie Jingxing said lazily, she can't wait to borrow my hands to kill. As for how I found it, it's probably a coincidence. A trace of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Shen Miao said that she accidentally found out about the secret chamber, but he did not believe this reason at all. Shen Miao was a person who did things with a purpose, and it could be seen from the matter of her dealing with Shen Qing and Prince Yu. Something that didn't seem to be of much use could play an unexpected role in the end. Xie Jingxing even had a conjecture that Shen Miao dealt with Prince Yu, perhaps it was because of the thing in his hands. But how did she know? Even he and Gao Yang had just found out about it not long ago and spent a lot of energy on it. Shen Miao was only an unmarried daughter and there were many inconveniences in investigating the news, but she was able to know the secret. The secrets on her body were no less than others. In short, it is better to be careful. Gao Yang stood up and picked up the remaining bandages and medicine before walking out of the room. Moreover, now that she has found out my identity, one do not know what kind of changes will happen in the future. End of chapter 238. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.